Yo. What up, guys? Happy Championship Sunday. Hope you guys are doing well. I'm just waking up, to be completely honest with you. But yeah, dude, I'm fucking excited. Championship Sundays always go incredibly hard, and we're starting off with SSG versus frickin' FaZe. So this is gonna be good. I'm excited. But you know, without further ado, maybe we should, you know, get to the goddamn stream, you know? Like, here you go.
Afraid to make a big play at a crucial moment. Like during that end of game scenario we saw with SSG versus Cloud9, like, you know, we don't have sniper, but we are going to charge across live fire and close out this game and get that sniper out of Septify's hands.
I think there's another kind of layer to Space Station Gaming and in terms of differences with FaZe as well. And I think that's their communication. You know, previously when we've had these two teams match up and just in general, when you go to a listen-in, Space Station Gaming are very calm. They're actually overly calm. It's quite scary, to be perfectly honest. It's quite intimidating how
What's
calm
good, Daniel?
they call that, how relaxed they feel.
How you doing, bud?
Considering how, I think, well-paced, balanced, and sometimes sporadic in terms of gameplay and actual playmaking they can be. They can be doing some crazy things, but they are so calm while they do it. FaZe, when they're getting fired up, they're finding a flow. When you go to a listen-in, it is nuts. You can't understand anything. They can understand each other, granted. You know, I don't know what happens over there, but it is a different language. Like you said, it's very, very different between the two teams. And it's just interesting to kind of see that path to success for them and how that sounds, because both are so incomparable. They're very different.
Yeah, someone like myself, like I thrive off of the energy of my teammates. So
God
for me,
damn.
when I listen to a FaZe, I
that hair.
get frosty, I'm like dead. Like that's obviously number one. There's a player off the map.
Went
so
to uni
faster
yesterday.
here. But on top of that, just obviously it's a hype kill. He's
Congrats. How's
himself,
that?
so I personally feed off of that energy, and I feel like it's a lot
I started
the same
college
way
like
for the rest of this FaZe
2
roster.
weeks ago.
When the game calms down,
crazy.
they know how to bring it down a level and how to effectively
What's up, Mega?
communicate. Their small talk is great. You know, again, their preparation is amazing, but when they're hyping each other up, when they're
There's
getting
the GOAT,
energized, that's
the
my
EU
favorite
GOAT.
phase.
Yeah, when they're screaming and you see in their POVs that they are screaming, you know something is going right. Then the scary thing about Space Station is you have no idea what's happening because they remain the same. You never
You see
know.
one call out, 3 down, overkill. All right, I'm grabbing the ball.
I will enjoy the space.
Those are calm quality legs.
Yeah, no, it really is. What would your comms be?
It is a nice.
Oh man, listen,
space.
I have this problem where I always mix up sides, so my comms are sporadic, bad, and my teammates hate me. It's great.
Well, I think I'm going to win on my
In
comms
game
here.
and on the desk, both spots.
Damn you, Dave.
I think I'm going to win on my comms here because my comms to you guys are that the match is ready.
Everyone's
You've had
cheering for
enough
me.
of the
Fuck
death.
yeah!
Everyone's screaming. We got Space Station versus FaZe Clan. Is over to you, GB and Walsh.
All right,
Elimination
folks, let's go ahead and wake up the
semifinal?
crowd, shall we? Salt
Oh,
Lake City!
no.
How you feeling today? It's time to jump into the action as we get ready to kick off Championship Sunday.
This is gonna be fucking good,
It can
dude.
only end this way. Two teams that have not met each other yet this season, but have a ton of experience against one another, whether in previous seasons or in scrims.
Yeah, Optic's still in.
This is it. FaZe SSG, let's do this.
Bound getting aggressive right off the rip. They back off these players during long haul, but don't worry,
damn.
Bound can somehow still hit a stick over on the Royal 2.
Yeah, those sticks have been incredible. If Atlanta was the camo event, this is the stick event. 100%.
This is really their first time playing against each
No
other
joke,
in a
more
season.
people have been hitting
That's
sticky
crazy.
grenades and spike grenades than we've seen in previous events.
Oh.
Snake Bite somehow now getting that trade.
Damn.
And that's the advantage you have here on land. You can do small little dances back and forth and not let someone get that lunge.
Yeah, you hate to see it, kids. But, of course, just have to regroup on this one. Snakebite Joe's going to be stuck in a really bad spot off spawn, but he does have a teammate there to back him up. Eco's going to be chased currently. Royal 2's on the move now. Trying to see if he can get inside of this here and get inside of the shroud screen to see if anyone's going to try and challenge us. Of course, it dampens your audio when you walk inside of there, so it makes things a little bit more reliant on your sight rather than your sound, but Royal 2's just going to back this one up for the time being. You got two players here. Of course, SSG in the red. FaZe Clan in the blue.
That bothers me.
Generally a good play to get that player out of the hill, but
Yeah.
sometimes when you're one of the last ones alive, you do not want to.
FaZe
go
Clan
one
is
for
always
one with the
blue,
hill play.
too.
The
It
reason
bothers
being is
me.
that they can just refill that spot. They will happily trade a kill 1 for 1, find out where that last player is, and jump in the hill right away. As you see Space Station perfectly execute that.
Yeah, very well done by SSG. They're going to get a little bit of progress there on that middle stronghold, but not much really gained as the time being. You can kind of see how much these teams respect one another and how they're just jockeying for position here. No one's been in a comfortable spot yet to be able to get full control and to lock this one down. Getting a little bit more progress there as you heard off screen.
And look at this chess being played here. Snakebite, more worried about backup elevator because he just knows these players from Space Station are going to rotate on in through elevator, go over to Whirl to get this secondary angle on the hill.
Ooh, Renegade with a nasty shot there with the shock rifle, looking to put it to work now. He's only got one more shot left in the chamber. See if he's going to be good for it. But still, FaZe Clan, no time gained on that stronghold quite yet. But there it is. He's going to be able to use that last shot to great effect, be able to take down two members of SSG. Just like say that, FaZe go down
I think
two
that
as
was
well.
the
That
camo.
may have been camo down there in the hands of Legends. So not only just getting that kill in Bomb Center, negating that camo from being in Legends' hands twice in a row.
Legend
Camo,
didn't even have
not
time
really
to breathe
much of
with
a
that
factor
camo.
at the start of this one. Found trying to see if he can suss out where this player is going to be located. It's Frosty, he takes him out. And there's Snakebite on the prowl right behind, so Found needing, of course, to just play this one intelligently, but he did not anticipate Royal 2 getting those shots from behind. And that is now going to be some control here for FaZe finally as they start to make some progress.
Look at this. Eco eventually gets the reversal and finish onto Frosty. But throughout this time, I feel like Space Station's had a little more control, but not getting as much time onto this hill. Look at this, almost halfway through the game, Golden Boy, and we don't even have a single point on the board.
Yeah, again, it's just that respect that these two teams have for one another, because there's really just, you got to make sure that you're crossing your T's, dotting your I's when you're going up against either FaZe or SSG. But right now, it seems like SSG feeling pretty good here with the control that they have. Renegade trying to challenge from the top control. You got Frosty underneath, and they wipe him out. And now is an opportunity here for FaZe to answer back.
Here we go. Eco's trying to find this weak player in the hill. Has to get a trade there onto Royal 2. But that's going to be just fine with FaZe Clan as they'll clean up one other player in Legend. Just
3 dead for
spawning,
SSG,
and
holy
Snakebite
shit.
grabbing some hill time.
Renegade's got his back over toward the Yellow Pipes entrance too. You got 3 players over toward control side of the map. Eco can't really do much to push.
I
through
think
this one
both
here.
of
Sellers
the
trying to make
teams
the challenge happen.
not
Snakebite
only
team
want to
with
like
the
slow
hammer
down the
advantage.
game as much as possible,
And this
but
might
they're
very
also
well
trying to
be
milk
this
as much
point,
time as
Just
possible.
like say that, SSG now trying to get inside of there, trying to sneak this one away and take it at the last
Because
second. Frost's
if
gotta
they
make a
get
move,
that
though.
time down
He's
and
gonna
they get a
get out
point,
here, and he
that
gets
just
gonna
creates
Mario
more
stomp him right at
pressure
the
for
top
them
of
to
the head,
panic.
but it's not going to be enough to be able
It
to
causes
hold
them
down.
to have a
They
lot
need
more
little
control.
bit more time in order to secure this phase, and maybe he can come in the form of Royal 2 with this camo.
Royal 2 with
I saw that a lot
defending his
yesterday.
teammate. That's
That's
going to be 1 point on the board here for FaZe Clan. Going to be a crucial one as well because Space Station had such a lead going into that first hill. They got about half of that hill grabbed at the very beginning, but could not finish it off.
And this illustrates why FaZe and why Tony has been emphasizing why FaZe are so diabolical on Recharge King of the Hill, because that looked like a gimme for Space Station Gaming, and instead FaZe Clan yank it out of their hands, and now they're looking like they're continuing their winning ways here with even more control here at the blue tunnel.
Yeah, and Royal 2 just laying out damage from so far away from this hill. These players are going to have to fight Royal 2 over here on Catwalk before they even get a chance to shoot the player in the blue hill. And I don't see anyone from Space Station really having a chance at this. Legend finally getting behind at back Hydro, but he is still staying alive and buying a little bit of time.
Yo, is that the Chad Kimbo? Holy shit.
Rifle as best he possibly can. You got Legend circling around the back here.
To what do I owe the pleasure, brother?
But he cannot finish the kill.
How you doing?
Instead, it's going to be Eco who gets the better out of him there. Maybe an opportunity now for Space Station, of course, gain some progress and maybe even steal this hill away from FaZe the way that they did the first.
Oh
those nades, bro.
That
Holy.
barrage of nades coming in from Eco, making sure Glass gets taken out there.
It's like a bomb,
just
like a nuke.
trying to get another angle here. New camo coming up.
These grenades are like
25
fucking
seconds.
nukes, bro.
Who is gonna be able to get this one? Last one we saw in the hands of Royal 2, and they got almost 75% of the hill off the backs of that.
And so it looks like Space Station Gaming will be running away with this one.
A flank here that's not effective. Just a little too late,
Excuse me.
and now he's joining the action here. But what can he do here? He's gonna get that first pick on Frosty unanswered. Now has to win this 1v1 against the hill, but there's two players back there. What can he do?
Yeah, and they're going to go right in there because they know that they have the opportunity to do so. One more point, one more second left, and that's a big battle for Eco to win. Is it going to be enough, though?
That was fucking
He only has
huge.
3 shots left. Now his teammates there to back him up. Snakebite's going to be the
No, that's their
last
hill,
man
bro.
to try and get inside of that room, but it ain't going to happen.
Damn.
And we're tied up 1-1 here right at the start of Game 1 here at the Championship Sunday, Dave.
That somehow worked out for Eco and crew. It looked dangerous for a moment in time.
Yeah.
But able to clear out that hill, getting that double kill unanswered, and then winning that 2v1 against Snakebite to secure that second hill. Legend, I like this position on the hill. Most people sitting over at Needler, so any nades coming in, not going to be hitting Legend.
I think that's why you want a player like Eco on your team, right? He's such a clutch guy. Like, he always finds those opportunities. He makes those opportunities for himself. And then when you have players like Legend on your team as well, and then, you know, Stellar and Bound, I mean, my goodness, this squad is stacked to the nines.
Look at this. Nobody wants to step foot inside that hill. They don't want to make this mistake. Eco fighting the world
That
over
timer's
pipes,
going
somehow
down,
able to
though.
take
That
out one,
pressure's
even though
gonna
there's
go
3
crazy.
members of FaZe over in pipes. Now might be the time for Space Station to grab some time, and yes, they do.
Gonna see if they can snag up a little bit here. Renegade's looking for an opening. He's not really getting much. He's not seeing what he likes. Okay, Eco up in the sky. Good try there, buddy. But when you're floating up, that shock rifle.
Oh,
Renegade's
3
hand
dead.
is always
That's
gonna land
not
its mark.
great.
Now FaZe are gonna get control.
Like that, they know the spawn's over in pipes and that gold. Renegade trying to defend here, but they realize that this hill may be the winning hill of the game. They don't want to overstep and overcommit to this hill early on, and what a shot there from Renegade, picking off Stellar.
Almost tag Bound there as well. Watch out for Eco down low.
Dude,
and
these
that's gonna be a
fucking
headshot
shots are
right to the
so
dome of
nutty, dude.
Eco, removing him from the
Holy
equation.
shit.
Look at that
Giving
reposition.
Renegade
Oh my
a
God.
massive opportunity here to get into that hill and give his team a winning shot.
Such a great play by Renegade, realizing they took out all the other angles, and he can just jump out
He's
freely
still
into the
fucking
center of
going.
that flank over at Needler and hit an unsuspecting shot over at the triangle.
3
And
dead.
we'll
They're gonna get
gladly
that
take
camo
trade.
too.
That's 3 down for SSG. Camo's gonna be up. Yoink! I'll have that. Thank you. And that is his for the taking. But he's got to be careful though, because he might get found out here in a moment's notice.
Oh.
2 players surround him, but that means 2 players weak down low. Who's gonna pounce on this opportunity? Bound trying to get away from it here. Frosty gets himself a double kill off screen.
Snakebite
And
shot a bit
Frosty with
early
a
there.
Triple kill from behind to keep this game going. Time is a ticking here, Dave.
Triple kill, but takes a few seconds for FaZe to fill into that hill. Still, they're not going to be able to win.
They
off
have
that
one
triple.
last push,
They're gonna
dude.
be able- maybe get to like the 60,
They keep dying.
75% mark, but these next kills are really what's going to decide what happens with this hill.
Ooh,
How
Frosty.
did Bound get there so fast?
I have no flipping idea, because it felt like
The
they were
goats.
perfectly fine, content living their lives, and then Bound just pops up out of nowhere. Big opportunity for SSG.
I was just going to say, I thought that Frosty was doing such a great job at Bomb Elevator, shooting who I thought was the closest member up over in Mangler Pit, but somehow Bound has a faster Spartan than anyone else in this lobby. Sprints all the way to Elevator and gets his control. FaZe should be in a spot right now where they have 75% of this hill, but not the case. It's almost tied.
We're in overtime here, so next cap is going to win. Bound doing everything he can to hold the door. And he's successful.
Fucking
being able to
Chad,
take out
dude.
at least one of the members
He's
of
locked.
FaZe
Look
Clan.
at
You
him.
can see, though, where Snakebite's going to be positioned.
I can already
You got
just
another one that's gonna
picture
be
his
perched
monitor.
above.
He's literally like 2
Yellow
inches away
Bison.
from his monitor,
World
bro.
2 was anticipating that movement there. Big grenade explosion, but it ain't going to be enough there. Not for Bound, and he's able to get that frag. They got to get time on this hill, and he cannot because of the cross
Too
there.
good to be true. He
3
knew.
down. 3 down here for SSG, Dave.
SSG trying to keep control of this elevator. That way they can get the spawns
Oh,
nearby
yeah.
and contest this hill continually. However,
What up, Kyber?
they cannot just
How you
freely
doing,
jump
bud?
inside that hill. They know they have to worry about pipes and long haul. So throughout this time, as they're fighting here, they're going to try to clear out pipes. And here comes Stellar, trying to charge his past
Wow.
teammate Renegade.
That
Takes him
was
out
mad
with the shock
aggressive.
rifle.
What a
was worth
massive
it.
win. That's going to be 3 down for FaZe now. SSG are on a winning way here. Is it going to be enough? Frosty, he's pushing forward now. Roll 2 looking to make a play, but they're in there.
Oh, that's
And
it.
SSG
That's it.
can put a blemish on this recharge king of the hill for FaZe.
Wow.
And they do just that, taking them out for the first time on this game mode and setting
That's a
the
crazy
tone
way to start the
for
day,
this
dude.
series to open up Championship Sunday.
What a
I'm doing
start to
good,
the
Kyber.
series, and you couldn't
Starting
ask
off
for
hyped
two
already,
more
man.
Evenly matched rosters. We're going into overtime on game 1. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Just one hill apiece as they go into that third hill. No room for error there.
Yeah.
Both those teams don't want to overstep. You saw so many times those neutral scenarios where they both had people in position. to
Dude,
shoot players
Kyber,
out of the hill.
SSG's
So
even
at that
lucky
point,
to still be in
how
the
do they get a
tourney,
new
dude.
angle? How do they clear
They
somebody away
beat
from
Cloud9
long or from
Yeah, yeah,
pipes?
yeah.
3 to
What a crazy
5.
series. What a crazy
Last game was
excuse me.
Slayer.
That was
They
nuts.
beat
You're so
Cloud9
right, Dave.
50
We
to
started off with an OT
49.
and King of the Hill. Because why not? Why not? You know, just feels right. But see, this is, well, I was going to mention this on the desk before, but
They're still
this is
in,
where
only
things
barely.
start to concern me a little bit for FaZe Clan, because this
So,
was a mode
I
that
can
was
imagine they're
good-
definitely locked in today.
good for them. They had so much success in
Look at this challenger here.
8-0 run
Common Cloud9
with
L.
this
That's
game mode and
great.
map, and that has been tarnished, wiped away, because SSG don't give a crap about
Throw back
the
to,
stats. They don't care about
year
the
one
numbers.
Cloud9,
They're here to
dude.
win. They're in their home turf, and they got to make it to the grand finals. That's their only objective here, because they want to go back to back.
But SSG just showing so much ice there in game 1. And it's so wild because there are times where I'm like, just go in the hill. Come on, it's safe, right? And then
Yeah.
you see the moment that Bound steps his toe in the hill. You have Renegade long haul with a BR getting that finish off. So it goes to show how these players are playing for just mere inches of ground.
It's the
and
micro
trying to pick
details.
up more territory.
It's the micro, right? I mean, it's small little details that can really cost you if you're not careful. And, well, it cost FaZe in that instance, and SSG are the ones to profit off of it. But now we get ready for Solitude, some Slayer, and you can see the records. And, you know, once again, kind of got to lean on the other side of the field here, SSG. You got to lean on them because the record, solid, average margin also, right? That shows that they're at the end of those games in more than
Oh, guys,
one
I think
case,
we have
they're
drops.
starting to, peel away from their opponent there, right? Whereas with FaZe,
So
those
if you have
Slayers,
not
even
gotten
though
your
they're a great
drops,
Slayer team, it's been,
you do so here.
hotly contested
Thank you,
battles that
HCS.
FaZe have been in this weekend for sure.
Yeah, I mean, the 5-1 record speaks for itself versus 4-3. It's a clear favorite there for SSG as we look into that game number 2. But anything can happen here. When you're talking about a Slayer,
Yeah.
teams of this caliber.
When you're talking about Championship Sunday, but this is where things are going to be so pivotal, so important, and for SSG doubly so, because this is their home turf. This is an opportunity for them to get back to glory, just as they did in Atlanta, and they did that, well, in FaZe's home turf. Well, let's see how this shakes out as we get ready for Solitude Slayer.
No deaths right off the bat. I stand corrected. Royal 2 picking off Legend. And we know this camel's coming up, and all these FaZe members are flying by.
Oh, that's
Eco
sick.
to isolate 1-on-1, but Snakebite gets the trade with the plasma grenade. Those stickies have been a problem this event.
They really have, man. They really have. FaZe are going to get the
Uh-oh.
early lead here, only by 1, because Bound's going to shave that lead.
Ammo shock, dude.
Thanks to a kill there. You got also a battle happening off screen, but Renegade's going to win that one out. And Frosty's waiting to see if anyone's going to be pushing this. So instead, he's going to make his way over to yards. He even got some of these players here. He's got to track that. Unfortunately for him, could not finish the kill, but his teammate was there to back him up. And that is a good start here for FaZe Clan after a disappointing ending to that Recharge King of the Hill game.
Look at just that awareness of spawns. Not even just spawns, of how he wants to set up this next spawn trap. Frosty realizing that if he can get control of Hotel or Blue Side and just pin them all at snipe, the rest of his teammates will do the work. Unfortunately, took too much damage, has to back down because he's not certain of how fast someone from Space Station can get over towards Hotel or Cafe side.
Yeah, but you know what? He's right in the nick of time to help out his teammate. Even though Renegade does fall, Frosty's able to at least get himself one, make that three out of that one. So that's going to be a double kill, but maybe a triple. Never mind. It's not going to happen. Snakebite's going to grab that one, but that's okay for them because they're just going to continue to add to their total 5. Because they're looking to try and run away with this one after losing game 1.
Stellar taking over the yard, getting that first finish onto Frosty, not letting him get away. You got to wonder if he's overcommitting to some of these individual
Well, we all
fights,
know
but
what Kyver's
at some
answer would
point,
be
when
if it
your
was
team
about
is
eyebrows,
down
dude. Who has the
and you're
best
able to
eyebrows in
isolate one-on-one,
HCS?
you sometimes just have to take those.
Yeah, you have no other choice.
I don't know, man. Legend has some good-looking eyebrows.
This level.
Especially with an advantage.
Yeah.
There's a lot of times, too, even when you have a
Face is up
disadvantage
7
and your
kills.
team's kind of on the spawn trap, you will force a 1v1 fight because it's sometimes the best odds you're going to get in that bad situation.
Yeah, you gotta.
When you have these gaps, they can either like close pretty easily, or they can just widen super
That's
fast.
exactly what these guys do so many times here. But look at this lead. This is an 11 kill lead that we're seeing here for FaZe, and they just got themselves a camo
Oh,
again.
man.
Absolutely shutting down Space Station Gaming. I did not expect this coming into game 2.
And look at this. I like this play by Snakebite. He knows over at Snipe side. Yes, he can go to S4 and lay down shots from above, but at this point, they just need to contain these members of SSG. Let them see if they overextend and make a mistake. Because if they overextend, he's going to be a perfect spot to get the finish.
Oh, that double would have been
Does not get the
huge.
double there onto Stellar, but
It's okay. It gets
work
cleaned up.
done nonetheless. That's going to be 3 down for SSG.
Yeah, you know, you were talking about the work that needed to be done there, and I think PJ did just that. And most importantly, what we ended up seeing was Frosty really just, again, capitalizing on the situations that are being provided for them here. Exactly how FaZe wanted to play
a
this,
crazy
but that is
trade
going to be
there.
3 down now for FaZe.
Oh,
Renegade does
God.
off screen.
Don't
Just
give
saw
Renegade a
Brad
shock, man.
Gets that shock rifle, and he's going to drain that one. Doesn't want to give SSG the opening, so
He was uncertain of where spawns were. He knew his teammates spawned away, and so he thought, well, they're likely spawned away because I'm being pressured right now from SSG. So without knowing how many members of SSG were near him, he wanted to make sure that they did not get a full shock rifle in their hands.
Yeah, and they won't have that many shots to work with there for sure. But this is still such a deficit to climb here for SSG. They can certainly do it. They have the time to do it. It's not like it's run away quite yet. But this camo is going to be pretty important here. FaZe have controlled the camos pretty much every single time. I think this is one of the first times we're seeing FaZe kind of with you know, the backs against the wall, playing a bit more defense and SSG containing FaZe.
Yeah, and one thing I've been seeing from FaZe, we talked about this on the desk earlier, where when FaZe are in the lead and when things are going right, you hear them screaming out, you hear their comms getting loud. I actually want to go to a FaZe listen and hear how they're calling out during this victory.
Yep, that's loud.
He's one hit, Matt, one hit. There's 3 there, Matt. 3. Flower door, they're jumping LR tunnel now. Alright, we have camo, it's all good.
In blue me.
Can't see him, no.
Yeah, Soda. No, I'm one it, guys. I have to get shields. Yo, they could push off this. They could push off this.
I'm pushing Soda. Blue and blue.
Yo, guys, go Soda.
I need damage.
Top gold and blue. PJ, walk at this. Come. Go drop it, John. Go to you. Item one sleep. Hotel, guys.
3 yard beard. 3 yard beard.
Come. He's ready close.
Hey, but I can help.
One of fires.
Flowers, one fire.
I can like
LR tunnel.
barely hear them sometimes, bro. Like I can barely understand them is what I mean.
Alright, I'll go, boys. Yeah, flower door again.
That's crazy. Bro, they're closing the gap. Look at that shit. It's only 5 down now. No way. Stellar just fucking pivoted him. Holy shit.
An excellent listening there from FaZe that we heard, and I really like that. You know, they were calming well, but they weren't capitalizing on that camo play. That was a little bit of a heartbreaker.
I was going to say the call out started loud as they had a 10 or so kill lead, but they started to get real quiet there as that proceeded because they were just losing a lot of their individual fights. And a lot of times you do want to calm down your comms when you're in situations like that. You want to be able to know, okay, who's the one person we're focused on as we're spawning? Or as that camo was slipping on by, Renegade's trying to call out 3 different locations where players are at and trying to figure out how they're going to break apart this neutral scenario.
Yeah, it was a lot learned from that listening there, but while that lead did get whittled down over to like maybe a 4-kill lead, FaZe still managed to hold on to it. So 7 kills going to be the difference.
They got the camo again.
Dave, we got to talk about the fact that they have dominated the camo every single freaking time. That is hard to play against if you're SSG when you're not able to get those power items.
And look at this. Camos are not safe in Salt Lake City. They are an endangered species out here.
Yeah,
Every single time I see a player with camo, they get spotted, they get hunted, they get taken down.
World 2 trying to play the contained game here. Fun Legend inside of the loop there. He's one shot now. Might try and push this opportunity, but there is going to be 2 players there for SSG on the support. So instead, they're just going to play the containment game. Seller, so weak down low. He backs away smartly enough. Look at the pressure coming in. A couple one-shots there, though, and an opportunity to clean some shots up.
Oh, he gets away with that?
Now.
That's crazy.
Things looking solid, though, here for FaZe. It was starting to look scary as soon as the Space Station were clawing that back, bringing it back to around a 4-kill game.
Yeah,
it
it's
like
crazy,
FaZe have
Insurge.
now been able to put themselves in a strong position, trade out a couple kills here and there, and just like that, Royal 2 winning a huge 1v1 against Eco.
Holy
Quite
fuck, you weren't
fascinating to see
kidding.
how this one shaked out. When you look at the stats and how it all plays, you always have to favor SSG in this instance, but we could have said the same thing about Recharge King of the Hill, and look how that played out. So I have a feeling our expectations
Brother is literally a
definitely,
statue. That's crazy.
not be met here.
Predictions out the window for this event,
For
Alex.
real. For real,
Don't
man.
trust anything.
46 kills total for FaZe Clan. Only need 4 left in order to lock up this win. Frossy's been great this series, making some big plays. 17 kills for him, 6 deaths. He's been absolutely on fire, and we're back to a 10-kill lead here.
That's 7 deaths.
For FaZe
Golden
Clan as
boy.
they look to suss out where these players are going to be located. Bound does manage to get that pick on Snakebite off screen. Renegade now going to run into Stellar, but he is not going to see where Stellar's coming from now. Tries to go in for a cheeky stick, but it does not work out in his favor. That camo's going to be up. Legends one shot. So it's Frosty. So he's
SSG
gonna
has to
need
play
back away from
absolutely
this here.
perfectly.
And actually,
Bring this
Bound
back.
trying to get in
They
on the
can't
action,
die.
too. And just
They
look at the
can't
way that
play for
Frosty
trades.
playing his life here so intelligently, waiting for his shields to come back so his teammate can be there to have his back. 49
They
kills
say
here.
that legend trades.
There's an opportunity now for SSG to try and slow things down here, but the issue is when you're at 49, it's going to be even more challenging to do
They just
so.
they're trying to play
Frosty,
for a
backs
trade.
away from that fight. Eco's
But
one
they're closing
shot.
that gap.
No one's in a position to push that, but there's another camo grab. Do we finally see
That
the
camo could be
play
played for a
major
trade.
factor in finishing this game here? It's getting 45-49. The margin's shaking. The margin's shrinking little by
Oh,
little.
God.
Renegade gets found.
How? Every time. Camo
I
gets
don't
spotted
know.
out. Camos do not
Holy
work in Salt
fuck,
Lake City.
dude.
But they're just going to go for this one trade. You see Renegade trying to hunt these players down. He just wants to get close.
There
So
we
he can
go.
melee fleet
There
you,
you
and there
go.
it is. Finishes off Stellar with a perfect
Damn.
shot in the driveway for FaZe. Tied the series up 1-1.
If SSG would have won out of that particular situation by loop, this series would have been over. I mean, there's just no other way to shake it, man. Like,
I could see this going to
full
a game
camo
5.
control, and even then, right, getting down to the wire, you know, they won 50 to 45, 50 to 46. That's like they had a 10, 11 kill lead at points in that
It
game,
was
right?
starting to look scary. Yeah, I want to say it was like 20-9 at one point. Does that sound correct early on?
Yeah. Wild. Great game, though, from FaZe Clan, and much needed game. And I think partly, too, because of this run that Renegade started things off with that shock rifle, and then Space Station rattled, couldn't really find their footing there, and really just the name of the game for me here, without a doubt, is the control that FaZe had of the map. Power items, shock rifle, didn't matter what it is, it was in their hands every time it spawned up.
And it felt like the only times that a team had full control was FaZe. It felt like there's a few times where FaZe would have all the members of SSG pinned over at Snipe side.
That only
And you
happened
saw
one
those
time to
traps.
FaZe. Yeah.
Only one time it happened to FaZe, but they did at least 2 or 3 times to SSG where they'd get them all down. They'd know people are spawning over at Snipe side, and they would just set up the trap. They'd have people over near posters or LR side. They'd have people over at Gold Ledge, stopping people rotating over towards Hotel, and they just had this perfect setup.
Well, now we make our way over to CTF Argyle. Statistically, you got an undefeated SSG here going up against a FaZe clan that has only tasted defeat on this map once, but still, good map for both squads. I really don't think at this point the stats matter all that much. But this actually does stand out to me. The steals that we're seeing from FaZe clan, constantly getting inside of the NEB base. They are very good at just pulling that attention over to them when they're in those positions, take that flag, dump it out, and then find that round of slays, and then start marching forward. But you also saw a great return percentage there for SSG. So, I mean, man, you're just going to constantly see these guys clash here.
Yeah, I mean, it goes to show that it seems like they're very efficient on the times that they are grabbing the flags. But, yeah, you got a question there. Are FaZe making ineffective pulls, if that's the correct stat there? I feel like I expect to see on this one for SSG, I expect to see a Legend or a Bound in the back of the base as soon as they get that kill, grabbing that pull and going super fast.
Yeah, and Legend will fly with that flag if he gets an opportunity to do so. Of course, fans coming out, support their boys.
Snakebite, Renegade,
Got a FaZe
Frosty,
fan.
and looks like we won't call it the last part.
You know, there was some clashing there. You know, you got SSG fans next to FaZe fans. They're gonna have to find ways to reconcile with one another. How this pans out.
But no, I could definitely see this going to a game 5, dude.
So he's looking to help lead this team to a potential victory here in Salt Lake City. SSG, though, do not want to allow that to happen, not on their home turf. Wait
One thing I was expecting
can we zoom in on
was
that?
Kyle
Can we
in a
zoom in on that?
do-rag,
I
but,
really
you
gotta
know.
see. I gotta see Kyle in a do-rag. Can we please? That is just in all my years of existence on this planet. That is something I never thought I'd see. Honestly, though, I can see Kyle pulling off a do-rag.
And, you know, now that I think about it, now that I can't get it out of my head,
With some
it's all I can
ice.
see.
You know what I mean? With some like thick chain.
Big SSG chain.
Yeah, I could totally see that happening. Oh man, that's great. That is great.
They left the audio
We're
on,
looking to
man.
Get started in this match in a moment here.
Hot
By the way,
gaming,
thank you all
hot
so much
gaming.
for coming out. First
They're
match
hot
of the day,
gaming.
Championship Sunday. It's been a good time here in SLC. Damn good time. Gotta tell you though, the SSG foam finger thing, that's like a nightmare.
Brainer.
Almost.
I
Just
think
because-
SSG had undoubtedly been one of the
How many
greatest additions to the Halo franchise and HCS. You know,
Yeah.
the way that they've approached the scene, the way they've
Yep.
supported the scene, the way they've hosted incredible events, content. I've been so thankful for SSG in the scene.
My first encounter with SSG was when I was hosting the Smite World Championship, and I was doing the Paladins.
Kendrick is
like,
doing the
finals,
halftime
and
show this
Shonders
year.
was out in the crowd cheering, rooting on his team. The
Drake
entire
is
time.
fucking crying
Absolute
right
gem of a
now.
human. So
He's in
thank you so much to
shambles.
SSG for hosting an excellent event here. It's been a blast. And this team, I've been following them for such a long time. By far, one of my favorite orgs in all of esports, so it's a pleasure to be here today. This was the event I did not want to miss, not by a long shot. I had to be here. Also because I've always wanted to come to Utah, so, you know, I guess checkbox succeeded. Look at that.
Get NFL Sunday
Wow.
Ticket and YouTube
Wow.
TV to watch up
I
the
paused you bitch.
All right, we should be getting into the game here in a moment, folks. Sorry for the delay, but if you're just joining us here, it's 1-1 in the count. Elimination on the line here. And you know who this crowd is cheering for. Players are now back in their seats, ready to go. Of course, we have our awesome cosplayers here. These just, I don't know how they create the things that they do, but it's always amazing.
We're going to have quite a different map 3 here. We always talk about the pace of the game and how fast, how slow these teams are playing. CTF Argyle undoubtedly going to play a bit slower.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
sure
a big
there
ass
can be
map.
some crazy, chaotic times where players might force a earlier flag grab, but for the most part, they're going to slowly and more methodically move across the map here on this one. Whereas when we do get to game number 4, which is Live Fire Stronghold, you can't help it. That game's just going to be fast.
Yeah.
People are going to be moving quick as that time and points are ticking up.
Live fire strongholds.
Honestly, man,
Oh
the
fuck,
fact
that's gonna
that
be crazy.
it's 1-1, but the way that we got to 1-1, we actually get an opportunity before the game starts to show the series layout again, because just genuinely did not see FaZe winning the Solitude and, and SSG winning the Recharge. I just did not see that happening, right? We were predicting it to be the opposite. FaZe had such an immaculate record on this map, whereas Space Station Gaming, when you think about Slayers, I mean, come on, these 4 guys, they have two Slayers in the top KD leaderboard, for goodness sake. So, you know, you got to favor those boys in that situation, but it just goes to show you, you know, you got to expect the unexpected here in SLC. But you are right. I think one thing that we most definitely will get is a slow pace Argyle game, because at least in the beginning, they're going to try and get a feel for one another here.
Yeah, I don't fully see this being lopsided one way or the other. I find it very difficult to believe that one team's going to
All right.
3 flags to 0. I think they're going to be trying to hold on.
Let's
to
get
small
right
advantages
into
and
the
small leads they
game.
get. They're gonna
All
try to
right,
get one
folks.
cap.
All right, let's do this, SLC. Map number 3. Crowd cheering SSG. They want them to pick up the win. FaZe are right in their way. And FaZe have aspirations. Same for SSG, without a doubt, of a grand final spot here in Salt Lake City, Utah. Let's go ahead and jump into the action. Let's do this thing.
Look at this, Frosty not even wanting to push up towards the screens just yet, taking this slow. He must just be looking for one of these flankers, realizing that Legend or Bound is going to be trying to be tricky, trying to move up a little quicker through some obscure route. But Frosty finds a weakness, pushes on through, and almost gets the double kill.
And there's your obscure route. He definitely wasn't expecting him
He's
to
like,
be
I
into
wasn't
the vents like
expecting
that.
to be back at your base.
Yep.
What's going on here?
Oh, that
Wait a
QT was
minute.
huge.
Now, though, World 2 did find one target. That was Legend, but he translocated out of there right away. Ooh,
Oh.
that's unfortunate. That's a shot that he rarely misses, and he missed
Ah!
again. So I guess I
That
have
nade.
my mouth there.
And also, Royal 2 pushed up a little further than he usually would be, since he is even with his teammates over on vent side. Mostly, he would, if his teammates are only up towards vent, he'd be
Damn,
a
he
little
didn't hear
further
that?
back to give some of the support. And because of it, Royal 2 rarely loses a snipe, and there's one of the times we witnessed.
Yeah, but Snakebite, though, was able to get a double there to slow the momentum of Space Station Gaming, who pushed that sniper out of a position. Now you're seeing the 2-man push on the right side. Actually, 2-man push on each side of the map here. Stellar's trying to find the angle, but Snakebite and Renegade mostly going to be playing contain here just to try and box them out. See if they can pick off one of these kills and then start to march forward. But Stellar needs to hit these shots. If he's able to do so, that's going to be the go button here for SSG to start to march forward here in this map.
Stellar just playing this so cautiously. Look at this. Nobody anywhere near a flag grab or pull within this first minute and a half. Just jostling for position, 1 down apiece.
And this is what
Stellar,
we
in
talked
fact,
about.
has no kills, no assists, no deaths.
Clean, just the way I like it.
A clean slate to start off this game.
That's some Golden Boy stats right there. Do nothing, still win.
Depth category probably a lot higher.
I talked to Uber Nick, and he did everything, and I'm a belt holder.
Oh.
Boy, Stellar just absolutely domed him.
Oh!
Stellar with a
Okay.
double kill. That could very well be the go button for the rest of the team here, but they need to get numbers, and unfortunately for them, they're going to be tucked away in the back of the base. So not much that they could really do to benefit off of these snipes, but it is going to give Stellar just a little bit more positioning, just a little bit more of an advantage, and allowing Legend now
Stellar really is
to
just
make
walking
his way
around
toward
laughing, bro.
that face side of the base. And that's
Oh
another shot
my
clean.
god.
Just listening to callouts and charging for these fights. I thought that Stellar was going to stay over and bait the opposing snipe. Instead, he
Oh, that
pushes
grapple
on up
play was
towards vent.
huge.
Royal 2 behind enemy lines. The player who we called out a lot of times for kind of being that anchor, being that sneaky player back in his base. He is on the front line.
He's
getting
still
kills,
alive
taking
with
out
a
Legend.
red bar, dude.
Very well
Holy.
done here. They got to keep their teammate alive, and Snake
Oh.
stays alive, but they have 2 players here that are going to be weak, and they do try to make that flagpole a reality, but that's going to be 3 down.
3 down. Let's see how fast Space Station move across the map. They now know what the last member is. It's Renegade with Sniper in the vent. How do they decide to isolate him and hunt him down? Look at that. Just Stellar knowing his routes.
Yeah.
That's just next level studying each other, saying he's going to take a snipe shot. He's going to reposition.
Yeah.
Where's his next reposition? Is he going to go towards the ramp below? Probably not. Is he going to move over towards screens? Potentially.
By the way, we were talking about Stellar at 0 kills here, and as we said that,
I just
turned it
fucking
up.
hate Argyle as a
He's
map,
now
dude.
at 6 like it's nothing. Make that 7. He's got the number. He's got the read here on FaZe. These shots have been clean from him, and they could really build off of
I don't
this
know, but
momentum
pros
that
spend
Stellar's
so
been
much
giving
time
them
on
with these
each
shots.
map, dude. Like,
That's how this is playing. It's almost
whether they like it or
feels
not,
tiring
most of these
each
maps
other
are
out.
secondhand to them.
Almost trying to push them to exhaustion to make a mistake. They aren't going for some sort of early forced play here on this flag grab. It feels like Space Station are saying, let them keep overstepping. Let's see if we can frustrate them by killing them over and over again, and then we'll go in for the kill. Then we'll go in for the flag grab.
Yeah, and it's
I personally
been a
do not like
difficult one for
Argyle,
sure, because
but-
it does feel as if both teams are really just trying to just drain each other here in this Argyle CTF game, and it can oftentimes be a bit of a difficult one to get into simply because of the fact that it's such a slower map. But that's going to be a killing spree for Stellar. Immaculate so far. He's getting pushed and challenged by Royal 2. He gets the kill as well.
4 dead.
The momentum going. That's going to be 3 down here for FaZe Clan with Frosty off the respawn back at the base.
Frosty having to stop this.
Frosty buying
here.
that time is huge.
All these members over on Pistol side, and they were not able to get the grab. In fact, Royal 2 able to get the pick onto Eco.
Nice snipe.
Get one more round of slaves before they can grab this flag.
They're pinned.
What is Stellar going to do here?
They're pinned in the back, Dave. But
oh
man, I thought that this would have been the opening that SSG needed. But instead, it's going to be FaZe Clan showing that stalwart defense that keeps them in this game.
That was one of
half the
Space
time's
Station's
gone, dude.
best opportunities to get that
No
flag
pulls, no
grab
nothing.
and cap there. Unfortunately, missed.
We've
in
seen
that
one
situation.
pull.
You almost got to wonder if someone from Space
That
Station just
did
needed
not
to
go
a little bit
anywhere.
faster
That's
as
literally
Frosty
it.
was just the
All
one
we've
there,
seen.
And get the flag out. Get the flag out of the base because FaZe have to play quite differently.
I just heard
flag's on
someone
their
go,
plant
"What
or
the
flag's on
fuck?"
the base.
Yeah.
And since the flag was still on their plant, they could hunker down in the back of their base without a worry of that flag moving on across the map without them being a part of the play.
Yeah, but I also do got to commend Frosty for being the LMS in that situation and really just holding the line, right? Because that could have gotten very, very bad. But his presence back there alone, you know, you got to put respect on Frosty. He's a guy that even when you're in a 1v1, he makes it feel like you're in a 2v1 with how he moves around the map. So certainly a lot to take away from that last fight there. But we're right back to the drawing board, and both teams really struggling to be able to find out where they want to go. Now look at Legend's position here as well as Bound. This is actually a big opportunity now. They know exactly where Renegade is going to be positioned. So, opportunity for SSG. They got to shut out Renegade here, but Legend's going to be very low, and he's still going to be hanging around the base
Oh, he
until
tried to
Royal
stay
2
alive.
finds his target.
But this is also not comfortable for FaZe. Even though they got that pick on the Legend, if a couple kills come through, this flag could continue across the map, but that is no longer going to happen as Bound and Eco both fall. Stellar also gets sniped by Renegade, and now FaZe are on the offensive. This is going to be a great opportunity for FaZe to get the flag
Somebody's
back.
just yelling obscenities, bro.
Happen here. Look at this double push that's coming through. Legend, well done. He's going to keep himself alive, and they're going to remove that sniper at the hands of Renegade, giving themselves another power weapon to work with here. 2 shots in that one. 3 shots, excuse me, to work with. A quick push for Space Station Gaming might set themselves up here. You can see the dangerous dances happening between Snakebite and Bound.
Can he finish it? Oh my god, that was fucking huge. Holy crap.
Let's jump into a listen in with SSG and hear how they're going to try and capture this flag.
No, I'm keeping you alive. Throw it up if you want. Keep it light, throw it up. Throw up, weak. I'm waiting. Just it. Okay. Could be bottom mid. Watch the bottom mid, below you.
They are. There's commando, watch out, their commando.
Yeah, they're under.
Watch out, their commando, watch out, their commando.
Watch out. Watch out under.
No.
Watch out. Try to frag so bad.
Jump.
Look at we're all two.
Roll 2. Nice, let's live.
Let's get S3. S3 weak. Watch it, S3, watch it, snipe. Okay, go for it.
Legend, my goat.
Sniping their snipe, sniping long haul. Sniping long haul. He's sniping their needle still. Still on my X
Snipe me, bottom mid.
Go into frag sniping, they're frag sniping.
Slam that shit.
Nice, Brayden.
Yes.
Time's up.
You guys are front base. Watch out their basement.
Yep, watch our basement.
Frag large on. Don't dive on. You're the last one.
Nice, man.
Okay, I'll pit. All vents. We're all two.
In our commando.
Could be above me.
Our commando.
Above me.
Yeah, weak, one shot.
Nice.
Going for our snipe.
And great comms there from SSG. You heard the times where they said to drop and slay and not to force that flag. In fact, the very first flag grab they got, SSG did not overcommit to it. Instead, they baited that out, got the kills on FaZe, and ran that secondary flag across the map.
Yeah, they let them go ahead and return it, right? They were okay with that because they had the angles and they had the position. Now Eco with the
That was a
sniper
good shot.
from his side of the base here. This is it. What does FaZe Clan look to do? Renegade looking to open things up there on the red side, but he's going to get tagged and removed from the equation, so there's not really much he can do there. And that's
They
gonna
got
be
2 snipers
now.
right now.
You got Legend with 1 off screen as well as Eco. 3 minutes, 22 seconds. You could do a lot of contain here and drain that clock, Dave.
And also just look at the angles that Igor is taking. He's looking to see if anyone's slipping around down low. As soon as you get a couple members of FaZe down, he knows that these players aren't going to be charging across top and center because they would get double or triple teamed by SSG. In fact, when FaZe are down low in numbers, they are also going to be down low across the map, trying to flank and trying to move across.
Yeah, that's a great observation on that one for sure, because you do not want to give SSG any of those openings, not when they have so many of those S7s active here on Argyle.
Yeah, FaZe is in trouble, dude. Legend's gonna get a double there, probably.
See where the hell he is, but might not be long for this world. Angles being covered here, and Frosty's still alive, man. This guy is a freaking unbelievable survivalist.
Oh, good body.
Not a doubt. Still keeping himself very much in this one. And Legends, I feel like he's been looking for him forever. It's like a game of Carmen Sandiego.
There we go.
Where's Waldo? Well, we found him.
Where's Waldo?
Finally found him over at the Commando on your base, eating Cajun food.
Now, of course, Eco's got this site trained here. 2 shots left to work with in the S7. But let's not forget, with the way that this game has gone, Dave, it has been
That clock is just still ticking down, dude.
More often than not, slower than
It's still going down.
And as a result of that, with that 1 cap on the board for SSG, they are perfectly fine just continuing to slay them out and giving them no openings to get into their base.
Yeah. 3 dead for the time being, and you don't really see SSG trying to force this. SSG's, yes, they could almost guarantee the win if they're able to get that double cap, but SSG's biggest worry right now is if they try to force a flag cap and they die running that back, they may in fact set up a counter cap for FaZe. Currently, the way the game's been playing throughout these neutral scenarios, FaZe haven't been able to break through these SSG's defenses. So why try to give them the opening, getting a bigger lead when you can force FaZe to do something that they haven't done for the past 11 and a half minutes?
And it is working out for SSG here. And these
Those
snipes have been
shots
great.
are
Just
insane,
a body
man.
shot, right? Just a body shot is more than enough in those instances, because usually there's a player that's going to play off of that information, but also that's time taken away from that individual needing to get their shields back so they can get back into the fight. We're now at that 1 minute mark here. This is definitely going to go down to the time unless it goes to the OT. If somehow FaZe is able to get in to this base and pull that flag out, but right now it looks like nigh impossible for them to do it.
He hit that shot on him. And right here, Snakebite breaks through over on the snipe side. Felt like Space Station were doing such a great
Stellar
job.
is 18 and 10 right now, dude.
Snakebite off the spawn, able to move all the way across the map here. What can you do with the snipe, though? They have 30 seconds to get a
So is
flag
Bound.
back, and feels
18
like
kills.
SSG have more kills across the map, so they're playing a little too scared.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
they're slaying really well, dude. Renegade's struggling a little bit, unfortunately.
He gets shut down. 15 seconds remaining, and SSG can go into series point here, and FaZe will be backs against the wall in the series. No one's in a position to be able to do anything, and if you know Argyle, you know that it's curtains. That's gonna do it.
That's a nice double, dude.
GG. Game 3.
Holy shit.
So well played.
God, it
there
felt
by
like FaZe
SSG.
could not do
Might feel
anything
kind of
after
boring
that
at some
flag cap,
points where
dude.
You just gotta sit back and slay over and over again. But they did such a great job of getting a couple kills.
What do you think,
making
guys?
sure nobody
We go into a
played
game
through,
5?
And then keeping track of the other players that were alive. A lot of times as you get a double and you say, we just killed Snake.
What we thinking? What we thinking?
Keep track and say, okay, now when's the last time we saw Frosty or Renegade? And you call out those players, you see them across the map. And you'll start to notice at some point, all right, we found Frosty over at Vent, but we still don't know where Renegade is. That can be a threat.
Yeah.
But that's how these top teams coordinate and make sure that nobody is slipping through their defenses.
Yeah, those deductions that you have to make on the fly really is what separates these players from the rest of the pack, and why we call them the Big Three, because they're able to do these things. They're able to do it at a moment's notice while also pulling off some of the most miraculous shots and incredible team execution that we've ever been treated to in Halo.
Lars went to a Cambodian donut shop, dude.
We've gotten so far, but now we go from a game type that slower, more methodical.
These donuts are pretty good.
The long game.
I've had like
to
so
what is
many of
surely gonna
these.
be a Royal Rumble.
This shit is the
These
fucking
guys
bomb,
walking
dude.
in
I loved
to,
this.
To live fire strongholds. Oh boy, that will be a fast one, undoubtedly.
Also, one thing I want to point out on the stat screen as we're looking through these highlights is
Whoops,
Royalty
did not mean to open that
0
again,
assists
sorry.
that game.
Wow.
I know he had a lot of snipers.
Yeah,
a lot
he
of
did.
times back, but at some point that's just going to accidentally happen at some point. You got to wonder if he's maybe not pushing through the same sides or just some of those kills not coming to fruition.
Yeah, just
Maybe damaging the wrong players at the wrong times.
Yeah. definitely, you know, something that he will certainly go back and check out. And also do want to commend Stellar, 21 kills, top of the leaderboard across all 8 players in the server. So
Stellar's so patient that entire
Yeah.
game. You saw him rarely ever pushing up. He'd get that snipe, he'd sit back, and then he'd slowly move up once he knew it was fully safe.
And it was his double
Crazy
kill that
seeing what the
locked
main
things up
stage looks like, then seeing the old Reach
for
comp and it
Space
just being a
Station Gaming.
table.
But
I
now,
know, it's
we look
crazy.
forward to
And the
Stronghold's
main
live
stage
fire.
changes every major
And
because a
if you're
different
FaZe
team
fan, you
hosts
see these
them.
stats, you see that
It's
rank.
crazy.
Really, all you got to do is look at that rank, and you got to like, oh boy,
Come on, man.
come on, man. But you're
I'm
an
actually
SSG
going to
fan, that
Worlds,
number one
so
right there feels quite
really
nice.
excited to see
Issue is, this
that main
series
stage in
has,
in
had a
person.
tendency to, you know, give us different results from what we've come to expect. So
Predictions out the window throughout this event and throughout all these past stats and series. Wouldn't be surprised to see this go to a game number 5, but FaZe are going to have to beat SSG on a tough game mode for them.
yeah, and on the desk earlier, we were talking about players that kind of step into that secondary objective role. You just saw Eco and Frosty on your screen. These are guys that definitely look to do the dirty work when you need someone to pull off a miracle. You can lean on Frosty to somehow, you know, clone himself to fight people in what feels like 1v1s into 3v1s. You have Eco, who at a moment's notice can absolutely pop the hell off. But this is it for FaZe Clan. If they do not win this here, they will be eliminated, finishing in 4th place. While that is an improvement from what they had in Atlanta, it is not an improvement in the minds of the core of that team that have had only success in their careers. But for Space Station Gaming, they want to win here on home territory. They want to march forward. Let's do this.
Give the ads a
Here
sec.
we go. Stellar laying down shots in top center. Somehow
Yo,
able
what's
to
up,
slip
Danny?
away
How
that
you
sniper.
doing?
Let's see what Stell can do.
Have
He
you
was
mentally
so good
recovered
during
from
that
last
game
night?
with the snipe, but he had distance on his side. Now's the situation where Stellar is going to be up close and personal here with the FaZe members.
Woo. Nice shot, but it's a 1v1. Both of them trade the shot there. Thankfully, Bound is there to help his
Yes,
teammate out.
fortunately.
He's going to get flipped. Push now coming in.
That
World
sniper is
2
gonna
got
be
caught in the
huge.
air. And you got your trusty camo available now for SSG.
Yeah, no, it was a
That's
lot of
gonna be
fun,
in the
dude. I
hands of
can't wait to
Legend.
continue it.
Hitting so many no scopes there.
We got
Yeah.
decently
Great
far
shots by
too.
Stellar. But
I can't believe we did
somehow realized that
Nightfall
so
in
many
like 20
players were
minutes.
Pushing over towards C and runs away from tower. You see Renegade still looking over towards tower.
'Cause it's
We're
literally
both
just a
up
bunch of
top,
running.
Trying to find him.
Ooh, I think he missed that first shot there. And he's actually in a bad spot. It's got to be really careful.
God.
Needs to dip down to the mud. So it's actually going to be a
They have a
cap now,
triple
but
cap?
We'll see how long
Damn.
this lasts. As FaZe Clan are going to try and
He
put
nailed
never
that
mind,
hard
actually,
jump,
ends up getting,
dude.
contested,
He
and that's
nailed
gonna be
that
a firm
fucking
trick
hard
out
jump
here.
like
This
it
is
was
dangerous
nothing, dude.
territory
That's
now.
a hard
Three
jump.
dead. They're looking for the last one. They know he's at A since A was converting a bit. Was able to get 2 kills though. Bound and Eco both falling. So you're not going to see Stellar and Legend pushing across the map and trying to stagger these deaths. Instead, they're going to be happy with the double cap and with this 55-point lead.
Credit to Renegade there for making himself a hard target for Stellar to hit. He's going to get himself the sniper too. He's got found Bound too, but here's the problem. He wants to go after that sniper rifle, which is right next to him. Can't do it. He's got some help. And now Renegade got himself that power item.
Yeah, dude, I did
But he's
notice
gotta
they
pick
were
that up
calling
here.
like
Still going to be available.
they were calling you me.
He has
Or the other way
security
around.
too. Oh, I thought I saw
We
a
both
4
had
for
the
all.
exact
Just
same
one
color
bullet.
layout, bro.
I was gonna say that's more typical of
Kinda
someone
funny.
like Stellar, not going to give a bunch of ammo to the opponent in that weapon. By the time he's moving up close and personal, he's going to be using a lot of those bullets.
And look where the pathing comes through. Bound Red Renegade like an open book. Knew what he
What
was
happened?
gonna do.
We
He
played
heard
Halo
the
Reach
repulse, so he
Lasso.
had
That's
the
what
process
happened.
of elimination and was able to push that A side effectively. That is going to shut things down on A. But wait a minute, here comes the captain. He's looking to see if he can work with Royal 2 to get this win out here. But the translocator is going to be good for him to bail out of that fight.
I say Halo 2, I meant Halo
Might
Reach.
have to go back.
I said
Looks
Halo.
like he is not in this situation.
I'm tired,
Doesn't want
man.
to teleport to
Still not
almost certain
awake.
death. Instead, he gets that
I haven't
great
even eaten
angle.
yet,
Look
dude.
at
I might need to get
that.
food
That
later.
actually was really sick.
You see these players now starting to play with their teleport not just as a full escape across the map and covering more map coverage. Instead, they almost treat it as a 2v1 in certain situations. It's themselves and themselves versus their opponent.
Like a mega strafe. You know, you're on one side of the map. Harry Houdini on the next side of the map. But what was a hot start for SSG now has become FaZe Clan finding their way back into this game. Bound though looking to make the flip happen. That's going to be another camo grab, by the way, for SSG. And we saw how the camo was so effective in that Solitude Slayer game that SSG cannot allow that
Long
to
Night
happen
of
again.
Solos
They need
isn't
to be
bad.
the ones that are in the driver's seat when it comes to the control of these power items, because it had.
I know this
at times in
because
the series had been a thorn on their side.
I've already
Doesn't
seen it,
necessarily seem to be the case here on Live Fire. And look
like
at the way
through
that
YouTube
this
videos
guy is
before.
just hitting body
You can just
shots.
hide
He's
behind the
shooting
space
sniper
station
rifle
for the
like
most
it's a
part.
bloody DMR.
Lots of body shots, but also out of a few of these fights, it felt like the rest of his team was fighting over Nest towards B, and then Stellar just isolated that 1v1 over at the C.
And the second
looks like the new push
part
now here is going to be A. Last push towards B was unsuccessful. Space Station
Won't be too bad.
swapping it up this time.
Snakebite's going to be weak down low. A little bit weakened player there, but that is a great play for Snakebite. Gets himself a double. And
No,
that's gonna
Long
kinda
Night of
slow
Solace
things
is
down,
after
allowing
the mission
his
we're on.
teammate to
We
go
left
into
off on.
C. Wow! Oh my goodness gracious! Take a seat, Renegade. Try again, my friend. Maybe Snakebite's going to be there.
Oh!
Another freaking headshot from Stellar. The man is freaking on fire.
Stellar just ripping faces, but the problem here is that you're not seeing a massive lead come off Space Station Gaming. When you have a player like that popping off, you want to see a huge lead coming out for SSG.
That's true.
Instead, FaZe Clan up by about 30 points.
Wow.
What a start. What a start of the day for Stellar. But you're so right, Dave. You wanted to see a little bit
Well,
more
Shay,
of that lead
I've
developing.
done all the
but they
fucking
have an
games.
opportunity now to do so.
I've
with
done
that
all
A
the
and B
games
control,
like
but they gotta
50
contest A
bajillion
here.
times.
Otherwise,
So
this
yeah,
could
I have
very
done Long
well
Night of Solace.
not be the best
And yeah, that's
situation for them,
exactly
and
what
they're
I'm talking
actually just gonna
about.
opt to go back and get
Destroying
the
all the
seat
Banshees
control
before
here.
they get
Look at the way
released.
That Frosty continues to just dance around this map.
Big
It's a
brain,
playground
you
for him.
remembered.
He's in a jungle gym, for goodness sake. You think he's
I'm
up
surprised
top,
you
he's down
remember
low.
that.
You think he's down low, he's up top.
What a
Finally,
Chad.
We have
two
like
people.
God view here with Observer, and there's times where I'm like, wait, where'd he go? He somehow slipped through. So imagine being that first-person POV and not be able to find him. It's got to be frustrating. These players are so tricky.
He flat out has just got to suck.
This lasso's more shits and
Real
giggles.
talk.
Well, I mean, it's lasso.
Frosty, though. There he is yet
So,
again.
it
He knows
sucks,
that Eco's gonna be one
but
shot. Also
we're not
saw
trying to
Legend
take
down
it
low week two.
too
There
overly
goes big
serious,
grenade
you
from
know? We
Frosty,
want to have
who's
fun
gonna
while we're doing
send
it.
him backpacking, but there goes Bound, who shuts him down. And another
Dude,
ammo
fucking
grab
sword
here
base, man.
for
That
SSG.
fucking
This is kind of the
that
thing
freaking like
that I was, you know, if
it
you
wasn't a
FaZe fans
forklift,
out
whatever
there
the hell that
not to
was.
see. But of course, SSG.
I can't
more
believe we
than
brought
okay
that
be able
shit to
take
the end of
those.
the map, dude.
Not really getting much value out of this. He's been stuck in the mid, taking shots from left, right, center, and nades everywhere. And Royal 2's finally going to find his mark.
We have Eco also trying to break through. They're desperately trying to hold this AC setup. This is a time where you see a lot of teams, they might just forfeit C and grab the B stronghold, but instead you see Space Station fully committing to trying to get an A and C. This could be disastrous. This may now be a 2 stronghold setup here for FaZe Clan because Space Station did not try to go for B.
Got to finish that kill out, but Renegade couldn't. Eco was good for it. Now Snakebite finally got himself a snipe.
This is
to
very
work
back
with.
and forth. As I've said before,
See
though,
the same thing here again, wasting
like,
that ammo. 4 clips.
I
four
have
shots,
noticed
excuse me, to work
that these
with.
Strongholds games go very back and
He
forth.
does not see Bound. No one's on the cross.
Like, even though
The
SSG
onus
has
is
a
gonna be
decent
on
lead
FaZe
going
to
right
make the
now,
push happen here.
that lead could
They're
just
gonna
get
opt to go
fucking wiped
over toward that grass side
in
of
an
the map
instant.
Now. Meanwhile, with 2 kills down, that could be an opportunity. Make that
Especially
3.
since there's
You got
3
3
dead
players
right
out
now.
for SSG, and now it's an opportunity here for FaZe Clan to make this push happen. Look at Royal 2 having his teammates back. The spawn's coming in from C side. They're flipping A, and they're giving this one up because they know that they have the positioning here.
In attempt trip cap, but I like this. Royal 2 is going to be on the flank, and they are going to contest this fight. They want to see if they can get these kills to extend the double cap and potentially turn it into another trip cap.
Snakebite made the call out to Royal 2. Hey, I got one guy weak down low. Got to remove him from this fight, and he does so. Spawn over toward that big door. Wow. Still managing to get quite a few shots out of that one. There goes the flip. No lead gain here for FaZe Clan quite yet.
Yeah, then
But
he
they're
kinda
still gonna
threw,
have
dude.
control of A and B. That's
And a
actually
B
gonna
reset.
get, that's going to get converted there. That's going to get stopped. Now they're
We saw
finally going to
Eco
get A.
step out for just a short period of time because he thought he was getting the last second. He
The
tried to
Revenants also
avoid
wouldn't have
Frosty,
been
but
so
instead, the
fucking
exact
bad
Same moment, it was
if I wasn't
believe
one shot.
Renegade jumping inside the B hill, contesting it, and getting the full reset. So full setup here for FaZe Clan. This trip cap, they are getting ahead.
But like, I
lead
took
with
so
this
much damage from
shorter
dealing with
period
like
of
other
control.
ultras. Like, it's just
Beautifully done there by Frosty. He knew that guy never left that area.
kind of
Renegade has eyes on to Stellar.
My
And
bad.
Look at the teamwork. It's working
little
out
bit.
gorgeously here for the squad, but it does manage for SSG to get flipped over toward A and B. And while we were talking about that last run there, we were actually
had a
seeing
good
FaZe Clan regain
strat
the
going
lead.
after we
This
got
has
that
truly
one
been a
checkpoint
back and
before we
forth
went
battle between
inside.
both squads here in map 4.
which is good.
Unfortunately, all those members of SSG able to pick off Frosty before he can hide over at the bags. They're now going to hold this 2 caps up. They realize that they don't have the positional advantage.
Yeah, look,
and they need
see,
to let FaZe
SSG
Clan
had a
make
40-point
mistake
lead,
before they
dude,
can push over
and
towards C. The
FaZe
reason that
brought it
Space
down to
Station
like
not
a 10
force this
point.
over towards C is because they just have to go through so many
So
different
crazy.
spots. They either have to go through nests where they get grenaded, or they have to take a long flank either through tunnel or back mud in order to make their way towards C. Now the push is happening towards A. Stellar uses that as his go time to try to join the fight from a flank angle. Look at this flank.
Big plays there from Stellar. Gets himself a double kill. Now off spawn. 2 members of FaZe Clan marching away over towards C. They're going to maybe try and make this B push happen. You can see Renegade over there by the nest. Oh, that's back whack. Love to see those. And right now, SSG, they're crossing the threshold. 225 points. Only a few more, and they can send FaZe packing here in Championship Sunday. That's going to be a few down for FaZe as well.
Oh, no way. FaZe has like one good push, man. They have one good push. There we go, stopping A.
Instead, it looks like the push is over towards A. It might be too late for Stellar to join this fight, but he says, why not?
Oh!
He's going to get
No way!
They got to get on there. They got to get on there. They only have 9 seconds to work with here. Royal 2 off spawn. Can't hit the shot. He's
Oh,
not good for
no.
It gets stopped in its tracks. Only a few more seconds remaining. Is anyone from FaZe in an area to get it?
FaZe, no.
FaZe Clan's going home, and SSG moves on here in their home turf at Salt Lake
Sad.
City, Utah.
Space Station just looking so scary good here today.
I wanted a
Wondering
game
what sort of
5, man.
squads we're gonna see
Fuck.
off the rip here on Sunday, and we're seeing a SSG that's looking to make a deep run in this tournament, and we're seeing a FaZe Clan that's being sent home to bed.
To think that SSG sent to the lower bracket by Optic Gaming, having to fight through elimination, no mistakes, no errors. They did it each and every time they were asked to do it. They were successful in that endeavor, and they have lived to continue to fight in this tournament.
You can have an opinion on a
Honestly,
team, but keep it nice.
Can you speak better about this SSG team? Goodness gracious, but FaZe Clan, of course, commiserations for them. You know, I would say an improvement from what they had in Atlanta, but you know that those 3 guys on that core, as well as Renegade, they're going to want blood in Seattle. So watch out, because I think that team's going to be coming in guns blazing.
They have
when we
some
make
nice
our way
people
to,
on that team, too.
Washington.
Undoubtedly. I mean,
Frosty's
that's a
really nice.
squad that, you know, you add up their last 2 placings, 4th and 5th/6th.
Uber Nick found
that
Frank
could
in a
equal
Walmart.
The
Imagine.
placings they've had throughout the entire season with all their 1st and 2nd places.
Yeah, it's wild, man. Oh boy, oh boy. Well, that's going to wrap things up for us here at the main
Bye-bye,
stage. But
FaZe.
thankfully, we got Guy Blaze standing by with a legend. It's a man who looks good in a do-rag. It's Elamite.
Yes, he does, okay? And as he's already let us know, they not like us. Salt Lake City, make some noise as Space Station Gaming continue on in this tournament.
Top 4, though. They still did better than Atlanta.
These others wake up eating overnight oats, okay?
Oh, hey,
You guys
Drax.
definitely hit your carbs in this one. How you feeling getting this win against FaZe? Would it be your first time really playing them this year?
Yeah, this is our first time we've matched up with them this year.
Yeah, you're
so
good, man.
we're
Like I
definitely
said,
excited
everyone
to
can
get
have an
these games
opinion.
underway.
Keep it nice,
Yesterday
dude.
wasn't our best performance,
Especially
but
out of
we
respect for the
finally
players,
found our
dude, because a
rhythm.
lot of them are
You know, sorry you're stuck
just
with me for this interview. The boys are
cool
locked
people.
in today,
Like I said,
so
Frosty's a really
got
cool
long day
person.
ahead of us.
Hey, it's a treat for us to be able to have you here on the stage, okay? As you said, it's a long day now, but like you said, you guys haven't played FaZe before. What was the game plan going into this one?
Royal
Did
2
you
is
guys have
also
to switch it up,
supposedly
or
really
did it work
nice.
according to plan?
I mean, we're not switching anything up. We're confident when we're playing that we dictate the pace of the game, so we're not worried about who comes next. We are focused on getting the job done.
Oh, yeah, no, the
Focused on
org
getting the job
definitely has its
done.
problems.
Now,
I
love
agree.
it. I know you would love to get some sweet revenge in our finals there against Optic for sending y'all down here to the lower bracket, but what do you want to say to these fans to keep them as hype as they have been?
One time I
for this
watched
first season
Frosty
of
stream,
Salt
he
Lake
was saying
City?
some
You
vile shit
showed
about the
up.
randoms on his
And
team.
it only gets better
Okay,
from
but don't
here,
we
so
all?
super appreciate everybody showing up. The energy is amazing.
What are
and I
those
can't wait
fucking
for the next match.
pictures, dude?
Neither can I. That's going to do it for me and Elamite here on the stage. Let's break it all down.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Well, GG Space Station Gaming.
He was
Keep
going
the dream
off.
alive. The elimination bracket run is
That's crazy.
This is honestly very impressive. I think to have you back against the wall at your own home series is hard enough, but then to face a foe of, you know, history that you haven't seen all season long, and to do it like that, absolutely incredible. Tony, it was close though. It was a really good series to watch. This one was a nail biter for so many reasons. But Space Station Gaming, I think their efficiency just really working out for them in this time.
Yeah, it's just pretty. It's pretty crazy to
Yeah,
think
honestly,
about
the whole
way
FaZe
things
roster,
really
dude,
kinda
they're all
lined
really
up.
nice
Like, how
people.
many times do you see a King of the Hill
Very
on
fucking
recharge
talented
only
players.
go to 3 hills?
Yeah.
Like, that alone was kind of crazy. And the time that they used in order to kind of slow down FaZe. We talked about FaZe being undefeated on that map and game type combination. Well, SSG
Tony always
found
looks so
a way
drippy
to
'cause he's
beat them on
Tony.
that. And
Hello?
then even going into the game 2, that should have been SSG's with the record that they've had in Slayer so far this tournament. But FaZe come out with the win, and then very rarely do you see a FaZe roster get slayed out by 20 kills in just 12 minutes. Like, we talked about them maybe not being as efficient with the kills, and that was some of the reasons why they were losing. Some of the objectives were FaZe. Well, they didn't even get those slays against SSG a lot of the times.
No, they certainly didn't. I think in terms of this Argyle, I think what we're referring to here is
So many
they were
good
actually trying to
snipes this
play a little
series,
too
too.
perfect at times, and they weren't taking enough risks. And I think like that's something that they're trying to find the right balance of. You know, there's risk and reward. Sometimes you're taking too many risks on FaZe. Sometimes you're not taking enough. It is really hard to gauge the right amount sometimes, especially against a roster like Space Station. When you haven't got the reps this season, you know, Walsh, it can be really, really difficult to kind of find the fine tune of that. FaZe couldn't find it there, especially in Argyle. It was really, really tough to watch. And Stellar without Sniper. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
Tony is
if
good
you
people, man.
reversed those POVs or eliminated the names from them, I would have seen Stellar in the way he played with Snipe was more
The Halo
reminiscent
community,
of
man,
Royal 2,
has
how
some
Royal 2
amazing
is
people
a
in
bit
it.
further back off the start of that
But
round.
also some
like you said, that pacing was a
questionable
little off.
people
Royal 2
in it.
pushing up more with that Snipe, trying to make some more action happen, and unfortunately losing that initial sniper.
Yeah, it was tough, and also
Well,
just
I'm so
got a little
excited
bit
to
too
meet a
slow
lot
at
of
times
them
as well. I think
in Seattle,
seeing
dude.
3 snipers on the map is, I think, an indication.
Like
that things
me,
are getting
yeah,
slowed
Shay,
down
I am
in the
incredibly
favor of
questionable.
certainly
I
of
agree.
one team, if you know their gun is continuously popping up on the respawn. So yeah, it was a really strange one for Argyle CTF. I was looking for a little bit more of maybe a speed change from FaZe on the fly, but
Yeah,
also
dude,
you've
I'm
got
excited to meet
at
my
this
family.
moment-
Right, and at this juncture in the competition with the way that these players play, like there is no such thing as a perfect setup,
Yeah.
right? And SSG took that opportunity the moment they had it, and then even that kind of fell
Jay
on
is
its
a
face,
legend.
but they rebounded. We go back to that, listen to how they were calling that. They were like, no, we can give that flag up that's down at the bottom
Yeah.
because we have the positioning up top to be able to get that flag back out of the base, and they did just that. That was a brilliant execution on Argyle CTF.
Golden Boy's
Really
looking drippy,
played to
too.
their strengths, allowing themselves to constantly have themselves in a and just rotating around the map so well, while at the same time relying on Stellar to be that anchor, really just doing business, man. That guy was unbelievable.
Can't move.
Yeah.
You know, and I think they learned a lesson, especially coming into the final map there, because it was, you know, at one point it was like he was chasing them. He was like, I have the sniper, I don't want to use it. But they were running away. Walsh, you know, they were like, no, do not give him the angles.
Yeah.
You know, he really was on the back foot of FaZe for a little bit, which is where we saw that lead for FaZe in that stronghold.
Yeah, and I was going to say, consider how many one-on-ones that Stellar took without fear, where he just charged over towards C-Plat, hit the no-scope, and get the finish. If he loses any of those one-on-ones, all of a sudden he loses Sniper, they lose that stronghold, and that game's completely different.
Yeah, certainly is. There were also times
They not like us.
between Juggernauts where that you just can't foresee things.
That's
I
a
mean,
crazy
Eco,
sign, bro.
with that sticky top mid as Royal 2 is coming through cuts, and he just with the sniper, it's like, finally,
Yeah.
I've got the sniper,
got
and
it.
it just explodes.
Is that a spider?
And it's like, oh, you know, these are game-changing moments. You know, when you do have a power weapon like that on your side, and you are getting a top tower setup, like that is where you.
Jay
start
is a
to
certified
attain some
goat, bro.
control, and you get some points across the board. And you know, just not being allowed to do that space station, always one step ahead. It seemed like in some of those objective works. But both teams absolutely incredible, which is why we have an incredible series. But talking about the losers for a second from FaZe, I believe you have a clip, Tony, to break down.
Yeah, you know, after that FaZe win in game number 2, I thought this could be a turning point in the series here. And we're going to take a look at Snakebite grabbing a hold of this camouflage, show it toward the top mid side. And this is where plays don't always show up on the stat sheet. Notice how patient he's being. He's not just attacking right away. The reason why, he is spawn trapping Space Station over toward that bottom snipe side. Top snipe is a power position. Bottom snipe is a death trap. And you see as Snakebite gets naded out, he adapts, sees the damage, attacks right through. He ends up dying with this camouflage. But I want you to pay attention at that top left-hand corner of your screen. He trades out his life to put the enemy team 3 down. This was fresh off of 1-3 down into a spawn trap. And although a lot of people are going to say, oh, that's inefficiency with a camouflage.
Big brain,
no,
big brain.
The game is about plays, not about slays. So if you have a way of putting the enemy team 3
Lottie
down,
is
you
relaxing
take
to
that
listen to.
opportunity. And that's what he did. And that's what a lot of times we talk about. A lot of plays not showing enough value on the scoreboard. You saw one from Snakebite, and trust me, SSG had plenty throughout that series.
They certainly did. I love that you said that as well. I think a lot of people kind of think to themselves that a good camo play allows the camo to tick down and just completely, just vanish on that player, and then they get a couple of kills with it or information. Like you said, using it to your advantage to make a play, retain more control, open up the map is huge. And like you said, one death, one camo burn creates 3 kills in its place. That is absolutely massive. But massive was the scoreline for Space Station Gaming, 3-1 in that elimination semi-final. And Stella, not surprising to have the highest KD on Space Station Gaming, but I gotta say, Bound with 20k damage to actually kaboot.
My day's kind of just started, Grex. I woke up,
and I think if you look down the KD right now,
brushed
and
my
you're looking
teeth,
at
dude,
Bound and Legend
and
going
then hopped on stream.
negative, it just shows you actually how close this series was.
Grabbed one of these
It's
too.
impressive to see 2 Titans kind of match up. How did you feel like the series went in talking about it on the stage? We're like, what's going to happen? How is it going to look? What did you make of it overall?
Well, realistically, when you look at the KD, I feel like the only one where you saw SSG really pulling away was that
Monster
game number
Coffee
3 and Argyle as the game kind
Now
of ended.
this is
we saw a lot of force pushes from FaZe, and
Punch
sometimes
one.
it's going to be argued as almost fake stats
Civic
because
Punch
they're
or
trying to
whatever.
make a push that they normally wouldn't to get a flagpole. But even when you looked at game 4, where SSG kind of dominated.
I have had the
SSG
coffee
got
ones.
outslayed
They're
there.
okay.
They got outslayed by 1
I prefer
kill
the
in a game where they dominated
Starbucks
in
double shot
strongholds. So it goes to
ones,
show that they're
though.
taking the smart trades and smart plays throughout those games.
They certainly are indeed, and those smart plays are keeping them alive in their own tournament. Let's take a look right now at the
Got a shark on it.
elimination side of things.
Oh my
where
God.
Space Station and FaZe
Fiber,
find
are they
themselves
paying you for
FaZe
your
will find
likeness?
themselves packing up next.
Dude.
The Space Station Gaming go on to that elimination final, waiting to see who will be dropping down to
Optic
join them
versus
in that
Shopify?
stage. Now, Optic Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion
Oh.
is your winners finals, both looking to make that run.
Shopify
into the grand finals
top 3,
because,
man. That's
folks,
crazy.
If you are just tuning in for the first time at the HCS, that grand final has a potential reset. You need to win 2 best of 7s to do it if you are coming from the elimination side. If you're in the winner's side, just the one will do.
Oh my
So there's a
God.
lot to play
Dude,
for
Pure
here.
got knocked
Coming
out
up
so
next
early
after
this
the break,
tournament.
You already know. It's Optic Gaming
What?
versus Shopify Rebellion.
Wow.
You've seen Bigfoot, right?
Yeah.
Pure did so well
In
last
person, but
fucking event.
Okay, so yep. And then right here, when he turns around, you see that?
That's
Back up. So this is where
unfortunate.
AI gets kind of cool.
I'm glad out of like
What
Pure and
makes sense?
Shopify, at least one of them is making top
What's
3.
that? It's oats overnight. It was oats overnight. the
Oh
whole
my
time, and
God.
It makes sense. There's a ton of protein, a ton of flavors, and it's easy to take on the go. Hell yeah, Bigfoot.
Hell yeah, Bigfoot. These ads are hilarious, bro.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its
Hyper needs a
rendering
lawyer.
speeds render other
Drax needs a
processors
lawyer too, man.
obsolete. It drives the
Is
future of
Shopify Rebellion
autonomous
sponsored by
driving.
Shopify? They're owned by Shopify.
Powers cloud services for billions.
That's why they're called Shopify Rebellion.
Change the course of climate change. Connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors.
You never know. I mean, it's either that or, you know,
AMD.
they could see a lawsuit in their future, you know? Like that's a thing. Ali Expressions, imagine. That's their team name. Like Monster's about to. I'm giving them free promotion. Monster, hit me up. Maybe we could do something for real, man. Come give me a heart attack. I fucking dare you. It's so good, but so expensive. Goddamn. You know, I feel like if I were to get sponsored personally, I'd want either G Fuel or Monster. I love both those products. I probably use Monster more because I don't really buy G Fuel like that, but every time I've had G Fuel, dude, I've never not liked it, so. Okay, but no. Kyber, you need a lawyer, dude. They're literally using your likeness. Are you gonna put up with that? You're gonna let them get away with that for free, dude? Trash bag juice? That sounds fucking disgusting. Your lawyers are pivoting them as we speak. Dude, this map gives me fucking PTSD after what I played last night, man. I can't look at this map the same. This map's gonna give me PTSD in the future, too. Remember Reach, brother. You won't let us forget about it.
Not like in person.
As you. Just beat the shit out of you over and over again, Che. The Bulldog merged with an explosive skewer. Oh, fuck.
Processor.
The HCS Space Station Gaming Salt Lake City Major is presented by AMD and Player X.
Yes! I fucking love these intros, dude. They're so sick.
Hello, Halo fans, and welcome back to HCS Salt Lake City, hosted by Space Station Gaming.
Hey.
And joining me on the desk this time around, I have Clutch, Shurzy, and Gaskin. Gents, we have 3 teams left in the competition, and 2 of
I'm
those
in
teams
this,
have
baby.
been on winners'
Team
finals.
Cat Smile
Optic
represent,
versus
baby.
Shopify Rebellion.
Fuck
I think
yeah.
on one side of things, Optic have been tested pretty early on in this tournament, and a battle hardened, I believe, from this weekend, because the way that they've been playing since that test, since that road bump, they have been phenomenal. They've overcome quite a few things in game and out of game, and kept their promises on the main stage. They said, we will not be showing up like this again. I can promise you it will be different, and it certainly has. And on the other side, we've got Shopify Rebellion, who honestly have had a fairly easy run so far. They haven't really been tested. This is going to be the biggest test so far for them, and we all know what they're like on a Sunday, Clutch. Are you worried for this Rebellion roster?
I'm slightly worried. I need to see game 1 for Shopify. That's the most important game of their tournament here today. And I think that if they can come out game 1 and find some rhythm and have some
Saw the
success and
reply.
actually steal
Of
it,
course.
that bodes well for their entire
We're a
Sunday. No matter
team.
even
There is
how
no
the
stealing.
winners
There's
bracket
only
series
unity.
goes,
Hello?
Shopify have not won a map on Sunday in a long time. I think their record is like 2-18 or something ridiculous.
Oh.
This is a massive series.
That was good teamwork. Yo, Steven, dap me up, man. Dap me up.
And I really worry about that sinking into their mentality, especially come Worlds.
Yeah, I think game one is massive for them because if they lose it, they might just start to think it's Groundhog Day and here we go again. It's another championship Sunday where we go 0-3. They have got to come out hot, come out swinging in game number one and leave nothing on the table.
Yeah, leave nothing on the table indeed. It's going to be difficult. I'm not going to lie to you. I think Shopify Rebellion kind of have those demons. They know that they haven't been performing well on Sunday. There's a mental kind of fortitude there for them. They're going to have to.
The mods were saving you from embarrassment because you spelled it wrong.
They have got over their hump, which was the semi-finals problems that they had in the past couple of majors, Gaskin. And that has already happened for them, so they know their path is right there. And Shopify Rebellion are in the way. Optic, they're feeling pretty good right now, if I imagine. So performing great, and for me, Formal has been so big for this roster in terms of stepping up.
Formal's been amazing. Even when they had that difficult start to the tournament on Friday, Formal was still putting up 40 kills in a game.
Yeah.
And he was trying to drag them through because Dead Zone obviously struggling due to illness. But I do think that across this tournament, they've got better at...
Yeah, you're lucky I don't put
an
an incident report,
man. They had a little bit
man.
of a shock start to Friday.
Kinda
Along
crazy.
with the illness, it was just a struggle all round. But now they look even
Like how every
stronger,
team has a
and they
serious
do look
logo,
like
then we
they're
got
a
Cat
championship
Smile
force.
At
Gaming.
the start of the weekend, we asked
That's
who's
why
gonna
we're the
benefit
goats,
most from
man.
the meta changes. It looks like it was Optic Gaming. Optic Gaming's slow, methodical pace, paired with the slow rate of the fire of the Bandit, pairs perfectly with their teamwork. They are the best team with teamwork so far this event. SSG obviously looking scary through the elim bracket, but that's more of like individual skill and pressure. I think Optic look prime and ready to finally get a championship, but this is a massive series because you get that advantage in the finals if you're able to win the winners finals. That double best of 7, I don't know if anybody is going to be able to take down Optic with that kind of an advantage.
We also talked about the GAs as well briefly, because those are in full swing and are being also, you know, put into action. Yeah, they are being respected. We kind of talked about the troubles Optic might have not having as much sandbox to play with because they're incredible with the sandbox. But now seeing them, I would actually argue it's benefited them. And I'll tell you why. They're great at prioritizing because of that incredible teamwork. But two, they have less to worry about. They have less to have to make sure that they are getting in their hands. And in fact, having such a little amount to now deal with, they're able to grab that easily and take it off from anybody else getting anything else potentially to then switch the control in their favor.
Well, even with the sandbox that is GA'd, Optic are taking advantages of the sandbox that's not. The plasma pistol is always in their hands. The sidekicks, the battle rifles, the commandos, they're using all of these weapons so perfectly.
Is that actually
and
20,
in their
Steven?
situational uses that Optic are still
1,
finding
2,
those advantages
3,
that we know them
4,
to
5,
have when they're
6, 7,
scavenging
8,
for
9,
the rest of the
10, 11,
sandbox that's
12.
on the maps.
Yeah, indeed. And looking across this roster right now,
Oh my god, it
all
actually
playing
is funny.
so well.
Oh my god,
Wes,
Steven
just to
knows how to
quickly come
count.
back
Holy
to you
shit.
for a full circle moment on the desk.
So proud.
You talked about Trippy and how much you wanted to see him have some big games this tournament. They have been lacking as of recent. How are you feeling about him?
Statistics out the window, Trippy is playing so well decision-making wise, and that's what we know Trippy to be. I mean, against some of the best in the world, Trippy's stats are never going to be these pop-off entire series, but he's having these moments in games that are so impactful, and that's what you need from Trippy. You need him to be in the right spot at the right time to hit the right shots, and he's doing so. You got it. I know.
Steven,
briefly,
we need people to use that emote every time a vehicle gets blown up on mainstream.
No matter the FPS, if it's Call of Duty, if it's Halo,
Trippy always looks good.
When Formal has one of these tournaments, Formal wins these tournaments, and that is something that the rest of his team has got to know, that Matt has brought his A+ game. As long as
Dead Zone had a really good.
around this kid, we are
Dead Zone was playing really good yesterday.
to find ourselves lifting that trophy at the end of this week.
I think it's important to note as well, Optic on Friday, excuse me, that was just about surviving. That's the way the team was, the way Dead Zone's illness was taking account. I think for him and for the team, they've looked better and better as the tournament has gone on. And it's always important to say as well, every single time that Optic have finished second place this season, they've gone there through the elimination bracket. So they now have a massive opportunity on their hands. Take care of business here. Get into
Dead Zone is
the
the newest,
winner's
yeah.
side of the grand finals and take advantage. Get this championship.
Yeah, indeed.
He was
Ronaldo
on
actually,
SSG
falling short
before.
What they did was probably the best outcome. They don't want to fall short anywhere else, and they managed to keep themselves alive on the right side of the bracket, like you said, which is phenomenal. Well, these two teams have actually matched up previously. We do have a match recap for you from HCS Atlanta. Optic Gaming 3-0'd Shopify Rebellion. Cycle popping off for his team. It wasn't enough because we had everyone on the
APG
mark
got
from
swapped to
Optic
native gaming.
They were looking incredible. And you're just looking across those statistics there.
Yeah, we're playing
Lucid
Thursday
obviously,
around like
making some
3
moves here,
Eastern.
creating that space
So I
for
probably
his
won't be
team,
streaming
but
that.
every
If I can
single
get
one of
as
them
many frames
was
as I
doing
can.
everything it took to get that 3-0 across the board. Gaskin, do you see them kind of repeating this? Do you see the series going in that favor once again?
I think the series layout will play a big part in that, but I think that what Wes has already touched on, the Shopify Rebellion curse of getting into that winners final 0-3, dropping to elimination final 0-3. That mentality is going to be there in the back of their brains, whether they like it or not. Let's hope this doesn't happen again. And I think it's going to be down to those first couple of maps. As long as they can get one on the board, I think they can then say, all right, at least we are good enough. We do deserve to be here. Because they might even be questioning themselves at this point, because they have had an easier path than some of the other squads.
Gaskin, you mentioned the series layout, and I'd love to stick on you right now because we're going to see that, to see exactly what is coming our way for this winners finals. We're starting things off with CTF Argyle. Interesting. Gaskin, are you kind of making anything of this for Shopify Rebellion? Is there any hopes?
I think games 3, 4, and 5 are very good for Shopify Rebellion. 1 and 2 is not. Optic Gaming should be taking these, but we have seen this tournament, the stats have been thrown out the window a little bit. Some teams have been practicing on some of their weaker maps and modes. So
if you guys want to watch us play on Thursday,
right? If they can get a job done here in one of these opening maps, I really do think they have a chance here.
Follow that Twitch channel.
Is everything at this point in time on that main stage, and a chance it shall be for both of these teams. Folks, we're ready to get into game. It's Optic versus Shopify Rebellion. Shazi and Gaskin, take it away.
Thanks so much, Lottie.
Happy to have you here, Drax.
Folks. Optic Gaming.
Yeah, no, HCS is goated for the drops.
Being so important with Rebellion's record on Sunday being 0-3s galore. It's time for them to shift the narrative. It's time for them to change things. But map number 1 is not looking good for them.
Optic have the best average caps 4 on Argyle CTF. It is the perfect way for them to start here on Championship Sunday, and I'm expecting a big hit.
Time for Rebellion to flip the script, and for Optic Gaming, powering through, getting to that grand finals, and finally getting your hands on that ever-elusive championship right before Worlds. Optic Gaming have it all to do, Rebellion even more so. Shields up.
No, I'm not gonna Bennett.
We're underway here.
Thank you, though.
Lucid has the second highest KD in the league when it comes to Argyle CTF, so we have to keep an eye on
probably
the
pin it
about 16
Tuesday.
kills per game. And that's very difficult to do with the teams that Optic have played against historically.
I'm just not going to do it during a freaking HCS event,
you know? All the way to those grand finals time and time again, but can they go one step further here?
Lucid finds basement. He gets taken down. These two teams are going to be back and forth all day long on this map, particularly with the sniper rifle. Formal with it in his hands. We know how good he can be with it. He's been on fire all weekend long. You know that's exactly why he's been the man entrusted with this weapon. Soul Snipe almost gets his soul sniped out of him.
And I am expecting the sniper to be in the
that.
hands of Mental on the other side. I think he's going to be one of the key factors for Shopify Rebellion, and there he is. There he has it. Can he shut down a player like Formal, though? He's been very brave with his positioning. I mean, going top middle, you're always gonna be a little
3
bit
dead for
vulnerable to be spotted
Shopify.
out, but I think at the moment, he's still going about unseen.
They haven't spotted him out. They don't have that information. And they'll know he's around somewhere with that sniper rifle. And he's playing a little bit of defense here. Luce is going to be down long haul. Didn't quite connect with that shot. Luce is going to come back for more, bite off more than he can chew. Shields will be getting zapped. And for Rebellion, we spoke about how important this game number 1 is for them, Dan. If they could get the first capture, that could be massive for their confidence.
Oh, first capture on Argyle CTF, we know how
We could be looking at
you can play a little bit more defensive.
like no polls for like a good couple minutes, man. That's usually how CTF Argyle tends to go for the most part.
I mentioned Lucid averages
Forbidden is usually very quick.
Single player on Rebellion who averages more than 10
like
kills
for early
here on Argyle CTF.
polls, but
They just don't
Argyle's
really
like the
seem to
complete
get going.
opposite.
And a lot of other teams have kind of bullied them when they've sat back a little bit. So I want to see a bit more aggression when that opportunity presents itself.
Here is Formal pushing forward. There goes Mental.
Ouch.
Soul Snipe's in trouble as well. As he continues to jiggle peek, trying to get information. Doesn't want to step out too far. Formal hits the body shot. Another body shot. So much damage being put
Formal,
down
you
by
god.
Formal here. Quantum translocates away. Chasing down that player that was no shields. Dead Zone gets the kill. Optic are pushing forward.
And I think it is pretty terrifying for Rebellion when Optic are playing in this way. The aggression now starting to come through, forcing them back to spawns, forcing them to just put their tail between their legs and run away here. And now they're going to get pinched.
Uh-oh,
Trippy's just arrived,
uh-oh.
picks up a double, and they should be able to get a flag run shortly.
Formal's a walking turret.
Oh, Cycle, you fucking maniac.
Just hoped that Cycle wouldn't take that angle, but he did. Killing spree locked in. It's a press down to no shields. Again, Formal just needed one more body shot to get that kill. Rebellion have got to shut this man down.
Well, I think what Optic are slowly doing here is they are chipping away at the defenses of Rebellion. Just walking forward an inch every single time they get a kill. They didn't quite have the all-4 dead to get a run previously, but now this could be the opportunity. Formal seizes the chance and will start to move.
Troops are on the march. Formal with the killing spree also says, fine, I'll do it myself. I'll move this flag forward. Mental's in the respawn screen. Rebellion don't have the numbers to maybe get the stop here. Damage being done to Formal.
Oh, is he gonna slam that in?
It's not going to be enough. As Suppress continues to try
No,
and
he's waiting, he's waiting.
He
knows there's one computers. Good fucking shot, man. Trippy, you god. Slam that shit. Slam that shit.
He's bottom middle. This flag's going in. Dead Zone slams it home. 1-0 to the green wall.
Bad news bears, because there's another flag being pulled. Trippy tosses it out to front base straight away, but the spawners should be able to stop him, and they will. So it looks like that flag should be a dead one, but again, Formal is still carrying on with this tear. 7-0 right now. Cast a curse coming in as he goes and will fall. But oh my goodness, that allows Lucid to get involved.
It's been all one-way traffic so far. Optic have been laying siege to the Rebellion base. They've not been able to get out of their own 25% of the map right now. Optic have been relentless. And is this just a tale of the tape for what we're going to expect from Rebellion?
Oh! Goodness gracious, Lucid. Carry on, you filthy animal, and he's going to keep running this flag as well.
Lucid, I love you.
They haven't lost Argyle
Oh,
CTF so far this season.
if he hit that shot, dude, that would have been wild.
Dominate Rebellion here, and it's going to be 2.
That QT, man. Holy.
The QT gets him straight back to top.
Oh, God. Oh, not the nades. He's fine.
On the base. Rebellion just have not had an answer to the aggression that Optic have put
Yeah,
down
Rebellion
so
is getting slayed pretty hard, bro.
I was alluding to with those kill averages across the board for Shopify. There's just no one on this team that really seems comfortable on this map when you go up against a squad like Optic Gaming, who do seem comfortable, who do find those angles to really punish you.
I don't know if Shopify is getting out of this, dude. I think they're gonna get sent home.
Oh, so close to perfection there from Formal.
Formal putting down damage.
If they lose, they have to play FaZe after this.
Trippy's gonna get the touch though, keep it alive. 2 dead.
Or no, who the fuck are they playing? They're playing SSG. That's who they're playing. They have to play SSG if they lose against Optic.
100% win rate on Argyle CTF, and they continue 3 flags captured every single time they've played that map in mode. It just seems to fit their playstyle perfectly. They can slow the game down when they need to. They take the right angles. And a lot of it was the presence of Formal
fucking
to
slammed.
begin with. But as soon as Formal went down, Lucid said, well, I guess I can take charge. And all the meanwhile, you've got Dead Zone Trippy running riot in the base, getting behind enemy lines and pulling that flag when they needed to.
And there's winning, Dan, but there's winning convincingly. That was a statement, a demolition job from Optic. And Rebellion, they find themselves. You spoke about game 1 being so important. Wes touched upon it as well.
This is good Halo.
Now, are you thinking we're in Groundhog Day?
Formal and Lucid were popping off the snipe. That was a risky-ass repulse,
in the back
dude.
of their minds, they'll be saying, look, let's not let this happen again. If they've done their research, if they've looked at the series layout, if they've looked at Optic Gaming and done their preparation, they should be saying, it's okay, we just need to survive
Kyrie,
and get to game 4. If we can get to game 4, then we have a chance in this series. Because games 4 and 5 are some of their best. And I really do think that they need to look at that series layout and say, we have to give ourselves the chance. We can't just do what we have done before.
The Slayers, more often than not, their championships are won and lost, Dan. That's what we have up next. What have you got for me?
Lucid again is going to be the focus. He has the most kills across the league in Slayer Streets. In fact, in every single Slayer, he is the guy. He tops the charts in terms of kills, averaging around 12 kills per game here on Slayer Streets. So it's someone that they need to shut down. Rebellion can't allow him to start going off like he usually does. And It's not as good on the side of Shopify. Again, there's no player who's been averaging over 9 kills per game on Slayer Streets. It's not one of their better modes. And I just need to see them get to map 4 because I feel like we might be looking at a similar game here.
And looking at these Slayer matchups between these two teams from Salt Lake City so far, records 5-1, Optics 3-3. So there is cause for optimism there for Rebellion.
It definitely is. I mean, Salt Lake City has done great things for Shopify Rebellion, but you have to look at their bracket, you have to look at Optic and who they've played and who Shopify Rebellion have played. And sadly for Shopify Rebellion, they haven't really had that true test. So a lot of those Slayers have been against lesser opponents. But now you're in the big leagues. You're into the top 3. You are going up against an Optic Gaming who look like they're in championship form. If they can win this Slayer, then you start to say, all right, Shopify Rebellion can do it. I believe they can go on. They could get to a grand final. They could even lift a trophy. But sadly, you have to face reality here and know that Optic Gaming are going to look to try and go 2 up and will want to do this in 3.
Oh, man.
Slayer Streets on the horizon then in this winners finals. Optic already won to the good, chasing down a 2-0 series lead, desperately wanting to get to that grand finals and have that winner's advantage. And for Rebellion, Dan speaks about wanting, needing to get that game 4 to stand any chance. They've got to win this Slayer.
I mean, Slayers in general, the way that Shopify Rebellion play, you would actually give them an opportunity against anyone. 4 very talented individuals, but someone just needs to go off here. I want to see Suppressed match some of the statistics that he did in previous events and shut down this Optic roster.
There's still time for Rebellion to break this curse. It's been looming over them large for the longest time. All the good work they put in this season.
Oh, Jesus, Rex.
And the aura around them is they just can't get it done on Sunday. These players.
That's why I have my fucking soundboard muted.
To try and disrupt that top 3. They've done that. But Sunday has just been a point and a problem that they can't solve.
And you mentioned it earlier, we've never seen a team, apart from FaZe, win a tournament from the elimination bracket. So this would be huge for one of these squads to get into that grand final and have that advantage. Because FaZe now being out of the tournament, suddenly it begs the question, can anyone else achieve that? Of course, it is Space Station Gaming down in the elimination bracket on their home soil. And I guess if anyone were to do it at this event, it may just be them. But that's what is waiting one of these teams when they do drop from the winners.
9-3 the score. Lucid still with a bit of camouflage to play with. So Optic have had the hottest start. And they've got all 4 members of Rebellion spawning in Tram. Stock rifle being fired over the shoulder. Soul Snipe's about to get face to face with Lucid as he backs away. Huge kill. Lucid wants more. Does damage, gets a second as well. And it's timings like that. Optic Gaming are gobbling Rebellion up right now.
This one's going to get ugly very quickly, folks. This is when Optic Gaming are in full flow state. The chemistry is on point. They run around so perfectly together, listening to those call-outs, finishing off the damage that's been done initially by one of the players.
Dude, they can't do anything.
And this is why I was talking about Lucid on Streets, because he just finds those angles, finds those positions to shut down everyone in his path.
13 down, dude. Oh my god, they could be looking at a spectacular right now.
Shroud String goes down. Drippy gets the camouflage. Goes back home to his teammates. They can formulate a plot, push forward. Soul Snipe over on the commandos, gonna drop on the trash. He knows the camouflage players there. Cycle looking for him too, but he's evaded them. He's gotten through. He's broken the lines. He's looking to backstab here.
I don't know about that, Drax. Some heroes are pretty bad.
They're getting backstabbed. Trippy doing damage. He gets away as well. Unfortunately for him, 2 of the teammates went down, but Trippy's not done yet. He gets close, gets a kill. Lands the melee.
Oh, if he got that trade.
Now on the Rebellion roster, you have to think about Soul Snipe, who's on our screen now. Think back to previous years when he was on that native roster.
I mean, dude,
they did something similar at the World Championships.
even if they're not,
they got to that winners final, 0-3. Dropped to the elimination final, 0-3.
like,
so tough
a top 3 finish is still really impressive, dude.
Championship Sunday.
Because they're not even considered like one of those major orgs yet.
Sadly, not even be able to scratch the surface of what you think you might be capable of.
Regardless of how they finish, dude, they should still be really proud.
It was always looking to go this way with what the games were, with what the maps and modes were.
They're getting a they're a top 3 finish already.
And it's difficult to even suggest Shopify Rebellion can get back into this one. I'm going to be completely honest with you, Shurs.
They're boxing with heavyweights, and they've yet to be really able to lay a glove on them. That's how dominant Optic have been. There's still time. Maybe not in this game.
That is a good point, because the series layout does get better from maps 3 onwards for Shopify Rebellion. Arguably 3 of their best maps and modes across the league. So it isn't all doom and gloom, and there is still time in this game. You are completely right. If they were able to get all 4 dead on Optic, start to control the map a little bit, then maybe
I'm sorry, dude. I think Optic's gonna walk away with a stake here, dude.
Grasping at straws at this point. And
They can't find any footing.
10 kills already. And this could be one of those games where he just demonstrates why he is the best slaying player in the league.
Rebellion looking to get their hands on the first camouflage.
Oh, they didn't burn that camo?
But Lucid says
no way.
Somehow survive for a moment, is ultimately cut down. But that's also something Rebellion haven't been doing. Getting control of the
Even
sandbox
burning
with
that
power
camo
ups.
would have been
The
huge.
camouflage has gone
I mean,
down
Lucid burned it
every single
anyway,
time.
so.
And again, that's something that Lottie brought up on the desk. Even though with the GAs in place, it could have hurt Optic Gaming. They were so good with the sandbox, so good at utilizing some of these weapons that maybe other teams weren't. But now they can turn all of that attention that they were good at prioritizing suddenly just onto what is available to them. And of course, the power-up is going to be one of those things. Of course, Lunchbox behind them, one of the best players historically in Halo history, is going to make sure that they are on time with that.
Soul Snipe down to no shields. Trippy had the Stalker Rifle over towards Arcade. He is now repositioned. You can see Rebellion are at a standstill. They have got to try and get themselves right back into this game. The Stalker Rifle just does so much damage. And Trippy's all the way back in the tram now. And that should be cause for Rebellion to push forward and take some map, take some space. They've got to formulate a plot here. And they've got to execute it perfectly.
I mean, sadly, with a lead like this, Optic could just slow the game down and force Shopify Rebellion to actually do something. Start poking them with a stick and say, what have you got to offer? And sadly, I don't think
Poking
Shopify
them with a
Rebellion
stick.
really have
Come
anything
on,
to offer
do
in this
something.
game anymore, because they've tried and tested plan A, plan B, plan C, and Optic have had an answer every single time. 35-16, and we're starting to look at a steak dinner.
Rebellion almost look like they're playing scared. Like the weight of the moment is too much for them.
Rebellion
it's
are playing
streets.
scared. Optic are playing matchmaking at this point. It is really a golf in class.
There's
and
never been rockets
I
on
am
streets.
hoping it is just a game type thing. I really hope as this series layout goes a little bit deeper, we start to see a better effort from Shopify Rebellion. But this is one of Optic's best, and Lucid being arguably one of the best players on this map and mode as well.
There's another camouflage that's gone towards Lucid and Optic. Another win condition ripped from
Since
Rebellion.
fucking when?
They have gotten a couple of kills on the board. Perhaps something to build on. Suppress
Where?
to stay alive here to continue to jiggle peek. Lucid takes out the battle rifle. And waits for Suppress to pop back out. Suppress will get that kill.
Yeah, they took
But
them
Optic,
off a while
they only
ago.
need
The
11
rockets got
now to
replaced
double
with a
their series
camo.
advantage.
Buddy.
Rebellion just don't look like getting back into it.
There's moments of hope for Rebellion where they'll get a kill or two, but then there's just another member of Optic waiting around the corner. To
What was the
finish the
last time
damage
you
that
played
has been
streets,
done.
man? Fuck.
And that's why Optic are so good at this map. They don't allow those one-shots to get away. As Soul
Am
Snipe
I
is
though? Because you didn't let me
by 4 as
finish.
he picks up a double.
There's never been rocks on
He's
streets
probably
this
happy to
season.
challenge this, which he will. There is no fear from any of these Optic players right
I'm
now.
not wrong.
Formal almost double positive. They weren't lying when they said he's in championship winning form here. You know, every single time they've gotten second place, it's eaten away at those players. They made the change, and you know, as every single time they hit a second place, somebody would say, what did you drop APG for?
No, it counts.
They're trying to answer that here in Salt Lake City and beyond.
Bro, there ain't nobody playing for us.
Get a 2-0 lead.
Dude, a fucking steaktacular is
The Green
crazy, dude.
Wall are doing it brick by brick.
Lucid Al Gaib.
The Steaktacular.
Dad zone.
Literally, in fact, that is arguably one of the most one-sided players we've seen in a championship Sunday. And that is going to be very demoralizing for the Shopify Rebellion players.
Dude, those signs are
For
fucking
Optic, though, now they
crazy.
surely are feeling themselves and saying, hey, this feels familiar. We've been here before. Shopify Rebellion. A 3-0 is on the horizon. We are so close. We can almost taste that grand final. We can almost taste that best-of-7 advantage that we will gain if we do make it here. But as I said, The series layout does get better for Rebellion from this point. Match 3 is going to be the most important one. If they can get to 4 and 5, I'll give them a chance, but Optic Gaming, with the way they are playing
I don't know,
at the
man.
moment, they just look like they are playing with their food half the time.
I think this is going to be a 3-0, unfortunately.
Pretty dominant games 1 and 2. What do you see in game
Yeah,
3?
they were incredibly dominant both games, dude. They got 3-0 flag, and then they got a stack Slayer, dude. Stack stake on Slayer.
Mode for Optic, it's still not a bad one.
I don't see them. I don't see this going to a game 4, unfortunately.
Win rate on Stronghold's live fire, so it does give them a little bit of hope. And Suppressed is going to be the player to look out for when it comes to Stronghold's live fire as well. Averages around 14 kills per game on live fire in general. And he should be the one that maybe can pull this team through to give them at least a sniff of a chance here in this winners final. Because at the moment, it's all been Optic.
Live fire Strongholds, maybe? I don't know.
Optic fans.
Doom and gloom for Rebellion. And you can see it. They almost look downtrodden.
Yeah, live fire Strongholds.
Confirmation of what we've seen. Series layout. You're just joining us. CTF Argyle 3-0. It was smooth. 50-26. A stake in the Slayer. Strongholds up next.
And whilst I may have mentioned Suppressed on the side of Shopify Rebellion, for Optic Gaming, let's actually keep an eye on Dead Zone for this one. Interestingly, he has the most kills across the league in Strongholds in general. And here's a head-to-head view of him against Mental. Now, Dead Zone has not really been the guy to pick up the kills. You wouldn't put him as the main Slayer for the squad, but when it comes to Strongholds, he just seems to find so many engagements that he ends up in a ton of fights and he wins those 1v1s time and time again, averaging 15 kills per game on live fire.
That so wholesome.
He's going to be the man that could maybe take them through to the grand finals here.
Let's even talk about Dead Zone just a little bit more. Last year, his season was marred in second places. And for whatever reason, that meant Space Station made the change. He's landed on Optic, and it's another season of second places. You know he desperately wants to bring success to this Optic Gaming roster.
Would love to be up there holding that trophy, hoisting that trophy once more. But it is still a long journey yet. Yes, Shopify Rebellion at the moment looks like they're a little bit dejected and perhaps they already feel beaten. But there is still life left in it, and that's what they have to tell themselves. When you think back to some of the interviews we've had on the main stage, Bound especially yesterday, saying that we just never believe that it's done until it's over. We always believe we have a chance to get back into a game, back into a series. We can reverse sweep, and that's the kind of energy that Shopify Rebellion have to be thinking right now. A little reset, a little bathroom break here is going to do them wonders, just to mentally clock in and say, look, series layout, it starts to improve from here. We were never going to win those first two. Some of Optic's best. But if we can get to 4 and 5, there's still hope.
And I wonder if that's the difference between the likes of SSG, Optic and FaZe and Rebellion, is that they all have the experience to draw back of when they were down 0-2.
Just
them
APG things.
That reverse sweep.
Literally to nobody's surprise.
Roaring back to life in a series, but every single time we've gotten to a Sunday for Rebellion, it's been this same old story.
And whilst we do have a break, I can talk about that series layout a bit more in depth as we could go to Oddball Recharge, which is, yes, okay, it's Optic's best Oddball, but it is also Shopify Rebellion's best Oddball. Both teams are actually at a 100% win rate, so that is a great chance for Shopify Rebellion to demonstrate what they are best at in Oddball Recharge. And then you go to Slayer Solitude, where actually Shopify Rebellion are the best team in the league on Slayer Solitude. They have a 100% win rate. They've never lost it, whereas Optic Gaming only have a 37% win rate when it comes to Slayer Solitude. So that's what I'm alluding to when I'm saying the series layout does get better for Rebellion, but it's sad when you're going up against a team like Optic who have so much consistency across the entire map and mode combo that we have here in the HCS, that even when you get to some of your best game types, they are still good ones for Optic Gaming.
I think something I want to talk about as well is Suppressed and how good he has been for these rosters. He's already picked up some accolades along the way, got himself some event commendations, and they need him to come to life here in this series. So otherwise, they're in such danger of just going 0-3 again, heading into the elimination finals, playing against a very hot Space Station Gaming, and they could really get put to the sword once again. They've got to find life here today.
Well, fist bumps all round. The players are back with bums on seats and ready to get into Game 3. Can Shopify Rebellion make this a series? Can they do what they have not been able to do so far in a Championship Sunday position and win a map here in the Winners Finals? There's only one way to find out. It's Stronghold's live fire. The series layout
I don't see a
does
Game
get
4,
better
unfortunately,
here for
dude.
Rebellion. Here's hoping they can make it competitive.
It's last chance saloon for Rebellion then. They're on the ropes. And Optic just keep on swinging. Are they going to show signs of life? Or are they heading to the elimination finals to a hot and hungry space station gaming? We're about to find out.
As I mentioned earlier, Dead Zone averages 15 kills per game on Stronghold's live fire. Oh, but that's not going to get you a high average. Losing that will just allow Rebellion to get some early control here. Maybe that's what you need.
I fucking hate that commando model, dude. I'm sorry.
Gotta win your pibs. Get your confidence up.
Like,
Formal hits a body shot from across
that could have been a beam rifle. Man, we're not getting a beam rifle, man.
On the damage then. So Rebellion are scoring. They've got control of B and C. Soul Snipe pushes into 3 members of Optic. Dead Zone's got camouflage. They've got sniper rifle. They've got all the goodies to Optic Gaming now.
Go Optic are just moving. Oh, as a unit, as
Beam
suppressed
some
again,
bitches,
shows
Kyber.
his individual prowess. As they're trying to take B, Optic. And actually, Former with the sniper rifle is in a very important position here, and he needs to stay alive.
Coming down from the heavens. Almost lined up a shot. Nothing doing, though. Soul Snipe soars forward. Gets a perfect shot from Formal. Sniper rifle will fall top middle.
Look at this
Shopify
lead.
has some
Shopify
control right
Rebellion
now.
This is what you've got to do. Peg Optic Gaming back. Put them behind. Take them out of their comfort zone a little bit. Suppress will shut down Lucid.
Every time I hear
now on
Peg,
the
I'm
board.
just like...
When Optic Gaming are ahead, they are one of the best teams in the league. But if you force them behind, if you make them just second guess themselves a little bit, you can sometimes just pluck out those individual moments where a player maybe makes a mistake here or there.
We called upon Suppress to have an influence like this. He's winning all his pibs right now, and if his teammates can rally around him, they can see some success. Formal's in trouble. Trippy too, as is Dead Zone. This is better from Rebellion.
Yes, Drax, I'm 18. That's what I
There
have
is
to tell
life
you.
in this series yet. 3 strongholds in control. Double scoring right now, and another kill for Suppressed. As Optic Gaming, they may have had Shopify on the ropes, but as the series layout starts to look a little bit better for them, Shopify are looking more like the team that we've seen previously.
Suppressed, locked in a killing spree before.
They're finally
going
getting
down.
comfortable.
Cycles top middle. Camouflage is about to pop any second, and
Optic can still come back from this, dude. Strongholds, you can come back from
as he rotates
such
the house, doubles back for the camouflage instead.
like a strong lead.
Mando in his hands, Lucid goes down. They're starting to win the fights.
I've seen it so many times, man.
Climbing to 0.
I mean, it would either be an incredible comeback from Optic Gaming here, or Shopify Rebellion should surely convert from this point. I know Strongholds is one of the best modes.
A reverse
that we
3-0
have in the
would be
HCS for that
crazy.
reason.
Reverse sweep
You're never
would be
out of it
fucking
until
absurd.
It's truly over. It's another camouflage again. Optic Gaming have been prioritizing them, but Dead Zone needs to actually do some damage with this one.
Sniper rifle and camo now. Dead Zone gets 1. It was easy. Easy pickings. They're down so much in the scoreboard here, giving themselves so much to do, or Optic.
Are they finally going to be able to
This is an
to
opportunity
score?
for Optic to get a stakehold in the game and really build upon something.
So Optic it finally broke.
Yeah,
with
there we
Shopify
go. They're
Rebellion,
scoring.
but what a setup it was. 176 on the board.
They can still
Right
come
from
back,
the start
dude.
of the
I've
game,
seen it
but
happen
now this is
so
where
many
Optic
times.
Gaming usually look most comfortable, and Rebellion are going to have to come up with a plan to try and break.
It's going to be a top, middle, and cuts push, it would seem. Dead Zone's forced back. It's good pressure applied from Rebellion. He pops back up with the sniper rifle, tries to land the body, gets 1. Soul Snipe's back green, he's been taken care of. Dead Zone, 1 more bullet will put him in the grave. He wastes the sniper ammo, heads
Good
up
man.
right from him. But Rebellion proved that they can also break a setup.
Rebellion, that's
Good burn.
exactly what they needed as well, just to give them that confidence to say we are good enough.
Yeah, they had a
to break
triple
through
cap
the
for a
green
second
wall
there,
when we
dude.
need to.
They're still
It's a
scoring.
good reply also from Optic Gaming here. They haven't allowed Rebellion to truly get into a position where they can start scoring again. And you can see they're trying to hold A here. You can see the pushes coming through
nade.
from Rebellion, and Optic say actually we're prepared for it.
Yeah, that concrete column got
The play
fucked,
call,
dude.
They've got numbers advantage now, do Optic. They're losing A. So Rebellion will have a per man set up in A and C. Very difficult to hold for long periods of time. Soul Snipe now, bottom tower. Dead Zone puts down a bit of damage, shoots the grenade for the remote detonation. This is better from Optic. They're going to start eating away at that lead, and the closer they get to Rebellion, Do Rebellion start to quiver a little bit?
I mean, that has to be a concern, right? Do they get a little bit worried if Optic Gaming start to close in? Well, Cycle with kills like that maybe can keep them on top.
Good
Bino
trade.
isn't
Secure
converted.
that, Matt. Secure that.
Optic will continue to score.
Oh,
However,
man.
a
Yeah, there
camouflage
we
at least
go.
here for Shopify Rebellion.
Lucy
I
got
think
it.
That's important. They deny Optic Gaming of the control of this camouflage. Because we've seen how influential it was before it breaking that initial setup by Dead Zone.
They're still scoring, man. They're slowly closing that gap, dude.
Formal. Eyes trained towards C. Nothing doing, though. There won't be any point of contention. So he can just survey tower, hold it for his team. Rebellion have instead opted to try and hit B. Formal's going to try and help his teammate Trippy top middle. Happy to give up B perhaps here and take it back. Knowing that all of Rebellion are going to be trapped over here. They can just collapse with all the damage in the map. 3 dead. Cycle last man alive. The 1v1 with Lucid. And
Oh.
And you just get that feeling with those kind of moments. Ever since the start of the game when Dead Zone lost that 1v1, you start to think, okay, Shopify are here. They have woken up. Maybe it was just a couple of bad game types for them after all. It has been scrappy, though, in the last passage of play between the two teams, and that's okay as long as Rebellion just get the better of them. Even so slightly as we move forward here, they will slowly trickle towards that 250-point mark.
I think slowly is good enough for them. Formal misses one, couldn't quite line up the second. Sniper will fall down then on Sandbags. Dead Zone manages to stay alive over towards the pillars. Lucid back green then. You know Optic are gonna make this win as difficult as possible. Fighting tooth and nail. Cycle inside A.
What the fuck was that?
Himself out. Formal says thank you very much.
What?
Free kill.
What was that?
Has that sniper rifle to play with. Issue is Rebellion hold B and C. They're over that 200-point.
Nah, there was something fucked with those nades, dude. Like, he should not have killed himself like that.
And that is exciting for Rebellion. And you feel
What
like that
the
might just
fuck?
give them that belief that they need in this winners final, because boy do they need something after those first two games. It was
Cycle's a
rough
paid
game
actor.
two in particular, but they are still scoring here. Optic
No.
trying to find
Oh.
something though, and maybe Formal can rip some faces.
No, those nades were
Optic not gonna be
crazy.
getting
What?
The beauty of strongholds. You always have a chance.
Oh.
Rebellion have got to shut this man down and do it quickly. Suppress does so. And they will continue to score. Camouflage though for Lucid. Optic Gaming have very few
Did he get
mistakes
remote
left.
deaded? No, he just fucking died to his
Optic
own
have the
nades.
camo to work with,
He was
and
trying to
Lucid just
bounce
needs
the
to
nades and they
find
just did
those
not
players
go
that are
anywhere.
watching B, because B is going to be the focus point, and they do get hold of it. So it does just slightly peg Rebellion back in towards A here. And we've seen teams come back from this point, and Rebellion will know that. They can't afford to slip. This is the best chance they will ever have at getting a map here in the winners finals.
Optic still scoring. 3 dead though for a moment. What's the play call for Rebellion? It's gonna be towards B. Formal is there.
No, that's not how the
He
nades
backs
work
Mental all the
anymore.
way back inside house. Continues to put down damage.
They would
He's
bounce
got
the
no
nades.
shields left. Suppress steps out.
Dead.
Mental's desperately trying to stay alive. Grenade's gonna do a lot of damage, but he will live. He will survive. Until now. Soul snipe in B then. Lucid has got
At least
one
that's
more
how it
kill in
is for
his hands right
stickies.
now.
I don't know so much
Forced
about
to back
frag.
away.
Has to stay alive, and he will.
I know
Good
stickies
experience,
do
good
that.
knowledge from Lucid to recognize this game isn't over. They can have the poor man set up, but Mental got that call out and will finish him off down below. And
I
if
kind of
we
want
do
to
see Shopify
see a
Rebellion
clip
get
of that.
control of C and B here, then suddenly Optic may struggle, but they've actually fought really hard to get back to C, but again, the spawns are good.
Oh.
So close.
Damn, okay. I'm
So,
actually kind of
so
happy for a
close.
game 4, man.
Optic have got
If they
one
do
more
finish
push in
this.
them. And then looking for B. Suppress has been backed up. He's gonna head bottom middle instead, reposition. They're knocking on the door now. They just need somebody to open it. And will it be suppressed? Will he kick that door in?
You can see they are desperately fighting at both A and C, but haven't really been able to secure B, but now it's going to be the push. 2 are dead from Optic. This is Shopify's chance.
Uh-oh.
They're scoring again. Suppress is hitting the shots. Moments away.
All right, we're going to a game 4, man. I'm not going to lie. I'm impressed. I didn't think they were going to be able to do it. Hell yeah.
And for the first time in Championship Sunday, in most recent events, they finally get
Hey,
a
Daz. How are you doing, homie?
And what will that do to their confidence? What will that do to this series? 1 and 2 was rough on the layout, but
Hell
3,
yeah,
4, and
dude.
5,
I didn't think they were gonna do it.
gets
I'm impressed
far
they did.
better for Shopify Rebellion. And even though
You're
Optic
alive at
Gaming
this
looked
hour?
a tier above
It's 4 in the
previous,
afternoon.
suddenly Shopify show us what they're made of.
Time they're usually alive.
This series is about to get a hell of a lot more interesting now, Dan. That was much better. Patience was on show. The performance level totally different. Confidence, hitting shots, winning those 1v1 engagements. That's exactly what we need to see from them.
I mean, it was a 160-point lead right at the start of the game. Rebellion came out of the gates hot. The little break.
True degen hours be like.
I
thought I was a degenerate. Goddamn.
Was everything for them, and maybe
The weekend's been going well though. We've just been watching SLC, dude. We did some Reach Lasso last night as well, so
maybe
been a
Optic
chill
just thought
weekend.
They could waltz into this third game and would have an easy ride into the grand final.
We're
but
vibing.
No. Rebellion are here for a reason. They are a top 3 team for a reason. And they would love to be able to shut down this green wall and get to a grand final.
Well, you promised me game 4 was going to be pretty nice for Rebellion, Dan. Tell me why.
This was the game.
Yeah, dude, I'm excited to see
this series layout because both teams have a 100%
the rest
win
of
rate. They are our 2 best
Championship Sunday, because these games have been crazy so far.
You got the likes of Cycle, who has the highest KD across Oddball in general, and he averages around 20 kills per game here. So I'm expecting high kill game from him. But then on the other side, Lucid
A reverse
averages
sweep would be
27
really
kills per
unexpected,
game
man.
On Oddball Recharge. We're going to have 2 giants here going toe-to-toe to try and take all of those
That
slaves.
sounds like a
But
very
of course,
ideal
that's only part
Sunday,
of the story.
Daz.
You need to have someone step up.
I'm
and
very
actually be
jealous of
picking
you.
up that ball, actually helping that ball guy. And maybe that's going to be one of these two, Trippy and Mental. They are the ball carriers. I talk about Slayers, I talk about average points per game, but you need your objective guy. And Mental, he takes a step back when it comes to Oddball Recharge. He's not that sniper that we see so often. Instead, he's the one who's in charge of controlling the ball.
All eyes on Trippy and Mental, and indeed Lucid and Cycle. You've got killers on both camps, and you've got lads who are willing to put their bodies on the line to get the win at any cost. Rebellion have got to keep this series alive with a win here, because if they lose, they're heading to the elimination bracket finals to play against Space Station. They've already shown signs of life. Can they show us a little bit more?
Someone will lose their 100% win record on this map and mode, but someone will go into the grand finals still holding that 100% win record here on Oddball Recharge.
You gotta get up at 9 instead of
Cycle,
3.
not
Oh
only
god.
Is he the best player when it comes to Oddball Recharge? He is actually
Yeah, no,
the
that's a
highest
rough
KD in
adjustment.
every single Oddball across the board.
I have to wake up around like 8 or
Good
8:30
damage.
for school.
But Dead Zones managed to
My
sneak
first
away
class
with
starts at
camouflage.
9:30.
Soul Snipe's got the ball.
I'm there for like 12
bring
hours.
it
But I'm
towards
only in
points.
2 days a week, so
2 members of Rebellion
Big
positioned over towards
vibes.
long haul now. Dead Zone's getting pressurized in the back. That means Trippy knows a player's coming his way from pipes. Mental will take care of business. Down to no shields was Mental. Dead Zone dispatches them. Gonna be a brawl in pipes here. Grenades go down. Explosions left, right, and center. Not a lot of damage done. Dead Zone prioritizing playing the ball, recognizing that his teammates were not in a position to help him.
Yeah, I think he was a little bit concerned about the pinch that could happen.
Oh, I'm
If
not
you
a
do
morning
go down,
person
you
at
give
all,
away a little
dude.
bit of time. That also shows the respect that Optic have to Shopify Rebellion here. As Dead Zone tries to pick up the double, but doesn't quite convert. No points being scored really at the start of this game, but this is also why Formal is one of the best to do it. He's not afraid to get that scrappy time when he's presented.
Formal tosses the ball up, hoping a teammate will be there to score it. It's going to be Trippy. You highlight him before the game, and he's got what he loves, that ball in his hands, nursing it all the way home.
It's great to watch Trippy play Oddball because it's the way he moves around the map. He gets closer to teammates, but he's also not scared to drop it and fight when he needs to. And as an Oddball player, you have to be constantly listening to callouts, but sometimes you can dictate those callouts as well. You can kind of manipulate your team in which way you want, saying, I need you here.
Oh,
I need my
you
help."
still push
But
that, you
sometimes you can do it
psycho.
alone. Big double.
He didn't need no help.
Damn.
All he needed was the grenades in his back pocket and that battle rifle. And a pretty routine double kill for him. Soul Snipe will get the kill on the Dead Zone. Drive back in towards pipes now. Shock rifle is up. Formal's bottom tower. Not anymore, he's not. Soul Snipe puts him away. The
Can he
ball
be-
is in no man's land.
Yeah, no, ideally I like waking
Can
up
he be
at
by name and by
in like the
nature here,
afternoon,
Soul
just
Snipe?
going to bed like
And maybe start
early
to
in the
eat up some of
morning.
these souls. The answer is no. Instead, now Optic Gaming can potentially really disrupt this attempt at a setup from Shopify Rebellion. They really want to grab this ball. But sadly, there's just so many eyes trained on it. And Optic Gaming, it's a very slender lead at the moment, but the time is ticking.
Got to keep an eye on that clock. 2 minutes 50 right now. It seems like a lot of time, but I promise you, when that ball's dropped, when you're down in the game, you run out of time very, very quickly. You don't notice it going. 2 dead, Lucid and Formal in the respawn screen. Trippy's just joined them. Or, excuse me, Dead Zone has. Trippy last man alive. The ball's over towards Blue. You know he's trying to be an influence here. Trying to get suppressed, but he doesn't do so.
And that will give now Shopify Rebellion a chance to hold this ball over towards Blue. You can see Formore is going to be the first point of contact, just waiting for a little bit of support, but he goes down, does get the trade though, alongside Dead Zone.
Oh, good stick.
But with Lucid falling, means it's going to be a 1 versus 2 here. Suppress the last remaining player from Rebellion.
Dead Zone being a phantom. Beautiful shots from both players here. Dead Zone shuts him down. Currently sitting at 8-3 and 5. A wonderful opening engagement from him. Hoping to continue that as well.
Just desperately trying to help Formal stay alive there, but there's not much you could do from that angle. Instead, he needs to focus and prioritize his own health here. And this has been very scrappy, and I think that's probably because we have 2 of the best oddball recharge teams going up against each other. It's very difficult.
It's been a really slow game, dude. There's only like not even 2 minutes on the clock left. This is gonna get tense quick.
So that ball is not easily gathered as it's
a
triple now for Suppressed.
It's almost like both teams were canceling one another out, trying to figure out what's the best way
They
to
should
solve
be able to
the
get some
puzzle.
time and get
Cycle's
that
got
advantage
camouflage
now.
Suppressed got hands on the ball. They've got a pipe set up. And they can be very difficult to break, particularly if
They might
Cycle's
try
playing
and play
early
time
pick
here.
Dead Zone's going to wait over towards the lockers, not show himself for now. Cycle hasn't seen him. And that means Dead Zone will get a lot of damage here onto Cycle, who just about manages to round the corner. Suppress provides some cover fire as well. They've managed to keep their camouflage player on the map.
Very minor things where Cycle probably wanted to just grab that ball and toss it over towards window a little bit. It would only have been 1 more extra second, but we'll see whether that second can hurt a little bit later. But it is good time now from Rebellion as they show why they're one of the best. And if they are able
nothing
to
with
shut
that
down
shock.
the win rate
Wow.
of Optic Gaming, take us to a game 5. Suddenly, maybe they can really believe that a grand final is very much achievable for them, but Dead Zone can't quite connect.
Dead Zone looking to reposition. Weighing up his options. What's the best place to go? Right now, the call has been hold the ball because Formal's got the sniper rifle. Or in this case, the shock rifle. But it does a pretty similar job. Let me promise you that. You find a face, you'll put an enemy in the grave. Formal's been doing that all weekend long. He's been a bit of a reaper. Mental gets shot in the toes. That won't be enough. It will make your hair stand up, but not enough to kill you. Mental, jiggle
Yo,
peeks.
Daz, love you
Formal
too,
gets
man.
the kill.
You take
Shock
it
rifle comes back
easy.
out once more
Appreciate
for a
the
bit of
lurk.
play.
Enjoy the rest of
Ball
your
passed
Sunday.
over again. They're passing it between one another.
Like hot potato over here. But watching Formore's POV is always a blessing in any FPS that he decides he wants to try and conquer. His knowledge, his reticle placement, and
They
his
got under a
positioning
minute
always
left, dude.
on
If they
top,
can
and he
if they
manages
can
to
get
take
that
down
camo,
Soulswipe
I
as
could
well.
very well
This
see
is
them
good
trying to play
now
time
for
here.
Optic Gaming. They take an 18-point lead.
That's how quickly your good work can be put and made to nothing. Murmurs of a let's go Optic chant as they take the lead. And they're looking a bit better, and we spoke about the time. Folks, as you can see, 48 seconds left now. And it would not surprise me if this goes to time.
I think that's what you'd expect with these 2 teams and how good they've been so far. You mentioned it, 47
Yeah, they got that
seconds left
camo
with
now.
Shopify. They'll have the chance to take the lead. Lucid on his own will be taken down. 3 dead now for Optic. Camo's coming up as well. This is a really important time for Rebellion. But it looks like a Shroud might not save Formal after all. And Rebellion are taking a heavy lead now, and Optic are going to have to do something soon.
Both teams were emptying their pockets. Every grenade seemed to be thrown on the map. But they've got the reward, have Optic. They've got the camouflage. Mental's down to no shields. Dead Zone prioritizing just staying alive here.
That
It is
timer's still
imperative
going
that
down.
He keeps himself on the map, and he does as much damage as he can. Gets one onto Mental with the help of Lucid. Suppresses top tower now. Rebellion have got to come and try and break this setup. Because Optic are looking pretty right now.
Yeah, Formal's done well just to walk on in, grab that ball, steal it away, and now suddenly Optic Gaming will be ahead. It's been a tug of war in this map, and Shopify Rebellion are going to have one push here to try and break Optic. They have a real chance, Optic, to win this right here.
Back and forth we go then.
I think they're gonna play time.
Rebellion have got
Not
to
time.
make the play.
They're gonna try and milk
They're
it.
running out of time. It's gonna be a glass push. Dead Zone waits patiently.
Milk
Cycle's gonna
it,
try and
yeah.
back down the player shooting him from elevator. Has no idea Dead Zone is where he is. Trippy's got 2 to contend with. Cycle's got 1. Soul Snipe gets another. Formal answers back. 2 go down a piece. It's a
Ooh.
2v2 on the map. Suppressing a 1v1 with
Get
Dead
that
Zone.
low, huge.
Massive for Dead Zone. Ball is
Gets the
currently
trade.
playing. Dead Zone
Oh
gets
my
another 10
god, that's
seconds
huge.
For Rebellion to try and grab the ball here.
Can they get close?
They're gonna play time. They're gonna play
Nugent
time.
stands tall here. Ball's down in no man's land. Suppressed.
2 seconds left. He's dead. He's dead.
Trouble, and he gets taken care of by Optic.
First round.
Round 1 to the green wall.
Giants collide on oddball recharge, and it was so close, so competitive. But it was just that final setup from Optic and the
Next.
positioning from Dead Zone. He saw the glass push. He gave that communication.
Dude, the
to
commando
Trippy and
is
the rest of
so
the boys.
nutty to
And it
use
was the
now.
damage, the output, and then
Crazy.
winning that 1v with the commando was massive.
We go again. We reset the whole thing and run it back. And Optic just 1 round away now from that grand finals. Double kill for Cycle, camouflage as well. And they can maybe build on this and get an early lead.
Is it Cycle's time to start to put numbers on the board here? He had a quiet first round. And maybe the camouflage can be the perfect start to really kick-start his game here. It was Dead Zone who was getting the camo over and over again in the previous.
Oh,
Another
huge.
double now for Cycle as he begins to heat
3
up.
dead. They could get time here. They gotta deal with Formal though.
Shock rifle then.
Finish Formal.
Passes over to
Oh,
Cycle's
you
hands.
missed, man. Oh, okay.
Somehow,
They got cleaned up.
some way,
Nice.
Formal survived that shot.
I mean, just use your bandit at that point. He saw he was on no shield.
Cycle continues to put down damage. Trippy tries
Good
to get
shots.
a killing spree locked in. And this is what Rebellion need. Big game players showing up in big game moments. Because your series life is on the line here. You need every single player to step up here and now.
I like that Shroud. He just cuts off those sight lines. Cycle has to try and watch stairs here, but he is under a lot of stress from these grenades. Optic are very much full sending it over towards glass.
Optic really trying to smoke out the foxes here. A lot of damage being done, grenades blowing up left, right, and center, shields being evaporated, then recharged, then re-evaporated once more.
Now, Cycle is
Two
a
go
very
down. This
impressive
hold has been
player.
good for Rebellion. Cycle gets 1 down to no shields. but
As
not
they
able
heard
to get
before
the
this
kill.
game started,
Drives
Cycle
forward
has
for his team,
usually has a really good
gets a
KD on
backstab. They
oddball
get the
period.
push, and they get the kills that they need. Ball now back in
He's
their
usually
hands.
like the main
Summer coming up
slayer.
as well. Rebellion will prioritize the setup, they will prioritize the ball, so that should hand over the camouflage to Optic Gaming and naturally give them the chance to try and break this setup. It's going to be Formal who gets the camo. He was definitely called out, but he has escaped. And now it's about what you do with this camouflage.
He picks off 1. Like you say, they knew where he was. But Rebellion have got such a good lead here. 55 seconds to 0. Optic playing this one slow. Dead Zone and Trippy in the respawn screen. Formal's going to try and at least stop this one, and he does. Stops the ball getting away. Look at the toss-up on the middle. It's a good play from Formal. Might be able to
Oh,
get another ARV. Not
good
careful.
nade.
Cycle's in trouble. Double kill for Formal.
Oh, Formal, you mad
Times
lad.
for Shopify Rebellion when Formal starts to kick into this gear. 22 kills for him at the moment. And yes, there is a big lead here for Shopify Rebellion. We already saw in the previous round. When Optic gets set up, they are difficult to crack.
Ball's down, long haul. Optic not scoring at the moment. And Soul Snipes managed to steal it away. Perhaps with the use of a grapple, we didn't quite see it, but the ball looked like it was stolen away. And he's going towards blue, so an option to play the ball they need to. And all of a sudden, what looked like a good setup opportunity for Optic Gaming has not really paid out. And Optic have to break the setup again. The ball will be played, but better from Rebellion. Just getting 1 or 2 seconds here or there, getting closer to that 100-point threshold.
I really want Shopify Rebellion just to make this awkward now for Optic. Do what they did to them in the previous. Watch over that ball. Force their hand first. Make them try and get a setup. Make them try and go for the ball. And then you can pick up those pieces and just get a little bit more scrappy time towards that 100. That's exactly what Soul Snipe's trying to do here. Soul Snipe, by the way, 25 kills. Talk about a player who's been there, done that. He's been in this winners final time and time again. Could be this the chance where he finally breaks.
Probably see this go to a round 3, maybe.
Camouflage is up. Soul Snipe prioritizes the ball, and you can see why. They're so close to victory here in this second round. And pushing us.
They got a good setup here.
And you know they desperately want to get to that game 5. Formal standstill, wasn't even interested in jiggle peeking. Strafing, crouching, none of it. Still back to the shot, got the kill. Soul Snipe goes down as well.
Damn, they did not hold that setup long.
Rebellion have got to be careful here. They don't throw this one away.
75 kills for Rebellion, 74 for Optic. I told you it'd be close. 2 of the best to do it on this map and mode. 87-4 though, and Optic have a lot to do. For Rebellion, I really like how they've approached these final moments though. They are just allowing that ball to sit there for a little bit, saying, Optic, what do you have up your sleeve? Because if Optic just make one step out of place here, there's going to be a Rebellion player watching, waiting in the wings to take them down.
Great patience being shown by Rebellion. Maturity. Not rushing towards the ball. They know exactly what they need to do to get the win in this round. 3 dead. Mental just tries to make that fight as difficult as he can.
They kind of have to play safe. They need to slay them.
Up the stairs now, and he's weak. Cycle gets
They need
the
to
kill.
slay them so they can
This is
trap
perfect
them, and
for
then they can
Rebellion.
take the
But
ball
if
to the
you
other
just
side
chipping
and
away
keep
at
them
Optic, making
in
them
that
feel a
trap.
little bit more frustrated as time goes on. And they can get those final seconds if they choose to.
It's why a lot of time in pro play, you'll just see that time go down.
For Optic. If you try and pick up that ball and try and set up with it, you leave yourself vulnerable to an Optic setup off of the counter. So I love this from Rebellion. It's working out for them right now. Just 54 seconds left for them to
What's up,
take themselves
Swish?
to round 3. But of course, Optic are going to start to play a little bit more aggressively for this ball now.
Yeah, like they're getting a setup here now because they have them trapped back over by elevator here. Yep, they're spawning C now.
Optic
They
don't
could
have
get a
hands on the
setup
ball.
here.
40 seconds. That time is dwindling down fast. And Optic are feeling every single second.
Somebody
of it.
needs to grab that ball though.
Camouflage has popped into the chest, but again, Optic still don't have hands on ball.
30 seconds left. Now they have the ball. And they have the camouflage, but the camo goggles are perfect. Cycle spots it out, takes it down. And you feel like Rebellion just need to crack this setup one more time to take us to round 3.
Lucid's long haul. He rotates the ball away, but every single time he's forced to drop it, it favors Rebellion again. Dead Zone's in trouble. Soul Snipe gets him. This has been much better from Rebellion on Championship Sunday. The time dwindles down, and our Optic just resigned to go into round 3 right now. It looks like it. They're happy enough. 1-1 is going to be the score. We're going to round 3.
Shopify Rebellion, stay alive. And who is going to keep that 100% win rate intact? It's tough to judge because it was a very close round 1, but it was a dominant round 2 for Shopify Rebellion here. And they need to just continue that momentum through, and Soul Snipe needs to keep playing this way. 30 kills on the board for him.
A monster of a game. And like you say, he needs to keep it up. Trippy, camouflage, lucid ball. Shock Rifle's gonna join Optic Gaming as well.
Almost got that
Trippy's gonna be
stick.
forced to back away. They spotted him out. We'll see what he can do with this. Can he find the faces and some openings for his team?
Yeah, you see they're keeping them back gold.
Cycle continues to jiggle peek, almost
And tower.
bailing out the shot from the camouflage player.
If they can
They know
kill
where
those
he
guys
is. He
tower,
continues to jiggle.
they'll spawn
Well,
gold.
Shopify need to break this. And it's a good chance to jump into the comms and see just how they do it. Let's go to a listening with Shopify.
Going good, Swish. My day has kind of just been this. Pretty much. Hope your day's been going well, man. Yeah, you have to spawn trap them so you can get time. You manipulate the spawns, keep them opposite side of the ball carrier, and just rack up time that way.
Watch out. I have that cam. Hold on right now, this is Ziki. Bridge now, the bomb blue. Other one, stack. Come on. Baba.
Watch out, Target. They're going up bit. What Tara? Watch out.
Yeah, he's still batteries. He's on the wall. Batteries. Bring up bit, Donnie. Topper gave us cross. Yeah, C-stairs. Donnie's going. Watch out, see boxes. Watch out, see boxes. Watch out, see boxes behind you, behind you. Matt. Re-pun mid. One shot, go on, Ming. Oh, it's triple corner. Sticky, watch out. Watch out.
And you can see the Shopify Rebellion were able to crack the Optic wall.
You went to your cousin's baby shower today, and then when you got home, you immediately turned this on. Was it a boy or a girl?
Should be able to start scoring. And this has been one of the
I love Me Too,
better
thank you.
games that you will see, and I am not surprised.
Look at Formal, dude. 31 kills. Soul Snipe as well, 33.
That's why we've really struggled to see those perfect setups.
This series is really about redemption for two teams for very different reasons. Rebellion trying to break that duck, break the curse of winning a map on Championship.
You gonna teach him how to play Halo?
They've already done that, and they're putting it to Optic Gaming. For Optic, it's about getting into a grand finals and having that winner's advantage, and they're on the doorstep here. These two teams so evenly matched here in this oddball. Nothing to separate them.
Oh.
Continuing to go to war.
3 dead again on the side of Optic. Ball going to be in hand.
Kind of needed that trade.
Seizes that opportunity. Sees that no one's going to be watching it. And now they're going to have an opportunity to set up here. You can see the spawns are over towards Elevator. Shopify still have numbers here as well. And they need to call out Dead Zone, which they do. This is brilliant for Rebellion. 3 dead again. They're going to catch up. They can take the lead here.
Trippy's down long haul. He's in trouble. Suppress gets him. They have the option to rotate the ball inside blue. Soul Snipe has gone that way to try and clear out tower. But that's exactly where Optic Gaming are. Soul Snipe has got to try and stay alive. He gets a pick, and that's massive. Dead Zone soars in. Soul Snipe, though, more importantly, is still alive.
Soul Snipe's been doing so much damage in this game. 36 kills now for him.
This is actually crazy, though.
Shopify Rebellion have the lead, and they still hold. And most importantly, Soul Snipe has made it difficult. He made that white push impossible. Camo's coming up in 7. Dead Zone's going to be there, lurking in the shadows, hoping to grab it. But they are
They're still getting
time
time
to tick by for Shopify Rebellion. They are 20 seconds away from taking us to a game 5.
Soul Snipe's been like Miley Cyrus this game. A bloody wrecking ball. Formal has camouflage, and Soul
That
Snipe
was a
shuts him
huge
down.
5. Holy.
Big double though. Massive double from Lucid just to save this, because that game was done. It was dusted if they didn't manage to break.
Ooh.
And
Oh,
Trippy
Trippy.
also heating up. It's one
Trippy's
last
gonna
stand
be
here for Optic
huge
Gaming.
here, man.
One last stand for Optic, and maybe one last dance for Rebellion. Lucid's getting the kills he needs, and he's rotating the ball towards pipes. This one's not done yet.
This is so tough for Rebellion because they were so close they could almost taste game 5, but now they have to reset, they have to think, but they cannot take too long. If this push goes south, suddenly Optic have probably won it, but there's the opening they needed, but it is traded out.
Shots continue to get traded back and forth. Balls on bat ledge. Lucid provides cover for his team. Psycho puts down shots. Lucid gets away with the ball, and they're within seconds of another.
But Psycho, he can get some scrappy time here. They need to shut him down. You need nades, but he's holding on.
Psycho gets to hold the ball. Grenades come in. He's down to no shields. The final seconds. We're going to a game 5.
Shopify Rebellion, the team that couldn't even put a map on the board in the last 2 events, are taking Optic Gaming right down to the wire here in the winners finals. And Optic, they were in cruise control in this series.
I have never been so happy to be proven wrong,
Shopify
dude.
Rebellion in game number 2.
I'm so
But
impressed.
Rebellion, they hold on to that 100% win
If they
rate on
reverse
recharge
sweep this
on board.
dude,
But
I
they're
don't even know what
taking
to
away
say.
from Optic Gaming.
Well. And
Rebellion in a
that
top
now
2 position would
just
be
plants
so
the seed of
crazy.
doubt in the heads, in the minds of Optic Gaming. Like you say, in cruise control in games 1 and 2. They were playing matchmaking at times, you said.
Optic played really
now
strong on the
we're
last layer, though.
Game 5 on the
So
horizon. We're going to a shootout. And
we'll see if they can
Rebellion are
replicate
exactly
that.
where they want to be.
Could Optic Gaming look back at this as a missed opportunity with how far ahead they were in this series? How dominant they were in games
They
1
played
and 2.
so dominant
But
earlier.
they have slowly but surely allowed Rebellion back
Is Optic
into the
out
game,
after this if
back
Shopify
into
wins
this
game
series,
5?
and back
No,
with a
Optic
chance
would
to
play
get into the
SSG
grand final.
again. Which,
And what does that do for your mentality?
when they
A
played
potential reverse
last
sweep
night,
on the cards
that
here
was some
for
of like
Shopify
the best
Rebellion.
Halo I've seen from this season, dude.
And you know,
It was
no
crazy.
matter what way this game 5 shakes out, one of these teams will be massively steep
So, like,
in regret.
I mean, either way, we're gonna get an Optic
Big
SSG
game players have come to
rematch,
play
maybe.
on Championship Sunday here. What a game that was from Soul Snipe, really dragging his team forward. 39 kills, almost breaking that 40 mark.
All right, Switch, thanks for the alert.
And that's what they needed. A player like that just to inspire them.
And I loved it from Shopify Rebellion.
I can't believe
Psycho,
they
I think,
brought a
noticed
game
that
5,
Soul Snipe was having the game of his life and said, all right, I'm going to take the ball. You go ahead, bud. You take that damage. You take those kills. I don't need to be number one. And Soul Snipe, boy, did he take that opportunity. And now they find themselves game 5, Slayer Solitude. Shopify Rebellion, the best team in the league at this map and mode. They have not lost it. They are 5-0, a 100% win rate. If it's gonna happen, it will happen now. For Optic Gaming, this is their worst Slayer in the league. Can Shopify Rebellion get to a grand final?
100% record on oddball recharge for both teams. Rebellion hold that record now. And they gave Optic Gaming the L. And you're speaking about Game 5 being their best. Optic's worst. Like you say, if they were ever going to do it, Dan, it's here and now.
On average, they usually win Slayer Solitude, Shopify Rebellion by around 5 points, 50 to 45. But you've got to
This is going to be a close game. What happens if Optic ties?
It was a very one-sided
What do you mean?
affair. Shopify Rebellion didn't even turn up to that game. And they cannot allow Optic Gaming to have that same kind of start where they absolutely
They're not going to
propel
tie.
themselves into a lead of
That's
10
very
to 15
rare.
kills.
I guess
That
theoretically, if they
amount of no
do,
screen suppressed is again
they'd
gonna
probably
be my
replay the
focus going
match
into Game 5, averaging
or
14 kills per game on
come
Slayer
up with some
Solitude.
random game 6.
Could he be the reason why
I don't
Shopify Rebellion are
really
in a grand
see it
final
going to
today?
a tie, though. That's like very,
Now the
very
question
rare.
is,
It
do
usually
you
doesn't
start
happen at
playing
all.
differently because of the
I don't even
situation
remember
you're
if
in?
I've seen one.
It's Championship Sunday. Do you start to make decisions a little bit slower, a little bit more hesitant because of who you're playing against and where you are right now? Rebellion have got to remember what gave them a ticket to the dance in the first place and play to their own game plan.
And let's talk about why Shopify Rebellion
Map
are
replay?
so good
Okay,
at
thank
Slayer
you.
Solitude. It is how well they
It's happened
move
before?
together.
Yeah, it's
And
definitely
they are not
happened before.
afraid
I
also
just,
to go for a flank, to send
I don't
one
recall
player
seeing it.
to get that angle
I
while
think
the
you should have
other
been.
3 are aggressive with a push. But then they will always pinch. They are always on the same page. Very rarely will you see them make mistakes with their aggression. And Optic Gaming need to be aware
yeah,
of that.
it's
And if
like
they have done
very
their
rare
research,
that
if they have
happens,
done their prep,
obviously.
they can lay those traps. Look for that one player making that flank. If you see 3 that are starting to push over towards blue side, you've got to expect someone on their own.
Yeah,
push.
Wish has a
You
good
take
point,
that
actually.
One person down, and then you can have a 4 versus 3
I don't think
on
I've ever
the map.
seen it with Slayer, though.
This is going to be a bloodbath.
I guess
but
my
I'm
point.
Struggling to decide.
Yeah,
which
that
way it's
makes
gonna
sense.
go because of how well Optic played in that match 2 Slayer. You still have to put them as favorites, regardless of the 100% win rate on the side of Shopify Rebellion. And it is also about experience here. Optic have been here time and time again. Second place, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. If they want to get married, it has to be getting to the grand final first and having that best of 7 advantage.
So much experience on that stage, particularly for Optic Gaming. They've won world championships together. They've been in these big game moments. They've been in these big series time and time again. And they've come up with the answers. And for Rebellion, maybe that's where they fall short. Just not having the reps.
And that's a man who's been through many a Game 5. And many a championship. But so has he. We have 2 of the greats coaching these teams. Best Man and Lunchbox. At one point, enemies. Frenemies. And now they are across the stage from one another, trying to coach their team. Best Man even said, I think games 1 and 2 are
I
in
don't
favor
know,
of Optic
Drax.
today, but 3, 4, and 5, I'm feeling pretty good at. And I agree with him. I looked at the series layout, and that was what I was saying as well. But how does Lunchbox feel about this Game 5? What is he saying to the rest of the team? Because you have to pick them up here. A reverse sweep is on the cards. And you need to focus up, because if you drop down into this elimination bracket, you have Space Station Gaming waiting for you. And you know full well they are going to be like sharks in the water here.
And you have to question the mentality as well, with Best Man recognizing this. Game 1 and 2, they're not going to be our games.
This is going to be
We
such
need
a
to
tense
stay in the
game.
series. And
Oh,
they're
I'm
in
so
this
ready.
series now. Game 5, a shootout to decide who goes to grand finals. And who plays Space Station Gaming, who are hungry like the wolves, waiting for the loser to drop down here. These 2 teams are going to put it all on the line in this Slayer. One team with a 100% record, the other with hopes and aspirations of winning a championship. Shields up, weapons hot, let's do this thing.
Oh my god, I'm hyped.
It's a Game 5 on Championship Sunday. And two teams who have looked so different from start to finish here.
Free camo?
It is Shopify Rebellion in the ascendancy. It is Shopify Rebellion with the home advantage when it comes to this map. But it is Optic Gaming.
3 dead already.
And they have the lead here, 3-1 with a camouflage in play.
And you worry for Rebellion that they don't start getting put in situations they don't want to be in spawn traps. They don't let the occasion get to them here. The work that they put in to get to this point has been exceptional. But Soul Sniper's trapped S1, and he just could not get the trade. 6-2 the score.
This is what Optic Gaming need to do. They need to take this advantage now and punish Rebellion. Be relentless with
their
aggression.
the AR, you see the AR? Nice flick.
Be round a corner, hunt them down. Show them disrespect if you're Optic Gaming here. Because Rebellion are a little bit rattled off the break. And they are all scattered, sporadic around the map at the moment, and Optic can take advantage of it.
Gotta keep them like that, like deer in the headlights. Don't let
Oh,
them
they're
get
just getting
comfortable.
picked off one by one, dude.
Dead Zone can do that with the shock rifle. A couple of shots do swing and a miss though. And Rebellion have taken some map. They've got players positioned top middle. Dead Zone's not comfortable where he is. Lucid's gone down. Numbers advantage now for Rebellion to push forward. Soul Snipe takes top gold edge. Dead Zone spots him out. Formal dies on benches. Here come Rebellion.
And here's that 3 push I was talking about, but now you've got to find the one. The one is Soul Snipe. Dead Zone has to call that out, and you have to prioritize taking him down. Because now Dead Zone's going to be in a 1 versus 3 here. He's in the middle of nowhere, but he has help. Formal comes in. Lucid comes in. 3 go down for Rebellion.
The
4 down.
Killing spree for Dead Zone.
Holy
And they
crap,
spot
dude.
out that player. Soul Snipe was the final man to fall.
Now, can they close this gap?
13-6, and how different it could have been had Dead Zone fallen.
They got another
Good knowledge now
camo,
from
dude.
Trippy. Knows
Oh,
this and pressed
man.
over towards Hotel. Happy to stand out in the open because he has that camouflage and he could just give all that information. But Suppressed has won that 1v against Lucid, which does just mean Optic have to
Rebellion
retract
over.
slightly. They can't get too aggressive here because Shopify are just spreading themselves out and watching these angles.
Mental just maneuvers his Spartan out of the line of sight of Trippy. The camouflage now gone. Mental spots him out immediately. Suppressed is still in Hotel. And he's going to charge in and get that kill.
Oh,
Trippy
good
somehow,
sticky.
some way gets the sticky, gets the trade. Mental's in trouble here, down to no shields. Taken care of. Soul Snipe backed away, bottom middle. Optic still with a lead.
And those kind of sticks, those kind of moments could be the difference in this game. Just when you think you've been able to shut down an individual, they pull something out of nowhere, but Suppressed has just taken down Formal at the right time because that means Shock Rifle will be in control here for Shopify Rebellion.
And they need it.
They're
Down
closing
by
that gap a little bit.
Throwing bodies forward, but unfortunately they're not getting the kills
Uh-oh.
they need.
Cycle's in trouble here.
Cycle's in trouble, down to no shields. Another member falls. Suppressed with the shock rifle, but he wasn't close enough to his teammates. And he knows he's in trouble because pressure's coming his way. He's backed him towards blue. While Suppressed has this shock rifle, Optic Gaming are in towards Plaza, in towards yellow and long haul.
Yeah, but they already have a lot more
Really
control than they
interested
did in
in
that
communication from the
Streets
Optic
game.
Gaming. Let's go to a listening with them.
I'm bottom side, peek on the left. Is he weak? Is he
That
weak?
Streets game was kind of fucked.
Push this guy. Okay, two there. I got one. The other one, he has a repulsor. He has a repulsor.
Yo, we should hit blue.
Yo, only one guy at snipe, guys. 2 at blue, 1 guy at snipe. He's in blue shot. Watch out.
Watch out, high window, watch out, high window.
I'm getting out of here, I'm getting
Get
here.
out, watch out. No, there's 2 in blue.
What's that, S4 Zan? Yeah, I am Zan.
S4,
What's concrete? S4 now? Top blue side,
Back
one
blue.
side.
Back to me, man. You should get back to me.
I'm coming down.
Keep watching me. They're gonna hit yard eventually. Go high window.
Waiting for one of them to push this camo.
Fire. Close right, cycle.
Two guys here.
S4 weak, really weak S4.
And plus, them not having information on where he is huge.
Watch out, I flush down on you. S4 to camo. Blue window, high window. All blue. S4 nading. Yo, so does Jerry speak. Yo,
Just got the live notification now. Your phone hates me. God, man. I post on Discord too, man. God. I'm fucking with you.
Get in the blue. They're at snipe. Yes.
Yo, posters, free kill. Wait, watch up, 2 shot posters.
Good to see you though, Lars.
Yo, watch AJ, watch AJ. 3 here.
You're watching football. Fuck football.
LR, serious. Yard. Yo, look at that, Matt. Yo, he's like glass. I think he saw you, Matt. I think he saw you.
Shot, U-turn, watch out, U-turn, guys. Top yellow. Last week, cycle half.
Look at top gold. Look at Lube.
Frippy's gotten every camo so far. As I said, they have more control, dude. That gap is widening.
That lead continues to grow here, folks. That means the green wall and the fans associated with them can breathe a sigh of relief because they seem to be pulling away here and putting real distance between them and Rebellion.
And it is made even more impressive by the fact that this is, without a shadow of a doubt, Shopify Rebellion's best map and mode. And Optic Gaming are making it look somewhat easy. I mentioned the 3-in-1 split, and you heard it in the listening as well. Calling out where that individual was, calling out where the 3, where they expect the push, where they expect the hit. And they were expecting it, they were waiting for it.
Player really was like the worst game mode they could get,
shut
though.
Down several members of Shopify. It is a 14-kill lead at the moment. This is gonna be so tough for Rebellion.
Oh, is he living with that camo?
It's gonna be a tough pill to swallow if they lose
Oh, he
this
died.
one here. Typically, and particularly after coming so close. They're down by a significant margin here. We're into perfect Halo territory. They've got to get kills without reply. They cannot afford to trade here. And Optic Gaming are in no mood to give away free kills.
Optic happy to slow this one down. Happy to just wait and see what Shopify Rebellion have to offer. Again, the 3-1 split, but Mental is probably going to try and get a little bit closer to the rest of the team here because they need to be working together, cannot get pinched one by one. They need a full all 4 dead if they're going to get back into it, but Cycle and Soul Snipe fall. And Optic Gaming continue their dominance.
4 dead.
4 dead for Rebellion. And they continue to chase this game, but they're chasing their tails. Optic Gaming are well and truly in the ascendancy here. Just 10 kills away from grand finals.
They have their foot in the door.
A stake's definitely looking a little bit possible.
They can taste it. And maybe they can start thinking about the possibility of lifting a trophy already. But they have to be aware that Space Station Gaming are still in this tournament and still in that elimination bracket.
Oh, I don't know if they're getting the stake.
What do Rebellion have in the final knockings of this game then? Can they flip the script? Is there a sting in the tail somewhere here? The green wall chants are ringing out and they're ringing loud, trying to drive their team home to victory here. It's been a long series, a lot longer than they would have liked. 3 kills remaining. Trippy gets away, somehow, some way. Evades the grenades, evades the gunshots. Suppress goes down. 1 more kill for the green wall, and they're heading to the grand finals. And there it is.
Oh my god, they just barely got the stake. Wow.
Are going to grand finals.
And it is another spectacular.
Why do your VODs have so many views? People actually watch that shit? The VODs, the views on VODs are typically how many people stop by your stream. Like during the thing. That's why if you see like a stream that like did really well viewership wise, those tend to have more views.
But the green wall will be in that grand final. We'll have that best of 7 advantage.
Also could just be bots.
They are in championship form because not only do they topple a 100% win rate, but they stop a reverse sweep. They stay strong. They do not let their heads drop.
Oh my god, SSG versus Shopify now, dude.
Optic Gaming guaranteed top 2.
What a series. What a showing from Rebellion. Roaring back to life after games 1 and 2. And they can take real pride and confidence now heading into that Space Station Gaming series. But for Optic, Dan, just stopping that reverse sweep, that was massive for them.
Massive for their mentals. I feel like if they had got reverse swept, they would have dropped down, probably got beaten by Space Station. On the other side for Shopify.
Well, I mean, yeah, Kyber, me and Jubs alone gave you like freaking at least 30
Optic all the way, but
last
sadly
night.
just fell short. It was one hell of a series, and I am curious to see what a member of the Green Wall has to say. Blaze, who have you got on the stage?
I got Big Game Trip with me on the main stage. Make some noise for him, Salt Lake City. We got Optic Gaming taking the Green Wall back to the grand finals. Trip, you get a pair of steak dinners in here, and you haven't even won a tournament yet, okay? How you feeling coming out here, getting this big win against Shopify?
It feels good. I mean, it's been a while since we've been in the grand finals from the winner's side, so things are great. Can't be more happy.
Can't be more happy at all, right? Did they play awesome, Salt Lake City? Now, going up against this Shopify team, you know, they hadn't won a map on Sunday before, but they started peaking against you guys on that third map and that fourth map. And then you go into a game 5 in which they're undefeated. What was the comms like? What were you guys talking about and the pressure going into that game 5, knowing that you guys have to close that out?
Yeah, pretty much just take our time. I mean, they got some momentum in that live fire strongholds. They're a really, really good strongholds team, so they took that momentum into game 4. And just pretty much just take our time. Take every lead slowly and just play our leads, and that's pretty much what we did.
You did it flawlessly, okay? Lastly, what do you want to say to these fans here that's been cheering since the doors opened up and that's blowing it up in the chat right now because they know what time it is?
Thank you guys. We can hear you guys even through all the, like Tommy said yesterday, all the noise cancellation. We can hear everything, so thank you guys for real. Thank you.
They can hear it. They can feel it. Keep bringing that energy, Greenwall. That's going to do it for me and Trip on the stage. Lot, break it down.
Thank you so much, Blaze. I hope you are entertained, Greenwall. Wow, what a series that was. I think from a lifeless Shopify Rebellion in the first 2 maps to a bounce back like that going into game 5, and the man on the stage, big game Trippy, 15 and 7, looking incredible with 10 assists. That's exactly what you wanted to see out of not just this squad, but especially Trippy coming into this tournament and then keeping their life alive in the winners bracket side of things, knowing how important that is for Optic.
Yeah, you had to wonder how that game 5 was going to get started because of how hot it felt like Shopify started to get. And then you take a look at the stat.
I'm very impressed, though. I didn't even think they'd bring it to a game 4, man. I thought it was going to be a 3-0 sweep. So, game 5, still very impressed. I'm very interested to see how they perform against SSG, dude.
Showed up, and from the get-go, they started to dominate. It was the camo control from Trippy in that game 5 that was spectacular. And it's big game Trip having one of the biggest games of the tournament to give his team that double best-of-7 advantage at the very worst in the grand finals.
We'll come back and gas Optic up just a little bit more, but while we're looking at the highlights here, we really are looking at the comeback from Shopify Rebellion, and it really did start here on live fire. They held such a tremendous lead, Gaskin. It was incredible. Very hard for Optic to come back, although we did see some sneak peeks of sweeps coming through from the Optic Gaming roster.
Dude.
But Shopify Rebellion, they really ran away with things. They had control, especially considering I saw you on Cycle's POV looking at him. He looked deflated, but my goodness me, you wouldn't have known what they were about to do to Optic Gaming in that next map.
I think I would have looked deflated as well if I had been in the position they were after that game too. But thank goodness the stats didn't lie for once, right? They told us that this series could go all the way if Shopify played to their best, and boy did they. Games 3 and 4, they look like a different beast, but sadly, experience always comes into play when we get to a game 5. In Optic Gaming, they dug their heels in, they showed us what they're made of, and they will be progressing to the grand final.
I think that shows how impressive it was for Rebellion to get staked in game 2 and then turn up in game 3 like that and put in a dominant display. That's testament to them, and I think this is a different Rebellion that we've seen in Championship Sunday.
Yeah, I was backstage after the game 2 break, and I overheard Shopify just saying, we're giving them too much respect. We're playing too scared in these situations. It's very easy to do under the moment against a team like Optic that's been there, done that, has the chips to show. So it was great to see them come out games 3 and 4 and show us that they are here to play. It gives you a little bit of hope if you're a Shopify fan going against SSG. But that game 5, they kind of went back into those tendencies that they were in games 1 and 2 where they were playing on their back feet. A lot of it has to do with giving up map control, the power-ups, and how difficult it is to try and overcome that, especially in the moment, under the pressure and under the bright lights. So Shopify need to find a better recipe for success when it comes to getting those camos and the snipes in their favor if they want a better chance to compete against SSG.
They certainly do indeed. I think something that was, you know, incredible to watch was that oddball. That's where I really was very shocked because
dude, their shade of green is just so minusculely different, dude. Like, I feel like I'm looking at a freaking, like, 5-game clean sweep somehow.
It looked like it was so difficult for Optic to really get a footing. And one of the rounds was, quite honestly, like an absolute train wreck for Optic. Shopify, they ran away with one of the rounds to keep them
like, it literally looks like they turned on the brightness, like, just a little bit.
Shopify had some life. They had a lot of mental fortitude to be able to overcome Sundays, and their map count on a Sunday hasn't been so good. But I mean, 2 of those have already gone their way so far in terms of the stats, and they've made it up in all season long shows.
Yeah, I think testament to what Dan said, both Optic and Rebellion had 100% records on that map mode combination. And in the early rounds, it looked as though both teams were cancelling each other out, trying to figure out what's the best strategy to employ here, where do we take the ball, how do we get the best setups. And that's why we've seen in the first round such little time between the two of them. But Rebellion started to find their feet, find some momentum, and build upon that and push us to a game 5. So incredible display and performance from Rebellion.
Certainly was, and I got to say, they're not out. They are just going down. So they're in the elimination bracket. They're going to be facing Space Station, and I think this bodes really, really well for them, keeping things very close with Optic Gaming. They're coming into this with momentum, and Clutch, I know that their heads are going to be down a little bit. They're going to be disappointed, especially with that game 5, but they need to keep things real. You just managed to win 2 maps. You haven't done that all season long. On a Sunday, it's been very, very tough. Things have been happening. How do you fix mistakes right now on the fly? Can Shopify do this?
I think it goes back to that sandbox conversation. When you put yourself in positions where you have advantages, it's a lot easier to deal with the scenarios. Getting camouflages, snipes, and whatnot are going to give them opportunity. They need that opportunity against SSG. You saw how strong SSG was, how good Stellar is playing. When he gets a snipe uncontested on a map like Livefire, he takes over with it. You cannot allow that to happen. You have to stop Stellar from getting to the snipe, because once he has it, it's a wrap.
Yeah, it certainly is indeed. I got to say, I don't think Space Station Gaming are going to love this, but Optic are in a prime position right now. I did call it at the beginning of this weekend that if Optic could get over the semi-finals hump, then they were in a very good chance to win this entire thing. Space Station Gaming, Shopify Rebellion, they're still alive. I want to see what you've got in this elimination bracket, and this next matchup is going to be a testament to what they do have left in the tank here on Championship Sunday. After the break, we'll be seeing Space Station Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
I love this freaking ad, dude. So goofy. I love the skins back this time around. Yo, keep composure. Thank you for the follow. I will indeed do that. Keep composure, chat. Very important.
The HCS Space Station Gaming Salt Lake City Major is presented by AMD
D.
and Player X.
Yes! I'm fucking hyped!
Ladies and gentlemen, it has been an awesome event here in Salt Lake City. One to remember. Salt Lake City, you guys have an awesome time? Yes, they are. And to help us put on this event and make this happen, I want to show some love and welcome to the stage. We're going to have Sean coming out with his daughter, Adelie. Make some noise for him, everybody.
John Duras!
Y'all having fun, everybody?
Everyone having fun? All right. This is so awesome. Thank you guys for coming out. This is good Halo.
That's my
right?
goat.
Some good games. Yeah. We've got games over there. We've got pickleball, warthog races, the fingerboard parks. Thank you for coming to Utah.
Yeah.
What do you think? Should we do some free stuff?
You guys like free stuff?
I like free stuff, man.
Free stuff. I have one question. Adley, who do you think's gonna win?
Ooh. SSG!
All right, let's get some free stuff out here.
Put your hands up in the air and make some noise if you want some of this swag on the stage.
Whoa! I almost hit that light.
Oh my god. Athley has a throw, dude.
Let me hear it. SSG! SSG!
SSG!
All right, everybody. It is absolutely electric in here. We're going to keep the vibe
He used to
going.
throw the goddamn box.
Let's break it all down.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm an Adley fan now for sure. I'm a big fan of Adley on the main stage there. I hope that mic remains in her hand for a long time. We need more girls
I
in
wish
the
I had a
court.
better arm. Throw it all the way back here and I could get something.
Don't worry.
Dave,
we'll
you got a
hook
job.
up later, Walsh.
Go pay for something.
Oh,
my goodness, great. Final boss over here. You think this guy had success?
And these two are married, and they'll work it out afterwards, I promise you. But we do have an exceptional match coming your way.
Dude,
And
you have a
like just heard
job.
in the
Go get
chat,
some
Space
shit.
Station Gaming taking the stage once again. Many series under their belts now.
I
Many
love that
maps under their
sign.
belts, and many maps won, Tony. SSG looking primed and ready to go. Shopify Rebellion, their heads are going to be down just a touch, but they managed to get maps under their belt. How are you feeling about this matchup?
Yeah, I know they're probably not happy with the results of what happened against Optic Gaming, but taking them to a Game 5 being as competitive as they were is a really good sign for Shopify Rebellion. We already know that they can beat some of the big three. They can beat some of the best teams that we have in our league, but the question was, can they take games and look good on Championship Sunday? They look good. Now it's time to get over that hump. Now it's time to get a series win here on Sunday.
Well, I got some good news for Shopify fans. One, no King of the Hill, which is absolutely, oh, sorry, not King of the Hill, sorry, Strongholds. No Strongholds. Okay, hold on, let's just get that correct. No Strongholds, which is great because we don't want to see Strongholds with Space Station Gaming. They're 5-0 on Strongholds right now, and they're looking so good. The other bit of good news, and I will get this one actually correct, is
yeah, but I mean, Shopify was undefeated on freaking, what was it, Slayer Solitude?
Was looking awfully strong.
Optic managed to bring that down. So anything's possible.
Knowing what they just managed to do on Oddball, it's going to be on
Expect
Streets.
the unexpected.
SSG are pretty good at Streets as well, but they can definitely learn a thing or two from what they managed to do to OG. How are you feeling about this series layout?
Well, you know, I mean, think about this, right? Yeah, series layout's good, but if you are Shopify Rebellion, you gotta perform better in those Slayers. And if you're gonna go to Game 5 against an SSG team, they ain't dropping that Game 5. So if you are not up to snuff when it comes down to those Slayer games, this is going to be a quick series. That is the thing that I'm the most concerned about. But if you get this Oddball Streets win, that's a good tone setter for the series, and then you can build upon that.
Yeah, if I'm Shopify Rebellion, I realize there's no excuses here coming into Championship Sunday.
I agree.
This is an opportunity that you can beat the likes of a Space Station Gaming. You have King of the Hill on Livefire and Capture the Flag on Forbidden as games number 3s and 4s. SSG have one of the widest pools as far as mapping game mode combinations. That's two of their only weaknesses that they have, and you have them back to back. If I'm Shopify Rebellion, I'm saying, look, some of these series layouts have not lent to us in the past. This one is their opportunity.
Yeah, and sometimes it's easier to shake off some of those earlier losses when they're a landslide. Sometimes you're kicking yourself over a 50-48, 50-49 victory. Sometimes you get staked, you say, that was a rough game. Let's just move on. Let's move on next one. So I don't feel like you're going to see Shopify hanging their heads too much and saying, we need to figure out our Slayers. Instead, they're just saying, you know what, Optic had a run right there, whatever, moving on to the next one.
I honestly couldn't agree more with you. I think, you know, they did definitely have an incredible run there.
That's
from
a squad battle map.
Shopify Rebellion, also a fantastic Slayer team. I know they're coming into this 5-3 currently in SLC, but they're the second best Slayer team based on now the results from SLC in this HCS. They were number 1 for quite some time. They were looking so good. They're 22-9 in the season. Yeah. Few mistakes being made against some of the best that we have in the business here, but that's okay because you know fundamentally you're a good Slayer team, GB.
I don't disagree, and I know the Shopify Rebellion team's got the talent, they have the capability, but I look back at a painful Game 5, right? That you had the most they were able to get was 30 and then what 26 or something like that, 26 and then 30.
I'm voting, dude.
So it's like. Yes, I agree. Yes, they had Slayer stats in the past, but you're in the here and now. And the here
All
and now
in.
is he got bopped 2 times on Slayer. So Shopify Rebellion are going to need to have to clean that up. Otherwise, this is going to be a fast game. Because you think that SSG is going to give them the time of day to be able to, you know, get back into the game. No, they're going to see exactly what Optic did. I saw them in the back there, and they went through all the tape. They were looking at what these guys were doing, and I think they got the reads. I don't know. I think SSG have a really, really strong position here, regardless of what the stats say.
Couldn't agree with you more, and bopping people is what both sides are going to have
Sometimes
to
you
do
just
if
get
they
bopped.
want their lifeline to remain here in the tournament. It is time to go, folks. Space Station Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion. Golden Boy and Walshy, it's your turn.
All righty, folks. One final time. Salt Lake City, Utah. Let's do this. Because we got ourselves a banger of a match on our hands. Shopify Rebellion proving that they can take those matches on Championship Sunday. But can they take the dubs? Can they take the wins? This is going to be that tone setter we were talking about, Walshy.
Okay.
Oddball Streets. This is a big one. If Rebellion come out swinging, then SSG might
Potentially,
be in
dude.
trouble.
The
What I gotta
second
say,
to last
though, is
series.
if Shopify Rebellion can beat Optic on Oddball, I think they can definitely beat SSG on Oddball, but it's all going to come down to the slays here. They're going to be completely different play styles. You are going to have a couple faster players here in the form of Bound. and Legend. They're just going to be moving around the map a little quicker than some of those players they're playing against on Optic.
Yep, that's right. Those are going to be some of those minor details that can come back and potentially bode well for SSG.
SSG's already getting some early time. That game's coming up as well.
What they were going over seemed to be, you know, as a squad, what you want in this situation, considering that they're right there on the precipice of being able to make it to a grand final. So they're putting in so much work off screen here to just make sure that they lock this down and bound with a filthy double kill, and you're able to get yourself the camo to boot as well as ball control. Great start for SSG.
Bound on a killing spree, and Bound with 16 points on the board, just doing all the work for his squad right now. Most kills in the game, most time in the game. I love that target switching he also had there too by that gen. He knew someone was one shot in the distance, quickly flicks, hits that shot, and then clutches
Shopify has played really well, dude.
This is also a pretty smart.
Win or lose, dude, they should be really happy with the top 3.
Be coming in from Arcade, but credit to Shopify Rebellion because they got right in their face.
Because, dude, it used to be, you'd expect to see, like, FaZe at top 3 at least.
They do manage to recover. And Rebellion are going to be back at the drawing board here to see how they can crack this one. Now, you end up opening up Cafe here. This is a little bit of an opportunity, but Bound's going to try and see if he can cover that one. And he's been doing a great job, as we had noted already. Great objective time. He's been putting in a lot of shots to boot, but they got to remove him from this fight here.
Looks like he tries to get a play ball there, but not effective. He's just going to stay alive a little bit longer at tower. Gets into a one-on-one, and with his stats so far, I would have put my money on Bound winning that straight-up one-on-one.
Yeah, but he ended up having a teammate there who that was Mental, as a matter of fact, off that Killjoy. He ended up having a teammate there to back him up there. We'll see whether or not Mental can actually gain this lead. Suppressed with a big kill onto Eco, slowing down the momentum that Space Station Gaming had earned earlier on here. But look at 2 players coming in through the Cafe now. Great anticipation from Cycle. Can Cycle pick up the kill? He's successful in that endeavor. Now looking for another one. Legend on the flank there. Mental to back him up. Another 2 down. Make that 3 down for Space Station Gaming. And now Shopify Rebellion continuing to add on here. They got to get that ball under control.
I love that coordination from Shopify. You had Suppressed and Mental, both one shot, and they both round the corner and fight that. They realize it's going to be less likely that that person can finish off both players at the exact same time. So rather than one person hiding behind and getting their shield back, they're both charging out.
And look at this here. Once again, that Cafe has been a bit of a difficult one for Rebellion to try and maintain control of. But so far, so good. As Suppressed now, he's going to make his presence felt here in Neon Street. Nice battle won there by Legend. He's going to have to wait this one out. See if he's got any numbers and teammates to go for the push. Right now, he's going to be the most forward position member of his team. But that's good for him because he ends up finding one shot, another one back alley as well. Smart plays there. Cycle goes in for the challenge, but is able to anticipate where Legend was
if he lives this, now he does.
Thus shutting him down. We're back 2-2 square.
Incredible defense by Shopify, because I was just about to say that Space Station had the perfect push. They got pushed all the way up towards Cafe. They pushed all the way up towards Tires and Arcade. And they had the perfect crossfire, as you saw that initial pick off by Legend. But somehow Shopify, even with their backs against the wall, just bought enough time for their players to flank on through and clear out Space Station Gaming.
And also, too, I like that, you know, Shopify making sure that they have utility to be able to stop some of these pushes here. They got nades when they need to. They are anticipating a few of these pushes. And you can even see right there, right, using these nades and preempting them to just give them that extra coverage, the extra oomph on those fights. And it has led to a lot of success for Rebellion, sitting at 40 and 43 currently.
Rebellion's closed that gap.
Look at that mental clearing.
They were down like 0 to 43 earlier.
Clear. And ever since this ball has been over towards the tower, we have yet to really see Space Station take control of this area from the first time they rotated here. Now, if you're a Space Station coach or player in a situation like this, if you recognize that, you start to say, all right, next time they get control of the ball, maybe try to keep it over towards Tram and see if they have better success on that side of the map.
Eco looking for this one player, Cycle, who had that camo as well as the Stalker rifle. A couple one-shots over on the other side. Soul Snipe trying to support his teammate Suppressed. But this has been pretty solid thus far. And you know what? You guys had a great read on it when we were talking about it on the desk earlier, Dave. They're doing some damn good work to be able to get these points.
Doing a great push, but they gotta do it quick. Cycle just spawned over at Tram, ends up pushing towards ATMs to enter this fight. A little too late there from Cycle. But that's the sort of dance that Shopify have been doing with Space Station. They're able to play defense on that PD/tower side, and if they have someone die, they just buy time and they get an immediate spawn flank.
Well, now that we got this Tram set up, how does Space Station fight through this here? Eco going to be the tip of the spear in this situation. Legend gets taken off on the cross. That's going to, of course, put Eco in a little bit of a pressure-filled situation. Thankfully, he's got Stellar there to back him up. A couple shots being put forward here. That's going to be a trade. And Stellar saw a couple more members. Shopify a little weakened, but he's actually going to be taking some fire himself here. And he's got the call, trying to go in for the fight. Using that repulsor to get up on high, but he did not have the timing. He did not catch him off guard, but it was a valiant attempt.
Tries to jump on in and fight those weak players. Unsuccessful there. And now that we have ball and tram, let's see how this one plays out. Oh my God.
Oh boy.
Launching.
Oh, no
That's
lunge.
Eco going down. That's going to be more time going in for Shopify Rebellion.
They're going to need it to catch back up into this one. Still the first round to play here in the elimination final. Winner moves on. Both teams here having to taste the bitter taste of defeat thanks to Optic Gaming.
Look at this Suppressed, not just scrapping up every little second of time in the back, helping his team fight in the center of the map. They realize control is more important than just a few extra seconds. With that camo, though, Suppressed knows that nobody is charging just yet, and now he's just biding his time, deciding, does he rotate this, or is it going to be another ball drop / slay?
Oh, and they know where he is, too, so they're peppering those steps with nades as much as they can to try and remove him from it. He's got the call that Legend might be a little bit weak over into corner. Good use of the camo yet again, but Suppressed is going to be dealing with a 1v2 in the back there, and he's going to lose that fight. That said, though, an opportunity now, but not going to happen as Eco and Stellar are able to get themselves 2 kills, and they'll continue this hold here, Dave.
Yeah, you almost have to question that kill from Soul Snipe. It's a really difficult spot to be in. You know somebody's so weak right next to you at caution.
They can get one more set of slays. They should be able to close it.
Across palms to charge into Tram and get the kills and get the ball.
10 points left here for SSG as they're going to be inside of Tram, make that 11, but it's still going to be so close. That ball's still up for grabs now. Mental, weakened, up on top. He's got someone else there. Stellar cannot stay alive long enough, and that's going to be 2 players down for SSG. Opportunity now for Shopify Rebellion. Make that 3 as Bound's going to be removed from this. Is anyone for Shopify in the vicinity to be able to grab that ball? Cycle as well as Mental making their way in.
Cycle getting the clutch 2 kills. That may have secured it right here for Shopify as he got the 2 players closest to Tram, and now Space Station have one last desperate push here to try to break through. They somehow spawned over at Cafe / Neon side, so they're close and they're getting through.
Brilliant use of nades there, but Stellar cannot win the battle against Cycle. And he's still alive here in the back. No one's been able to grab that ball yet, though. 30 seconds left on the clock. Time's going to be ticking. Tied game, 89-89 here. Cycle fights his way out of Neon. Legend's going to get control again. Cycle had to get out of there, but look at Bound. Look at Bound. He's over in the corner. He put shots down. The rotation. They throw that ball down toward the driveway. Massive fight there for Legend to win. He's looking for another one.
To be able to close it. Triple from Legend, dude. Oh my God.
The first round locked in for the hometown heroes.
Yeah, grabbing those last few seconds. Legend gonna punch round 1 in favor of SSG, and I gotta say,
what a king, dude.
Fairly fortunate spawns at the end for SSG.
Yeah.
If they had spawned over at back tower or at PD, that round would have been over. Snipe was doing such a good job getting the right slays, so I don't know exactly where the Shopify spawns were coming in at the end of that round, but wasn't going in their favor, I'll tell you that.
Not at all. Space Station Gaming managed to strike first here. See here, good identification on this one player located inside of the arcade area there, but Soul Snipe fighting his way out of that one. Although we're going to see where these rotations and the setup starts to come in. SSG looking to opt for that PD setup there in the back. Bound, though, knows that there's going to be some pressure coming in from the arcade side, and they're kind of sniffing this one out because they know that someone's going to be back there. They're just trying to find where he is. Bound makes himself known.
That's the difficulty of fighting Bound. One, you can't take anything for granted. You look around the tower, you say, he could be in this corner, he could be in this corner, and then the fact that Bound is so quick, he's already slipped on over to PD, so they spent a good 3 seconds just looking for Bound when he had already rotated away over into PD.
And I think, could be wrong here, but yep, okay. Shopify gets themselves another camo. They have been nabbing these power items so many times here and keeping them out of the hands of SSG. Definitely saw maybe what FaZe were doing earlier on when they had faced off against them and keeping those power items away from them, how effective that can be.
I love how Suppress has played this thus far. He's treated as if he doesn't even have camo. He's just laying down shots. He's not trying to be sneaky, get some sort of back smack or get some sort of perfect player kill. He's laid down shots on at least 3 different members, getting 2 kills there, and he found the last 2 over on B Street.
Well, good news for him. He had a teammate there to back him up. That's going to be 3 down for SSG. And Shopify.
I don't know about this play from Cycle here. He is blocking the spawns and back tram. This means spawns are either going to happen over at red, or spawns could get a little wonky here. This could be a great or a terrible play. We're going to have to see how these kills fall next.
Ooh, big battle won there for Cycle. and Bound as well to remove actually him from that tram area as we were talking about before, Dave.
You know, and I see Eco and all these members of Space Station there are able to break through on B Street.
Looks like they're gonna get another
I
camo,
gotta
dude.
say, I think part of that had to be with that push into Tram.
Yeah, you end up losing that player in the equation, right? So
yeah, you're fighting full separate battles. You're fighting 2 separate battles over towards PD side and over towards Tram side, instead of just having one whole half of the map and not letting Space Station just push together as a full unit.
Well, right now, though, at the very least for the scoreboard, Space Station, or rather Shopify, can breathe a quick sigh of relief, but it could be very short-lived here on Oddball Streets. Legend, big kill in the back there. Now you got Mental trying to push in. He's going to be in a 1v2 situation. Bound's going to make quick work of him. One more player, 2 more, as a matter of fact, pushing inside of the cafe. Great response from Rebellion to just stop Space Station, excuse me, so that they can start to build some momentum here.
Yeah, great plays there, and they're just desperately holding on this cafe side. They want to rotate this ball away. There are too many members of Space Station over towards this PD side. So Soul Snipe's goal is to eventually get this a little further away. Unfortunately, Soul Snipe falls. Cycle, the furthest one up here. He's just trying to buy time so that Mental and Suppress can push on up, and look at buying time, how he does. Great job by Cycle, just buying that little extra bit for his teammates to push up, but it is to no avail.
Yeah.
All these members here from Shopify falling one after the other.
Yeah, it was a valiant effort for sure. Now it'll be Rebellion's time to strike here. Let's see what the Rebellion can muster up. Of course, so SSG now starting to gain a little bit more here. So close to being able to tie this one up, and look at the way that they're prioritizing PD. They know Bound is going to be lingering about here, and he's been a nuisance at the side of Rebellion. And he continues to be a problem that they cannot seem to deal with, and he's just dancing around.
Bound is just a freaking nuisance, dude. Bound is 24 and 15, dude.
Bound is absolutely
95 on the OBJ.
24
most kills, least deaths, most time in the entire lobby.
Truly standout performance here. Bound came onto the scene, you know, quite with a lot of hype, and he has certainly lived up to it without a doubt. He's proven time and time again he not only just belongs on that stage, but he thrives on that stage. So does this young man, Legend. But Soul Snipe is trying to make a name for himself here too. Is able to get that kill, make that a double kill for Snipe himself.
And look at this, every single time these members Shopify get to one shot, you see them peeking back and forth. They want to get as much information as they can, and they're going to force that player from Space Station to either perfectly hit that headshot, or they now know where that player is at, and they can evade to a new location.
Small
they aren't
details.
just blind around a corner.
Double kill there for Suppressed. He's actually been playing pretty damn well. We were praising Bound earlier, but Suppressed also has been popping off. Playing some big games here. The pressure's on, without a doubt. Mental working with his teammate in collaboration to remove Eco from the equation. Ball's going to be played again. You got Legend over toward that Tires and Bound toward Cafe. They're anticipating this push. One toward Bat Ledge is actually going to give the indication, hey, they're going to try and make this push happen here. So instead, they're going to get back together, try and work this one out.
And what Mental does in that situation, since he gave his position away over on B Street, he knows that Space Station are going to focus there. Instead, he repositions on over towards Neon, and they overload this side. But they aren't getting the damage or the numbers that they need. In fact, Stellar has a flank of his own.
Yeah, and that worked out beautifully. 4 down to Rebellion as Space Station Gaming now get possession of the ball again, and they're across the 50-point threshold.
Space Station bringing this one back towards Tower. Last time when they brought it towards Tower, you saw that Shopify were able to get some kills, able to get some sort of setup. Can Shopify break through again here in this position? That's going to be Legend and Stellar falling. The 4v2 charge is coming. What can Bound and Eco do? Feels like not much. Eco's the last one standing, just trying to desperately stay alive over in Tires. He gets a kill and the escape.
But he does live. That's the most important thing out of that one, Dave.
That camo might go to SSG here.
And he's alive, and look at that. They didn't take him out of Tires, and that's come back to bite them in the butt here. That Stalker Rifle's been a problem for them.
Just those small victories.
Bound can't get away with it, though.
Plays. Great play by Eco, like I said. Just
good recovery, though.
Time, staying alive and re-entering the fight. That's going to be 3 down for Space Station for a short bit. Stellar and Eco. What do they do?
Yeah, that was, you know, credit to Eco for trying to make that play happen, but also a bigger credit for Rebellion for stabilizing in that situation, still holding control of the ball as well as backfield.
Look at that very successful push.
That
there
time
from
is
Space
coming
Station.
down, man.
That's exactly what Shopify were trying to replicate before when they overloaded 3 people over towards the cafe side. Instead, unable to get that
Look at the
initial
time.
pick, and there are too many members of Shopify down. And you know Space Station are going to play time. I wouldn't be
That's right.
surprised to see them grab this ball and just reset it to be safe, but I didn't get a sense of exactly when that ball dropped.
Yeah, well, 8 seconds remaining. Only a few points here separates them, but it ain't gonna matter because time is gonna be a-ticking. No one in the vicinity for Rebellion to be able to pick it up.
Damn.
And SSG pick up map 1.
So well played there. But I mean, you got to kind of expect that when you see a performance like that out of bound, when somebody's going most kills, most objective, least depth, you expect an absolute stomping or victory.
Yeah, you really do, and Bound was certainly the X factor in that game. Let's not forget, though, Suppress had one hell of an oddball streak, 27 kills and 14 assists for him there. But at the end of the day, it's SSG.
How close Bound is to his
being able
monitor,
to
dude. I still
really
can't get
just
over that.
Play the map to their advantage, play that time to their advantage as well. They knew that the onus was going to be on Rebellion to have to make those pushes, and when you're making those pushes, sometimes you make some mistakes, and hey, Space Station Gaming are perfectly fine taking advantage of that.
Yeah, they did such a great job, and so many times you'd have a member to a Space Station just alive after that push, and like I said, that one from Eco just turned that from a full setup for Shopify into a neutral scenario where they got a couple picks, and all of a sudden it's more of a scramble rather than a full setup.
And what was quite impressive in that first round was Rebellion's power item control, but you can see SSG certainly correcting that. Oh, that was what led to that big win over in Tires that gave him that double kill. That was actually pretty cool. Massive stick there from Eco, but yeah, what a playmaker he has continued to be for SSG. But they'll lock up that first map win, and now we look forward to map 2, Slayer on recharge. And but yet again, we were talking about it on the desk, Dave. This was.
It just surprises me how many kids are at this event, dude.
Shopify have been fine on the Slayers.
But what's happening today?
What happened earlier today?
Like, I'm pleasantly surprised.
It's unlucky, unfortunate. That's what I'd be telling them.
That's
like,
what you want to say?
Those ones. Like, it happens.
Yeah,
whatever.
It happens to the best
There's
of us.
no point in reevaluating a stake scenario from 30 or 45 minutes, especially a
I
new
don't
map.
disagree. Yeah.
In this case, they're just going to start fresh. They're going to say, all right, recharge. What are the small things we're focusing on? What are we going to do in the neutral scenarios? And are we going to try to press our advantages even further?
This is when you have to lean on your fundamentals here. If you're Rebellion, you're going to shake off everything that happened in those Optic Slayer games. You got to look forward here, because if you don't, you'll be down 2-0 in the series. Home territory for SSG, momentum on their side. Going into a live fire King of the Hill game would be even more difficult for Rebellion to have to fight out of. This is a pivotal game 2 for the Rebellion. Let's see if they can pull this one off.
Look at that, Mental just swapping over those plasmas right away. Throwing a couple out there, trying to fight now over at bottom control, but look at this. Eco not letting him breathe whatsoever. I believe that's a trade over at Camel. Not certain if it was burned or just kills traded out there.
Yeah,
but
it looked
based
like
on
You love
Mental
getting
moving away from here,
15
I assume
FPS
that's
during
burned.
Yeah,
firefight.
there had to have been
It
a
sounds
call
about right.
somewhere like, we got this one burned, don't go ahead for the push now. Reposition here. You got 2 members of Space Station Gaming over toward control. The other 2 are going to be more toward the yellow side of the map here. And Stellar actually.
Yeah,
trading
same
shots
Drex.
across, and Legend is able to respond there. Man, where did that shot even
Where's
come
that angle?
from?
I was just going to say, he had to be like bottom elevator and Needler.
Yeah.
I don't think he could even hit that from bottom control, but Stellar fearlessly jumping back in towards top gold.
Now with Stellar in possession of the shock rifle, this man's been able to work wonders with this weapon, but you can see how Rebellion putting that respect on him. They're really focusing on when those opportunities for him to poke out. And Cycle's got his sights trained on this bat ledge here, so he's not trying to let him get away with it. No one from Rebellion is.
Well, there's a couple different ways you can play against a sniper. On one hand, you can either just hide away and not give any sort of angles, any shots.
Yeah.
You can do that for a temporary period of time. The other hand, you need to focus that. Anytime that player's poking out, you need to damage them. You can't just be all in a hiding ground. It looks like Shopify are opting to lay down shots on Stellar, challenging him, and not just trying to figure out a time where they're just only moving one at a piece, or one at a time across the map. Those are the times where it gets dangerous because you don't know when you're supposed to poke out with your teammates if you're in the hiding phase.
Yeah, and then, you know, as we were mentioning before, when Stellar gets his hands on that shock rifle, it's very, very difficult for him not to, you know, have at least a little bit of an impact, even if it's an intangible one, though. Big battle one, though, for, I believe that was going to be Mental Takes out Stellar. It's going to be 3 down here, and the camo's going to be coming up. So a great time here for Rebellion to be able to get this.
Also, can we call out the fact that Stellar dropped that shock rifle with ammo in it? I'm not sure if he was passing it to his teammate or to try to throw off the timing on the new shock rifle just a significant amount. So he could have just said, hey, all right, there's only 1 shot left in this. I'm going to toss this down, let it despawn, and then new respawn. Or he's just saying, I'm not having the hits that I need right now. Someone else take it.
Yeah, yeah. And either of those circumstances are acceptable, right? Especially if Stellar identifies like, hey, I'm not really hitting with this one. Yeah, they're respecting me, but I ain't getting the shots I need. And SSG, they had a decent lead, but Rebellion managed to chip away at it. Down within 2. Bound, wow, what a shot from him. He tracked that one gorgeously over toward the bats. Mental behind.
Yeah, it was really.
And Bound, he's actually got a teammate here to work with him on this one. So does Mental now. We're going to go into a little 2v2 fight. See how they come out on top with Legend actually on the flank. He might be able to get both of them out of this one. They're unaware completely.
Oh.
And Legend gets the double kill. That's 3 down for the Rebellion.
Somehow works out. I was just going to say, if that was a 2-on-1, Legends makes the correct play because he's cutting off.
7 and 4 for Legend, dude. To literally nobody's surprised.
You want to match firepower with firepower. So Legend almost left his teammate out in a 2v1, and if those players had more awareness, they would have turned and burned Legend.
It's a tied game, though. Rebellion managed to bring this one back. Soul Snipe able to pick up that kill. Now we're going to be on board here with Legend. That was the one that decided whether or not this was going to be a tied game. So a massive win there for the Rebellion, who are looking to keep this one as close as possible. Now, Space Station trying to really figure out where these openings are going to come from, identify where players are going to be located, and then make this push happen together, more than likely. But I do like the way that Rebellion are actually trying to just take space away from the map and limit Space Station's movement opportunities here.
And let's see, there's going to be some action starting in the next 5 to 10 seconds as this camo's popping. We're going to have to see whether a Shroud comes down or whether someone got a grapple. But you know there's going to be plenty of grenades and utility grab from both these sides. Great
Wow.
through the...
That's crazy.
Yeah, through the steps.
Yeah.
2 players actually across now. Eco, oh boy, in a rough one now.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, nowhere to go out of that one. Still got to
He's
fight
like,
for this
yeah,
camouflage.
let me
Suppress
move,
is gonna
bro.
be able to pick this one up. There goes Soul Snipe now. They're going to be on the hunt for this player. Where is he located now? There was a nade that popped off on him, and then Bound is going to go right into his hands and find him and shut down that camo player. Shock rifle, though, over toward Legend. Yet again, you got SSG with control of the snipe.
Well, based on how Mental is shooting there, it felt like maybe he got the first half of that shock rifle. So we did get shock rifle in Shopify's hands for a moment. But overall, shock rifle's been in Space Station's hands longer, and they only have a 2-kill lead. This could be more disastrous if Shopify can get control of that shock rifle and have the game slow down in their favor.
And I'm keeping my eyes trained on Cycle here. He was actually going to be a problem, and that turns to come out to fruition as Cycle goes in for that push. And this is a double kill for Suppress, but still the kills are being exchanged on each side. And you got a 3-kill lead now for Space Station Gaming. So when you think that Rebellion were going to have an opportunity, get back into the game in this Slayer, instead, it's SSG who digs deep, and they're able to secure some big kills.
Look at that. Every time they get a member or 2 down from Shopify, you see them scan the map, seeing where these players are going to be running away and going to. And all of a sudden, they have them perfectly in a spawn trap over at Pipes. Eco actually pushing there, even though he's 1 shot. That can be sometimes dangerous. The fact that the player still had a death screen there over in Pipes, and he's 1 shot.
Yeah, but he's still going to be here toward the yellow side. You can see where 2 of those players by long haul, 1 in control, another one bottom pit. And they're seeing what they can do to get this camo. It's going to be coming up in a few seconds here. Suppressed. He's got a target on him, but there's no utility for Eco to be able to take advantage of in that situation. Now you're going to see Space Station just try and work around this. See where they can find those openings. Camo's going to be popping up. SSG does not want to let Rebellion run away with this one. Anytime that they get those power items in their hands, it's going to be a problem for them. And look at the way that they're completely pinned. I mean, the protocol's there to just slow it down and then find those shots together. That was so intelligently done, Dave.
Yeah, Shopify also attacked on multiple fronts there. The moment that camo's coming up, Soul Snipe goes up from long haul towards top glass. In case that person from glass is looking towards camo, he now has the lead and advantage in that fight. And at the same time, they're grabbing camo. So either one, they have the angle from glass, or they have the flank on glass so they get the kill, or they're getting the camo. Works out either way.
Either way, success. But you want to see that success translate to score. A trade's not going to really be the thing that you want in that instance there. And Mental's got to get absolutely owned with that perfect.
Still a
So
very
now you
close
cross that
game.
40-point threshold. 8 kills remaining.
This
here
is a
for
lot
SSG
closer
to be able to
than
win this, and look at where
against
everyone
Optic.
is pinned down. How does Rebellion fight out of this?
That is tough. They had the.
They still have
the
potential to
elevator
bring it back for
lockdown,
sure.
So now they know they're all spawned in that location.
Legend
Able to
is
get
just
that first pick
watching
onto
them.
Bound. I like this play. Rather than just charging across Bound's death screen, they all decide to go towards Hydro and send Suppressed over towards top gold. So they have multiple angles across the map. Suppressed eventually taken out. But look at that, a 3v2-1 against Eco and Stellar over at Hydro. Now it's only a 3-kill game here for Shopify.
Yeah, an opportunity for the Rebellion.
Oh,
Bound's going to try and shut this one down.
that
No
back
one's
smack
going
was
into the room quite
huge.
yet to go in for the challenge. 2 players toward the elevator side. Bound's got the eyes on him, so he's going to make that call out, drop back to his squad, and just lean on his shock rifle ability here to pick off anyone that wants to go in for a peek.
Get this, Bound the furthest one up. He knows that he can try to go for a long-range shot towards bomb elevator, but he has to always worry about right next to him, over at Triangle, over at Needler. Tries to get insta there. Bound takes a little bit of damage, but not enough to push in.
Does shoot off 2 of those shock rifle rounds. And he wants to go, I think he might want to go after that grapple shot there, potentially get some movement, but I don't think it's really going to matter all that much. 4 frags remaining here. A camo grab yet again, but despite them getting these power items, it has not led to success for Rebellion. That's going to be number 48. You got an 8-kill lead here. You can't make any mistakes if you're Shopify Rebellion. You got 2 players.
Might
right
be an
for the picking
SSG
over here
game,
toward the
dude.
elevators. Make that 3 players.
Oh,
that are
they're
gonna be
trapped,
weakened.
yep.
That's a back whack from behind. Is Stellar going to move in for the final kill? It's actually Legend.
Damn.
And if he didn't get it, Stellar was going to find it.
Oh, it's not looking good for Shopify, man.
SSG up 2-0.
Just absolutely crushing when they get Shopify.
Not looking
stuck
good.
in one part of the map. They do such a good job. They don't force the push. Instead, they just slowly constrict them in that spot. Whether they're stuck over in Long Haul or Hydro or Elevator, they just cut off every single route. And if someone tries to sprint out, they take that first free kill and collapse on the rest.
Yeah, it's really cool how they can go, you know, they have like different go buttons, right? Like it depends on if maybe they see a situation where like, okay, we can probably play a little bit more methodical here. We know exactly where they are. Let's try and see if we get some damage and then push in for a pick. Or you know, play the full aggressive collapsing game on them, utilize those nades, chuck everything you have at them. But either instance has been good for Space Station Gaming. And now that they're up 2-0 here, Rebellion, they're backs against the wall. This was, we talked about map 1 being pivotal for Rebellion. They didn't pick that win up. It was looking good, but they didn't pick up the win. We wanted to see them improve on the Slayer. They did, based on what happened in that Optic game, but it was just a beautiful game of control from Space Station Gaming. Now, we're going to Live Fire King of the Hill. This is a fast one, man. And Bound's feeling himself. Legend's feeling himself. You got to have some of those Rebellion players wake up in that server.
Yeah, they got to start popping off. And like you said, or as we were talking before this game kicked off, Tony said Live Fire King of the Hill. This is a great game here for Shopify Rebellion. 3-1 record compared to Space Station's losing 3-4 record on this map.
So if there is a chance for Rebellion to pull this one off, start a reverse sweep, obviously it has to be here now, but statistically speaking, this is a good position for them to be in here. But you're still talking about SSG. This is a juggernaut
Carson.
squad that has caused a lot of problems for teams in the circuit. So I do think that no matter what happens, it's going to be an epic clash without a doubt.
Yeah. And also let's look at those stats. You saw their average caps on this is 3.5, meaning that almost every single time they're winning, or actually every single time they're winning, they're getting all 4 caps. And their 1 loss, I believe they would have only gotten 2 caps based on those stats.
Wow. Good math there, buddy.
Thank you.
You know, I wish I knew math. It's just, thank goodness for Prowler, right? I can actually see what I need to see. But yeah, that actually does bode well for them. And that says that they play an aggressive game and they try and get out there real fast and pick up those first few King of the Hill spots as quickly as they possibly can if they're averaging that much.
Yeah, and they're going just for it every single time. You notice that. And maybe that's the strength of teams that they've been playing this far.
Yeah.
If you consider it, they set themselves up in a fantastic side of the bracket by winning their pool, taking out Pure, and making it all the way to the winners finals.
What a run that they've had.
But also, these teams that came out from the other side of the bracket have been forged by fire. What a nightmare side of that bracket.
Ah, man. And the fact that Space Station goes down there early in the tournament, They cannot make any mistakes.
They were a couple kills away from being 9 through 12 of this event. All of a sudden, they're about to find themselves in top 2 if they can close out this game.
Because they almost lost to C9.
They almost lost to C9. It was like a 50-48 Game 5 live fire slayer. So Space Station just ice in their veins as they've worked their way back series by series to make it all the way here to the elimination finals, and they're just dominating so far.
Yeah, that shows a lot of grit from SSG. There you can see another legend, Coach Bestman, who's going to be leading this squad in the coaching role. It's really cool, though, to see, you know, how Halo has evolved over the years, you know?
Yeah,
you got
start
Coach
to get
Elamite.
generations, and that's what you kind of look at, like, from other sports as well. You start to see, you know, top past players be coaches, and we're seeing that now in gaming, and it's crazy to think competitive Halo's been around for 20+ years, so you're going to start to see a whole new generation of Gen 1 players who are now top coaches.
Yeah, now I feel old. That sucks. No, man, honestly, that is what makes Halo so special of an esport. It has lasted for so long. It will continue onward. I mean, it's Microsoft's flagship title, after all. But more importantly than that, it's got one hell of a community that's rolled out here in SLC to support not just their teams, but to support the esport as a whole. Want to give, again, a massive shout out to Sean Duras and the SSG team for brilliant event. Probably one of my favorite Halo events that I've ever been to. And I've been to a lot of them. You've been to even more. So
too many, some would say.
Too many. All right, I think we have maybe some players on a bio break or something like that. So we'll get cracking on this one in a moment's notice. But this is certainly going to be a tough battle here. And let's also talk about what's at stake now. All these teams have qualified, but this is an opportunity to really set the pace for your squad moving into the biggest Halo event of the year, the Halo World Championship. Make sure you join us October 4th through the 6th, Seattle, Washington, at the Seattle Convention Center. It's an awesome time. They got panels. They have games. I'm still trying to convince 343 to bust out Fire Team Raven cabinets over there so that your boy can get his high score up. You know what I'm saying? So make sure you're there with us. It's going to be a good time. Seattle's got some good food. So, you know, and look at me. I love me some
I'm
food.
excited.
But
I'm excited for the food, too.
Yeah, you lived up there for like, what, 80 years? Something like that. I feel like you were there for a minute.
It did feel like about that.
Yeah,
but
it really
like,
did.
I haven't seen the sun in, what, 3 years?
Oh, man. And then you moved to L.A.? Yeah, you're a madman. You're a madman. All right. Players, again, set up in the lobby. You could see them. And you could really feel the tension for SSG here. Well, rather, even for Rebellion, more so. Because they're sitting at that 2-0 deficit. And at this point in time, what you have to do is something that very few teams can make the claim to do. Reverse sweep Space Station Gaming. And you have to do it in front of this partisan crowd here in Salt Lake City, their hometown. But Mental, I've been covering this guy's career for a very long time, from Gears of War up until Halo. This guy has shown grit.
How is this relevant? I'm sorry.
So if he is able
why
to lead this team to a Game 3 victory here, that's when you start the process. That's when you start the building blocks. But is it going to end here and now? Is SSG
I have a lot of respect for some of the mods, man, but that is incredibly random.
Or will Rebellion find an opportunity and seize it?
Expect Rebellion to go straight for this hill.
Here we go.
They've been capping 4 in the past, and here goes Mental straight towards the pillars, trying to deny Legend from going over from the nest boxes over the hill, and there it is, Soul Snipe instantly in this hill, racking up time.
And this is what you'd had come to expect from them, but wait a minute, just as we say that, it's going to be SSG all up in their business.
That was
They
disgusting.
managed to get that control of the sniper as well as control of the hill, and they have a great position. But look out for that camouflage. It's going to be popping up in a moment.
Yeah, they're worried about nest side here. They're going to try to give some help over towards camo side, and I feel like Space Station are in the much better position right now. Even though Shopify got that camo, we've seen how effective camos have been so far.
Yeah.
Actually, they haven't even grabbed it yet.
Really?
Still up on the map. I believe it's going to be Cycle now grabbing it. But look at this trap set up by Eco, just trying to commit to one angle and seeing where this camo player comes from.
All right, well, they did finally manage to get this, as you had noted. But watch out for Eco. Now Cycle wants to try and
He
cause a
heard
problem
that.
here.
He heard
So
that
that's gonna
slide.
be one player identified, and they know that the camo is going to be hanging out over here.
Keep in mind, behind, walking over that screen. This could be giving it away. And it seems like Eco does not know Camo players coming over from behind. Eco somehow escapes all the way towards pillar door. And those ones are where you hold your breath. Where that sniper's not shooting instantly, and you know that they're trying to line up that headshot. And so Cycle right there is just trying to shoot ever so slightly and avoid that.
Yeah, trying to train that shot in a steady manner.
Good shot.
Like that you just saw there against the guy he just yoinked the sniper from now. Cycle looking to go there for a triple kill, but he's only going to get a double for his efforts.
I also just love that movement. Even though Cycle got picked off there, you saw he continued to move back towards back green and cut off that angle where Legend was going to get the finish on him.
Yeah, this spawn has been quite favorable for Space Station Gaming. They got back into the hill now, more control. Two players are going to be hanging out here. Legend getting peppered by a nade, but that's when his teammate's going to come up clutch for him. Two players down now. See that carcass just flying across the screen, and SSG are going to be able to get that first hill.
An interesting spot there. You feel like somebody wouldn't commit just to staying towards bottom green, especially when they have full shield. They almost would want to get vision on where nades might be coming from, but must have just trusted his teammates across the map that they're going to do more damage than those nades flying in.
Now we got a new setup here over toward the tower side. Camo's coming up in a moment here too, as well as the QT. Two members of SSG are looking over there, and then you have three members of Rebellion pushing forward, but Bound was able to grab that one so fast, and he gets right behind him. He's trying to find where that other player is. There you go, found your target. That's a double kill. Maybe he finds himself another one here. He's got so many kills to go after here. Bountiful, plentiful riches, but he is able to get 3 kills out of that one.
And I love that play by Bound in his target selection. When you are on a flank and you have a choice between the person that's absolutely closest to you and someone who's a little further away, I always prefer to go for that player who's further away, because you still have that element of surprise on that player that's close to you. Yes, unless of course you have something like a back smack, but right there, he knew that he could get that finish and then go into a 1v1 where he's that slight advantage of surprise.
And that did lead to a little bit of progress, but Cycle cannot do much with that snipe. Not sure if it got played. If it's off the back steps, Suppress might have grabbed it. Yeah, he did. And Suppress definitely grabbed it, so he used that one to good effect. And this is now Rebellion's time. Remember, Rebellion, a team that's, really, when they win in this game mode, they win hard. So what you're really looking forward here is to see Rebellion just get up in that business as fast as they possibly can.
He did.
But Space Station Gaming is making it so challenging for them here.
Yeah, Soul Snipe knows somebody's nearby. Doesn't know exactly where, though, so he's just been trying to hold down tower and hope that teammates can get the control over here. There, they finally clear out this player at Mud, but so much time has passed through.
Yeah, and that's allowed.
Space Station could just charge across top.
Yeah, that allowed him to be able to charge, because with that one player going Mud and then that guy needing to go down to support his teammate, that pulls all those eyes and that attention away from that middle area. That's given these guys an opportunity in SSG to push forward. But in a similar situation, what was going on with Rebellion? Whew. Oh man, I thought he had
Ghost
that.
melee?
Similar situation, what was going on with Rebellion here. They haven't really been able to get control that much of this hill. It's been a hotly contested one without a doubt here, Dave.
Yeah, the last couple times where Space Station's been able to break the setup, they've been pushing from silo and top center. Here comes the nest push. Let's see if this is successful. In fact, they do get the first pick on a mental. Bound's already over, and you just don't have anyone else. There's Cycle and Soul Snipe out of the fight.
Legends waiting this one out. Got to make this jump here and work with Eco. Here he goes. Pushes right forward. And a good QT right back over to safety.
Go pour back. No. Doesn't decide to pop at the end. Knows that there are too many of his teammates that are dead. Instead, he's going to just try to run over towards top tower. Mental challenging it and winning that.
We're now at the 2-minute warning here in King of the Hill. And again, to reflect back on the stats previously to the series, we were really commending Rebellion for, high point games and really putting control on the map and just basically
Look at Bound right now, dude. 18-10.
But on the other side, SSG, they play a much slower game. They burn that
Yo.
down. And we are getting to a dangerous territory here where these next few hills are going to be quite hotly contested.
My boy!
They don't have a lot of time to work with.
What up, you handsome man? Arties, thank you so much for the raid of 13, dude. I hope you had a good stream. What up, Delta Nova, Arties boss? Yo, is that Kayla or Moopy? Big fan. Welcome, everyone.
Yeah, that's why, I've been
Currently watching SSG versus Shopify. We do have drops if you want them. Flapping Cakes, what's good?
I see Stellar actually all the way over at Garage. I don't feel like they're setting up this early for the next hill because they
Thank you for the
know
follow.
that
Appreciate
this
you.
one is still attainable. In fact, they can still
Yo.
here by holding them out if they'd like, but still surprising that we're not
Dude,
seeing
Artie is
Space
with
Station
the
just
5
inside the hill
gifted,
while
dude.
they're fighting
Thank you
here.
so
Feels
much,
like they
man.
really want
Love
to
you,
take the
brother.
clock.
I hope you
Yeah,
had an amazing
do agree with
stream.
that, and perhaps this game plan could work
If
out
you
for
guys
Orca
don't
back in
follow
the
Artie as Legend, dude,
But
you
with Stellar
should.
getting back in now,
He's a Chad.
he's also got
He's
the
handsome.
upper inside. He got two
And
players
he's
that
good
can
at Halo,
push over
dude.
toward that green side of the
He's
map
the big
camo.
3.
Look
Okay?
out for that
You gotta
now.
drop
Watch
him with
out
a
for the players
follow.
on the other side,
Shot
too.
of
Here comes the
Sriracha.
pressure, and good QT to get out of there. He doesn't have the
No.
angle for the snipe quite yet, but his teammate was there to help him out, and he backed him up to
Thank
the
you
wall.
so much,
More
man. I
than
hope you had an
enough here
amazing stream.
for Legend to be able to secure that kill. Another body shot. That guy can't get involved in the fight at all.
Thank
Watch
you
out
for the
Suppressed here.
gofted,
Trying
rando.
to get involved in the situation.
How you doing, boss?
This is not working out in his favor. 44 seconds left here, Dave, and if they cap this, it could be very well curtains for Rebellion.
Yeah, and you see Space Station still kind of toying with us a little bit. I feel like this can be a little dangerous. And
Double rate?
Finish
God damn.
now we got the hill over in the garage.
Got Needle with a rate of 2 as well. Thank you so much, Needle. I hope you had an amazing stream on Skyrim.
And dominate the competition if he gets an opening to do so, but he's going to get stopped in his place.
Doing very well,
Rebellion have no
boss.
time. They
And seeing
have to
some
get into this hill.
good
It's
Halo
point time
today.
here. You're
Very
down
excited.
2-0. You have 30 seconds left on the clock. Yes, time stops when you get into that hill.
Oh man, this is
Don't
looking
have a
like an
lot of wiggle room,
SSG
and each and every time you
sweep,
step out of
dude.
that, that's going to be a second drain from the clock.
Such big kills there by Bound. Bound was the last one alive.
Thank you so much for
He
the raid,
kills the
Needle.
hill carrier.
And
He
Artius, thank you
finds
so much
somebody
again for the
flank out
raid
nest,
and the
then he's
sub.
back in the action near
20
hill
You're a
one
legend,
more
dude.
time.
20
Any
seconds
hope
now.
that shot by
He's
Henry
sitting at
washed out.
95
Bound
subs,
suppressed.
dude,
That's
which
what
is
he tried to
crazy.
push over towards
Thank you so
the
much, guys.
scoreboard. He's also taken out. Make that cycle out for a killing spree. He's
No, no, Bound.
He's telling him who's
He's
boss.
toxic.
4 seconds remaining, and we're going back to the run back, the salty run back. We
Oh
got
my
SSG
god.
versus Optic Gaming in your
We have an
grand
SSG
finals.
Optic rematch, dude. Holy fuck.
But it was SSG's game from the beginning. Full control. They got that first hill, and then from there,
His hair is dusting the
absolutely
monitor.
slayed out.
We love Bound, dude.
A 60-49 outslay on that one. SSG.
That's
were
so
all
true,
over
though.
them
You've been
like
listening in the
wild rice.
background.
So
Well, I
impressive.
appreciate you.
Pure domination
Yeah, I hope
there.
Skyrim went well.
Also, Bound. Can we talk about the series
Yo,
that he had?
give me my
Unreal.
points.
Game 1,
26.
Game 3.
There we go.
One, I believe he dropped 31 kills, 17 deaths. Game 3 right there, a 26-12.
That was
Why it's
absurd,
getting
man.
cooked in Halo
Absolutely
chat?
absurd.
Why?
Ladies and gentlemen, Space Station Gaming are going to the grand finals.
Dude, Optic versus
And
SSG
what
again,
a way
dude.
to do it.
Holy crap.
Coming out of that lower bracket, being sent there by Optic Gaming.
That's a story as
Fighting,
old as time.
Clawing their way, going up against the best in the world in Halo, each and every round. That they say legends are made in the lower bracket. I mean, I guess it helps when you have a teammate named legend as well, right?
Yeah,
Unreal.
absolutely. I mean,
Artie,
they just
thank you so much again for the
somehow
subs,
took
man.
that series by series. I mean, it's crazy to think that right now we're seeing a team here that could very well get a bracket reset and win this tournament. But instead,
Oh, right.
this is a
SSG has to
roster
get a
that also
bracket
could've gotten knocked
reset,
out
too.
9 through 12. That still just blows my mind. We're gonna have two different mentalities. We could have two different mentalities
All
coming
right,
out from
Needle.
Space
Thank you so
Station here
much
after
for
this
the raid
event.
again. I
We
hope
could've
you had a
been
good
like, they went
dinner.
to the drawing board and saying everything's wrong. Look at
Yeah,
how
Much
we
love.
lose games. Or we could have a Space Station that's just celebrating tonight, cheering, and saying, "We're the greatest. Let's go."
All right. Well, we got Lottie and Tony back with us here, and wow, I mean SSG. We had a feeling that this could
I
very
could see
well be a
SSG clutch
3-0
up.
because of how well SSG are
But
playing.
Optic does have that
I
winner's
gotta say,
advantage
the
right
way
now.
that they executed on that live fire, guys. That was a thing of beauty. I loved every minute of that.
Yeah, Tony, what did you
We
think?
heart
Oh,
Tony.
you kick us off.
I mean, to be honest with you, man, Legend and Bound, the roommates and the Bound combination is freaking deadly, man. The amount of
Brother, I need a
and
hair
damage
reset.
that
Someone
Bound
get in
is able to
contact with
stack
Bound's
up in the
hairstylist.
KD
That's funny.
department, then Legend, with his damage output versus damage received, that damage differential.
You think
for
it's on
Legend
purpose?
It's absolutely incredible, and the combination of those two
Imagine.
on the map just creates so many openings for the rest of the team, man. Bound and Legend are going to be a duo for a very long time.
Yeah, you talk about famous duos, and that is definitely one, if not already cemented. I was going to say forming, but to be
Who would've
perfectly
thought,
honest,
too?
it's cemented right now. I mean, you look at the unlocked episode GB, and not only are they just vibing off the sticks, but on the sticks right now, it is
All right, Kayla, enjoy your
absolute
nap.
magic,
Appreciate
and
you
that's
coming in for the
exactly what you
raid.
want, especially with your back against the wall at your own home series. You know, this is really tough for them. They're not used to being in this
We love
position.
Kayla.
They want to be on the winner's side of things. They don't want to have to do a grueling 2 best-of-7s. But we've only seen one team manage to actually do that
Man, I
when
might need
it
some.
mattered most, and that was at Worlds, that was FaZe. Does Space Station have that type of ice, do you think, GB?
Yeah, for sure. If this series got dragged out to 5, then you can start talking about fatigue, especially if you go for that bracket reset. But I don't know, man. They seem to be just on another level right now. And if they can continue
I appreciate you, Kayla.
Optic better watch out. The SSG are hitting, and if Bound plays the way that he played
Excuse me?
in this series, in the grand finals, it's going to be really difficult for Optic to stop them. That being said, though, Optic have more than the capability to do so.
They certainly do indeed. We're going to take a look at the series layout in a second just to show you the results that came across from that series. And as you can see, it's just a clean astronaut across the board because Space Station Gaming, well, they were just unbelievable. And the stars really are the limit for them. Very, very clean. Shopify Rebellion had absolutely no answer for what SSG were dealing with. I think
Oh, were you
right
guys
now,
doing some
coming into
ranked or
question,
something?
More so than fatigue is momentum. And I think that's something that Optic need to be a little bit worried about. And GB, you kind of alluded to that.
I still need a grand
But the
rank
momentum
snipers.
on the side of Space Station Gaming right now.
Trying to get
is
Onyx and
something that's
everything.
gonna be hard to stop. I think snowballing in this fashion in
That could be a
an
stream for Tuesday,
eliminations,
actually.
finals, excuse me.
8s.
You just don't see 3-0s in a limb final because those two teams are there for a reason.
Very nice, very nice.
Especially Shopify dropping down from the winner's side. Usually you are seeing an absolute brawl. Walshy, Space Station Gaming, this momentum. They're quite a momentum-based team too. Do you see them taking this first series off Optic?
I mean, if they get the series started quick, yeah, I think so. I think the way that Bound is playing, and Optic need to figure out some sort of answer to that.
Yeah, they
and many
certainly
times
do.
at this highest level, you aren't just focused on a single player. You aren't saying, we need to focus on this person. But
Dude, but
somebody's
like,
having a
it's
hot
kind of glossed
game and
over,
they're on
but
fire, it's totally
Shopify
fine to focus on them a little bit extra.
should
It's
be
fine to say,
incredibly
"Hey, we
proud
haven't seen Bound
of a
recently
top
here.
3 finish,
Call out
man.
Bound when we see him and get that double team and
Like, that's
prioritize that
crazy.
kill
They
over
played
us
very
another
well.
equal kill."
Yeah, I've got
Let me
to
know
say
when you're
also,
queuing
in
snipes
terms
so
of
I know not to
taking
play at
turns as
that
well,
time. Thanks.
we saw Stella absolutely pop off against
It'll
FaZe.
be when
We
you
are
least
seeing
expect
turns
it.
being taken. Whose turn is it next, Tony, do you think?
To be honest with you, I think it's Ego's turn. Like you
Be
already
queuing
know
at
he doesn't
4
know in the
a.m.
back, making the play
You'll
calls,
find me.
covering his teammates back, but you know when that damage doesn't end up falling the way of like a legend and a Bound, they start to not get those kills, but put that damage in. You know that Eco's gonna be there to clean them up every single time. So I guess who's next? It's probably gonna be Eco.
I think there's one thing, with the damage, the cleanups, with Eco, but his brain is so good at this game.
Yeah,
He's
big brain.
making calls.
Big brain.
He's also just reading his teammates so well. We actually had a conversation about that, Walshy, GB, Tony, honestly, all of us, about how important it is to be able to read your teams. I think Eco reads his team better than any other person that we have in HCS. He knows exactly what they want to do. And if you look at his POV and specifically his player cam, there's not a huge amount being said from him. And that's because he's just picking up on what everyone else is doing and capitalizing on that. And Walshy, that's really hard to find. You don't actually train that. That's a natural thing.
No, I mean, he just has that intuition, and I've had this conversation multiple times. I'm like, is Eco like 2 times or like 5 times smarter than Golden Boy? It's really tough to quantify that at some points, but you know it's somewhere
Or it's
within
this
that
many.
range.
It's this many times. I don't know how many fingers, my fingers on here. This abomination of a hand. But I will say though, jokes aside, like what we saw from Eco being, I like to think of him as like a problem solver. For the team. Whenever something is going awry and he needs to find that opportunity, he will find it. So yeah, I agree with that. But honestly, what I'm really looking forward to here is to see what both teams learn from one another after their last fight. Because this time around, you got more games, more maps, more time on that stage. It's only going to get scrappier at this point. You can only download and take in so much from your opponents, man, when you've ran into each other as many times. But if Optic don't do this, it will be a curse. It will be a second place curse in 2024 for sure.
Yeah, you couldn't tee this up better for them right now.
I'm
I
feeling
mean,
pretty
they've got
confident
over
for Optic.
several humps, to get to this point. You're looking right now.
I
at
don't
the
know,
elimination
dude.
bracket and the journey of Space
These
Station
two teams
Gaming.
are like my
Round
top
one
2,
is
man.
where they
Like,
fell short. They came down round 1 because
I'm
they let
always
Optic
happy
Gaming
and sad when either one of them
3-2 in
loses.
Cloud9, a deflated Space Station Gaming, only inflating the entire way through the elimination
both
bracket.
such good
Took
rosters,
one map
man.
against FaZe, but find themselves in the elimination final against Rebellion, who 2 honestly were looking pretty hot going up against Optic, and 3 owe them. What a statement from SSG. Winner's side of things though, Optic Gaming looking primed as ever. A really shaky start to SLC for them, but they overcome that. The resilience of this Optic Gaming roster continues strong through the semi-finals. 3-1 FaZe Clan, a tale as old as time. Winners finals got a little bit dicey with Shopify Rebellion, but learning a thing or two, I think, along the way, Welsh.
Yeah, just look at that insane bracket that Optic had to get here. We talk about how we had some tough matches before. Optic had to take out Space Station.
Literally the big
followed
four.
By FaZe, followed by Shopify,
Yeah.
and then back to Space Station. It's like, send them all at us. We don't care. We'll take them all down.
Honestly, you look at that, and I know the elimination bracket journey for Space Station was pretty clean, and Optic's winners bracket journey wasn't as clean. I actually think Optic's journey was more beautiful. In terms of Halo Infinite, in terms of the gruelers, the battles, showing what they are made of, especially when their back's against the wall in a certain series, whether it go down to the wire, I just think it was far more exciting to me to see Optic being challenged in certain ways and to get over a hump as well, Tony.
Yeah, it's funny, there's always like an age-old battle of making it to the grand finals through the winners bracket. Do you have that advantage, or do you have to wait a while and you end up being iced out? But one thing I don't think anybody can really contest with is the fact that Optic Gaming had a hard journey to get to this grand final. So if there's any team that is battle-hardened and wants to get on top through being tested, through being challenged, man, Optic Gaming, this is your time.
Well, I have a funny feeling with how
Drive any
Gaming are
ghost
playing, the
lately?
momentum on
Oh
their side,
God.
I think this goes the distance, but the battle hardness
And
from
this crowd,
Optic
too.
Gaming, the crowd, 2 incredible fan bases out there in the audience, excuse me. We have an exceptional one coming your way tonight, folks. And it just happens to be the grand
Yeah,
final.
fuck Stuart.
Space Station Gaming versus Optic Gaming coming up right after the break.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
You made chicken border nice. Welcome back, by the way. And enjoy your sub. I think Ardius Legend gifted you a sub. Yeah, dude, so welcome back. Enjoy your new 3-month sub badge as well, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is that time again for your Halo World Championship Grand Finals.
What? What do you mean deleted? I love your emotes. So glad you could use them again. I appreciate you, bro. Enjoy them. I just got skivvied by Oath. Hey, man. I needed compensation somehow. He deleted my message. I was very offended.
Special delivery.
Do it, Drax. Do it. That's toxic. You're a 91? Hell yeah, dude.
Combat evolved.
The HCS Space Station Gaming Salt Lake City Major is
Here we
presented
go,
by
chat.
AMD
Lock in.
and Player X.
Oh, man. Fucking rematch, dude. Oh my god. Dude, I have goosebumps right now. This is gonna be such a good series. Potentially 2 series, dude. Oh my god. I'm not ready.
Salt Lake City, it is that time once again where we find ourselves at the
Oh,
very
man, I have
end of
I
the
have
major
goosebumps,
in
dude.
the grand finals position, and it couldn't be more fitting. We're having a rematch from the last one, and it's Optic Gaming versus Space Station Gaming, but this time the tables have turned. One finds himself on the better, brighter side of the bracket, and the other fighting for their tournament life once again, but 2 series ahead of them. Clutch, Onset, Bravo, lovely to join you, and we have 2 absolute juggernauts going head-to-head once again. Game 5 has been kind of the tale for SLC for a few of them, certainly against one another. Clutch, how are you feeling about this series?
I can't wait to get this thing kicked off. These are the series you live for as a player. I'm talking the Final Boss Carbons, the Straight Ripper and Triggers Downs, the SSG Optics here this weekend. They are by far the 2 best teams playing this weekend, and they get to settle it on the server, and I can't wait to see those 2 collide with the momentum that SSG has and the resilience that Optic has showed throughout this tournament. It is going to be a show.
They really butt heads earlier on, and it was incredible to watch. And Onset, when you think about both of them, their playstyles do differ ever so much from each other. We have one, Optic Gaming, tight
Brother
knit,
has the
an
specs for the
incredible
Rolex.
team, lives and dies by one another, and they will do for their teammates. And then you have Space Station Gaming, who actually spread out quite a bit and will punish every single mistake that you make. How do you like them when they go up head-to-head against one another? Does the series layout pay that much into a series for both of these teams?
I would say in a best of 5, sure, but now we're moving on to best of 7, so you're going to get a real kind of suite of game types. You're going to be tested in every single facet of the games and game types that you've been preparing in this tournament. So it's not so much the clash of play styles, it's not so much the series layout. I think this is going to be a series that is decided by magic moments. I can see huge sniper kills coming in, triple kills, overkills, all these little moments that are going to happen through this series, I think is going to decide which way it goes. I think these two teams are so closely matched, it's so difficult to pick apart on paper where the difference is.
It certainly is. I think in terms of matchups and how close they really are, they're not that close when it comes to the results per majors. And I think that's what's been missing from Optic Gaming, right, Bob? I mean, the second place finishes, the taste of silver, it is getting awfully old for those teammates because they're used to the trophies, they're used to the gold medals, they're used to all the commendations. How many times have we seen commendations this season go towards members of Optic Gaming? You're looking at the season review here, and it just feels so strange to see those second places from Optic.
It feels strange, and I tell you something that felt special. I was just backstage seeing both these teams get ready, and I kid you not, there were deep breaths on both sides, and you could tell, even with Optic coming through winners, you could tell. I'm getting chills thinking about it. A few of those players there, Lucid included, I saw just deep breaths waiting to go onto the main stage just because they know how much is riding on this, right? I think that tells me just how sick they are of second place. Going into Worlds, they want to change the story.
Let's talk about changes, especially with Optic Gaming. I think one big thing that has come into SLC for them is their ice. And it's really strange saying that about Optic because they're used to getting the job done pretty cleanly, but the ice has been missing so far this season. They've been really struggling with their map 5 records. They're 5-4 season, but here in SLC, they're 2-0. Things are looking really good for their ice. How are you feeling about finishing things off for them, especially in this first series of 7? Because there's a long road to go, but they need to make sure they clutch up against a very hot Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, I think this is the best Optic we've
Still
seen all
don't know
year, and they came into this weekend in one of the interviews stating we were working on our Slayers in between these events, and I think the Slayers and the work that they put in has paid off massively. Those game 5s have not been close. Optic are closing the door in those Slayers, and they look dominant. They're going to need to be dominant. In a best of 7, there are 3 Slayers. If you can get this series the distance, Optic will go in confident.
Let's dive into our winners bracket side team first, because Optic Gaming, they've been performing out of their minds. They've had a lot of considerations to maybe why they might have fallen short in this major. Definitely kicking things off on day 1 with some difficult news that Dead Zone wasn't feeling too well. The fact that he was able to clutch up for his team, perform honestly out of his mind while we're watching him sweat buckets on the main stage. That is testament to the skill of his entire team to lift him up and to be able to get the job done. And I think for me, that really does start with Formal. I think Formal sets an incredible example for his team, and he's only gotten stronger as the competition's gone on.
Yeah, I think Formal's had a phenomenal tournament. I think he's been the standout player actually on Optic Gaming. Every time I'm watching his POV at the moment, he's winning his individual fights. He's playing his life so well. And the big thing for me as well is when Formal gets hyped up, and we heard this back in Atlanta as well, everybody feeds off it. So if he's playing, he's winning his individuals, and in his player cam, he's shaking his head at the opposition when he's winning them. It gives a good message to the rest of the team, and I think Formal is a key part of Optic's success.
Well, folks, it is a stacked house out here because we have 2 incredible fan bases who have come out in full force. Folks, your grand finals of Salt Lake City, our last major of the season, starts right now.
Ooh, shit! I don't know if I'm ready, man. Oh my god. They're showing the previous series, dude.
But complexity,
Oh.
try as they might, but they run into Stella. Oh.
Formal, you filthy animal. Going in, and they know there's players at max. What can they do? They did it. No scope.
Ladies and gentlemen, we kick this weekend off with the best Halo teams all around the world with one goal, to hoist this trophy and make it to Worlds. But now, only 2 teams remain, and it's time to light this stage up green and gold. Salt Lake City, you ready to go? Coming out first, make some noise for Space Station Gaming! Leading the pack is the man, Bound! Followed up by his duo, Legend! Right behind is the man with the plan, Eco! Next up, Beller! Followed up by Coach Elamite. Yo, Atlanta, in Arlington,
Blaze. Blaze is awesome, dude. Blaze never fails to get me hyped.
All right. It's time to bring out their opponents. We got the home team on the stage, but it's time to bring out a squad that's looking to play Heartbreaker and do it for the green wall. Make some noise for Optic Gaming. Here comes the superstar. It's Lucid. Followed up by the FPS legend. It's Formal. Ready to leave it all on the stage. It's Dead Zone. Right in front of him is Big Game Trippy. And the magnificent Coach Lunchbox. Optic Gaming getting second all season, but now looking to do it for the fans and come out with that first place victory.
They do look nervous, man.
Let them hear it. Make some
They look nervous, but they look ready.
Now we got both teams on the stage. Salt Lake City, this has been an historic weekend. So many upsets and amazing matches, but one more left. Help me set this stage ablaze. Blow the roof off the Salt Palace. Are you ready to go? Lottie, let's get it set up.
Well, there you have it. Your two teams are set on the main stage. They are ready to go. This one could be like, is it pretty? Hold on, we're going the distance. Like, we could be seeing two series here, a best of sevens. If there is anything like what we saw earlier on, then we
oh
need
my
to sit
god,
down,
I
get some
really
drinks, get
want
some
to
food,
see
because look at
two
this
series, dude.
layout. Here is your first one in the grand finals. King of the Hill recharge to kick things off. Now, there's a lot of maps here to
I want
take
this shit to go to the
consideration.
masses.
What are you reading from this, Wes? Is there anything you're taking away for either team?
Honestly, it's not. It's going to be, if SSG want to win this tournament, they're going to have to flat out be the better team. The map mode combinations, you're going to see everything under the sun to go in back-to-back best of sevens. For Optic Gaming, I'm looking at that Empyrean CTF, and I'm saying that is a cornerstone to our strengths. If we can pull that one off, no matter what the series score is at that time, we're going to gain some advantage going into that game 4.
Certainly. That map 1 also is going to be spicy. If you're looking at their records, 7-2 for SSG, 6-2 for Optic Gaming. This is going to be a brawl from the get-go on set.
It certainly is. It just gets me excited. I mean, you can hear the crowd in here as well. I think the anticipation is growing second by second because I think everybody here realizes that we're in a position here with our last major in front of us, our grand final in front of us, that it's not just this major that matters. It's the Halo World Championship. It's what we're going to be talking about after this major as well. And with these two teams playing at this kind of level, with so many game types potentially in front of us as well, if you're here right now, you're in one of the best seats in the world right now to enjoy some
Sound
amazing
is
Halo
just
action.
so close to the
When you
monitor,
think back
man.
to when these two met earlier on this weekend, what was the crux for Space Station Gaming? What was the issue? Why couldn't they edge things out? Why did they get bumped down?
To be honest, it's one flag and forbidden CTF, right?
Yeah.
That's really all it is, which is crazy to think about. There's Walsh covered it well early on the desk. Let's not forget, they were one grenade bottom mid away from not even being here today.
Yes.
They were also one flag away from winning that series against Optic. So it is the smallest of margins between these two. And interestingly, not a lot of overlap in these first 7 game types from their last series. So we're going to see some new game types on display.
Some fresh faces for sure in the series layout, and you're looking at a fresh face here. He is very new to North America, and considering how new he is, the accolades this young man has already this season is unbelievable. Legend, looking so good.
Legend's
We're
my
talking about
goat.
consistent players, another one on your screen as well. Both Formal and Legend, if I had a head-to-head right now, it would be perfect, because honestly, in terms of the way that they've been performing for their team, they are literally chalk and cheese. They are perfect for each other, but also have
That's
a
probably
little bit of
why they play so
comparison
good.
in terms of what they actually do for their team too.
I think the damage dealt is what those two guys are known for. They are massive damage dealers, getting some of that entry frag damage on the side of Legend, and then Foremost, traditionally he sits back, but when he sits back and he doesn't miss, that damage is so easy to capitalize on for the rest of Optic Gaming. I want to say one thing, it is not often, if ever, Optic Gaming have been booed in Halo. You better be careful here in Salt Lake, because you might wake the beast. Using that to Optic's advantage is going to be something that they are going to feed off of. That energy, it helps when the chants are in their favor, but to be able to play the villain in this room specifically, that's going to be something that they take on their shoulders throughout this series. I am ready to see Optic Gaming shine.
Yeah, something very different for them as well. And also just going back to the KD leaderboard we saw a second ago, Formal climbing his way up all weekend long to the top spot, heading into the grand final. Bro, that's got to feel pretty damn good.
It really does. And you know what I feel like with Formal's demeanor, right? We've been around Formal for over a decade now in professional esports. The back-to-back second places seem to have given him a new drive, right? He's not maybe as talkative as he would be backstage. He's really driven, really focused, and it's obviously showing on the KD leaderboard as well.
It certainly is showing indeed. When I look also across Space Station Gaming in terms of how ready they are for this series, you know, they have quite a lot to go here. They have 2 best-of-7s to win if they want to get this done. We talk about fatigue, we talk about being able to have that kind of stamina to get things going, and considering how fresh this series layout is for them, do they have that stamina to continue and do this for their home crowd?
Yeah, I think the crowd is going to be energetic for them, and they're going to be able to feed off that as well on the other side. But I mean, if I'm SSG, I'm looking at this first best of 7 like, let's not go the distance here. Let's try to wrap this one up pretty quickly. They've had a pretty smooth day so far here today, and it has been a pretty cruise control ride as far as series not going the distance. So I'm looking at SSG. Can they keep that momentum up?
Bring back the Spartan laser, please.
To use a lot of that
Bring
energy
it back,
that they
man.
have still left in the tank in this first series.
I want to jump on the fact that as well, something we need to highlight here is this is one of the first occasions that Optic have come through the winner's side of the bracket to get to this grand final. So they have the advantage. A lot of the second places that you've seen, they've been elimination bracket runs. They've had to try and set the bracket again and go back to back in those series to try and become champions. So it's a real opportunity here for Optic Gaming to come in, to have that series buffer and potentially finally get over that line, and what better place to do it for them ahead of the Halo World Championships and in front of a crowd who wants to see SSG take that win.
We're just making sure everything is set in stone on that main stage, because it can't be short of perfect for our 2 teams here in the grand finals. While we do though, I'd like to discuss some of the keys to victory maybe for both sides. I think 2 different teams looking for something very different. Space Station to keep this thing going, keep that train pushing forward, and Optic Gaming, they want to get this done as quickly as possible to cut that momentum in half for Space Station Gaming. On the side of Optic, what do they need to do in this series? Is there anybody who needs to step up big time in order to get this done in a quick fashion?
I think Optic's key to the victory is going to be rewatching that phase series or watching that phase series unfold, and notice that Stellar is picking up snipe top mid on live fire for free, uncontested. After that moment, Stellar is destined to start popping off. You have to compete for the power-ups and the power weapons. You have to find ways to get those in your hands, because players like Formal have not missed either. It's a matter of who gets the opportunity to pop off, and they will once given that moment. I think Optic are going to be more prioritized on these power-ups and power weapons than FaZe were, and I like their opportunity because that's how they work. They scavenge, they play around these things so much. They bring the numbers advantage there. SSG are going to have a much more difficult time getting those in their hands against a team like Optic.
On set for Space Station, we saw Bound really have an incredible game against Shopify Rebellion, as well as his duo Legend. Are you really honing in on that duo to step things up for their team in order to get this done and go the distance?
It's very easy to look at certain players on a team and go, you need to play great, you need to play great. But we're now in a situation in a grand final where if one player does not play to the highest level, then that team is going to suffer because of it. So it's difficult to kind of focus on a Bound, on an Eco, on a Stellar, on a Legend, because everyone has their responsibility. However, I will highlight the Bound in that previous series was playing some phenomenal Halo. And when he plays his best Halo, it means that SSG is working well. So I think for SSG, it's a really good sign ahead of this grand final.
Yo, is that Daddy? That's pretty nutty, man. Oh, sorry, that's nutty. That's pretty daddy. What's up, Nutty?
Now on set, Bravo, take it away.
Well, let's do this then, everybody. It's the moment we've all been waiting for. 3
Wait.
days of action here in Salt Lake City, and the crowd is hyped for this one. It's SSG, Space Station Gaming, the hometown team, going up against the Green Wall.
How you doing, Nutty?
That second place curse.
And you always had the feeling it was going to be these 2 at this major. It just felt right.
I want a freaking grand final reset, man.
Teams, but as you heard, in a little bit
Give me all
setting,
the matches.
Optic Gaming coming in from the winner's side of the bracket. Space Station Gaming will need to back-to-back to take the championship.
Primed and ready, Nutty.
Well, here we go then. Game number 1 in front of our eyes. We're going to have a little bit of King of the Hill to play. Recharge going to be the first map that we find in front of our eyes as Trippy, who had a fantastic series.
Ooh, dead already.
Last time that we saw him on our main stage. It's going to allow Formal to grab that first camo. Now, Optic with an early advantage here, playing for that shock rifle, we would imagine, in a few seconds as well, but
not even opting for it?
Even though the camo has been picked up by Optic, seems to be going the way of SSG.
Formal trying to slow play this. We'll see if he can avoid the trade. No, Legend going to come out with a trade, so he certainly will have the advantage out of that one. Keeping an eye on the shock. Notice that Formal did not grab the shock because they were too dead. Instead, tried to clear out gold first if he was able to. In the end, now on board with Eco under heavy pressure in Whirlpool.
Trades at the moment, Stella inside of that hill, but Formal's going to pick up one, which is going to create an opening, and Formal and Lucy will combine in order to make Space Station only have the one player alive. He's going to be dealt with.
Brother, please, we're watching grand finals.
Gaming, all of SSG find themselves in the respawn screen.
Very nicely done. There already control spawns coming up for them. They're a little bit staggered here, so we'll see if Optic can get the first pick once again. But take a look at the progress as the Let's Go Optic chant starts in the building.
You thought there was some booze
I
as they
know,
walked out. Let me
Kyber.
tell you, there's always Optic fans wherever Optic Gaming are. And they are making some noise right now, and why wouldn't you, with over 2/3 of this first hill already capped.
Where's Dead Zone's cam, bro? It's just a pic. It's just a freaking JPEG.
Maybe looking to create something a little bit more fancy.
Oh!
Make it 2, and that's going to be more control here for Optic.
Bound your last player alive on
Huge
top
double.
gold. That means Optic can hold. They can pinch him here on the bottom of gold stairs. That will be more time. Only about a few ticks away from taking the first hill.
Bounce forced the challenge.
They're loud, man.
Eco's going to get some good shots across.
You love to hear it.
At least flush Optic out of the hill for a few seconds, delaying what feels like the inevitable at this point. Optic having to look for some more kills. 2 dead here for SSG.
Trippy could not find that kill, and then in the end,
Dude.
he get away. But still some very good damage here. Lucid versus Bound in a 1v1. Bound will win that one. So not over just
Yeah,
yet.
I know
They
he's
only need
sick.
to step in just once
Dude,
here.
Dead Zone's
Grab the
impressive,
Trippy.
dude. He's
However,
holding this and he's getting a double. Like, bro.
Really good play to
What a
just
fucking Chad.
work with that clock on their side. They wrapped through pipes. They got a few kills.
Brother
and
doesn't
then
even
they
have to
jump in
try.
And get a couple of kills when it really does matter. Legend in that 1v1. Trippy wins it, and with the camo has a huge amount of responsibility.
What does Trippy do here? Gets dinged a little bit more.
Chipped.
Let's see if he can get in here. Big 1v1.
Tries to find the time. Tries to get
Good
the
kill.
Gets the kill. But we're taken out inside of that hill. Lucy
That's
will
first
step in
hill.
now, and surely that means that Optic Gaming will secure this first hill. They're up 1-0.
Brilliant patience there from Trippy. A lot of players would have panicked under that position. Do you just go straight for the hill? Do you try to get a back whack on the hill guy? Instead, he takes his time. He wins the battle at gold. He gets some help on the hill as well. And in the end, it's Lucid who secures that first hill. The man on your screen here, Optic Gaming up 1-0.
2 players from SSG are going to flood. It's actually 3 players who try and deal with Lucid, and deal with them they will. Optic find themselves 3 dead, and Formal one of the last players alive for a few moments. Shock rifle also, as you can tell from the point of view of Formal, will be in the hands of SSG. It's Eco who's looking to line up some heads.
Worth mentioning, aside from that one shot kill that happened at Batledge, it has not really been a factor yet in the game. We'll see if Eco can really step things up here, get his team right back into this with the shock in hand.
Not going to be able to quite connect with Trippy. Does certainly connect with the second shot, though. Lucy going to be challenging. Eco trying to line it up. The Commando is just chipping away at his shield, so going to be forced to retreat for just a few seconds. But the biggest story here is that SSG now have half of that second hill capped.
3 dead, 4 dead, actually. Formal's your first spawner here. He's on the sneaky, so this will be continued time for SSG, especially if they get the 5th kill on Formal here as well.
Ooh.
SSG is starting to find a little bit of momentum here. Optic really struggling to break this hill.
They
You can
might
see
be
they're
able to
now
finish
just a few
that,
moments
maybe.
away from tying this game up at 1-1.
It's a brilliant hold here. We'll see if they start to make a bottom middle push. I don't even know if they have the time or the angles.
You have to wonder if Optic are looking to give this one up, and that might be the case. Dead Zone might be looking to make a little last-second hero play, bottom
They
middle,
might
front
opt this
stacks.
play. Now they're finishing it.
But it's not going to be able to make that
Oh
play
my
happen.
god,
It's
it's
gonna be 1-1
tied.
now as we see the grapple, but it's straight into the clutches of Eco. He'll collect
3
that as
for
well as the
Eco?
killing spree.
And it's
Holy
4 dead.
shit.
Eco will now fly all the way in here, block the elevator spawns. Bound gets a camo as well. It's terrible timing for Optic Gaming to go 4 dead. And on the other side of that, of course, perfect execution from SSG to not only secure the point, also secure 4 dead, the grapple, as well as the camo. They've got all the toys right now.
Bound versus Dead Zone. Bound's going to win that one. The camo just let him get that first shot opportunity, and when he had it, what did he take it? Looking for a trade in this situation, doesn't come in, but his teammates there. It's Optic 3 dead again, and for the last 60 seconds or so, it's been complete and utter domination of that kill feed in the favor of SSG.
They've been in the blender, has Optic Gaming. Space Station now outslaying as well, 30.
No, that's not how it works,
in
Rex.
total in the game, and it's very good progress.
Once
on
the
hill
shock's
number
out of
3 for
ammo,
Legend now.
it automatically
Batledge
starts
angle, but he
spawning a new
flushed
one.
right away. Good awareness from Optic.
Could just
to make
be
sure
just
the shock
was
is
not able to
grabbed
pick
for
one
free.
up.
but still additional time on the board here for Space Station.
Here comes Dead Zone. Somehow he's managed to break through pipes there, playing off of
The
damage
P
of
and
his
the
teammates.
freaking
Optic find
JPEG, dude.
themselves
I
two dead, but SSG also find themselves with only 2 alive. So equal numbers on the map at the moment, but Dead Zone
fix my man's
will turn
cam.
now into the favor of Optic Gaming. A little bit of time finally on the board, but as I say that, SSG do force a couple of players out, but Optic look like they have
Look at him, dude. He's so talented. He's holding both hearts, dude. And he's still just shitting on everybody. Like,
was being
damn.
20-13 at the opening of the game. They are now outslaying 32-29. It's a huge swing from them, but still a little bit more work to do to secure the third hill.
SSG do have half of this hill captured at the moment, but Optic, like I mentioned previously, have pretty good setup on the map. But
yeah, maybe nutty.
Jumping and bouncing around and manages to hit the shots while he's doing so. That's going to take Dead Zone out of the hill. Optic find themselves 4 dead, just like that. And SSG step back into that hill.
Well, what a turnaround from SSG, as I said, after being outslayed by 7 off the opening. That's not easy to come back from. But just like that, you get the feeling it's ticks away from them securing this one. The go-ahead hill.
Oh, are they finishing it? They are finishing it.
Do they push? Do they hold for next? SSG are going to force their hands here as they will capture that hill. Go up 2-1 in this game.
That camo stays alive.
Just kept the camo in the hands of Optic. Trippy will get away with it thanks to the help from the teammate.
3 dead. Eco was your last player alive here. As you said, Trippy with a big opportunity. 2:24 left in the game, and camo in hand. Can he start to break the opening here? Make sure they get the kills, off of the respawns as well.
You see the respect that both teams have for each other at the moment. SSG know there's a camo player about. They know they don't have control of the power-ups. They're not trying to overextend at any point, knowing that Trippy is going to be in a position to suddenly get those first shots down, but even from C-Plat to Turbine, seems like SSG's eyes are working quite well.
Yeah, great job to bait out the camo there. Timing, no camo in play. Really a factor at all. As just a little bit of time on the board for Optic. And Bound now with shock in hand. He gets dinged back though. Has to retreat here. Actually, of course, he peeks again. Very Bound-esque of him. Somehow gets away with the peek as well, as he has a flank coming in from C-Plat.
Optic will find themselves with only 4 more alive. It's SSG, whose patience pays off. No one was really able to do anything for Optic, even though Trippy had that camo to play with. And it was SSG who just bought the time, and now, off the back of it, have managed to secure an element of control on the map here towards that hill. I think something to note here is almost a minute has gone past since that camo was picked up, and since that new hill has come up, and look at the progress from both teams. Yeah. Barely any.
Big important thing that happened off screen. We got to his POV just a second late. Legend actually with a triple kill just now, which really slowed any opportunity down. Even though you saw Bound get
Legend
for peeking again with the shock. Legend getting a triple kill off screen certainly slows down the Optic aggression, but they're scoring once again.
Not anymore. Okay. Lucid said it's time to start getting control of this game, and he's going to do it himself with his shock rifle. First time we've really seen it impact the game. Eco's going to get tickled as Optic double stack this hill. You see the
Camo's coming up.
The tower side and towards the back of blue is the play from Space Station. Nobody able to really make any impactful movement up the map for SSG at the moment. It's because of the angles that are just being held by Lucid.
Can Legend get away with this camo? It'd be huge if he does. This is big. 2 dead for Optic. 55 seconds left on the clock.
Are SSG thinking about playing the clock here? Are they thinking about playing time and forcing Optic's hand? Great shots coming in from Legend, just holding down this big door on the long haul. Lucid will find one, though, just to even the numbers up for a second. But if you're looking at positioning on the map, you're looking at where Optic are. They are so far away from that hill that the clock is starting to hurt them. It's just 30 seconds left, and everybody who's trying to cross at the moment is just being cut down by Legend.
Notice they've been playing time this entire time. It's going to be 3 dead there for the side of SSG. Eco's the last player alive. SSG has been playing time for the last 40 seconds. Will this come to bite them?
Clutched up.
Optic do have these long haul spawns, but that big piece of communication that there's a one-shot player about to jump up is gleefully received by Eco as he will get that pick. And every pick that goes their way, they inch closer and closer to closing.
Trippy's probably going to die here.
You can also see in the feed that Eco's now trying to survive. And survive he won't, because 3 members are now down on SSG.
Oh, they're getting this hill. They're getting this hill.
Look at this. That was 3 dead. You got to look at the
No way.
Space Station Gaming tries to play time there, but they're not going to be able to do it.
Oh my god, this is going to OT, dude.
With just 11 seconds left, Space Station Gaming is punished for trying to play the clock early.
And Formal now all of a sudden looks like he wants to take this game over himself. 4 seconds left on that game clock, and we will go into overtime here. Trippy stood in that bottom middle hill. Be a good push from Stellar and some beautiful shots alongside it to flush him out. But let's talk about the composure from Optic in those final moments.
What a game 1 to start this series. This is unbelievable. As you say, Optic Gaming playing it cool, calm, and collected. They had to slay about 2 full rounds of slays to get that hill comfortably. And as we said, they only had 11 seconds in the end to do it. And they get that second hill. Now the next one will win.
Dead Zone can't quite connect with the head, and now Stella, for the first time in this series, finds himself with a power weapon. This man was putting on the show of all shows in the previous series, and maybe he's looking to add another chapter to it.
What can this man do? I called him backstage as well. He said, today, I'm feeling good. Other days, not so good. Today, he's hitting the shots, and he's not done yet.
Lucid's going to challenge. Still has his shields.
Della really said, fuck your jiggle peak.
SSG also find themselves in a similar position. The fact that this bottom middle hill is the one that's going to decide where this game goes makes it even more unpredictable in what way this game is going to swing. It's such an easy hill to contest in comparison to some of the others.
Could not agree more. If you had to pick one gauntlet, one bloodbath to end this game number 1, it is undoubtedly this bottom middle hill right now. 1 dead for each side.
Lucid with his commando as well is just chipping away his shields. 3 dead on either side at the moment. It's a 1v1 momentarily on the map. Legend just trying to survive on the stacks here, hoping that no frag grenades are going to finally take him into the death screen, and just using the geometry of those stacks to avoid any splash damage. Great in-game knowledge, quite simply from Legend.
Yeah, really, really nicely done there to hit that just slightly higher ledge to make sure the frags didn't take him down. 3, though, do fall for Space Station Gaming. Could it be the 4th here? Lucid takes him down. 4 dead for SSG.
And it's not very often you see Legend losing those kind of 1v1s. But he will be the final player to fall, and Optic Gaming now halfway to capturing this bottom middle hill. Remember, we are in sudden death. Next point wins here. Optic in full control.
Keep an eye on the kill feed. 2 fall for Optic Gaming. Kills are traded out just to get there. Lucid's your last player alive here.
Oh my god. Lucid's playing so well right now. Holy shit.
They've got some resilience. They've got some heart to send this the distance.
Good trade from Lucid, dude. Staying alive was huge.
Left on that clock. Remember, next hill will win.
Oh, 3 down for Optic, though.
And that one is fresh off the rack.
Oh my god, is this nervy?
Ooh, this is so crazy.
Before we would go into a tie here, can anyone jump in the hill and close this one out?
Shock rifle will be down. Optic find themselves.
Nobody's jumping in. They're taking the tie. They're taking the tie.
This could be a big moment. Last player alive is trapped over at the pipe.
They're taking the tie, dude.
To see the time tick down and get this one going again. If you needed a
No
little table
way.
setter, a little, whetting of the appetite for what you can expect in this series.
Holy fuck, dude. This is so tense.
Even in overtime in our game number 1.
They're replaying the game. Okay.
Lot said it best. Settle down, get comfy.
It's it.
We're going to be here a while.
That's it. Get a snack, get a drink, maybe a few, because we could be here for a while this evening. I couldn't agree more. What a game number 1 to start things off. Even with a sudden death overtime, it's not enough to decide a victor in your game number 1. In the end, the slays go 74-69 in favor of Space Station. So almost
nice.
Closer in the slay department as well. But the most interesting thing is both teams had 9 to 10 kill leads in the slay department that had to get shrunk down. And I'm very surprised that SSG tries to play time on that C plat hill. In the end, Optic Gaming just timed it so well, and they're one of the teams that can do it best in terms of just timing those exact moments to make sure they get those kills. In the end, I gotta say huge credit because Eco was alive on orange door there, bottom mid. He was the one keeping them out of the hill. They actually flanked through control to Mangler Pit to get the backwhack on him. You might have noticed the man on your screen, Formal, was in mid-bridge. He didn't even know there was a player Mangler Pit. So fantastic work from Optic to put the pieces together to force overtime. But you got the feeling, Mark, at the end of that, but both teams might have been just happy.
I'll be right back, guys.
to
We're
end
into
in a
the
tie,
bathroom.
Get a breather and go now into a new set of overtime.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Nobody kind of looked disappointed. Everyone was just kind of thinking about what they have to do next. And we know how big a first game of the series can be, especially when you're coming from elimination bracket. Or for Optic Gaming, let's talk about their mentality. If they lose that first game, all of the thoughts start to flood back about second places and not getting over the line. And is this going to happen again? For SSG, it's more of a, oh my god, now it feels even further away, knowing the gauntlet they have to go through if they want to call themselves champions. So that's why you're seeing, I think, just some stern faces. And I will say the atmosphere in the room has changed a little bit as well. Yeah. There's a kind of nervous energy all of a sudden here.
You can really, really feel it here, without a doubt. Very different than when these two teams took the stage. I think both fan bases aware of just what's on the line here and just how tightly matched, these two teams are going to be this evening.
Well, the nervousness has turned into energy on the SSG side. You can hear the fans starting to try and get behind their boys on that main stage. Remember, this time last year here in Salt Lake City, it was SSG who managed to break through their curse of their own, but not being able to get over the line by being the second place grand final team who finally got that win. And it's funny, isn't it, how history kind of pops up in that way. And you're looking at the two teams on this stage right now, and there's another team who sat on the stage thinking about, how do we get over this second place curse? It's crazy, that, isn't it? How that kind of
It really is. The storylines that have been kind of weaving in and out over these past few years, like you just mentioned, for SSG to first take their own victory on home soil, to now be in the same place, but this time from the elimination bracket, as well as Optic Gaming. So much more, it feels like, than this event riding on here in this grand final, right? It's all about their entire season, how it's led here, and also how they go into the World Championship. It's so much more than just this simple grand final for them.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. And for Optic as well, I think the big thing for them is when we watched them in the grand finals in previous tournaments, I think you could see sometimes in the games that we were seeing, in the series we were seeing, it felt like they knew they were coming from the elimination side. It felt like after a couple of games that maybe the heads started to drop a little bit. But this is a different opportunity for them. Coming from the winner's side, we always say like the winner's bracket final feels like the most important series of the entire tournament outside of the grand final because of that advantage that you do get. So for Optic, it's a different mentality to even come into this series in comparison to the situation they've been in the build up to this. So for Optic, it's a huge opportunity, and I think just that mental reset of not even having to think about what's going to happen in the final, but approaching it in a different way is a huge thing for them.
It really is, without a doubt. And you could just tell every time we cut to these player cams, unreal when we see just how, you know, the fierceness, the intensity. A lot of times you see these players just smiling, kind of easy energy from them, but now we are back in here. We're getting confirmation here from League Ops. It will be first to 2 hills that will win this game here. We're underway.
Well, the break just gets us in a position to set this series up even more. Off the rip, it's going to be 3 dead, though, for Optic Gaming. And like you said, Andy, for those who are watching, wondering what the reset rules are going to be, first to 2 hills here on King of the Hill Recharge will take home the first map of this series. Speaking of taking things home first, it's going to be Eco who gets the first camera of the game.
See what he could do here. Big moment in the game, without a doubt. Only playing to 2 just really changes the dynamic here. That first hill is just completely different than you would have seen in the regulation play.
Eco just trying to buy time at the moment. Doesn't want to step in that hill himself because he'll give away the position of where that camo player is going to be. Trippy's going to poke. He's going to shoulder. But it's going to be Eco who continues to rapid fire and now turns 1 into 2. Beautiful use of that camo. That's going to be Optic Gaming with 2 dead.
Now over to Bound, the man who's been performing not just today, but this entire weekend. Unbelievable stats in a lot of the games where he's taken his team all the way through. How can he step up in a big way to make sure that they start this series off with a win?
One thing I've noticed in this game is that Lucid likes to use that commando. He's always got it in his hand. Somehow Bound is still alive, by the way. Finally, he's going to be taken down as it'll be 2 dead on either side. And it's a very similar story to what we saw on the last hill, because before we had the reset, because there's barely any progress from either side. The amount of respect that and teams know if they go 3 or 4 dead, that they could be the whole hill going away.
I couldn't agree more. Everyone who's watching, who's watched a lot of competitive Halo Infinite, you will notice that this is definitely a little bit of a more nervy start. Just like you said, Mark, neither team wanting to be the one that finds themselves 3 dead right now at 2v2 on the map.
Lucy going to be taken down to no shields. Needs to peek from this Bat Ledge in a second. Formal is going to get another one, though, and Bound is now last alive. And SSG is spawning away from this hill. Camo coming up, though. And Optic look like they're turning their attention maybe from the hill towards that power up.
Legends over on Sneaky.
Both, though, because they managed to pick up 3 kills.
Nice.
Make it 4 kills as Lucid extends
Could
down
be a free
that
camo
long
there.
Now they have full control. They're inside of that hill, and as you can see from the point of view of Lucid, Dead Zone has the camo as well.
This JPEG, I can't.
Well. Especially if they get the opening damage here and the opening pick, they will secure this hill.
Dude, this JPEG is just so funny to me.
These players in tower as well. They're going to be the most dangerous ones to deal with here for Optic Gaming. And with 2 in the death screen, SSG might be finding more. Bound is last alive, but he's nowhere near this hill. And Optic Gaming will go up 1-0, 1 hill more, and they will be a Game 1 winners.
Beautifully managed from Dead Zone. You might have thought maybe he needed to do a bit more in that scenario. No, he doesn't go for the back whack. He doesn't try to get fancy with it. He just starts shooting right away.
Oh, if he got that double, that would have been so crazy.
Trippy's found himself the shock as well. And SSG find themselves 3 dead once again. It's been a really solid start to this restart. As Trippy tries to use the trapeze skills to try and get away, but unfortunately will get cut down, but at least gets that shock rifle back towards where his teammates can pick it up.
Dead Zone was your last player alive. Formal actually spawns a window Stellar with
shots.
Gorgeous,
just insane.
Gorgeous shots from distance here from Stellar. That will now give even more momentum and control and an opportunity for SSG to get on the board here.
It's one thing to be able to 5 someone in front of you when you don't have to zoom in, but when you're essentially just continually zooming in across map between shots and still hitting every single one of them. That
First
just tells
to 2
you everything
hills.
you need to know about the skill that Stella has.
Oh man, so
SSG
Optic only
runs
needs
through
1
back
more
here,
hill,
as you can see
dude.
at the bottom of your screen on that score ticker. They're getting very, very close to closing out this hill, but losing 2 members just as you're about to do so is going to give Optic an opportunity.
Ooh, Stellar on the sneaky. He knows there's a lot of responsibility here. He needs to try to get help or win a 1v1. He's going to go for the 1v1 option.
Oh!
Leave it to him. He also flies right in and not done yet. Gets additional damage for the spawners.
Big from Trippy, though, just to shut down Stellar in that situation. Even though he had a shield advantage, when you've got Stellar full of adrenaline flying at you after just 5ing one of your teammates, holding on to the advantage that you have, so important to do. Now another opportunity. This time he can't make it work as Legend will burst through, but Dead Zone is there for the trade.
It's just a battle of the back of C versus the front of C here. Just constant action here at the bottom. The hill will go.
Hi, dude. Oh my god.
So scrappy, but it is SSG who flood it.
What
and
the
SSG
fuck?
who will get that point on the board. Now we move towards the turbine. Green gun in the hands of a member of Optic Gaming. It's going to be Formal who puts that one to use to find the kill. But now you see the flood and the collapse coming in from SSG from the pipes. Optic find themselves 2 dead.
Legend knows a lot of responsibility here. If he starts to engage, he needs to make sure he has the help, and he does right now with Eco. They should easily be able to 2v1 this, and they do. They'll start to score here. 1 dead for Optic Gaming.
Optic spawning over at Blue and Tower as well. So now,
oh my.
Legend not only can stand inside of that hill, but he could continue
As
to
4 dead.
But he's got no one to shoot. And if you're wondering why, it's because everybody on Optic Gaming is in the death screen. It's a wonderful hold coming in from SSG.
A perfect wipe, and for the first time in the game, Space Station actually takes the lead in slays as well. They're outslaying just by 3, 34-31.
Half of that hill is in the control of SSG. And they are closing in now on a map 1 victory. Lucid is going to be taught a lesson. Dead Zone might be next.
That's it. There's no pressure.
They're still holding it.
It took us going to overtime. But it looks like SSG might be in a position to close this one out. Just a few more ticks needed, but Optic is showing once again that you can't count your chickens until they've hatched here. Finally, it will be Stellar flying in. Finally, the kills will come in.
Oh my god.
SSG will close out map number 1.
And if that's what it takes to get 1 game on the board, this is going to be one hell of a grand final.
That was the first game.
If you had plans later, cancel them right now.
You're not making
What
it.
the fuck?
If you're meant to be somewhere for dinner,
not making it.
Get the delivery services open. Because this is going to be a long one, and we would not want it any other way. Space Station Gaming, remember from the elimination bracket, put the first game on the board.
Stellar even ending it with style, right? Grapples all the way to Steve Sayers. He's like, don't worry, I'll be back in a second. Grapples all the way back up to Whirlpool. We'll take a look at some highlights, which might actually take quite a while considering we had regulation and sudden death overtime and then double overtime in this game. What a game 1 between these two.
I mean, it's a big moment in the context of that game as well, because you look back to the C-Plat Hill, right, and Optic Gaming, they looked out of it. SSG decided they want to try and play time. They think that they can kill Optic Gaming enough times that that will be the end of it. Optic, though, break through once, and then essentially have a perfect hold from there. And SSG might have looked back on that if the game had gone the way of Optic in regulation time and gone, that's something we look back on and we're like, should we have just tried to cap that hill? Should we have just tried to put it to bed? But now that they've, in that restart, managed to close the game out, I think it just means for them, they're not even thinking about it. It's forgotten history at this point because they got that game on the board. And for Optic, even though they were close in that series, even though it went right down to the wire, I mean, it's now some questions for them, right? It's only 1 game, don't get me wrong, but this man on your screen in the final moments is the reason I think that SSG probably closed that out.
And how about that play from Stellar? You just saw the first half of it on screen. He was C-Plat, he was the only player alive. In that decision, you have 2 options. You wait for teammates that might spawn gold and long with you, and then you fight, or you can fly in, be a madman, try to win a 1v1 and do more damage. That's what he does. That paves the way for them to get that hill from the front. It was a brilliant heads-up play, and you look to players like Stellar to make them. They take game number 1.
Stellar just been absolutely electric. He likes playing in Salt Lake City. Certainly does like playing here in Salt Lake City. One of the most ridiculous individual performances ever with a sniper rifle the last time that we were here, and he's looking to continue it once again on that main stage. This is the stats, though, from Salt Lake City. This is our Slayer matchup. This is the Slayer game type we're going into as our game number 2. And even though Optic said they were doing a lot of work on their Slayers, there's been a lot of big game 5 wins on them, like we discussed previously. Look at that record on the side of Space Station, 8-3. And even though the margins aren't quite as big as Optic, the wins is all that really matters.
Yeah, it really is. Also worth noting, these 2 teams, when they matched up earlier in this tournament, they split the Slayers. SSG took Recharge Slayer 50-41. Optic,
What
you
Nick
might remember,
doing?
ended it with a Street Slayer at 50-36. Now, we might see Recharge later on in the series if we get there, but these two teams so far one apiece in Slayers against one another.
And this is one of the reasons that Optic have had some success so far this tournament, find themselves in this grand final. Those Slayer matches you're talking about, those game 5s, these two have
That's
been
a bro
huge,
zone.
huge factor
That's
in
Doid
them. You can see
zone,
the
bro.
KDs coming in from both Lucid and Formal there, both of them looking absolutely superb. And for Formal, I think the type of player that he is to be top of the KD leaderboards going into this grand final tells you a lot. It tells you a lot about how well he is playing going into this grand final.
It really does. I think it also speaks to exactly what we've been talking about him in Atlanta, right? There's a different tier that we're reaching of Formal. I think Formal plays with this just absolutely kind of nothing to lose style. He will fly in, he will get kills he's not meant to get, but this seems like a different level of professional focus Formal, right? He's sick of second place. He's going to come out, he's going to be the most vocal. He's going to be amazing comms in game, and he's also going to be top of the leaderboard. We're underway in game number 2.
Well, let's watch a little bit of Formal to start off our game number 2. Space Station Gaming find themselves up by 1 after a King of the Hill win on Recharge, but now we find ourselves onto Livefire. And I want to really highlight something that Wes was talking about on the desk, the importance of that sniper rifle. They have to keep it out of the hands of Stellar.
Yeah, already you saw from the we had the POV from the top of the tower, right? Dead Zone right away chases Stellar down to bottom middle. You are not coming away with this weapon cleanly. In the end, we'll keep a close eye on that sniper rifle, but I already like what I'm seeing from Optic Gaming to not allow for the free grabs.
Well, here it is. It's in the hands of Lucid, and if it's not going to be in the hands of Stellar and Optic, that's probably step number 1. Get it in the hands of this guy, because he can do things like that! Goodness me, Lucid.
Bro.
Special players on our main stage.
Popping off already, and you get the feeling there's going to be a lot more of that where this came from. Legend tries a shot of his own on the key door, narrowly misses. Oh, look at the help that comes in.
Ego.
From the heavens. Keeps Legend alive, and now Legend has a go with a sniper rifle. Formal, though, has managed to grab the camo here for Optic. So you have a sniper rifle on one side, you have the camo on the other, but it's SSG who do have the lead here.
Big moment in the game. Optic trailing by just a few. What can Formal do with the camo in hand?
He's just going to get chipped by a grenade here, and almost got spied out, but turns his attention away to focus onto Bound. Tries that instant spray around the corner. All of SSG are trapped in the garage,
man.
now they are team firing
Fucking deleted.
and absolutely rip Formal down.
Just a second off the pace there. Somehow Formal just goes just a second early and gets individually isolated by Stellar, and they're not able to get the team shot that they wanted there on Big Door.
One thing they do though is play off the back of that, right? The distraction comes in, they manage to get that first kill SSG, but then the collapse from different angles comes in from Optic Gaming, and we now find ourselves, after the power-up has expired, tied up at 9-9. Trippy with that kill though is going to give Optic the most slender of advantages.
Slow play on this here. They knew the pressure was going to come from low.
You got that
First
stick.
will
That's
not connect.
crazy.
Bound once it got up close and personal, will be taken down and punished. But in the end, those kills will be traded out.
2v2 on the map at the moment. Where did that sniper rifle go? Was that the last of the ammo? Looks like Legend would have had the opportunity to pick it up, but doesn't have it in the inventory.
Good
Doesn't
nade.
exactly know the position of Dead Zone though, but fool me once, but not the second time around. Formal will use the same similar position to take him down.
Very nice peeks here from Formal.
Oh,
finishes the QTs out as well. Beautiful play here from Formal.
And what a turnaround this is. Optic Gaming now starting to establish the most dominant lead that we've seen so far in this game, and Formal still has a little bit of QT to play with, which is why you're seeing him be so aggressive. But now that that has expired, he's going to be flanking behind Legend here. Legend has no idea, and it's a perfect flank for the timing because the camo's coming up now.
Perfect timing as well now with Trippy getting the camo to get into an Optic Gaming listen, and they lead 20-13.
Green as well, green as well. Dead. Green. Green. Yo, I have camo, guys. I have camo. 3 shots green. Yo, 8 tires weak. Tires weak. 3 shots, top cuts, guys. Top cuts. Going top of the vent. Get out now, Joey, get out. There was a guy green. I have sniper chemo. Cement and pillars. Guys, watch your big room. Yo, bottom. Cement and pillars. Okay, reset, guys. Joey has sniper. Yo, A plat. Watch out.
You hear that reset? Go.
Green. Yo, rats on, guys. Rats on.
Nice.
Yo, Obi. Let's go. Let me cut. Yo, repulsors up. I'm getting this. I'm gonna take one elbow. Yo, one guy top mid. In the vent, Joey. Yo. You drop bottom mid. Watch out, door. Watch door. Watch the door. Okay, I'm looking door.
Oh, that
nade. Watch me. Elbow door. I'm backing up.
Holy
I'm getting out here.
fucking
Tommy.
shit.
They could go bottom mid. I'm watching bottom mid. Watching top mid. Yo, already out of safe plat. Short.
Oh.
On Obi, maybe. On Obi, nothing. Yo, one guy pillar door. Looking big drum. Looking big in. I think white box. Yo, on Obi, guys. On Obi. Turning around. Looking at Obi. Back green. I'm looking top mid. On Obi or what? Yeah. Yo, tires and back green. Sitting on Obi, maybe. Looking key door. Is he still? I naded it. I thought he was. Bottom's coming up. Yo, I'm walking. Big door. Legend top. I'm coming. Let Matt could go. Chilling. A flat, guys. Drop out of mid. Eco. Bottom mid. I'll kill that guy.
Two big door, Legend. Two big door. Watch this one, Sneaky.
Yo, go tower. Go tower.
Okay, listen. Legend has spawn on back green.
Going pillars. I'm watching training.
Spawn on back green, Legend.
How much snipe ammo do you have, Joey? I'm hiding bottom mid, guys. Okay. One guy Keydoor. You saw me.
Quantum to the
man.
I'll go trouble top.
Yo, top mid on me. Legend. One shot A plat. One shot back. Guy mid cut, I think. One shot A plat. Yo, mid cut. Dummy.
Pushing dummies. Dummy door, one shot cellar. Dummy door, two shot cellar. I'm saying two shot dummy door cellar.
Mud maybe.
Run.
Yo, top nest with quantum. Bullet cuts. One shot top nest.
Nice, Lucid.
Yeah, he's absolutely. He's still here. He's right here. I'm watching A plat.
Oh.
Nice, guys.
One shot mid absolute back. One shot.
I'm
probably getting pushed by cellar.
I'm nest. Looking tires. Matt, you're alone. Strip play for trade.
I ran away. A plat weak.
I'm watching big door.
I'm
watching. Yo, in the vent. Two guys big door, both weak. One shot. Backing up.
Oh, that nade.
Ammo now, Joey. Go through, Joey.
Alright, I'm gonna go back.
Make a play. Middle, guys.
Looking top mid.
One shot. Watching the vent. I'm in again. Camo. Two dead. I'll be in A. Yeah, they're in A. I just saw one. Pit in the pit screens. Two, both here. I'm both on paper.
One weak. Bounce out small one.
Gonna spawn big. They're gonna spawn green. Guys, I'm going bottom mid.
One shot
I can go rag.
One shot big door.
Still window, guys. Still window.
Pushing me. Screen.
Weak door, weak. Eco. One shot window, guys.
Window.
Optic Gaming sounding absolutely dialed, and why wouldn't you? Up by 10 at this point in the game, and when you're looking at control of both power weapons, power-ups, it's all been Optic in the last few moments.
Love what I heard also just in the small talk as well. Little things like Lucid's bottom middle, and Trippy's watching the rat tunnel. Little things like watch me. That little small talk, they know exactly how to be on the same page with one another. A lot of presence here in A, though, together. Kills will be traded out.
Looking at the stats at the moment, and it's the old-school duo of Trippy and Lucid who are doing the work here for Optic Gaming. 12 and 6 for Trippy, 11 and 4 for Lucid. And we mentioned what the key to success might be on this map, and especially when it comes to keeping Stellar quiet. Well, you can't really remember an opportunity that
trying
Stellar
to
has had
hit
to
some
even get his hands
pixels,
on a
man.
sniper rifle. Eco will find one kill though, and maybe this is the start of something for SSG. It needs to be the start of something for SSG. But I mentioned that sniper rifle, and it's going to be Lucid who has it again.
Bodies as well. First one will be cleaned up.
Oh!
Cleaned up as well by Lucid himself.
A lot of talk about Stellar, but Lucid is reminding us just what he can do on the map.
Oh!
There is no way on earth he hit that.
Holy shit!
Say his name and he will hit the shots. Not missing so much damage coming from him. Lucid is 14 and 4 and leads the team in assists.
Oh my god, I have
Unbelievable
fucking
run this from
goosebumps.
Lucid. Absolutely unbelievable. And now he puts Optic 9 kills, make it 8
Calm the
kills away.
fuck down, man.
Don't stop this kind of talent when he's playing like this.
Even additional
Holy
damage there onto Eco on the same
shit.
bags. Unbelievable start here from Lucid. I would say start, but the game's almost over. They lead by 15.
And for SSG, now they know how everyone else has felt. Lucid has just been taking them apart with that sniper rifle. Dead zone flying in now for Optic, looking for that 46th kill. And for SSG, it's been a lesson in how it feels to have that sniper rifle just peeling away at your heads.
Dead Zone gets the trade as well on the window. That's 3 dead. Eco's your last player alive. Only 2 more kills here to go.
Well, game number 1 was hotly contested, but this one is Optic Gaming's for sure. One more to
This
go
is
as
look-
Dead Zone will
yeah,
fight
this is an Optic
the
game, dude.
49th. And Lucid, it has to be you, surely, to get the final one. And yes, indeed, Lucid will get the 50th.
Holy fucking shit,
Empty the
dude.
clip as well, as Optic Gaming answer back and tie us up at 1-1.
We cut away from the gameplay to the stage cams, but there might
Fucking
have been a few
animal.
extra shots exchanged as well. And even in the final moments, Lucid just screen watching to see exactly what was going on top middle. Cool, calm, and collected, drops down with the nade and gets their 50th kill. They will win 50-35 in game number 2. Lucid's final numbers on the board will be 16 and 6, tied for most assists on the team as well.
Like, look at this
Let's take a
shit.
look at some of these highlights. I mean, he's Lucid by name, but for a lot of people watching that, it probably felt like a lucid dream, to be honest with you, with some of the things he was doing, some of the speed in which he was just turning around, whipping onto heads. It's out of this world. It's absolutely out of this world. And I mentioned how games in this series I felt were going to be decided by massive, massive plays, big skill moments.
Look at this shit.
Unreal.
That was disgusting.
It's a red tunnel, and then he hits this one up big door.
It's absolutely it's illegal.
I tell you what, it needs to be said, he's given Stellar a run for his money because everyone's been losing their mind, us included, about what Stellar has been doing with the sniper rifle. And there you see the extra shots coming in as well. Just a little bit of extra flavor added there. Some trash talk exchanged across the stage in game as well. these two teams now find themselves tied 1-1. Optic Gaming even things up.
It's only game 2. Crazy, right? I feel like we've seen enough highlights already in the first 2 games to call it a series, but we got a long way to go here as we see some of the amazing people have made their way out to SLC. You guys and girls have been absolutely incredible all weekend long. And I'm sure if the Halo continues to be at this level as well, Andy, it's only going to get louder and louder in here. This is feeling like a special kind of series.
It really is. I mean, and also let's not forget these two teams we saw the first time they played on Saturday. This place was going nuts early on Saturday. Those two teams find themselves in the grand final yet again. CTF Empyrean will be your go-ahead game number 3.
Yeah, big game in the series as well, because Wes was talking about this one on the desk. He feels like this is the Optic Gaming bread and butter. This is where they are very comfortable in this game type, and having just won the last one in the style that they won it in as well, Optic, you could be feeling very confident. But do you want to know why I'm so excited about this?
Tell me.
Because we've got 2 sniper rifles, which means Stella's going to get one, it means Lucid's going to get one, and it means we're going to have lots of fun.
We are going to have a lot of fun indeed. Sniper rifles all game. Sign me up for not just 12 minutes, but I'll go sudden death overtime in this game type as well. Give me double overtime. Give me as much as you got. Empyrean stats on your screen here. 2024 season CTF stats specifically in Empyrean here on your board.
Yeah, not a huge difference between the two. The only one thing you would say that kind of stands out is maybe the efficiency once that flag is pulled in comparison to being capped. The flag cap's slightly higher when it comes to the side of Space Station Gaming, but they do have a slightly higher flag steal as well. So Legend is one to keep an eye on always. He's always overextending, looking to get in your base and get that flag moving and cause a little bit of a dilemma. So if he can do that, Optic, you're going to have to keep those that communication we heard in that last game as fresh as it can be, because they need to keep an eye on and track every single member of SSG and how they're moving.
Without a doubt. Another thing worth noting here, by the way, it's a great looking energy sword as well as Chief Armor. Shout out to every single one of you in the building here. It's been an unbelievably electric weekend. Also, everyone at the arcade holding it down.
Look at that 18-wheel.
I love that. Guess what? There's a break between games 2 and 3. Just spend some time driving an 18-wheeler.
Go and deliver some load.
The closest parallel we have between these two teams in a large-scale 3-flag CTF map is going to be Forbidden CTF. We did see them play that yesterday. In the end, it was Optic who narrowly took it 3-2 to stay alive in the series. And if that's any indicator, that will be a closely fought game here on Empyrean as well.
And of course, after this event as well, we are just weeks away. It's just weeks away from the Halo World Championships, October 4th to the 6th in Seattle.
Who am I seeing at Worlds?
If you want to find out a little bit more
Who
about
am I
it,
seeing?
head over to halo.gg/HaloWC 2024. All the info that you need is there. Get your tickets if you haven't already.
Without a doubt, can't wait. And that's why we say here in Salt Lake City, there feels like there's a lot more riding on the line, because just as you say, in less than 4 weeks' time, not only will that trophy be on the line, but the Halo World Championship trophy, $1 million prize pool as well. It feels so close, and both teams wanting to go not only with the prestige of this tournament, with the cash of this tournament, but also the momentum and the first seed going into the World Championship.
And let's think about that, right? If SSG win this event and they go into it 3-time champions,
No.
they have to surely be the favorites. But if Optic take it, then you're looking at
Is it just me? Come on, chat. I'll see you there, Nutty.
And then you've got FaZe as well,
Fuck
who
yeah,
also won
dude.
a major and seem to just turn up a little bit differently when it gets to that Halo World Championships. And then the chasing pack as well. We've seen some of the most ridiculous series, the biggest upsets at this tournament as well. So the Halo World Championship is certainly shaping up to be one of the greatest tournaments that we've had in Halo Infinite. But we're looking ahead right now. We're getting ahead of ourselves a little bit because we're only 2 games into our grand final here. And as we set up for map number 3, Empyrean CTF, what are your keys to victory for either side here?
I think it's just like you said. It's specifically not just, on the mid-map battle is going to be important. It's going to be electric sniper battles without a doubt. You're going to see some amazing 1v1s in that category. I'm more so looking at the timing of the kills as they push across the map. As anyone who's played Pit CTF over the years, all the way into Empyrean CTF today knows, you need to be getting your number 2 and number 3 slays as you're hitting the plat, as you're hitting the flag and the cuts, maybe even tower, depending on what side you're pushing. And when you have players like Legend who are getting the last 2 kills in the cuts and then pulling immediately and wrapping first BR, that's going to be the difference maker. So I'm not so concerned about the overall kills on the board. I'm looking at where the kills happen and when they happen for the likeliest flag pulls and runs.
I'm also going to keep my eye on as well where these snipers position themselves, because I've got a feeling there's going to be snipers putting them themselves in a position where maybe the sword side is going to be fancied a little bit more because of the fact that if they take damage and they feel like they're going to die, there's an opportunity to play it. The last
camera passed that Halo 5 on PC side real quick.
Over to one of these teams, because that is going to be absolutely devastating, and it's going to make you very sad for a few
Please.
moments because you're going to get blamed.
Please,
It really will.
3-4-3.
Double-edged sword
I
at play
beg.
here, right? We're so excited
Please.
to see both snipers
Please.
in play, but guess what? Both
Please.
teams know that the
I
second
beg.
you lose
Please.
control of your own sniper, you're either going to have a Formal or a Lucid or a Stellar or a Bound with a full sniper, or each of them with a sniper on each side. So it could get very dangerous, very fast. We'll keep a close eye on that. And the overall meta here, just as these teams get ready to load in, taking a very close look at the opening battle and which team plays aggressor here in game number 3. Game number 3 of our best of 7. In our grand finals, this is the go-ahead game for both teams. As we are tied up at 1-1, it was Optic Gaming with a monstrous Slayer victory on live fire just a few moments ago, thanks to a man called Lucid, making some of the most insane plays.
Oh my god. Yeah, they both went for the sniper, dude. Holy.
Right now, on your screens at home, he can do something pretty similar as well.
Here it is, Lucid versus Stellar in the sniper battle. Oh.
Nothing.
Stellar right away just challenges top tower.
Stellar wanted it. I'm not gonna lie. He wanted it bad.
Gonna rotate now, see if he can find some angles.
Already SSG flying forward, and I think the overshield was actually picked up by Bound. You can see he's taken down Stellar as well, although it's going to be an exchange of damage and an exchange of kills. So even though SSG tried to play aggressive, there's a pretty good hold. As we forgot that Trippy can use this thing as well.
Trippy says, I'll have a go. Picks up the sniper off of Lucid getting taken down, and now he's actually going to move all the way up here to mid on the banana to try to find some angles, now holding training and sword side.
Love the aggression from both teams.
That shit's called banana? That's funny.
Everybody looking to get across the halfway line.
I didn't actually know that.
As close as a headshot, that's the top of the neck, if you're asking me. Unfortunately for Trippy, he's not going to have many more bullets to play with. Lucid's got 3, though.
See what he can do. Going to just retreat to an under bridge angle. I agree. Space Station with some pretty wild green mid aggression coming out along as well to try to fly right in. And they were hoping, of course, that Stellar would hit the key shots that he needed to at the same time. In the end, he's taken down. Optic Gaming tries a little bit of aggression on their own. Lucid connects with that first one.
Double bodies, dude.
And now looks to try to clean up this kill and sword.
Yeah, it doesn't just connect with the first, connects with the second as well. It's uncharacteristic to see him not connect on the body this time, and it's going to be Legend with that commando is constantly just outputting damage as the 2v2 on the map at the moment. You can see Stellar trying to overextend once again.
Oh
so
my
SSG
god.
look like they're trying to overextend constantly, get into the Optic base and make them turn around and decide.
Dead Zone's POV just always makes me chuckle, dude.
I agree. I like what I'm seeing from SSG. Really just holding forward. Legend wins the battle from the courtyard. Not easy to do. Also, Formal tried to fly in cuts to S1. Got punished because he kind of ran into 2 players as well. That will now provide an opportunity for Legend on a runway push.
Oh, I was going to see if Legend had the timing there. You could see what he was trying to do. He knew his teammates were fighting on the high and green side of the map, and he thought he could just sneak into the courtyard, come up behind them, but just as he thought he was going to cross, there was someone from Optic Gaming watching that angle and cut him down.
And it's actually Dead Zone that sees the runway push and then kills Bound in the needle pit. So really good awareness coming in from Dead Zone and good shots onto the sword as well. I agree, though. It's not going to be easy for Optic Gaming throughout this game because you're going to have Legend and Bound continually just trying to get beneath you, underneath you, and behind you every single time and every single opportunity that they have.
Love this from Lucid. Going to fly past the rockets to create the space for Dead Zone to pick them up. So the next power weapon will go the way of Optic Gaming. And controlling these, we've seen how tight it's been between the 2 teams when it comes to just the bandit fights.
Wow, nothing with that?
It's certainly going to help, but it's going to be an exchange of power up for power weapon. It's going to be Legend, who has a little bit of overshield still to play with.
See what can happen here. Starting to think about a flagpole and a flag run. Legend trying to stay alive on green as well. The kills will come in now. 2 dead for Optic Gaming.
Yeah, it's good prioritization there from Legend to recognize the most important thing to do with players behind him was turn around and help his teammates not just survive, but also to clean out the Optic Gaming members who are flying in towards his base. And now you're seeing Space Station try and set up the trap in long haul, waiting for anyone to poke 2 members there. But Formal, he's already got a sniper rifle trained on him.
Big responsibility for Formal here. You saw that long haul push starting to develop for the side of Space Station Gaming. Formal was wise to it, as was Dead Zone going to hold here in the Walshy and now start to fight in green.
SSG trying to make a push to the courtyard as well, though. You can see they're just holding forward at the moment on either side of the map. Anywhere they can get an advantage, they're going to take it. Eco's going to peek, he's going to be bodied, but not cleaned up. Dead Zone will find one, though. Formal now having to relocate towards the long haul. No, someone's here. Ooh. He's going to see him, but Bound is a slippery pickle.
See if they take him down. He will be taken down in the end by Dead Zone. Man, it feels like Dead Zone's running the needle pit, the runway, as well as the plat. He's just kind of holding training side angles. He's holding from the Walshy. He's making sure that nobody can slip through, and he's done such a good job right now. All 8 players alive on the map. Here's a new round of Slayer rotations.
Formal just not had the opportunity to hit many shots as yet, but finally has that chance. Here's the body.
What did he say?
Challenge maybe onto Eco, but Pre-fire coming in from Eco just forces him to back down. Last thing you want to do is just give away an easy death and force the teammate
Still
to
have
collect that
yet to
sniper
see a
rifle.
pull,
Now we can
man.
put it back to use.
Holy.
Legend is going to be immediately cleaned up. Stellar's got the sniper rifle, I think, for SSG in the long haul as well. So we could see a very interesting battle developing in a few moments.
It really is a very uncharacteristic angle, as you see. Let's see what Stellar's able to do here. Stellar versus Formal, green to long. Stellar gets taken down.
Oh.
There's one. Legend is
Get
still
the
alive
other?
in that mauler, though, and he knows that Formal's no shields. Formal's just trying to create angles where even if someone tries to poke out and prod, it's going to be a difficult shot to try and hit to take him down. Bound's going to have to just back up here as Formal will now decide to scarper away and survive. As we see a little bit of Tommy Wilson on our screen. He's only got 2 bullets, but that's all he really needs.
Tag Stellar, that's going to push him back to the training. See if he can connect with this one as well. Now tries to fly in. Here comes the pressure.
Another 1v1 in front of him. Oof. It's going to be the pistol that gives the advantage, though, to Stellar. The sidekick does the job for him. Deadzone keeps that pressure up as well, and SSG find themselves 2 dead, make it 3 dead, as Bound will now be the last alive. And Deadzone is
working on a pull here?
Thanks to the bullet being shot into his back as he tries to escape.
Yeah, I believe Deadzone's pretty isolated outside of Trippy. Trippy does have the overshield, though, so this push could be very, very big here. They're in a 2v4 at the moment on their side of the map. Let's see how they play this.
Yeah, Bound was just taken down as well, so the last player alive has been dealt with. Everyone else is a respawner, and this allowing Optic now to flood through the base. The last player alive is going to be trapped in the
First pull of the game, dude. Halfway through.
Exactly where he is. It's going to be a green run coming in here from Optic Gaming. A toss off to Lucid, who's got this one all the way back home already.
Beautifully done. This is textbook pit CTF.
Holy fuck, that was flawless.
Flag goes in. Optic Gaming is the first to score at 1-0.
Absolutely textbook. Empyrean CTF coming in there from Optic Gaming, and it was all because of the overshield. The way that they managed to maneuver into a position to grab that, and then most of all,
that was such a flawless run.
First kills on the board, and then wrap through for that flag pull.
Also loved how Trippy used that overshield so wisely. Ooh, nice nade coming in here from Deadzone to prevent that sniper grab. But Trippy uses that overshield so wisely to really use it as part of the run as well. And even though he doesn't make the green jump, these guys have played a whole lot of Halo 3. They know you always have someone on the green to catch the flag, start the run immediately. It's a clean, clean run. And it took them about 6 minutes to play, but Optic Gaming is the first team on the board. 2 dead for SSG. Legend is forced to retreat.
You mentioned how it felt like Deadzone was doing a lot of lifting in this game. Well, look at the statistics. They would back that up. He's 16-6 at the moment.
Oh!
As Legend wants to be involved in a few top 10 clips himself.
Neither of those two will connect, though. And now, even with 5 minutes left, you know that SSG's already starting to realize we need to make sure we're capitalizing on each of these, because on the pit CTF, a map this size, each push takes time. It takes at least 35, 40 seconds to really construct something of meaning. They've only got about, 4 or 5 of those left.
Interesting to see here as well. Legend, I think he knows he's only got 2 bullets, so he wants to make them count. He's trying to line up headshots. He's not too interested in the body shot. He wants to carve an opening for SSG by using 2 bullets to put 2 Optic Gaming members to sleep. No one showing at the moment for Optic, but the pressure on that first BR is so strong.
Good damage, good kill as well coming in. That's the first pick. If they can get the second one, we might see a run here.
Lucid going to be challenging, but the help comes in as well. As 2 dead for Optic Gaming. Now, where is that pressure on the first BR? Is it going to allow SSG to get this flag moving? They do get it off the stand, but it looks like a trade happened, which means that now Bound, even though he has the overshield, isn't really going to be able to influence this game too much. Rocket's just been picked up by Formal as well.
Yeah, you thought maybe SSG was getting all the pieces together, but those kills that came under bridge were absolutely huge. Good pressure from Lucid under bridge as well. This overshield should secure this kill, and it does. Oh, however, gets taken down in the end. The overshield not effective. It's a great neutralizing of the overshield coming in from Optic Gaming.
Eco trying to support this flag run. Trippy gets some really good damage down. Legend, he'll be cut down, as will the man
they're gonna get that re.
Eco. Trippy doing a really good job there, just to be patient. He knew the help was coming, just had to survive and output damage in order for Optic to clear their side of the map. However, Bound has just broken through himself. He's got himself a double kill.
Tell you what, Optic Gaming is playing this crazy control from the pit. I've been talking about it all game, but they keep stopping runs and flags from the needle pit, from the training pit. It has really worked out. Space Station Gaming is trying to brute force, and they're not taking down those last kills. Let's see if they can get a pull here.
Formal, such an important player to take care of. He's up on that tower. Deadzone going to be found by Bound, but there is Formal to clean it up. Formal just doing a great job of being the point man for his team. Just everybody who's trying to push into the base at the moment has to go through Formal. It's another kill for him. The tower belongs to him.
Yeah, Formal even had the help there if he needed it from Lucid, but he actually gets
Deadzone and Formal are slaying in the kills right now.
This tower right now, just 3 minutes left on the
They're
clock.
very dominant.
Still a lot of time though. 3 minutes with 1 flag. Very, very doable, but a sniper rifle in the hands of Formal. We just saw what he did without the sniper rifle in his hands and just that bandit. Pushing through the line of Formal is going to be very, very tough indeed.
He's lined this one up a few times before. If anyone lifted there, they were absolutely going to get peeled. He's going to find some pressure under bridge and on the training, though. He's forced to back down.
Lucid finds one kill, though. That's going to allow Formal just to back down and get his shields. Eco's found himself a sniper rifle, and we've got a Formal Eco sniper rifle battle happening. Doesn't quite connect with that one. And not for the first time. Formal now finds himself
That was a
under little bit
perfect
of
nade.
pressure.
The
It
fuck?
will be the tower finally cleared out by SSG. The sniper rifle is down, and Bound is running this flag.
Oh, it was too dead, but Trippy plays a perfect angle.
Oh!
Shuts down the run. It's Lucid again. He finds the sniper rifle off the body of Formal and puts it to use once more. 2 minutes 12 left on this game. SSG now start to feel a little bit under pressure.
Just when you think the perfect nade from Bound on the plat onto Formal on S2 was what they needed to get that pulled, to go all the way into Needles with the flag. It's Trippy and Lucid combining with a great angle. Overshield will be popping. Stellar gets the rockets here. Let's keep an eye on that overshield. Looks like it might be a free SSG overshield.
Stella's going to be able to escort a player towards that now with 1 minute 50 left on this clock. He's got one rocket to play with. Doesn't quite connect though. Trippy doing a good job just to burn it. All of Optic though, they're trapped in and around their flag. Now where is that
I keep
overshield?
forgetting the rocket AoE got decreased. So shots that seem like they would be like hurting are not.
I really don't care. It's going to be too little on this push. Only 130 left. You know he's getting taken down. They just didn't have the numbers they needed.
It messes with my brain.
Once again, Optic Gaming, even though they had to fight against rockets and the overshield there, they hold. 119 left in the game.
Optic's defense have been incredible in this game. Only one flag on the board, but it's looking like at this point it might just be enough. Another kill for Dead Zone. He's the first player to break 20. As Optic Gaming now only need to survive for 60 more seconds.
Legend starts to pull, but not enough there. It was 2v2 on the map momentarily during that pull.
2 dead on the side of SSG. Maybe time for one more push. Longhorn spawns are gonna help, but Dead
huge
Zone again
Dead
wins an
Zone.
individual. And SSG just can't get past the Optic line.
I'm not kidding. They're playing this entire game. You've seen it time and time again. They're playing this entire game from the low ground of the pit. And SSG is trying to flood over turret as well as through Needles, and they're not getting the kills that they need to from these angles. It's amazing defense from Optic Gaming.
Maybe time for one more push here for SSG. They get 4 members on the map momentarily, but Trippy gets the first one. The second one will go to Lucid as well. And even though SSG are close to the Optic base, that kill from Dead Zone is surely going to shut it down and put Optic Gaming into a position where they will lead in this series.
Again, picked apart. Legend, your last player in the Mauler. Formal doesn't even need to trade. He takes.
I think that's going to Optic, dude. They're not going to be able to push it.
Too hot for TV. You can't show that one. Whatever went down, it's a clean kill for Formal.
1 second left until we can officially say that Optic will be leading in this series in our grand final.
Nice.
It was only the one flag.
I want a game 7, man.
Looked almost impossible at times.
It really did.
Into a reset.
There's a lot
I beg.
to look back to for SSG in terms of the tape, because I'm not kidding. I've never seen such consistent kills coming
Optic
from the same part
SSG,
of the
please.
heat map on that map. Whatever SSG was trying to make happen, whether it was runway side or whether it was long haul side, the pieces were not coming together. Also, you really got to think back to the moment where we thought the flag was going to go. Trippy with a great training angle on Bound on the first BR, and Lucid also capitalizes. We'll take a look at some highlights from that game.
A couple of things to look back on here. There was a couple of really clutch moments from Optic as well. Think about when Formal was taken down on that tower. Lucid off the respawn, picks it up, hits a big double kill to shut down what was looking like a really promising situation for SSG as that flag started to move. Triple kill there from Lucid. Followed up by a flag cap for Lucid, once again having a big influence onto this game. But for SSG, it just felt like a few times that the pushes were just a little bit off, a little bit mistimed for the 4 players. It was kind of 2 would flood and then maybe 1 would go down and everyone tries to commit to clean up that damage, and Optic just holding the great angles, having that elevation on the tower, were just able to pick them apart. But to hold off the SSG pushes for that long a time just shows the kind of communication, shows the kind of resilience, shows the kind of expertise in how they want to hold that map that Optic had.
Shout out to the observers there in the end. They do show the Formal 1v1 from the Mauler in the end. Formal goes 22 and 12 in that game. Dead Zone also 22 and 14. Optic will outslay 69 to 55 and win the game 1-0.
Next up in our grand final, in this best of 7, we go over to Stronghold's Interference. Now, one thing that we can guarantee is that Optic will not be able to play the same style. We know how this game type works now. We know how it can be one of the most snowbally game types that we do have. We see 250-0s between our best teams in the world here. So for Optic, it's a game type maybe they wouldn't have wanted to see following the Empyrean CTF, but for SSG, this is their bread and butter. This is what they love to see. If they can get rolling, if they can have a strong opening break here, there's a real opportunity for them to strike back.
It really is, and when we look at play styles, what they were just trying to do on Pit is going to work wonderfully in their next game type, right? I think right off the break, we were impressed with SSG's aggression coming into Pit Flag, but as you said, if you don't have all 4 players on the same page, it's really not going to work. I think here on Interference, you're going to see a little bit more forgiveness in the game type for them just flying in, flooding, making sure they're getting the resets.
Interesting to see how Optic approach this as well. If they're going to try and push those triple caps, or if they're going to try and hold the map and play for the 2, or if they're just going to try and out-rotate for the 2. It's a fascinating game type to actually have in the series at this point as well, because I do feel it favors SSG in the way that they naturally approach Halo Infinite. But for Optic, having come off the back of a big Slayer win, off the back of a clutch win in game number 3, and finding themselves up by 2-1, they know if this becomes 3-1, then they are within touching distance of lifting that trophy. Interference Strongholds is where we find ourselves now in our game number 4.
You really get the feeling this really is the game that could even decide whether we go to a second series, to be completely honest. As you say, does the winner of this tie the series 2-2, or will we instead see Optic 1 game away from the title?
You have to wonder if there's a map that has more influence and more kind of snowball from this opening strategy than Interference. It's going to be SSG who find themselves 3 dead here. Make it 4. It's a perfect
4 dead.
strat from Optic.
Holy
Absolutely
shit.
perfect. Trippy picking up 2 of those kills as well.
Stronghold Interference, man. This fucking map.
Overshield grab should be clean from Dead Zone. Very nicely done. He will
This
start to
can
push.
go either way, dude. It always does.
He's got thrust to play with as well. He can just go and have a little bit of fun. He can take all the individual
This shit
battles
can
that you
spiral
possibly
so out of
could
control.
want to take. At the moment, he's trying to chase down a few players who are trapped in and around C. Finds one. Gets the beat down, but will have that overshield rip and turns it into
Bro, triple cap? Oh, God. Holy fuck. Come on. Oh.
Discipline coming in from Dead Zone.
That fucking control, dude. I would have went for that shit, dude.
But he has one goal in mind. That's the trip cap. That's the win in this game. They're already outscoring 58-0.
Frantic start to this game, but it's all been in the favor of Optic Gaming. That overshield just allowed them to have a little bit more freedom, allowed them to pressurize those respawners. And even though it's a 3v3 in the map at the moment, Dead Zone is going to get yet another kill. What a series he's having, by the way. He's 5-1, 6-1 at the start of this game.
Unbelievable start. The shots from Lucid also look at 3. Still dead for Space Station Gaming. And just like that, 80 points on the board already for Optic.
This is a massive overshield here. Optic need to keep this aggression up, need to try and keep split spawning up Space Station Gaming, because if they can, then Space Station aren't even going to have access to that overshield, let alone continue the scoring. Lucid continuing his 3 dead again. Stella's the only player
About to be a
alive, and that
fucking
overshield
triple,
is coming
dude.
up. Stella's trying to do what he can to challenge it, but it's going to be Formal who gets Optic's second overshield of the game.
He's going to hold forward. He's not going to be afraid. Look at the shots as well. Eco can't even get away in time. Right now, Optic Gaming is not only outscoring 122-0, they're also outslaying here 19-8.
Well, his name is Formal, but he's all business at the moment. Still has some overshield to play with as well. Long-range frag grenade's going to go in. It's good for 1. Is he going to be good for 2?
Oh my God.
Yes.
2 dead still for Space Station. I have not looked at the top left of the screen and seen 4 players up for Space Station in a very long time, if at all, during this game. Finally, they have an opportunity to settle and make a push here. Sorry, no. Stellar's the first pick once again. Optic Gaming is relentless.
And look at the confidence from Formal as well. It's Bound is jiggle peeking him, trying to take the battle, trying to get an advantage, and Formal just stands there and says, I'll accept. I'll take that fight. And he hits the shots he needs to back him down. And for the first time in this game, Optic Gaming have to just take a second to breathe and relax. But Dead Zone again with the reversal just keeps
Oh my
winning
God,
for
they're
its
finally
seventh
scoring.
11-3 in this game. Unreal stats, nearly quadruple positive. And they're already 150 points on the board. An unreal opening from Optic Gaming.
Absolutely electric start here for Optic Gaming, just continuing the momentum that they gathered from those previous wins in the last 2 games. Space Station can't get near a stronghold at the moment, it feels like. Finally, they will be scoring here, but Optic trying to convert B, turn their attention to it, SSG, and just for a second here, it feels like SSG have managed to settle.
Stellar narrowly comes away from that one against Formal in the 1v1. It's 2 dead for Optic Gaming, so as you said, maybe continued opportunity. Nice shots here from Stellar. Will continue challenging, as help from Eco, so that should provide some nice pressure along Whitehall. And just like that, Space Station Gaming now only trailing by what was 150, now just a 100-point deficit.
Lucid's last alive as well. Overshield's going to be coming up in a second, and Lucid is dealt with, and SSG have found some life. And it's thanks to the little run we're seeing from this man on your screen right now, Stellar. It's a triple cap momentarily here for SSG. And even though Optic got out to an electric start by putting those 154 or so points on the board, don't count SSG out yet.
Where does this overshield go? That's the question. 1 dead for each side. Big overshield in the game.
Lucid's going to be challenging, though.
Stellar's running out of ammo, bro.
Stellar finally token down as well. But SSG have made a game of this now. 83 points and rising. But they have lost both Stellar and Eco in the last few moments. The overshield, not quite sure where that went. It's going to go the way of SSG. Which you have to commend Legend for, considering that the numbers did not go their way for the last few moments.
Ooh, Formal eventually will trade it out. It did cost them an extra kill. 3 dead here. Trippy's your last player alive for Optic. Despite the trip
back triple cap is crazy.
Will be 4 dead in the end here. Space Station with an opportunity to start scoring once again.
Yeah, just the reset came in at the last second, and then you also see B getting flipped almost instantaneously. So SSG will continue to score. They will continue to chip away at this lead that has been established by Optic Gaming. Now Optic, how does it feel to be on the receiving end of what you did a few moments ago? Are they able to fight their way out of this situation in the same way that SSG eventually managed to do?
Unlucky timing there for Lucid, just throwing a nade as Bound turns the corner, which provides Bound with a big opportunity to lay down some damage and continue challenging. All 8 players alive here. This push is big because guess what, SSG, it's right back in this game. They only trail here by less than 50.
Bound versus Trippy, big win. Coming in from Bound. And now he's going to turn 1 into a double, you would expect. Here it's 2 for Bound. It's 3 for SSG. Formal last alive as Bound tries to find him as well.
1 shot there on Whitehall. It gets cleaned up as well. Still 3 dead. You will have some spawners coming in. But the SSG chants have been loud in the building, and they have rallied right back.
Overshield coming up in a few moments as well, but the bigger story is that SSG have almost tied this game up. Trippy going to be challenging Bound. Eco's going to find a kill himself. And as SSG go into a
oh my god, they're leading now. They were down 0 to 150, dude. Holy shit. Game crash. No. Halo Infinite, man.
Well, listening, unfortunately, seemed to send Stellar out of the game. We saw him falling off the map, but I think he fell off the main stage in the server as well. We'll have to find out exactly what's going on with the station referees in a few moments' time. But the good news is essentially we had a tied game when it seemed to happen.
Yeah, we'll get exactly the reading on exactly when the reset point happened in that game, but so much to talk about there. Optic Gaming leading 150 to 0 at one point in that game. They were also outslaying 24 to 10. SSG brings it all the way back. Now, it took them over 3 minutes of play to bring everything back, but they're able to do it. At the time of the reset, Optic was still outslaying 46 to 38, but much more importantly, Space Station Gaming into the lead, and you have to assume at the reset point they were already in the lead before Stellar might have dropped out of that game.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? You're looking at the run that both teams went on, and it shows what the game type is, right? That's what it is. It is a game type where if you get a 3 and 4 dead, you can expect to put 100+ points on the board without response. It's how you kind of stagger that. It's how you try and get back into that game, and you'll be tested a few times because the best teams in the world, I don't care what kind of player you are. If you're coming off respawn in a 3v2, you're not winning it.
Right.
It's
especially
quite
not
simple,
on this map.
especially on this map with the lines of sight that are available onto those spawners. So if you can somehow withstand 3 or 4 times that your team gets spawn killed over and over and over again and come back and finally get on the map, and if you get those kills, get those trades, make it dicey, and then find yourself in an equal numbers situation, if you can kind of withstand mentally what you have to go through to get to that point, that's when you have to start your comeback. And you have to keep that in the back of your head the whole time, that even though it feels like you get absolutely pounded in this game and it's 150 to 0 and there's no way back, you can do exactly the same thing back if you can withstand that for a few moments.
Right, it's both the veteran mental fortitude and the knowledge of the game type that both these teams have that allows them to do that, just to dive into the comeback even more. As we said, SSG was being outslayed 24 to 10, and it was 153 to 0 or so. It took them 3 minutes and 19 seconds to bring it back, both on the scoreboard and in the slays. By the 3 minute 19 second mark, they had, I believe, about something like 100 points on the board, and they were only being outslayed by 2. So it can take, like you said, in 3 minutes, there's so many respawn cycles, right? You would have died 3+, maybe even 4 to 5 times as a squad. And like you said, you have to say, okay, let's reset. What's the next play we make? How can we get certain amount of damage to slowly chip away at the setup and make sure that we get the opening break? It's not easy, but as we just saw from SSG, they can take a battering, they can go down by 150 and bring the game straight back.
Yeah, it's almost like you find yourself 3 or 4 dead a couple of times over. It's like, how do we trade? Like, how do we just make us get ourselves into a position to get some space and allow the people who are spawning behind us to at least exist for a few seconds before they have to take a battle? All these little things start to kind of multiply, and like I said, I feel like interference is one of the biggest mental battles that you'll have as a team, because when you lose control, when you lose 4 dead, there's not really too much you can do for about a minute or so before you have an opportunity to really get back involved in that game. And then you add the multiplayer, you have the overshield. You know, if you lose the kills around that, then you're like, okay, let's settle in, boys. We're gonna be being killed a few more times.
Right, at that point, you're really just looking for, I think Formal had a really good display of it when they lost the overshield and there was a battle down kind of in trenches bottom middle. The fact that he's just peppering the overshield as best he can, even though they know they're gonna maybe lose 1 or 2 players, neutralize the overshield. You're gonna lose maybe an extra trade in the end, but then reset and go again. Really impressive from what we saw, SSG able to rally back. I also think Optic's stranglehold was equally impressive, and we'll have to hear word from League Ops on exactly what the score will be when we jump back in.
Yeah, I'm certainly not going to be doing the maths on that one.
No.
On a fairground final.
Thank God they don't trust us with that.
Yes, a lot of lessons been learned over the years from me doing that. Some of the stats from that game, though, before we got in the restart, once again, Dead Zone having a fantastic performance, 15-9 for him on the side of Optic Gaming. I just want to give a huge amount of credit to Zane and what he is doing this weekend. I mean, if you would have seen him on Friday, and I'm sure a lot of people did see him on the main stage, but even away from the stage, guys, he was really sick. Like, really sick, extremely unwell. And he's come back. And today, I kind of briefly spoke to him as we walked past a few moments ago. I was like, how you feeling? He's like, feeling much better, feeling okay. And I was like, to drag yourself into a big series on day one feeling like that.
Mad fucking respect to Dead Zone, dude.
Trying to look after yourself at the same time, trying to make sure that you're feeling well, let alone playing some great Halo. To come into a Sunday and perform in the way that he is, maybe it was training wheels the first few days. He's like, I'm going to play really sick, and then I'm going to play really well on Sunday because it'll feel easy. Who knows?
Exactly.
Probably not that.
See, Coach Elamine on your screen here knows there's a long road ahead of him. The entire SSG family, of course, in the building today, cheering on their team. And I think they know, and the entire league fan base knows, that if there's one team that could push a team through 2 best-of-7s, it's likely Space Station Gaming. Optic Gaming really not wanting to hear any of that, though. They're already up 2-1. Big opportunity. Just in case you're just joining us, welcome to the HCS Salt Lake City Major, the last stop on the tour before the World Championship. And potentially a lot more games of Halo yet this evening as well between these 2 squads. Optic Gaming looking to get their first win of the season. Space Station Gaming looking to get their 3rd and a back-to-back win as well.
I think this break just gives us an opportunity, and I don't like speaking for you, but I think you agree with this, just to say thank you to SSG for putting on this event. It has been one of the most special in quite some time. So much to do for everyone who's been here. I mean, we've seen it on the broadcast. There's been temporary tattoos, which we still have. Won't come off.
They're not temporary.
Do you have the guy do it with the needle?
They're for life.
Right.
I'm learning they're for life, regardless of how many showers I take this weekend.
A temporary tattoo is not just for Christmas.
They will be with me. I have no doubt through the World Championships, but maybe even longer.
Maybe beyond.
We'll check in with those in a few weeks.
We had the fingerboard station. We got all of this cool stuff going on. We have the arcade, pickleball, all this good stuff. It looks like we're getting pretty close to the event, but it's a good opportunity, I think, for everyone in the building to show some appreciation for Space Station and the effort and the time and the love that you can see has been put into this event.
Also getting an update here from League Ops. We'll confirm, of course, but sounds like 183 to SSG to Optics 163 with 7 minutes left on the clock. So Space Station's run had continued for a good bit of time before we actually saw the reset come into play. However, it's just a small 20-point margin that can be erased very quickly.
Dude, we have HCS unlocked to watch after this too.
Mark, we're going into this all knotted up.
Gonna be good.
I mean, it was an incredible run from Optic at the start. It was an incredible response from SSG, and I feel like the momentum being on their side is kind of showing.
I wonder if we have time to watch it now, though.
Advantage that they do have going into this reset.
Probably not, yeah.
For both teams, it's kind of similar to what we saw in game number 1, right? Where it's like we go into overtime, nobody wanted to lose, and it feels like going back into this, we're in a very similar situation where nobody really has an advantage. As we check in with Chief. Check in with Chief.
By the way, that is fantastic. Wait, is it bunny ears? Might have been bunny ears. I'm going to say, just for family-friendly content, that must have been bunny ears going over Chief.
Replicating the in-game skin, the bunny ears.
Exactly. Beautiful, beautiful set of armor
did it
there.
myself for some
By the way,
reason.
also shout out to all the cosplayers in the building. There is some of the best armor I've seen throughout the entire Halo cosplay community in person here in SLC. You can check out a lot of it. I also spoke with a lot of the cosplayers. A lot of that, unsurprisingly, will be coming to the Halo World Championships for that cosplay contest. So all sorts of Halo goodness. And to be honest, even just broader SSG and gaming universe goodness here at the Salt Lake City Major.
I was going to say, I just remembered as well the SSG cosplay entry. Do you remember last year? The rat?
I do.
I wonder what they're going to cook up this year.
I know, yeah. SSG is going to, I have no doubt they already have a full dedicated team of creatives getting ready for their entry into the Halo World Championship cosplay contest. All of that and more, of course, still to come. But now we refocus back onto the main stage. SSG knowing that they just had to fight out for their lives out of that gauntlet there, a blender of a 150-point run. They've done the hard work, and they will now enter this game resuming here up by 20 points.
I think the crazy thing about the series that we're seeing in front of us as well is even when you see a team win 2 games in a row, they go up by 100. I think everybody who's on that stage now knows that every series that they're going to be involved in is going to be back and forth, and nobody lets their heads drop because of it. And the good news is we're going to stop yapping and we're going to start talking about the game again, because we are back into our match number 4 here in this first best of 7. Optic Gaming find themselves 3 dead off the rip, though. It is continued.
Oh boy.
Essentially from the restart here, SSG continue to pick up those slays, and they should get an overshield off the back of it.
Exactly, it's 4 dead, and look at the timing. It's perfectly timed so that Bao can grab this overshield before the pressure comes in. He pops, and there will be continued kills on the board.
Still no scoring, though. It will be Optic who are looking to rotate towards A. Dead Zone just going to be caught with his trousers down, and will be taken down. And finally now Bound, still with half of the overshield, could take this challenge against Trippy and try and flip C in their favor.
Should be able to get this here. The 1v1 will continue.
I'm a
Trippy
child.
will probably have to double back here in the end. Now going to be 1 dead here. Bound knows he needs to slow this, play slow this, excuse me. Man disadvantage to their
No,
side.
I'm not good. I'm a child.
He's going to come in from Lucid. A little bit of help poking out from the tower from Dead Zone. And Optic trying to play around this tower at the moment, flipping C. But as they say that, and as they do that, SSG will step into A. Stella going to take this 1v1. A little bit of help on the engine as well, as Legend will find a kill himself. A little bit of space being created for SSG as Optic find themselves 2 dead.
That's right, 2 dead. Stellar knew that that angle was coming there. Dead Zone tried to maybe get the jump on him, but it's a really good awareness from Stellar to watch that top tower angle. In the end, though, they answer back. It's 2 dead for SSG.
Optic making the play on A once more. Keep an eye on that ticker at the bottom of your screen. It is going to be Optic who managed to convert. Now you can see Dead Zone having pressure coming in from the back rails. Has to turn his attention towards defending this C stronghold, but has a lot of work to do here. Eco taking a lot of damage.
That's a good cause,
Not just one
Insurge.
kill there, but also the damage onto Eco is allowing City Optic just to survive on the map. Finally, he'll go down, but SSG will continue
I
scoring.
don't know. I'm happy. My 2 favorite teams made it to top 2, so
Timing on the spawn kills here. That's 2 dead yet again for
I'm
Optic
big
Gaming.
chilling.
That means SSG will get the 2nd overshield of the game, and they will continue scoring at the 220 mark. It's still 2 dead for Optic.
It's a huge moment in this game for SSG to get that overshield, to get this momentum back on their side. Lucid last alive. He's in the death screen as well, and SSG will continue to score.
That was 4 dead. Trippy's the only one who could challenge here. Home stretch for Space Station Gaming.
Bound is just going to get the cap. He's going to wait for the push to come in. It's desperation now for Optic Gaming. They're flying into C, but nobody looks like they're near A or B. The reset doesn't come in, and Optic might be keeping this game alive. Lucid can't do it though. Space Station will clutch the final moment.
Damn.
SSG will tie up this series. We are in for the long haul.
As soon as SSG crossed the 200-point mark, this building got very loud. And it's just like you said, Mark, when we get into that reset, which team is going to make the right set of plays to get the early opening? It's SSG with near perfect gameplay. They outslayed 21-12. They get both overshields. They get an opening 4 dead. You could not have asked for more composure out of Space Station Gaming, as we'll take a look at some highlights from both rounds of that gameplay. Dead Zone just doing so well. Everything he could off the opening, like we said. Just in case you're just joining us, Optic Gaming led that game 150-0.
Yeah, it feels like a long time ago, right? Doesn't it? They were 150-0 up. SSG fight back. The difference between the 2 teams is that once SSG got control, they never really felt like they were going to lose it, and they never really did lose it, to be honest with you. There was a few moments in the restart that Optic managed to get 2 caps, but it was at the expense of a few players being taken down, and in that restart, I think the big moment is the opening strategy. As it is a lot of the time when we have these restarts, when we go into overtime, the opening strategy will decide where the motivation, where the inspiration for the rest of the game is going to be taken.
Blair, I was literally just looking at your tweet. I swear. I literally just saw the Wasp tweet.
Like we
That's
said,
fucking
SSG
stupid.
truly wasted no time.
How you doing,
An
man?
Unbelievable comeback that took place in regulation as we went into that reset as well. See the confidence here, and even in the replay, you just hear the roar of this crowd, this hometown Salt Lake City SSG crowd. The entire family here, they like what
You
they
catch
see.
much of HCS
And
this
just
weekend?
like that, we are tied 2 games apiece in your first grand final.
And don't the SSG fans love it? Why wouldn't you? Finding yourself 1-0 up in the first game. Then you see Optic roar back into the series. After that game too, I'm sure they would
Not really been watching it.
Very, very shaky.
Dude, that's a shame. There's been some like really, really good games this weekend, man. But I'm doing good, man. We're chilling, just watching grand finals. I'm excited.
We got some news here for SSG fans.
I want to see a fucking grand final reset, dude.
On this exact game type in game number 2.
With all the 7 games.
We've seen them play this one. We'll
I
have to see
want
if
more
SSG can
Halo,
repeat.
dude.
You know that
But yeah, no, it's been a great weekend. Just watching this.
Prepare for this grand final. Well, this is the stats that you saw there from the previous game in this series that was the Slayer game type number 2, and you saw the KD. I think it was 2.57 from Lucid.
If I had to pick like my favorite org,
crazy numbers.
probably SSG.
Crazy numbers. Numbers
but
that you do not
like,
see
dude,
that often
I love the
in
players
game,
on
let
both
alone
teams so much, man.
a grand
And I'm a
final
little bit biased because Lucid retweeted one of my tweets. I'm just a little bit biased.
Normally when you hear that, it's the deciding game of the series, but this is a grand final. We were in a best of
But
7.
like literally,
The winner
I'd be
here will simply
happy
go into the lead, not
if
yet take the series, but it is a
either
very
team won.
important game. As we said, SSG has already taken down Optic Gaming handily.
Like I said,
50-41 in this
these are my
exact
2
game.
top
The
teams,
question is,
and they made
can
the top
they do
2.
it again?
Lucid POV, the man
So.
who took over the previous Slayer. Optic fans will want him to do something similar. Battle rifle in his hands to get some long distance damage down. Already managing to break almost 2 shields of SSG members, and it will be Dead Zone who gets that first pick. So Optic go into the narrowest of leads, but more importantly, Formal has found himself the camo and will find the second kill of the game.
See if we can stay alive here as well. In the end, taken down though. 2-2 apiece off the opening, neck and neck.
Dead Zone finds another one. Just to
That's
keep
pretty
Optic
cool.
in that 1 kill advantage. Lucid will help Dead Zone not only to survive, but thrive in a situation that they now double up on the amount of kills that SSG have. Very, very early days here. You can see that it looks like SSG have control of that shock rifle. And it is indeed going to be Stellar. Last time we saw him in this position, he clutched the game on recharge on that King of the Hill. So good news for SSG fans. If you can do something similar, you'll probably be back into this game.
Yeah, not surprised to see things slow down. Optic Gaming just wants to bait out these kills. Already a little bit of a lead on their side, and they're just going to play obnoxious. They're going to play slow. They're going to turtle to avoid the shots of Stellar.
I mean, they've earned the right to do so, right? That's the thing. They have the lead. They can play in the way that they are because they know they don't have shock. They know that they have an advantage, and they can just wait for the clock and that next camo to force them to move. SSG are the team under pressure to make a play in this situation. As we watch the point of view from Stellar, let's see how SSG are thinking about this setup from Optic Gaming and jump into a listen in.
One top tower, one top tower. He's top tower. He's shot at me, he's shot at me.
Am I pushing? Top. We're red steps on you, red steps on you.
I'm weak. Two kill me. Yeah, two in red, two tower.
Bottom mid.
So bottom shit, Mangler now, bottom A, 2 of them. You guys can leave if you want.
Oh!
Heals as well. Get camo bound. One shot bottom A bound. 2 lockers. Send the shock.
Yeah, bottom A.
Blue tunnel.
Spin packs. Bottom A. One shot bottom A. One shot bottom A. That's bottom A.
Tower as well.
He's one shot. Locker.
One shot bottom tower.
Still locker.
Trying to get to you.
There's your weak. Spin back, see you guys. Weak.
Where was the tower? Bottom A, weak.
I'm going blue pipes. Bottom mid door.
I'll go now.
One C flat.
Helping legend team, same. Let's just. Yo, I would go back to A, back to A.
Yeah, don't push long. I think they're waiting.
Glass. Glass hit red now. Yeah. One shot, top red. 2. Red stairs are top red. 3 red. There's 3 red.
Might be shot.
Red stairs, one shot, I think. I'm calling legend. I got red stairs. We can push.
Yeah, we're pushing long.
Usually you watch for drops and then watch the entire 20, but honestly been busy this weekend. That's fair, dude.
Yeah, I'm going upstairs. I'm going your stairs, legend.
Come on.
I've literally had nothing going on, so like I streamed 11 hours yesterday, almost 12.
Take space.
Watch out.
Can't see him. He's stuck to your right. Stuck to your right.
Where's that?
Did like 7 hours of HCS, and then I played some Halo Reach Lasso. So that was fun.
Wait, there's a problem. My controller. Good? Yeah, I saw. There's a problem.
Very thankful that I was chosen to give drops to.
You plug it in, plug it back in. It's like a mouse aim assist. You plug it in, plug it back in.
Is your mouse plugged in?
Plug it in, plug it in.
Something with the mouse?
We'll get back into the game as soon as we can, everybody. Apologies for the delay. You heard from the comms there. There was a little problem technically on the stage.
Yeah, you saw in Bounce POV him just pointing across the stage, likely indicating to a station referee. Now, interestingly, we will let League Ops make the call, but I did hear Bounce say, plug it back in, which could have indicated audio instead of gameplay, maybe controller. We'll have to see exactly what the call is. We'll wait for that, as I'm sure a station referee will attend to it quite quickly. But most importantly, the thing we should focus on is the score 15-11. It was really solid gameplay. A fantastic listen in there from Space Station to just hear how everything was playing out.
Yeah, it was great to watch the point
Why
of view
not
of
as
Eco
good
there as
people?
well, as Bound
I love Tony.
kind of collapsed onto Form was that last player alive in tower. And there was a lot to talk about with that because, you know, he says that you can push him because he's got the damage, and Bound trusts him, flies in. Formal obviously has a little bit of help that comes in, so Bound gets the kill, but then Eco's saying, I'm watching you, I've got your chase, I've got your escape.
I've
And
played
Bound's
Eco
movement jumps
in
down to
matchmaking
mid-bridge,
before.
Jumps up on the little pipe gen, jumps up back through the window. I mean, it's to watch it from that POV, you see how talented a player
Well, I'm
like
trying to
Bound is
think.
just move around so freely on the map.
I've
and
played like
be
one
so
other
elusive
pro
when
as
it comes
well.
to tracking him down for Optic.
I agree, and then the fact that we're watching that from that POV from Top Gold, and he gets the melee without a trade, right? He gets that kill. It's
Bound and
unbelievable from
Cycle
Bound.
are on a
Just to take a look at
BTB
where the
team
stats
that I'm
were
probably
right
going to play
before
against
we
at
had
some
to exit
point.
the game. You did have Stellar at 6-4 on his team. You also had Dead Zone on the other side already 7-3. Have a feeling that the score will probably be right around 15-11 when we get back into it. We'll also see exactly what might have happened. As I said, you rarely would hear something like that from Bound in terms of what they might have been seeing an issue in terms of a cable or something along those lines. We'll make sure that that's resolved before we jump back in.
To see the just before as we went into
Yo, do you guys need a Cybran 5-bay USB 3 RAID docking station?
10 seconds or so before the camo comes up, and so many times we see that be such a
Yeah, I think I played
effective way to
with
approach
Sika as
things.
well.
Everyone from SSG is just slowing things down,
What was
waiting
it?
for that camo to come up, looking for Optic to poke. Who
Either
haven't shown
Sika or Schick.
anything whatsoever in the last 15-20 seconds or so.
Weird
by
plug
making
would
that
go
push
off.
just
I'm
before
not
it's
being
catching
paid,
off guard,
man.
it just allows
It just
them
popped
to
off,
get
I
that
swear.
first pick, and then if you can get those kills, and you can go essentially positive when it comes to the trades, you get the cam off the back of it, and also off that, you then get the next spawn cycle go in your favor as well. So it's such a smart thing to do. And it's things we're seeing happen more and more when it comes to those team pushes in the standoffs in and around those power-ups coming up.
I couldn't agree more. I think what's happened is the quality of play and the just how much these margins have shrunk have demanded the best gameplay, the best setups, the best timing out of these teams, and it's been amazing to witness since the beginning of Halo Infinite to today. That I couldn't agree more. The perfect timing, for example, you know exactly when you need to be there early for a camo based on the exact numbers and position that you have on the map.
He needs storage
These two
so
teams are
bad,
some of the best to
unironically.
ever do it in terms of timing those
Junk
plays.
plug
We
people.
did just get confirmation as
I mean,
well.
dude, you could get like a
for League Ops,
Seagate
it will indeed be 15-11 in
SSD
favor
for
of SSG on the restart. So exactly
like
where we left off.
$70.
Good from you.
I got like 4 terabytes for my PC at some
I
point.
was pretty proud of that.
Better than I would have done. 15-11, so just a 4 kill advantage. Optic will be able to turn that over if they win the opening strategy. It was one that went their way at the start of that game. We did see Dead Zone getting that first pick, and it was the first camo going over to Optic, even though they weren't able to make a huge amount of it. But the lucky thing about the technical issue that we're having right now is it hasn't been happening at a position. I mean, I'm not going to say that actually, because that's going to jinx, isn't it? It's going to happen at a really important time.
We don't say things like that.
Okay, sorry, my bad, everyone.
Now, don't worry, you didn't say it, so we're totally fine here. Looking across.
Don't
the
even
boat.
think it, everybody.
By the way, look at the bling on Elamite.
You got one of those.
Go
I do have one of
junk.
those. That's what you wanted me to say.
Seagate, please sponsor me.
We'll talk about it later here. We're back into the game. Game number 5.
Seagate has good customer
But go
service
ahead,
too.
Slayer. No, come on.
Now,
What?
you just come on, what do you mean? They wanted to hear the story. Come on.
What do you
Don't have to end the game
mean?
just to hear the story. We definitely could have gone into the game. It looks like we'll have to get word on what that might have been. Based on the fact that it was an immediate game end, it could have been a game-setting issue if I had to continue speculating about the things that might be happening. But anytime you see a player start a game and end the game immediately, it's likely that one setting or two was just off on the dedicated server.
and we will have to wait to get back in. So the SSG chain.
What the
I was
Batman?
actually really excited that I was off the hook on having to tell that story. Essentially,
What a shame that you're going to have to
I had a
tell it.
very colorful floral shirt on yesterday, and I found that when I put the chain on, I immediately became someone I probably wouldn't want to spend time with. It looked like I would spend a lot of time in a city like Miami with
some sketchy, shady-looking people.
Yeah, the wrong crew. So I'm happy to say that I've been selective when I rock the SSG chain. But luckily, Elamite on a championship Sunday with the championship whites on. Not surprised to see him rocking the SSG bling. And man, does it look good. Also, shout out to all the SSG gear here because we do have some exclusive SLC merch. A lot of you in the room will already have seen it, but it is some of the best looking gear they've ever made, and that is saying something.
Yeah, it certainly is indeed. It's
Dude,
awesome stuff. I mean, we always say
these
it, right?
resets, man.
SSG merch
they're just
is awesome, and I'm sure a lot of people would.
Not only
back
are
up
they
our opinion on that
inconvenient,
one.
dude,
Super comfy,
they
super,
can
super great for traveling,
like be
especially those
game
living it.
wrecking,
Pink
dude.
Chief hoodie,
Because
ramen
like
hoodie
if
sold
a
out.
team has
Can't
momentum
get that one
and a
anymore.
player crashes,
Hopefully more
like
on the
that
way. Not
momentum
surprised
is
to
just
see a lot of
gone.
goodies sell out. But also, by the
And
way, you just
that
saw
can
lunch
totally
Optic
change the
Gaming. We should
outcome of a
make
game
sure we mention
as
that
well.
Of course. Be quite one-sided of us, quite biased to only mention the SSG blend.
Like,
Goes
say
without
if
saying.
freaking Optic had like, you know, OS and or like camo and freaking shock rifle or whatever, and then like, you know, somebody
Fantastic
crashes.
main stage as well. And this grand final has certainly been
Like,
no exception.
dude.
We're tied 2-2.
Yeah, that happened
two
on
of the best
Stronghold
teams
last game
in
as
the
well.
world. The same two that you
Just
saw
kills all
in the
momentum.
HCS Atlanta major grand finals as well. They
Mad
meet
annoying.
yet again. And you're starting to get this late season feeling that these two are not only here to stick around, but also this rivalry could continue all the way to the Halo World Championship.
Yeah, it's certainly setting us up perfectly for Seattle, and I think anyone who's going into that tournament at the moment and picking a favorite is probably a fan of that team, because it's it's almost impossible at this point to separate some of our top teams. SSG you look at, and it's crazy to think after Arlington we were like, oh, SSG look unbelievable, Legend looks unbelievable, and then the next event they placed top 6.
Yep.
Lowest placement, and then they come back and they win, and then they're in a grand final again here. You look at Optic. It's crazy to talk about Optic because I keep putting this asterisk there. It's like, are they going to be so disappointed this season? And it's like, well, they've been in second every single event. Most people would kill for that.
Oh, yeah.
But like, that's the expectation that they have from a fan base, from themselves. That it's championships, it's trophies, it's titles that they want to be talking about as an Optic Gaming lineup, and they've got the opportunity now to get that first one on the board again.
I mean, it's not like there weren't no words. Bound literally said, "I have no aim assist."
The FaZe's story is the strangest one of the season.
Yeah.
Could you like
Because
unplug the mouse or
Arlington,
something?
very
Is what he said.
London, they come back and win and look like the greatest team that's ever played the game.
Ever, yeah.
And then the next
I don't know,
event
but
they
it's just
place,
touchy
the
because
worst
it's like,
they ever have.
A, how do you
And
prove
then
that?
They disappoint a little bit here as well. So
And B,
not really sure what to expect from FaZe. But like I mentioned, I feel
yeah,
like
I don't
out
know.
of a lot of the teams we have in and around that spot fighting for the Halo World Championships, FaZe is the one who just
Yeah, there
when
are
it comes
revs.
to the Halo World
That's true.
Championship. You best know they turn out prepared.
Let's not forget also who they lost to this weekend, right? It's SSG and Optic, right? It's very different from what we saw from them in Atlanta. We know that they will be roaring back, not just with a vengeance, but also fighting fit for the Halo World Championship. Can't wait to see where the FaZe story ends this year, but the two teams on your stage still writing their story here in Salt Lake City. We're tied up 2 games apiece. You're starting to see some fist pumps all the way across the stage, which means we are about to get right back into the game.
All right, then. Live podcast will be ending pretty soon, and we'll get back into some Halo. And
Well, I
we're gonna
mean, there's
recharge
regulations
slightly.
for a
We'll
reason, Laz.
reintroduce ourselves
I
to
think
this
like
series.
it's just
If
an
you're just joining
unspoken
us, we're tied up at
agreement,
2-2.
or like it is
Welcome.
an agreement
If
that
this
if
some
anything is
incredible Halo,
wrong
make sure
and
you go
like
back
you
and
know
catch up on it.
it gives
There's
one
more to come,
team
but
even
there's
like
still
an
plenty
inch
more
like
to come. Just to give you the
of an unfair advantage, like they want to remedy it as soon as possible. So while I do get it, like having to reset and everything, it's just mad fucking annoying.
Highlighted how crazy the run is through the elimination bracket that they've been on. They will have to win too. And good news, everybody, it looks like this one's for real. We're back into our grand final. We're back into the series, and it will be Formal who gets the first camo again.
Clean, immediate opening grab here. Shroud as well for Formal. Keep in mind, we started this game, as a reminder, 15-11 in favor of SSG. Kills being exchanged
Here's
on each
hoping.
side already to a piece.
Formal looking to do a little bit of work with this camo. Still got a little bit of time. He also has a Shroud screen, so he's got an escape option if he wants to use it. Ooh. Eco. Ooh, didn't spot him out initially. Does get the stick, though. That's going to be a good try.
That reaction time, bro.
Although the opening gambit between these two teams has meant that Optic have made this a little bit closer than it was as we restarted this game.
Stellar just holding the long haul angle. You could bet he's going to start to push up as well. Lucid going to try to play spoil to that push. Legend somehow pings Lucid back there to maybe open the door for continued pressure coming in from long for SSG. Here they come.
Legend's just trying to get up into this attic. If he can get to top gold, and he might be able to just pick off a couple of players. Shroud is going to go down, which is going to allow him to try and cross, or maybe it's going to allow SSG to try and flood a different direction. However, Trippy's got a shock rifle, and he just shut that idea down.
2 dead here, as you say, for SSG. That brings Optic Gaming even closer now. Still trailing by 2, but have maintained not just map presence, but as you say, the shock rifle as well. A lot of opportunity here for Trippy to tie this game up.
That commando, though, just cross map. You can see how quickly it melts away our player. A little bit of chain reaction coming in here. There might be an opportunity to push it on this for Optic Gaming if they want to try and be the aggressors and try and close that gap even more, but looks like Dead Zone was being shut down himself from the tower. Look at this setup across the map at the moment. It's a 50% split across the map. Optic own half, SSG own half. The difference is Trippy at the moment, who has the one weapon that can get the kill most immediately. But look at Stella. He gets that first pick.
Look at Bound peeking as well. As soon as Bound peeked, he knew that Trippy was top gold. You know those comms came in from the SSG side. Bound is that type of player. He's confident he's going to peek, he's going to get that info and somehow get away with it.
Well, Stella somehow gets another kill as well. Finally, will be taken down by Formal. Trippy just looking for targets at the moment, but you've got to give a huge amount of credit to SSG at the moment. They know exactly the position of Trippy. They are not giving him any kind of easy shots whatsoever.
Bound gets away.
Thank you.
Sitting Mangler pit. And with the Shroud, he's able to get back to control. That now brings SSG into a 4-kill lead.
And he's going to be able to get another one here. Surely no. Instead, he's going to turn his attention to tower. A little bit of a rude surprise, but manages to at least take one down himself. 2 dead for Optic Gaming. 5 kills the difference, make it 4.
Man, what a bloodbath between these two. Not just in this game, but of course in
I mean, Laz, that's literally
series.
why they have revs.
Still 4-kill lead here for SSG. They're going to really look to play that to their advantage. They can trade just a little.
And you know how much time it takes to
if they
communicate
need to, and maintain
communicate
that.
that?
I'll take you back to this conversation we were having at the start of this series, where we had the series layout in front of us and saying you can't be good at 1 or 2 game types. You're going to be tested in every single facet of your Halo. This is a great example of it. We go from a breakneck speed in the previous game to now just a crawl where every single kill and death matters so much, especially with the series being on a knife edge here at 2-2. Halo Infinite really does test everything that you have as a team.
Game slows down here. Optic knows that way too much online. Bound's gonna push this here. Somehow Bound was bottom gold, by the way. Made a move as Stellar is here on bottom elevator. Kills traded out though. 2 dead for SSG. Stellar needs to try to find a
really
way out.
close Slayer.
3 dead. If Stellar doesn't survive here, he's gonna be chased down. Formal will get that kill, and all of a sudden SSG have
Do I
that
fuck
lead
with the weapon
sliced.
models?
2 kills the difference now, although it becomes 3 once more. But this
Demon
is all
bone
because
ones?
this camo is
I mean,
coming
I
yet
have the
again.
sniper
Optic
one.
make the play, they make the push. But
That was a disgusting
will
fucking
make sure
snipe.
that camo does not get popped.
Just as quickly as you thought Formal was about to go on a run.
But yeah, I do like a lot of them. I just don't really buy them because
in the end.
I'm not made of money, unfortunately.
SSG, but everything to play for. Game in his hands at the midpoint for Trippy.
This is the chance here for Optic Gaming to get back into this. He's going to drop it off, and I kind of like
But
this
no, I
play.
really do like a lot of the weapon models.
Takes a little bit of pressure off of him. It shares the
I think they're
power
really cool. Just
for Optic Gaming.
Has he been spotted?
He can
not
spot
worth
him out, but Lucid
my
got-
money.
in the kill feed's got that shock rifle, and now Trippy knowing that people can't poke, that people cannot show because of the shock rifle, has the flank. Lucid gets another one. Bound
I
will go
know,
down. Trippy
Shay. I'm sorry to
alongside
disappoint
another
you,
teammate will
dude.
get that kill, and all of a sudden we
It's
have
tied
a
up.
tied
Holy.
game.
What beautiful execution coming in from Optic Gaming. You don't always see your camo player dropping shock, but as you say, it brings eyes away. They now have to focus on camo and the shock. Beautifully done. That 4-kill lead for SSG has now been completely removed off of beautiful tactical gameplay from Optic Gaming.
Great shots coming in from Bound, just dropping down from those stacks. Such a difficult target to try and hit. Legend will find another one, and now that the power-ups and the power weapons are taken out of the hands of Optic, SSG will roar back into this one and go back into a lead.
Who can Bound get away? The things that this man gets away with on this map. Finally, he's taken down. Lucid doesn't want to let that one happen as well. Still just a 2-kill game.
Like, I do like that Demon Bandit model a
So
lot.
back to a little bit of a standoff, back to that split of the map that we've seen so many times already in this game. Camo going to be the next thing that pops on the map. That's where you're going to see the fight take place, as both teams will be forced to try and contest that power up. Lucid trying to be a nuisance, trying to survive long enough for the help to come in, and the help does indeed arrive. But as Legend finds another kill in the feed, Stella finds himself a shock rifle and he's positioned himself to have an angle on this Camo that's coming up in 1 second's time. Camo is now on the map.
Huge plays coming in from SSG just now. Once again, they're in the lead.
Oh, nice.
This is big. This is the home stretch, and SSG is putting all of the pieces together.
Formal gets taken down as well, and the Camo distraction is enough for every single member of Optic Gaming to fall. Lucid will go down as well. Trippy is first spawner. And manages to take down Stella, but is the damage done now? Legend has the Camo. And SSG are up by 7.
The opener was bound going into control and cleaning up the damage. He is an absolute brutal workhorse. He will fly in every time through the tightest of gaps, and he will find those kills in the bottom of control. That was the opener that paved the way for Space Station Gaming to now pull away in this game.
Legend still alive. Formal find one though onto bound, which just makes this play a little bit more difficult. Camo disappears as well. Eco will just make it a little bit more comfortable again. Legend, looks like Optic Gaming momentarily forgot about him at the back of blue here. Formal is trying to deal with the problem.
Most importantly now, due to the reset as well, keep in mind we have less than 1 minute of play. That time could be a factor as well. SSG can certainly use that to their advantage.
Well, SSG are 2 dead here. Formal managed to find 2 kills himself, so the score getting a little bit closer, but you are so right. Optic have to play aggressive here. They have to push the pace. And with the lead that SSG have, you expect that they surely will be able to trade out most of these kills. 30 seconds left on the game clock, and here come Optic.
Here comes the push. They get the third.
Uh-oh.
They get the fourth. They do.
Oh, 2 down, 2 down.
25 seconds left in the game.
Optic forced.
Are they gonna hide?
Here they go.
And Optic Gaming now find themselves back into this game. Lucid is on the hunt, trying to find members of SSG.
Oh.
He'll find another one. It's still 2 kills between the 2 teams.
Oh, man.
Stella's still alive here. He'll get taken
Still
down,
a 2 kill. No, that's SSG's.
2 seconds. And it will be
Dude.
for Space Station Gaming to hold on.
Wow.
What an end to that game.
There's Shonders.
This series has got it all. SSG will go into the lead in this series.
And the SSG fans, the SSG
That was an
family
awesome ending, bro.
love what they see.
But I just can't, like, I can't help but think in my mind, dude, like, you know, is, like, would that have still happened if there wasn't a reset, you know? Like, would that have still happened?
To challenge in the end,
like, that's
but
what I'm
time
thinking
is
right
a
now.
Factor. I believe your final score in total, 49-46 as the clock ticked down. Unbelievable
But
there in
regardless,
the end. Take a look
good
at
game.
some highlights from that entire game, but Space Station Gaming, as you say, they will take the lead narrowly 3-2 in the series.
Absolutely incredible, and a huge amount of credit to SSG as well, because remember, it was Optic in that game too that absolutely stomped them.
50-35.
Was not close. But in this one, they showed a lot of resilience, and I love the confidence that Bound plays with in these standoff situations. If there is damage
It would
to
be
play off,
questionable,
so
but at the
many
same
players
time,
will
it
afraid
wouldn't
to
be,
push,
because
knowing that it can
Halo
go
Infinite,
so wrong, that you can
but
walk around
yeah.
the corner, you miss one shot, there's 2 players there, you don't get the cleanup, and all of a sudden, you're the first death.
Yeah.
Look, everyone will highlight that.
I
We
want to
will
see this
highlight
go
that. It
to a
was embarrassing
freaking
to
Game
push there.
7, dude,
Why
and
is
then a
Bound pushing that
reset.
situation? But the confidence to keep going in, knowing that you back yourself to at least get a trade, at least create an opening in those situations, is what makes Bound so special. It's what makes him so unique as a player. And I think there was a lot of opportunities that were created in that game thanks to Bound, not fearing what could happen, but more thinking what he will do and what he can create.
It was even closer than I thought. 49-47 is your final in that game 5, but I could not agree more. Time and time again, you would see players from SSG at top gold, maybe at batteries, maybe at long, and all of a sudden we cut to an Optic POV, and Bound's in control with them. He has flown up on the boxes. He's either gone mid-bridge.
Yeah, I love this game, dude, but goddamn, there are still so many issues they need to fix.
Control? Sure enough, he's at minimum getting in there and trading and creating space. And when the game was tied right around that 35 mark, who was it? It was Bound who gets himself into control yet again. You saw it earlier in the game as well, when we saw him grappling in and jumping in. He gets himself into control, and he will find that kill. Like I said, you send him into a situation somehow, not only does he get the first kill, he will get more damage, and he will usually sneak away. And it was plays like that that helped them win not only the first time they played this game yesterday, but also today. They are now 2-0 on that game type. SSG will win yet again as we head into Oddball.
And what a game to have, right? What a game type to have. This is the Optic Gaming game type. Oddball, when you look at it, you look at Optic against anyone, you fancy them because they have won so many games of Oddball against the best teams in the world. And to be down in a series, to be thinking about maybe a reset, Optic Gaming seeing Oddball coming up next will be a great thing for them. But the difficulty for Optic is, yes, it's a great game type for them. You can see on their record, 18-4. But SSG, I would say behind Optic, probably the best Oddball team. And with the momentum that they're going to be riding from that last game, like I say, you could not pick a better game type.
You really couldn't, especially the fact that we're going to now be treated to 3 rounds of this, where even regardless of what happens off of the opening scuffle in the entirety of the first round, you know this one could go the distance as well. Certainly, though, Space Station going to be feeling a lot of momentum off of that win. Another big game on the board for them, and let's not forget, it was not that long ago when Optic Gaming was leading 2-1 in this series. This is now back-to-back games for SSG. They now lead, and they find themselves 1 game away from resetting the bracket.
This place is going to go nuts if they reset the bracket, by the way. Absolutely nuts, and I'm here for it. Now, I also want to give a huge amount of credit to SSG for managing to win the last 2 games in the way they did, considering how the game type pace changes. Going from a fast game type, all in, all action, all in your face, to the slow pace that they had to adjust to as Optic pushed them the distance. But now, speaking of the distance, will we be going?
Optic still needs 2 rounds, dude.
SSG about to close out this first series, send us to a bracket reset and a second best of 7. It's time for Oddball. It's time for Livefire.
Underway here in the 6th game of the series. Will it be the last one is the question. Stellar's been on fire with this weapon all weekend, but especially today. Can he do it again?
Yes.
Yes.
First shot's gonna hit. Second one doesn't quite connect. Lucid wants it off of him, and understandably so. He's got some very fond memories of having that sniper rifle in his hands. But for Stellar, we mentioned how he was very quiet and didn't get the chance to do much in the previous game. He's gonna find himself as one of the
Oh.
How do you keep doing it?
If he hit that shot on Formal, dude, I would have screamed.
Now making it 4 dead. Stellar was last player, so that camo will go to Formal. So despite the opening highlight reel that continues from Stellar's POV, it will be points on the board for Optic Gaming.
I was talking to Aries backstage, and he says it's the only player in the HCS who doesn't realize it's a snipe. He plays like it's a shotgun.
He really
just
does.
runs at people, doesn't care. Just no scopes and backs himself every time. Well, early on here, it is going to be Optic Gaming, even though we see the highlight clips coming in early from Stellar, who have an element of control on the ball back in the garage. 20 seconds already on the board for them. SSG looking for the break. Love that fight between both players. Neither wanted to trade. They were kind of faking it and then backing out, looking for the swing from the other player. It's going to be Eco who comes out on top.
SSG now ball in hand scoring, but there's a lot of pressure that's coming in. They were 2 dead as well, so it was an even 2v2 split momentarily. Might mean that SSG might have to drop and rotate here based on the spawns, or they might just have to get a few slays before the holds can continue. 12 points on the board.
Should see a lead change in the next few seconds as well. Well, it looks like the push timing from Optic Gaming is going to force Eco to think about kills instead of that oddball time. Essentially a tied game here. Legend finding a couple in the feed is certainly going to help them maybe reprioritize from kills to that oddball, but here comes Formal. He's got a little bit of help coming over from top middle as well, but Formal survives long enough for that help to arrive. It'll be Lucid from top middle, and now comes Trippy through the rat tunnel, looking to clean up some damage. But another kill for Legend. He's had a really good start to this game.
Yeah, it really has. Trippy knows there's a little bit more work to do here around the window. We'll see if he can pick this one up. Big 1v1 he does. Gets a little bit of help on it as well from players that were coming in from the dummies angle. 21-18 essentially tied up, and very close in kills as well. Optic right now leading 14-11.
Yeah, this fight's gone on for so long as well that nobody really touched that ball, which means that it's going to be reset bottom middle. Optic are looking to bring it back out towards Trippy initially, and off the back of it, Lucid and Formal find some kills. Crazy movement coming in there, bottom middle from Legend. But Trippy was more than a match to it.
I love Livefire, dude.
That was SSG 3 dead momentarily.
Very, very good timing there on those kills. Once again, that's what we talked about. It's not just about the kills that you're able to get, it's when and where, and they are key to keep Trippy alive as long as they could. Eventually, he gets up close and personal with the camo, which is going to be unfortunate for that camo control in that position, but absolutely beautifully done in the end. Optic Gaming with a few extra points on the board now, 31-18.
Every bullet at the moment just seems to be finding a home for every single player who is on this main stage. Optic Gaming, though, will find themselves 2 dead, and even though Trippy has that ball, he'll go to the death screen as well before sending it off the map. Now, Legend, what can you do with this sniper rifle? Can you grab it off the stand and match some of the plays that we've seen. Unfortunately for him, the answer is no, but Bound will collect for SSG.
Bound, a man we've seen pop off with this as well. By the way, these teams still so neck and neck. It's a low-scoring oddball overall. They're tied at the 30 mark.
Oh.
And Bound says, I know how to use this thing too.
There's a double for Bound. Formal might think about peeking. Oddball, he's going to be down in front of the tower at the moment. Bound is just flying at Formal here, and he's going to
takes the trade.
Trade it out, but maybe give the sniper rifle over to Optic, and something that he didn't want to do.
They still haven't fixed Dead Zone's cam, man.
A couple of points between the two.
Bro, this JPEG, it's so funny.
We'll see what he can do now. This is just a treat. I'm absolutely loving this.
Seems like everyone's just taking turns to see if they can outdo each other at the moment. No connection this time from Lucid, but most importantly, there certainly is a connection with the Oddball, because Optic have got into somewhat of a lead here. 47 points on the board for them as the ball will finally be played. But this kind of lead with some of the best players in the world is more of a lead than you think sometimes.
4 dead there for the side of Optic Gaming. We'll see now if SSG can continue to capitalize. They will continue scoring. QT will also almost go down for Bound, but most importantly, it's a lead change here off of the 4 dead. Space Station now into a narrow lead at 50 to 47.
Play ball comes in though. The ball will be thrown out bottom middle. Legend will be first spawner at the back of green.
That's a good question.
It will be Optic who should have an element of map control, but you can see.
I mean, regardless, dude.
Towards that camo, doing damage onto Dead Zone, and Legend wants to capitalize on
I don't know. Maybe I'm biased, but I feel like we have one of the most interesting to watch.
And before he goes back through the point, sends Trippy.
Like, I don't know, dude. I feel like I would never be able to watch League of Legends.
Might have made the low percentage play there just to get the shots done and then QT. Instead, he gets the kill and then he QTs. Great confidence coming in out of Legend.
Getting a little bit scrappy here in the last few moments. Camo coming up. You can see the decisions kind of split. The priority is going to be split for the teams. Oddball becomes secondary to the power-up. And Lucid, as last alive, managed to grab it and burn it, but that's all it's
I can't say anything for Overwatch because Overwatch League is done.
Into that respawn screen, and it will be SSG who have that ball.
I feel like Overwatch would have been like the
moment.
only other game I maybe would have cared about watching.
It's another 4 dead. Still, even though we've seen that, Space Station's only outslaying by 3, but we've seen several 4 deads for them, and it has really translated to time on the board as they now have 70 points to 47.
Eco still has that ball in his hand, by the way, even though Optic find themselves with 2 kills.
EDL maybe, yeah.
Time, and look at the score. It's starting to go only one way, and
Rocket League.
SSG are closing in on a round 1 victory here. Finally, they force the play ball. Well, certainly get the ball out of the hands. Lucid will grab it and bring it back towards the tower, you would imagine, but for a second, I thought the ball had been thrown off, but in fact, it was just SSG being cut down.
I think they were trying to rotate there. I think they were looking
This
for
is
at
just
least
neck
green
and neck,
tosses
dude.
to open field or kind of right in front of B. In the end, they do get cut off, like you say. SSG, though, is able to then, off the next set of pressure, force a play ball themselves.
Like, this is why I just feel like these two teams, dude,
Didn't quite see who managed to grab it. Green gun being
like,
effective, but not enough.
are destined to
take down
always
Eco,
be put
and,
against
hey,
each
there it
other
is.
just
Surprise,
because of
surprise.
how close, like, each game
Oddball
is.
once again gets reset bottom
It's
middle. You would
actually
imagine that Eco's
crazy.
gonna make the call to his teammates to try and drag this
Like,
one
how
back
good of a
towards the
matchup
tower
this is.
where he can do the most damage.
Narrowly
Oh, yeah,
misses
no,
out
I
Lucid on
suck
the
at
cuts.
Rocket
A lot
League.
of
I
pressure
totally
here, top
agree.
mid and the cuts. Very, very
Good
quick
shots.
work. Dead Zone's the last player alive here. For the side of Optic Gaming, it should be more time, and to be honest, it could be the final bit of time in this round.
Eco just hard scoping the rat tunnel at the moment.
Good shot.
He had the comms. He knew that Dead Zone was going to step into his reticle, and all he had to do was pull the trigger.
The hardest of scopes, indeed. Knew exactly where he needed to have that down. Lucid tries to peek again. This time, Eco connects on the cuts angle. 30 seconds left on the game clock as well.
Oh.
Goodness me.
They might be trying to play time. Holy fuck, Eco.
To who could do the most impressive thing in a grand final. Bound will find the kill onto Lucid, and SSG getting closer and closer. Now we're just 10 seconds left in the
Multiversus has
round
an
to go
esports?
up by 1.
It's the World Sniper Rifle Championship
what?
here as 5 seconds tick down before the round will end.
Bound will find 1, and with 2 seconds left, SSG will put the first round on the board here, and are 1 round away from resetting this bracket.
Ooh-wee, has this been fun. In the end of that round, by the way, Space Station now starting to outslay a little more. As we said, it was a pretty tight margin in terms of the overall kills on the board. But now after that round number 1, Space Station outslaying 52 to 41, and a very, very nice bit of late game composure as well as game clock management to close it out.
Multiverse is supposed to play similarly to
Found the snipe
Smash.
off the rip here. It's going to be the oddball trying to be wrapped back.
Of course.
Just turn around, just
Oh.
180 no scope.
The
People clean them up
piv.
like it's the most simple thing in the world.
Don't even shoot him. Don't even shoot him.
Oh! 4 dead for Optic again. Stella.
Damn.
My time under the bright lights.
Let me tell you, if you're playing a game of Clue, or Cluedo as they call it sometimes, it was Stellar in Salt Lake City with a sniper rifle. It's the safest answer to any dangerous situation. What a start here from him.
Still alive, by the way. You can see that Optic just terrified of walking towards him. He hits the body, even though Bam was in this position. It's going to be Stellar who finds more kills in and around the tower. It's transferring into time here, most importantly. It is going to be SSG who are holding the oddball while all this madness is happening.
Can you imagine your top tower and Stellar has snipe and Bound has camo and you have to choose which angle you want to try to fight that 1v2? It's not happening, and as you say, it has translated the points on the board here. 26 to be exact here for SSG in round number 2.
3 dead though for SSG, finally make it 4 dead. This is the moment maybe the Optic needed. All the momentum in the last few seconds has been on the side of SSG. Big plays coming in from Stellar, but the lead has not got out of hands. It hasn't translated into 40, 50 points. It's only 26 on the board, and we know how effective Optic can be if they get that ball back to the tower and they can get that set up themselves.
Absolutely true. Optic in and on their side of the stage, they need to remember that there's a lot more series yet to be played potentially in SSG, that they cannot let Optic run away with this round.
Bound just got a double kill in and around Green, I believe, and a couple of members who were pushed up. And Legend finds another. Obel was trying to be rotated away, but it looks like he might have been cut down. And even though Optic had an element of control, SSG are flying forward and Legend has that ball in his hand. So Optic and Lucid going to be trying to chase him down. It looks like the play ball might have come in, so...
No play ball.
In fact, it's Legend, like you say, no play ball. It's just throwing it towards his teammates once more.
Yeah, just kind of tosses it out there. It looked like it might have been going off the map. Instead, he just throws it down to dummies. So in the end, just wanted to keep this ball in play. Lucy picks up another nice kill, not an easy one against Eco. And we'll see if they can grab that ball. It's a pretty confident play here coming in from Space.
They can pull that ball away. That'd be
so
crazy.
far, it's worked out for them.
2 dead on the side of Optic, though.
No, they're probably going to keep it.
As well.
They got that gamma.
Legend's going to be closest to it.
Never mind, it reset.
Flank comes in from Eco, though. You can see he jumps up, and that allows Legend to get that camo into his hands. Only a 9-point game between these two teams in what could be the game and the round that sends us to a bracket reset.
What an interesting set of plays there. SSG plays the ball to dummies, provides enough pressure on Camo side to get Camo, and actually forces Optic to play the ball there. Really great control here. GT denies the back whack. A little bit of frame perfect play happening there. Still a 14-point lead for SSG. In the end, can he pick it up? Legend stays alive in a 1v1 against Formal.
The way he's moving around at the moment, he's just avoiding so much damage that would kill so many other players. Lucid, as the last alive, finds
Pretty sure Stellar just shot Eco in the back there.
The ball out of the control of SSG. If he doesn't take those 2 players down, this is a very, very different scenario. SSG off the back of those kills now find themselves chasing down Optic Shadows. Formal is going to move away with that oddball, and we are going to potentially see a tied game here. As Optic
Legend was from Legend.
To move that ball away.
Oh, it was too quiet there. Eco was the last player alive, but SSG really took their time on this push and the counter. Here they come.
Optic will go into a lead. It's only slender, but it's a lead still. Legend trying to push across top middle. You can see the flood is starting to come in, but a lot of shields have been broken on the sides of SSG. Optic taking some damage as well, but here comes the flank from Trippy. Finds one and tries to move that old ball back towards the garage.
3 dead here for almost your last player alive. He's going to try to cut this off, but instead SSG is wise to it. They're going to instead rotate that ball out of Rat Tunnel here through bottom middle. Just amazing chess matches being played here. There's a flank on one side, bottom mid. There's a flank on the tower.
Zone's kind of struggling in this game.
Strategies being executed against each other.
I mean, he's got a decent assist,
right here,
but
tied at the 39 mark.
Absolutely insane. Absolutely
not
crazy
looking too
what we're
hot.
seeing on our screens right now. The QT away is going to keep Formal alive for a few seconds.
But he was playing pretty crazy earlier in the series, so it could just be a bad game.
Teammates dropping around him, though.
I mean, if he's putting in good damage, then that's all that really matters, yeah.
Stellar got the kill.
That should be one. But Stellar is still alive at the back of the tower. There's a body shot, but it's not the headshot that Formal wanted.
Formal does not take down Stellar top tower. If he doesn't switch the swipe there, I'm pretty sure he gets the kill. He prevents the kill back tower, and the whole set of plays here that follow would have been completely different.
Stellar now with that pistol trying to work alongside Legend flying through this tunnel, but now he finds himself as last alive, and that will be 4 dead momentarily for SSG, and it's Optic now who grabbed that oddball, and with the grenades flying into them as well, would know where those spawns are coming in. Dead Zone grabs that ball.
Eco trades, but it will still mean that SSG has to construct an entirely new push. Pressure already coming in here, Formal with the camo, and a 5-point lead to stay alive in not just the round, but in the grand final. Can they do it?
Moments like this is when the shots that you hit matter even more. Optic continuing just to tick that score up. Wow. In their favor, but here comes the push from SSG. The nades fly in, the ball is going to be rotated away. Deadzone manages to find one. That's going to be two now. Falling for SSG as Legend will have to try and survive.
Legend knows he needs a kill, he needs the damage.
Spotted out.
That's why he's playing this very carefully here. It's just a 10-point game with 70 seconds left.
1v1 with Deadzone. It's going to be a trade. 3 dead on the side of Optic Gaming, and now the race for the oddball will be won by Eco. He will have in his hands. And even though Optic works so hard to get that lead, that might be changing in just a few seconds' time.
Formal's already forward up the map. You see him leading with a sniper rifle. Almost gets punished for that angle. Can he stay alive?
Eco's behind him.
White wall!
Eco's behind him, gets one. But Lucid will be there to trade those kills out. Throws it off the map. It is a tied game here. 55 to 55.
Unbelievable. 2v2 on the map. The QT does not pay for Lucid. He will get taken down. That means the sniper rifle will trade hands as well in just a moment here. What can Bound do? 40 seconds left. As you say, tie game.
Tie game. Less than 40 seconds left. Bound with the sniper rifle.
Oh boy.
Hit these shots, win your team the game. First body will be cleaned up. Everybody knows how important these next few moments are. It's a smart play from SSG. They go for the extra second, but Optic are there. And now Bound has even more pressure on his shoulders as he's last alive here for SSG. He's going to be challenged for the final. He finds one, but 3 players from Optic is going to be too much to deal with. And Optic will come away with that ball.
They flood. 14 seconds left. Here comes the pressure. Off of the damage.
Legend gets one. Legend will find one. On ball is going to be down, but it's a 1 second advantage here for Optic Gaming. Legend!
Oh
Legend
my god.
two.
No. Oh! No way! We're going to a reset, baby.
And his name is Legend.
Holy crap.
What did we say? Bound and Legend were the key players to focus on in this series. Bound in a 1v3 bottom middle. Gets the first kill, hits the second body. Who is the one to fly in bottom middle with confidence? It's Legend. He flies towards the rat tunnel fearlessly, picks up the kills, and just like that, they steal the round out from under Optic Gaming to not only win the round
That was
and the game,
crazy, dude.
but they reset the bracket for the first time here this season in Salt Lake City.
Incredible end to an incredible first series. An unbelievable first series. We've got Lottie joining us alongside Wes as well to give us a chance to catch our breath.
Holy smokes.
I mean,
That's honestly all I can muster
you'd
up
be excused for using expletives at this point because
honestly,
that first best of 7 is nuts.
I'm just going to wait for my producer to let me know that's okay. But I had full body chills at the end there. There is a lot to unpack here, but I have to start off by saying Legend. Oh. Whew. Once again, just generational talent. I think he's been called out so far this weekend. He certainly is indeed unbelievable. The amount of ice, but also discipline to be able to get something like that done. We're talking about those magic moments. Onset, you said it was going to come down to magic moments. And that was probably the most magical moment I have seen for some time. To know to repulse that ball towards your opponent, but knowing he's weak, the comms, the level of composure that you need to get that job done, incredible. The entirety of
I don't know if Optic can handle another second place, dude. I don't know if they can do it.
It was just stunning.
An absolute fantastic first series. I mean, so many of those games, the Recharge Slayer going down to time, and it really beat
I'm sure he is, but I'm also sure he knows.
And then
just, you know,
really
job's not
the
done.
difference between a Game 7 in a Grand Finals and a reset and a missed no-scope from Penguin that could
It's not done.
have sent Optic to a Game 7. He's going to be thinking about that at least until this
It is
game
absolute
starts,
cinema,
but
Kimbo.
as this
You're
series
right.
Went on. It was Optic taking the advantage in Empyrean CTF where you knew they would, and it was interference strongholds that brought Space Station right back into this series, and it felt like
Optic needs to lock in, man.
Kind of ran out of gas. It was Optic's shots that became a little less crisp, and it was Legend and the boys on SSG that really started to pick it up towards the end of that series. So I'm looking forward to this next one, but I need to see Optic come out revitalized.
These shots from Lucid earlier, man, like, holy shit. That was disgusting. I still can't believe that.
Talk about what went wrong, what they need to start cleaning up on. We kind of were talking throughout the series. We were talking about interference there. Optic running away with it at the beginning. If they had managed to do that, I think we were fully under the impression it was over in terms of the series. I think momentum plays such a big part into something like a grand finals, and especially a best of 7. The second Space Station Gaming were allowed to get into B on interference, it was game over, and we kind of knew that. It was so difficult for Optic to try and claw their way back and cut that momentum in half once again from Space Station Gaming. They're going to have to do just that at the beginning of this next best of 7. If you are Lunchbox right now, if you are the rest of the team, what are you talking about backstage? How do you get yourself geared back up again? You have that safety net, but you're going to have to use it.
Honestly, I hope you get some food. I hope you get some water and understand that this is a long series ahead of you as well. Optic are playing good enough to win this tournament, and those games were decided by very small individual plays. They are making those individual plays themselves. It was really just SSG edging them out in the last few of those games that really made the difference. I think getting Snipe in the hands of Bound and Stellar towards this oddball,
moving on,
as we take a look at the highlights, that was the big difference maker for me. If you can deny some of that going forward, you're going to give yourself a much bigger opportunity. But right now, SSG, they're playing their game. Optic need to get back to controlling the pace of some of these games if they want to win.
Onto, I think, some of the problem that is occurring on Optic side, but the best part of SSG is that we are seeing tight teamwork coming out from the green wall, but we're also seeing Space Station Gaming being able to pick that apart individually, which is really difficult to do. And that's, again, back to those magic moments. But you're looking at Bound there, just peeking down, bottom middle, and he's just taking on the entire squad, buttoned up, tightened up, with one sniper rifle and a dream. And that's keeping them alive in situations they shouldn't be.
Yeah, I think it's a great point. It's like you can do everything perfect if everyone on your team
I know,
has a bandit,
Kimbo, I'm
but if
scared.
someone is flying at you with a sniper rifle who just headshots you, it doesn't matter. Like, there's nothing you can do to counteract that. Even if you're putting them under pressure, the level of like skill we are seeing from some of these players, and it's been everyone. Like Stella's done it, Lucid's done it. It's just nuts. But for Optic Gaming, it's like, it must be frustrating sometimes to think we're doing everything right. We're taking a player down to no shields. Oh, I've just been no-scoped in the face. I didn't do anything wrong. And that plays on you, right? Like, you've been in that situation where someone's just so hot, and it's like, what do I do? Like, you don't have an answer.
Yeah, the key to stopping those players, the snipe downs, the hysterias of the world, is making sure you deny that snipe. A similar fate that FaZe saw earlier today. When Stellar gets the snipe, it's too late. Denying that from happening. Stellar, once again, at the start of that oddball game, was able to get the snipe virtually for free. Someone has got to start contesting. Multiple people need to start contesting Stellar for those snipes and making sure that ammo either gets wasted or it goes into someone else's hands. Even Eco was popping off with that snipe, but I'd still rather have Eco with it than Stellar at this point, because of the way Stellar is doing it, it just doesn't seem fair.
Rob, you're smiling over there. It's making me smile. And I know what it is without even having to ask. It's the disbelief of what we are witnessing on our screens right now. The level of competition is insane, but the level of Halo Infinite being played by both sides, to be perfectly honest, is just... It's just something that I don't think I could have dreamed of. It just gets better every single major. How are you feeling casting over some of this?
This is amazing.
He's having a great time.
Mark and I are just having like an amazing time here. Not kidding. I would say this is the best grand final we've had all season. I would say it's also already one of the best Halo Infinite grand finals that we've ever seen. And we don't even know how it ends yet, which is an amazing thing to say. I agree with Wes. I think the key for Optic Gaming is going to be not about countering Sniper. It's prevention, right? You just make sure it doesn't get into their hands at all. Like, I couldn't agree more. But also, I couldn't be more excited to strap in for another.
We're into the bathroom, guys.
It's gonna be awesome.
And strap in we shall. I am ready to buckle up. I hope you guys at home are too. I told you, get some snacks, get some drinks, because it was going to go the distance it always would have. History right now is being made for Halo Infinite here at the HCS Salt Lake City Major, the final one. We're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, we have another best of 7 series for you in this grand final. We'll see you on the other side.
You've seen Bigfoot, right?
Yeah.
No, but watch this.
Not like in person, but...
Okay. Okay, so yep. And then right here, when he turns around, you see that?
See what?
Back up. So this is where AI gets kind of cool.
There's nothing there.
Well, enhance this. Enhance that. It's oats overnight. It was oats overnight the whole time, and it makes sense. There's a ton of protein, a ton of flavors, and it's easy to take on the go. Hell yeah, Bigfoot.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving. powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
You get SSG's bundle now? We're not done. Job's not finished. Will I be watching the Minecraft movie? No. No. I will not be. Because my ass is gonna be mad disappointed. Will you be watching it, Blair? You couldn't pay me to watch it. What if you pay me? I mean, if you pay for me to go see the movie and then some, you know, maybe I'd consider it, you know.
The HCS Space Station Gaming Salt Lake City Major is presented by AMD and Player X.
Okay. I'm ready. New map, just for firefight.
Salt Salt Lake City, you're certainly getting your tickets worth this weekend. I'll tell you something.
The
It's
bracket
our
did
first
reset.
Reset of the season. Another best of 7 coming your way. And I hope you're ready for some more Halo Infinite. Starting things off in this grand final reset, we've got CTF Aquarius. This one, arena style, couldn't be more, I think, chock-a-block for both of these teams. They're going to be gunning for this first map. It's very, very important. Optic gets back on the right foot. They're going to have gone away, talked about it,
Player
motivated,
Streets.
ready to go.
Oh, that could be Optic's game there. That's my prediction.
This is where it begins now for that journey to the trophy. Clutch, looking across this, can they do it?
I think so. I think when you look at this map layout, the first thing that sticks out to me, there's one map with an S7, and the way that the way that Stellar and the rest of SSG kind of took over some of those games with that S7, that bodes well for Optic's opportunity here. I think the Bandits might be a little bit more comfortable just bandit on bandit action, so I'm looking forward to that. You do have a couple of shock rifles, and we know the damage that Stellar and everyone on that team can do, but for Optic Gaming, you're a lot less worried about the power that's on some of these maps compared to what you just had to go through. So it'll tend to bode well, but I do think that this Aqua CTF is going to be extremely important for Optic to get back on their feet, to get a little bit more comfortable. The way that that series ended was traumatic. Like, losing close games is harder than losing games by massive margins. So I think that Optic need to find their rhythm once again there in game 1.
I honestly got to say, for Optic fans, yes, this was difficult to watch. Space Station Gaming came alive in that first grand finals. But I've got to say, the dream is still very much there for the Green Wall. Optic Gaming, they are very resilient. We've seen them do it time and time again in certain different situations, whether it's going all the way down to that game 5. We're looking right now at the records at SLC. And they're looking pretty good for Optic Gaming thus far. Space Station Gaming, though, their stronghold is really where it lies. That stronghold is so powerful for them on set. That's where it gets a little bit scary. But can Optic put them on the chopping block? Can they punish them the way that we saw Space Station Gaming punish Optic Gaming earlier on? Can they make magic?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, and I think Wes has really hit the nail on the head. When you're looking at the series, you're looking at the power on the maps, not as much as we saw in that first series, and especially the first 2 game types. You look at Aquarius capture the flag, you look at some of those records as well, the comparison of the team. The CTF record for Optic looked really, really strong, and then you go into a Street Slayer where Optic have looked very, very strong as well. So it's a great opportunity for them to just settle down a little bit here, I think, just to play at a little bit more of a pace that they feel they can control, and one player on the opposition team cannot just completely blow them out of the water with one bullet.
Talking about that guy, I got a head-to-head, and he's on that graphic right now versus Lucid. Stellar, Lucid, it's a tale as old as time. These two, an absolute dream when it comes to watching them on your screens, but again, a nightmare if you are going up against them. Both looking really, really good in the grand finals. Just one getting the better, I think, of the other team, to be perfectly honest. And it's when Stellar gets that S7, like you said. Different story, though, now in this grand finals reset. Do you think they have the same type of firepower, when it comes down to the teamwork that Optic Gaming can? They can grind through these first few maps and get a little bit of momentum themselves.
Yeah, I think when they do have momentum, they do have as much teamwork. When they get the ball rolling and everyone starts flying, that's when SSG is the most dangerous. You saw it towards the end of some of those games where interference, for example, SSG started to fly, and it really threw Optic onto their back heels. It was so difficult for Optic to come off spawn and understand where players are coming from. When SSG create that level of chaos, the game is pretty much over. So I'm looking to see how to Optic stop some of that pressure, slow it down.
They want to know if there's a spreadsheet showing all the M's starting exchange.
Well, you see the fist bumps coming in.
I would just look it up.
Thing, folks, Space Station Gaming
Been lurking in chat for 6 blooming hours. I appreciate you.
Well, here we go then, SLC. Let's lock in
You
for
the
our
man.
second best of 7. Space Station Gaming from the elimination bracket win a nail-biter final round of Oddball to send us back to the beginning of a fresh new series. But will we have a fresh winner? Will Optic Gaming be able to get over the line, or will it be a second place finish again? So many stories, so many questions to have answered, and we're starting off here on Aquarius capture the flag.
A real test of endurance here this evening. Of course, already one series under their belt, and now we dive deep into our second series. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to your first grand final reset of the 2024 season. It's Space Station versus Optic, everything to play for.
Sorry, guys. Just doing.
Difficult to highlight a player that's been outstanding because everybody on the main stage has had their moments, but this man, you saw in some of the stats, and he's going to be the player that usually is the one for Optic, who can drag them through tight moments with something just a little bit special. Overshield is going to go their way off the rip here, so Optic have early advantage, and they also, smartly, I would say, move over towards the gen side to make sure that green gun isn't off the stand as well.
Nice routes, nice prioritization, and checking up corners coming in for Lucid here as he makes his way towards the back of the base. He knew there'd be pressure, but he is ready for the task. That's 3 dead. Stellar last player alive.
Oh my god, early cap.
Run begins for Optic.
Early
Stella
pulls.
picks up another kill.
Early
That's gonna make
pull,
it
sorry.
A little bit more of a kind of stutter step run, you would imagine. However, Trippy, in that feed, finds one. Overextension may be coming in here, and you can see that Lucid is just going to double back here. He knows that this isn't going to be a clear run home.
Pauses for just a second, as you say, has to fight from the connector. Very nice angle. The grenade somehow
oh god,
alive, and the run will continue.
2 dead on the side of SSG. Maybe the timing window has started to open. Lucid's going to slide this one home, and Optic retaliate from the disappointment of the previous game that we were watching. They will strike first here. It's 1-0, and that is a massive moment mentally for Optic Gaming.
And so beautifully executed by Lucid. How about the fact that he goes to the connector, he pauses for a second, he helps with the top-mid battle on Bound, still challenges somehow, puts himself in a position that's so difficult to nade, he stays alive, and he continues the run. And within just 1 minute 30, they score that first flag. They lead 1-0 as we look for the next overshield.
Pressure still coming in from Optic Gaming as well. It's 2 dead, making 3 dead momentarily for Space Station. Optic still putting the pressure on the base. You can see shields being broken in the back of it. Everybody from SSG at the moment is essentially trapped in and around the back of their base. It's only Bound who's trying to extend
crazy
on the
cap
side
already.
to get out. And as that overshield comes up as well, the map control will evolve into an overshield pickup. The second one in a row for Optic.
Legend doing everything he can to peek shoot along with Eco, but guess what? The overshields plus Formal's gun skill is going to equal a lot of kills coming in. They've already cleaned up 2.
Good pull, yep.
Formal's still got a little bit of overshield to play with as well. Bound's trying to chip away at it. Bound slides out.
That should be a good pull towards long there.
It's great play from Bound.
Let's see if this flag goes. We'll talk about that Bound play more, but I think with the 3 dead, this flag should still go for Optic Gaming.
P1, the next P.
Yeah, that's a slam in. Damn.
And Optic Gaming will take care of that second flag. 2-0. Lucid having a really good start to this game, and I'm talking about his assists. Very standout here. Only died the once. 6 assists to his name, leads the lobby, and now picks up another kill.
Only 5.
Beautifully done. Optic, by the way, not only leading 2-0 on the scoreboard, they're outslaying 23-13. It's an unbelievable opening from them in the grand finals reset.
Bound looking to find his reticle onto Formal.
Hell yeah, he's locked in. He wants to finish this shit.
Turn his attention, repay the favor. The teamwork starting to click here. It's 3 dead for Optic Gaming.
That's what I'm talking about. Bound is an absolute nuisance. He will sneak into your low gen. He will avoid every grenade, sneak around the crates, and he will be
oh my god,
impossible
pulling
to
that
take
shit through
down.
mid.
It was 3 dead. It's all Fridge spawns. Space Station Gaming bringing the flag home.
This one's going to go home. Nobody is in position whatsoever from Optic Gaming to stop this one. How quick was that run, by the way, from Legend? Out the front of the window. Here's the slide into bottom middle. And before Optic Gaming even have a chance to look at where that flag is going up from the respawn screen, we have their advantage halved here. 2-1 in the favor of Optic.
Makes things a little bit more interesting here. Just about 4 minutes of play. Of course, we're also keeping an eye on power-ups very soon, but just about 4 minutes of play. And 3 flags total. Optic Gaming still leading, but you get the feeling that Space Station has a little bit more aggression here.
In the hand go up from Bound. Have to wonder if there's a little bit of an issue. And it looks like that might well be the case. So at 2-1.
Another fucking reset, dude. What the fuck are we doing?
But a very important start to that series. A very important start to our reset here for Optic Gaming. Those 2 flags on the board just settles those nerves a little bit. Just puts those bad thoughts to the back of the mind once again instead of the front.
Exactly, and most importantly, of course, that reset, very thankful that it happens with no flags pulled at a neutral point in the game, so you have a pretty even 2-1 restart, presumably, in that game. And Optic Gaming, they were still, at the time of the game ending, they were still outslaying 30-18 very handily. Dead Zone, by the way, was 8-4 at that moment. Lucid, 7-4, as well as Formal on the same stat line. So it's a very nice opening from them, but you did get the feeling that Space Station was not only heating up, but the efficiency, as you talked about, Mark, of that flag run was so fast.
Yeah, it was interesting to kind of dissect the flag runs that we saw, right? The one from SSG was just clinical. It was 3 dead, 4 dead, run the flag bottom middle quickly as possible, deny the players from getting halfway across the map. SSG, that's textbook Halo, right? If you can get those 4 dead within a few seconds of each other and everyone is in the death screen, the job is fairly simple. The Optic one I want to talk about a little bit because there's a little bit more nuance to that second run, right? They get the first flag on the board, but the second one, you just felt the timing wasn't perfect on the kills. There was always a few players kind of lurking alive who you saw in the feed kind of popping up a little bit. And even though Optic felt like they had numbers, forcing that one home against a team like SSG, if you go down inside of your flag and you don't get that flag captured, all of a sudden a counter cap becomes a real possibility. So that's why you're seeing Optic just take that second, that extra little pause to turn around, make sure a couple of extra kills are secured, to make not just the path home a clear one, to cap the flag, which is, of course, step one, but also make sure they're in a position to not allow SSG to answer back immediately.
Right, and you not even, exactly, like you said, you don't even want to worry about just the kills. You want to know that once that flag goes in, you're sitting from your base, you're taking your angles, you're working in twos. If you need to push out a side, you don't want to prevent any opportunity for a team to come in and kind of collapse on your base, just as you say. Also got a shout out. Now, it became a moot point that I wouldn't have mentioned if we didn't have a pause, but Bound's counter to Formal there, jumping up and down repeatedly, top fridge, to then drop courtyard to fly, and then challenge to the shroom stairs. Unbelievably well executed, and so difficult to do against a player like Formal. Now, in the end, it did not lead to a flag stop, but it still just shows you that SSG is putting together some pretty special plays.
Yeah, it's an interesting play to talk about from Bound, right? Because it's like that unpredictability element that he has. It's like Formal sees him, and he's like shoots him a couple of times. It's like,
I think
turns
he's
away.
like, he's like, who's shooting me?
And then he turned around and was like, you gonna carry on doing this? And at this point, like Formal's half shields, and then Formal's like, all right, fine, I'll go shroom stairs. It's like, how is Bound front base now shooting me? It's like Bound was just locked on to the importance of that kill of Formal.
He looks like an arcade
in the back
game
of the
character,
base.
just boop, 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 just bouncing up and down and kind of just being as obnoxious as he can be, the man on your screen in the distance there. Continuing to deal damage in every sort of way from every sort of angle throughout this entire series. Waiting to get back into this one, but unsurprisingly, game one is off to an electric start, just as the entire series has been.
Something to note as well as we take a look at some of the Aquarius stats this season as well. I mean, pretty similar. You would say the efficiency for Optic is terrifying. When you look at they have less steals than SSG, and they pretty much have the same amount of caps. I mean, that's 1 in every 2 flags that starts moving for Optic goes home. That's pretty ridiculous.
Right, and even more than 1 in every 2. It is, as you say,
thank God you're
wild. It's a wild stat line to be pulling that way and to be executing that way. And I think we saw some of that broken down as you saw Lucid with the patience of that.
You know the best bit about this was?
Tell me.
I tried to work that out without looking at the stat that says cap percentage.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a big bottom stat line that really
I was
helped.
like, wow, that's impressive.
Really helped me out with
I just didn't read the whole thing.
with that one.
Oh, man. One day I'll get the numbers thing.
No. I think we just depend on not having to worry about that ever. We let the stats team in the back. By the way, huge shout out to the entire team here at the SSG Major here in Salt Lake City. Across all of production, everyone in the venue staff, the SSG family, everyone who's helped bring this show together. It's been amazing, and of course, we're not done yet. A lot more games to be played and still yet to crown a champion.
One thing to highlight from that first game as well was overshield control. Both went to Optic, and off the back of it, Optic were able to capitalize and get those flag caps on the board. The first one was picked up off the break. You saw that went the way of Optic, but I love the way that actually Formal played with that second overshield. And there's a lot to learn for people who are watching. A lot of the time you see the overshielded player feel like they're invincible, right? They will fly into a base. SSG are playing for that. They're thinking if we can get a couple of beatdowns or playing corners, we can make a trade situation occur in our base and the overshield becomes a little bit moot. But the way that Formal plays it, he kind of just stands there on the stream stairs, looks up, does a little bit of damage, holds his ground. Other players then try and challenge because they're like, the overshield's coming, he's going to run towards us. And he plays his life as if he's playing it without an overshield. Right. And I think a lot can be learned about that. Using an overshield to maximize damage output is more important than just randomly taking space.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's becoming, at this level of Halo Infinite, such a difference maker, right? Is how do you use that overshield specifically? Do you make sure that you're the one doing damage? Are you simply staying alive? Are you making sure you're staying alive, for example, on your high gen for a touch? There's all sorts of different ways to utilize that overshield that isn't simply a brute force mechanic, and you're really seeing that on display here.
you.
Taking a look here at defensive stats from both of these teams across Aquarius as well, specifically throughout the entire season. And really, it's Optic Gaming with fantastic stats once again. 60% of flags being returned that get pulled.
Just over 60%.
Very good from you.
Thank you.
Very good from you.
Column 3. What?
I think it's row 3.
Yeah.
God help us.
Fantastic stuff.
I don't have Excel installed on my PC for good reasons.
Lucid there ready to jump back into this game without a doubt. As we said, he was not only 7-4 in that game, but also tied for the most assists across the entire game with 6. So a very, very good opening from him, and he will be eager and anxious to jump back into this one. We also saw him essentially escorting that flag home so well, somehow avoiding the damage, peeking back for additional damage, staying alive to bring the flag home. We'll see if they can continue it here. We just got confirmation as well from League Ops. I don't think it's any surprise, but it will be a 2-1 game to Optic Gaming with 8 minutes in total on the clock.
I love the fact that production and League Ops only talk to you now.
They only tell me that part.
I didn't get that. I cannot. It's got to that point in my career where they're like, this is a complete waste of time to tell me. Which is fair. It's good for everyone. We can move on with things now. So 2-1 will be the score, and as you say, confirmation from that, and we'll get into the game as soon as we can. What's been your favorite moment of the weekend so far?
I mean, this grand final, without a doubt. I think there's been a lot of highlights, but it's hard for me to even think back to any other moment that would stand out over than this grand final. I got to talk with some of the SSG guys just now during the very quick break, and on the staff side, certainly not on the player side, they said it's already been such a special weekend. It'd be nice to get it, but it just feels like the fact that we don't even know how this grand final ends. There could be 7 more games of unbelievable Halo ahead of us, and it still already feels like one of the most memorable grand finals as my vocabulary starts to go in the grand finals reset.
You do the numbers, I'll do the words.
Yeah, exactly. That sounds
Between us, we'll be somewhere
half
near.
of a commentary team. I think as Lottie said, it really just summed it up as well, just the fact that there's been just unbelievable Halo from both sides of the stage. I think everyone here, not only in Salt Lake City, has gotten their money's worth, but I hope everyone tuning in from around the world, we want to give shout out to each of you in chat, wherever you're joining in from, whatever time of night it might be, especially, of course, to everyone here in Europe and the UK joining us for some late night Halo action. As it starts to even get late on the East Coast as well, certainly we're set in for an unforgettable grand final. It's already been wonderful, and to see how this one resolves, I can't wait.
Yeah, I like the fact that we're changing pace between games as well. I love Halo Infinite for that at the moment, and it's a conversation I remember having with Snakebite quite some time as well. It's like so difficult for a team to go from a fast-paced Aquarius CTF then to a Street Slayer, because it's a completely different mental you have to get into, because it's like this, we need to move forward, we need to progress, we have to work on an objective, we have to watch over extensions to, I need to watch this lane.
That's it.
I need to hit my shots. Right. And it's such a
Controlling
test.
the main
it really
chat.
is such a test, Halo Infinite, as a game, when it comes to not just in-game skill, but what you have to adapt and what you have to think about between games, between series, and then what teams you're playing against as well, how they approach it. It's just
so many resets,
I want to give a huge
man.
amount of credit to our players and our teams and some of the best in the world, because so much goes into it, and I wish I could sit here for hours and talk about how highly I think of all of our professional players that are on get to our main stages, that what you have to put in to lift one of those trophies, because it is just ridiculous. Like, they are so talented. It's nuts.
And you could say it's harder than ever as well, right? I think not only have we always given, I think, proper kind of props and due respect to pro players throughout the entirety of professional Halo, it feels like right now, if you are not putting in 110% effort every night of scrims, every night of VOD review, there's no chance you will lift that trophy. So huge respect, as you say, to every single one of these players on stage. A lot more games, of course, yet to be played, but I think it's even worth noting that within Halo Infinite, if you use that example you use, maybe going from something like an Aqua CTF into a Street Slayer, there's even going to be moments within that Street Slayer that you need to play at breakneck speed for these quick little exchanges and then go back to slowing things down. So you have to be ready for everything.
Yeah, you look at the Recharge Slayer, it's a standoff for most of the game, and then the clock is like, sorry to push you guys, but we got to kind of get this done. So if you could start moving, that would be wonderful. And you have that explosion, which almost turns into these crazy comebacks.
Can we get moving, please?
A lot to consider for everyone on our main stage right now. The most important thing is when we get into the game. Hopefully we can get back into it as soon as possible. We apologize to everyone who's waiting to see the games. We want to see them, trust me, just as much as you do.
Also worth noting there, that second flag from Optic Gaming went in right at the 8:49 mark. It was actually essentially 50 seconds or so before that second flag went in for the side, the follow-up flag for SSG. So it really could be called a counter, and you have to wonder, because we were talking about the importance of those counter opportunities, if Optic's going to buckle down and be even more careful with their runs. They will lead 2-1, but there will be a lot of time left on the clock, as we said, 8 minutes, to see where this one ends up.
Well, as we patiently wait for the series to get back underway. We do know one thing, and that is that this series is certainly going to be one we talk about for quite some time. It's crazy to think about like how this is actually going to end, right? It just feels like from what we saw from that first series, that this is just going to be.
Can I get a?
Doesn't get decided. Oh, yeah! Keep going.
Ow.
Third best of 7?
Hey, sign me up. I'd be down for it.
It's 1-1.
I think one thing also,
No.
just kind of following up on that as well, is the fact that for Optic Gaming, how much this means I think we kind of teased it earlier, but in so many aspects of this year, right? As we start to hearing now from League Ops, we're getting right back into the game in just a moment, but how much this means for them. Of course, they want to win this major and they want the momentum into Worlds, right? Those are two factors, but breaking that second place curse that they've had to deal with all season long has to be on the top of their minds. And how will they feel if after this series, not only do they play second again, but they do it from winners and they lose back-to-back series? That would be devastating. That would be a tough fate to take into Worlds. So there are two just vastly different roads for Optic Gaming out of this grand final into World Championships. It is the highest road with the most momentum you can imagine, or potentially the lowest part of the season for them.
Is it redemption or is it continued disappointment? Yeah. That's what Optic Gaming have on their shoulders right now, and nobody would know it more than the 4 players that are sat on that main stage right now. We always say, like, one of the most storied organizations, Optic Gaming, one of the most popular, all the fan base, and with that comes a lot more pressure. But good news, everybody. We're back into the game. We apologize for the delay. It's going to be 2-1 in the favor of Optic Gaming. Just before the restart, it was indeed SSG who managed to get their first flag on the board to answer back. But Bound flying into the back of the base already, trying to put the pressure onto Optic.
So impressed with the pressure Bound has been applying all weekend long. That's another example there. He flies in, gets some very good damage on Trippy, the spawner, and also is able to trade with Lucid in the end. Trippy, though, they hold. They were 3 dead, so it's a very good hold from Optic Gaming off of the opening rush.
Trippy's going to have to hold up multiple players, though. They're flying in here. SSG, they're trying to get that flag moving. The rest of Optic looked like they were trying to overextend out on that P side, but look from the outline that you can see from Eco as he picks up the kill on the base. The rest of his teammates are taking care of things on the pink side, and that flag is moving.
Devastating here from Eco. It's a very clean battle. Legend about to go from high gen. Now the flag should go. The pillars will provide the cover, and the flag will go in. We're tied 2-2 here. SSG scores within 65 seconds.
SSG's response has been absolutely phenomenal from this restart. Tied up at 2-2. Remember, they were 2-0 down just a few moments ago. 6 minutes 40 left on this game clock as well. And with the speed and the efficiency of these flag pools, it feels like every time it starts to move, it ends up going home for both of these teams. Former going to find one as that first pick, though. Legend now trying to turn it into a more equal number game. But finds himself having to chase Formal down. That will do it. 2 versus 2 on the map at the moment. Legend is furthest forward for SSG, but he's been spotted out.
Flag going to be pulled as well. 2 players trapped in the low gen. The pressure comes in right away from Trippy. They need to get this one. They need to get these kills clean. It's a good forced trade that comes in there for the side of Stellar. In the end, the flag will go back. 3 dead for Optic Gaming.
3 dead for Optic. They're probably going to try and get another bull here. No, they're probably going to play for that OS first.
Forward and getting up the map. So, I mean, not quite there for him. Look how those shots coming in from Lucid, by the way. That was not an easy fight. You felt like he was on the back foot for most of it, but somehow came out with a kill.
In the end, the kills are traded out so fast. It's amazing to watch this level of play. Formal grabs the overshield. We'll see what he can do, but it feels like anytime damage goes down on the map, those kills are at least traded out. And that tells you the intentionality and the fantastic execution coming out of both of these teams.
Oh, Formal, that's a big 5-shot. Perfect shots coming in from him, and now he turns it into a double.
Triple?
He's got Legend in front of him as well. Formal is hungry for triples. And
oh!
The flag is moving for Optic, and it's all down to
fucking
Formal.
huge.
That's what you want Formal doing, getting triples in the back of the base while that flag is already being run by Dead Zone here.
Incredible individual play. Bound is going to try and slide out front base, but Formal's not going to fall for it this time, and Optic Gaming, they will get that flag on the board. Now they're up by 1. It's 3-2.
Such an important answer back from Optic Gaming. I think as everyone saw that second flag go in for SSG, the question was not only how will Optic look on the map, but how will they feel
double?
And energy-wise.
Formal's still fucking going, dude.
In a big way. It's a killing spree. 3 dead there for SSG.
Formal's still alive in your base is a problem. He finds
oh my god.
Formal chooses to run it towards Lucid on the pink side. And Lucid will find that kill onto the respawner of Stella. This is another opportunity here for Optic.
That's essentially 6 straight kills there. They haven't even been taken down. There's been no counter from SSG. It's still 2 dead. This flag will go.
Holy shit, dude.
And Optic will be 1 flag away from taking the
dude,
first
Formal's doing some nutty shit right now, bro.
Optic Gaming, they found themselves essentially
they want this win, dude.
Across the reset, but right away they wake up They get right back into the game. And now leading 4-2, one flag away from taking game number 1.
I mean, we like to be self-deprecating sometimes and talk about how ridiculous the term perfect Halo is. However, Formal is kind of playing perfect
Oh,
Halo.
what the fuck is that nade, man?
Legend, even
Holy
when
shit.
he had no right to.
From the grave, ceiling bounce from the courtyard. Formal ending that entire spree with style. Beautiful stuff.
Jackbox, please.
He's 7 and 5.
Jack in the box, I beg.
Been under the cosh for the last few minutes, and now finally they've got something to celebrate. It's Stella who has an overshield, and Optic are trapped in the back of their base. And even though they have a 2-flag advantage, oh no!
On paper, it's a ninja. You might debate whether it was or not, but most importantly, Trippy gets the back whack on Stellar on the flag. It's an absolutely huge route from him to shut down the SSG pull.
It's not just that, he kills one player on the flag just beforehand, and I think Stella just expected that kill to at least be traded out. It wasn't. And then before he knows it, Stella is walking forward to fight another player in the back of the base, and Trippy is just presented with an opportunity to neutralize that overshield with the back smack, and now Legend is finding out how a back
They still
smack
haven't
feels
fixed
themselves.
Bro's cam. Oh,
That's
God.
a double kill. He sits in the gen corner. Sneaky gen corner. He's not done yet. Finally, Eco will take him down as it's 3 players stacking on the SSG side here.
Optic fans starting to pipe up a little bit as well. Trying to get behind their team, trying to refocus them, remotivate them. In this second best of 7, I mean, this game in itself is crazy. Has a double kill and a beatdown is going to go down to Trippy.
Immediately countered by a break the wall chant coming in from this SSG wall of noise here. Their hometown crowd getting very loud. 2:25 left on the clock.
3 dead for Optic Gaming. Stella, this time with no overshield, but a very similar position to what we saw him in a few moments ago. The clock may be starting to become somewhat of a factor here for SSG as well as we approach the 2-minute mark in this game. 2 players from Optic trapped on the gen, but great damage output means that Stella will fall as well. And SSG have to reset once more.
We do have to say it would be very SSG if they were to somehow find a way to close this out, but with less than 2 minutes left. As you
Oh,
say,
I thought they said they had to do a fucking game reset. I was about to be like, what?
Overshield coming up as well. Dead Zone will be taken down.
I was about to be like, how many resets are we gonna have?
Get a touch on this flag. An individual fight is going to be won, and they get the touch. Optic Gaming and 3 dead. And Lucid is the only player who is on the map right now, even though the flag is the way. As he runs past it, he's gonna get the return himself. Legend finds a kill on the respawner, and with 1 minute and 30 seconds left in this game, we have a 1-flag game.
Legend gets the next kill as well. It's still 3 dead, 4 dead for Optic Gaming. Dead Zone's your first spawner.
He's gonna come off spawn, and they're gonna look to double cap here. Stella now turns his attention from running the flag to slaying Optic Gaming members. The flag is moving. It's back in the
The double run is insane, dude. Holy shit.
SSG thing to do to cap within 2 minutes. They cap within 45 seconds, and both flags go in. Unbelievable. We're tied 4-4 with 1.
Bro, they're so loud. Oh my God.
It's been an absolute whirlwind of the last 40 seconds or so that they've been trapped in. An Optic with 2 dead and 1 coming off of the respawn might be in danger of a few seconds ago being 2 up and losing this game.
I cannot believe my eyes. Some of the best Halo we've seen played all weekend in the last 3 minutes. From Space Station Gaming to back-to-back counter cap with 7 consecutive slays to bring those flags home. Next flag wins.
Are we going to go to overtime here? Not for the first time in this series. Legend wants to end it here. He wants to end it now. The return will come in, but he's going to sneak past. 1v1 in the back of the base. A little bit of help coming in for Optic. Legend recognizes it, tries to play his life elsewhere. Eco's going to find one, doubles back, can't get the kill, but Optic have lost 2.
Was good damage. Can they convert? That's the question. You look at the stack here. Optic Gaming now trying to push out high gen. They're going to push out front.
Should deal with Eco pretty handily here, and the timer will
I think
tick
the heat
down,
wave
but
still
we are
exists.
going
The Shiade.
into overtime. Wow, this series, man.
Going into sudden death overtime, these 2 teams in the reset are tied up 53 slays apiece and 4 flags on the board. They could not be any closer. Next flag will win in sudden death overtime.
In overtime, that overshield can be everything. If you win this opening fight, if you get that overshield, you might be able to just win that game. Optic are 2 dead, and Stella has that overshield.
2 will fall for Optic. 2-man advantage. Here comes the push from Stellar.
He's going to be hoping it doesn't go the same way as it did before. 2 players in the back of the base. He's going to try and leave him there. He's going to force this. He's got the help from top middle. Stella's away. Stella's sliding. And from 2 flags down, Trippy's the only player alive. SSG rising like a phoenix on this game. And they will claim number 1.
What a fucking comeback, dude.
My God. This place is going nuts.
What a comeback, man.
And for good
Holy
reason.
crap, dude.
How about Stellar with the overshield starts to engage one player,
Oh
starts
my
to engage
God.
the second player, and pulls out the front of the base. He gets out of dodge and he says, "See you later." The rest of the SSG team comes in. They clean up the job. He goes
That's
for
fucking...
a gen run as the team continues slaying. Let's take a look at some highlights.
Absolutely breathtaking. The final moments of that game. Optic fans and Optic players have got to be absolutely crushed by what they've just had to watch happen. They were 4-2 up with 2 minutes left in the game. SSG go back to back with the flag caps within 40 seconds. It goes to overtime. And then they lose the opening battle. They lose the overshield and they lose the game. It's heartbreaking to watch from one side, but from the other side, it is absolutely inspirational.
I mean,
the people who are watching are part of
remember
it.
moments ago we were talking about the spree from Formal. They were up 4-2. He's getting stylish kills from the grave. We thought this one was over. Trippy's getting back wax on the flag, on the overshield. But at the 130 mark, that first flag goes in. Now keep an eye on this replay as well for when that second flag gets in. This is the speed. Look, it's 111 on the clock. It's a 29-second difference between those caps. It's absolutely insane from Space Station Gaming.
And that's what it means. That's what it means to the SSG fans. Overtime belonged to Stella. The overshield.
What a run, what a run.
The run. The recognition of what had to happen.
Yeah.
And another example of SSG making the perfect decisions under the biggest pressure.
Especially because Optic tried to sit in the very back of their base. They didn't fight from the flag. They sat all the way back, hoping to hit the team shot on the flag carrier who was about to maybe pull. Instead, Stellar says, "Not interested. Here's some damage. I'm leaving." When you're in the back of the base, there's no prayer that you're getting over to those angles. You're going to get flushed out immediately in the end. It is Space Station Gaming closing out game number 1 in overtime, 5-4.
Stella also probably recognized he has the help from top middle. There's a couple of players from SSG who are probably saying, "Pull front, we've got you. We can cover this. We can get you away and get you back home with that flag." We move on. We go into game number 2 now, and we are back talking about Slayers.
I feel like Optic might have this Streets game.
Teams, 4 losses on either side, but SSG with significantly more wins. The big thing that jumps out to me, though, is when you're looking at the difference, when Optic win, they win big. And if they can win here, and if they can win big, then all of a sudden, the series feels a little bit more equal again.
And speaking of winning big, let's go back to when these two teams played this game type. It's one of the only game types they've already played against each other this weekend in the winner's bracket. Street Slayer was not just big for Optic Gaming, it was a 50-36 Game 5 win to send SSG to the elimination bracket. And of course, that's how it would be written, that that's our game number 2.
Of course it would. Whew. Yeah, forgive me, everybody, for just taking a few seconds here to catch our breaths, but game number 1 of our bracket reset, absolutely electric Halo. That's a great example of why these players are the best in the world, why these teams are the best in the world, because this is what you have to do to win a game. You have to be exceptional.
You really do. Unbelievable. By the way, we should mention as well, unsurprisingly, Optic was outslaying so heavily for the majority of that game. There was actually a point where I believe it was a 9-kill advantage in terms of the slays at the very last second. Space Station will outslay across that reset, 60-54. And that's just the reset. That does not include the first 3 flags on the board. So SSG with fantastic, fantastic actually doesn't do it justice. The late game composure, I will admit, when I said it would be very SSG of them to cap 2 flags within 2 minutes.
You were just saying it to be nice.
No, we know that's possible, but let's be honest, the likelihood of that, I don't think anyone would have bet on that taking place. SSG does us one better. Within 45 seconds, they put both flags in, and there's still 70 seconds left on the clock for them to play with. It was the most clinical set of play that we maybe have seen all weekend long, packed into 45 seconds of play from SSG. They do it again in sudden death overtime, and they take the lead. And it's crazy that's only game number 1 of the reset.
I mean, I'm thinking about what Optic are going through right now. They go into that. They've just had the bracket reset on them. Heartbreaking. Last second play. 1 second, the difference between an oddball round.
Yeah.
We go into a new series. There's a little bit of a break. They can have a talk. They can have a reset. Think about what's to come. They know how important it is to get off to a good start. Just to reset the mentals a little bit. Just to make sure they're all on the same page and believe that they can get into this series. They're 4-2 up. And they lose the game. With 2 minutes or so left on the clock. Right. I mean, what's going through your head right now?
Also, I mean, let's not forget, right? Up 2-1 in the last series as well, right? There's a lot to think about. Up, you know, and specifically where my mind goes is actually
Sorry,
to
I was
the man
looking
you
at
just
something.
saw on your screen, Eco. Because guess what he said during their post-game interview at the end of the day?
But now that you want to be
said
petty, maybe I won't say hi
series,
to you.
We shouldn't have lost it. We probably should have won it. So the confidence.
Well,
that
hell
they
yeah,
had
dude.
when they
I hope
matched
you get
up
the
with them
VIP.
again,
And
that they
hi,
would not
I literally
push
saw
them
you
to
earlier
their
today.
limit,
Why
but in
are
their
you
opinion,
crying?
beat this Optic Gaming team that is showing here in the grand finals.
Well, Street Slayer is going to be our next game type. It gives us an opportunity just to talk about this a little bit, right? We've just seen the carnage of Aquarius CTF. We've seen overtime. We've seen back-to-back flags. We've seen everything you could possibly wish to see from a game of Aquarius capture the flag. I'm very interested to see what the pace of this game is. I'm very interested to see if SSG try and ride this momentum and play a little bit more aggressive to punish Optic Gaming and really make them hurt. Or if Optic, and the way they like to approach these game types and the way that they've had success before, is going to bring them that same success the last time these two teams matched on it. Or if SSG gone away and looked at that, how they can get better. Because it's...
They would have.
Of course they would. It's again, the fact that we've had this map before and it's been such a significant win for Optic, you know SSG have gone away and looked at what they can do better.
Without a doubt, especially because it took place, right? SSG would have looked at the entire Grand Finals and the Grand Finals reset game types, and they would have honed in on these. Keep in mind, after a tournament evening, you have limited hours with each other, whether it's in the hotel room, whether you're out together, you have limited hours to talk over specific game types, and they would have honed in, as you say, on these specific game types, and they'll now be ready for whatever happened to them. Keep in mind, a blowout victory for Optic Gaming in Game 5, Street Slayer 50-36. SSG had a lot to look at and a lot to think about. On the side of Optic Gaming, though, we talked about how do they bounce back mentally. I think that's where they need to focus. Not just because it's Game 2 and you reset, but remember just what they did, how they dismantled SSG on this game type. To
Earlier today, you were literally here at the beginning of the stream, goober.
They need to lean on that. I think build confidence from that.
Goofy ass.
Knowing that you've got that cushion and knowing you've done it before is certainly something that Optic can look at and hope that they can recreate here. And recreate it they will need to do if they want to answer back. As they find themselves down 1-0 after one of the craziest games of Aquarius capture the flag you will ever see. Street Slayer. It's been a long series. Is where we find ourselves going next here in SLC. We're back into our grand finals. We're back into our reset, and we are in to game number 2.
Cannot wait to get underway here just to see how these teams go at each other at the throat. SSG versus Optic Gaming. SSG leads in game number 1 here. Can they go up 2-0, or will Optic repeat on Street Slayer and bounce back? Looks like neither just yet.
Come on, man.
I'm still hearing shots, though, and Stellar's still playing.
Am I rooting for both?
I think we have to cast the game from the reflection of their faces.
Okay, right now he's probably Pink Street.
Okay, here we go. We're back into the game, everyone. No harm done. Only the 1 kill on the board. It's going to be Optic Gaming who do get out to the first kill. Camo's going to be up bottom middle. And it looks like Optic might be able to get away with it. Or maybe Lucid is just looking for shadows. And he is chasing shadows at the moment.
Oh, look at this, look at
Stella
this.
who sneaks away.
Decides to shoot there from plants. In the end, does not get punished. He somehow gets out in the end. But what a low-scoring opening, by the way. 3 kills registered in the first minute of play.
Stella still has the camo.
I'm happy if either
He's
team
gonna be
wins.
spotting out where
I'm just
Optic
happy that these two are
going to be
top two,
spawning, so
because these are my two
Stella
top
has a
teams.
chance to just sneak in and not be seen.
We're talking org, like who's my favorite org? Probably
Play for
SSG,
information,
but
maybe play for damage.
I love the players on both
Disappears at
teams.
just the wrong time. He's going to be pushed. He's going to be flooded out.
So,
Optic
I
set
can't
the
really
trap, but
choose.
has he created enough of a distraction here for the rest of SSG to move in?
Clock strikes midnight at just the wrong time there. 3 will fall though. Formal's your last player alive, and in the end they capitalize on the damage and on the information that came from the camo driveway push. Off of your opening, Space Station will lead 6-2.
Sometimes, like we just saw from the point of view of Stella, it's not just about getting the kills, it's about getting the information, creating the diversion for the rest of your teammates to capitalize on that damage. And SSG do exactly that. 6-2 the lead now.
Really low scoring here. We're 2 minutes in, only 8 kills registered. That tells you just how much is on the line here, how much respect is being shown as Bound hits a nice perfect with the red gun.
Not an easy angle. Tees another one up. And we'll come away with 2. Camo coming up as well at the perfect time for SSG as they can play off the back of Bound's damage.
Bound still dealing damage. Retires and he's not done. They cannot take him down. Somehow he's still alive. They lead 9-4. Let's get into a listen in with Space Station Gaming.
On Shotty. Someone get back to A tower. Shotty and someone get back to A tower. On disruptor. One B-stairs, one's going driveway. I'm looking heaven. I'm looking heaven. You don't have help. In red room, Kevin. You don't have help. Can I go help Bound, guys?
There you go.
Top seat. There's a guy in red room, 100%. Go and help Bound. Stay close. Yo, 3 left. Driveway.
Watch out B-stairs. Watch out B-stairs.
Ice cream, watch ice cream. Watch ice cream. Watch top B. Hey, B-roll legend. Last 2 B guys. Oh yeah, B-stairs.
Absolutely, I keep saying the same shit, dude. It's so funny, I don't know why.
I'm trash. Jumper. Full shields.
No melee?
Going back trash.
Eco is just like, the fuck?
We should get. There's a guy going back tower right now.
B-stairs now.
B-stairs back tower right now.
Steps,
2 B-stairs, guys. We gotta run this.
Steps and trash. They're all B-side. No, 3 guys B-side, sorry. 3 guys.
Spawn C. Let's go purple.
Bottom.
Let's come back. Head.
Some panic, bottom mid.
You need a shot.
Weak vision.
I'm pushing cafe. I'm gonna walk through this.
Look at vision. Just still be there. One is back tower, Zane. Back tower, back PD weak.
Watch out back PD. Weak back PD.
Watch out behind me. Good.
Nice.
Laundry start.
Watch out laundry. Looking for one. It could be an arcade. You want to clear arcade or no?
Yeah, probably arcade, 100%.
Let me check PD.
Two spawn Ivy.
Check PD.
Don't see anyone arcade.
Ivy. Hey, red room.
Come on, guys, came out and do it, shot.
Look for it. It's.
No.
Hey, right. B-stairs. 2 left side. 3. I think
The
there's
camo call.
I'm watching arcade.
Okay, two arcade.
I'm heaven. Arcade really was stuck.
Two there.
Spikes, one shot.
Watch out.
Weak spikes. I keep you live. Benches. On shoddy. Last guy shoddy.
Wow, big play.
Get out.
Top tower, weak top tower.
Yo, don't let him cross. Don't let him cross. Going trash. Yo, shoddy. 2 shoddy.
Two guys on shoddy weak.
Yeah, camo, right?
That's not true, actually. Because, like, the commando has been huge.
Cafe weak.
And the sidekick.
I have a repulse.
For both the same reasons. Just easier to get more shots out and more damage quicker than the bandit now.
SSG established a
Actually, the bandit nerf is actually what made the weapons viable again.
You wanted to take away from not just the listening, but the gameplay that we've seen in the last few moments as well.
Yeah, I love the comms coming in from the SSG side without a doubt. One thing you might have noticed, though, there was a moment where Bound and a teammate spawned back A. Now, instead of challenging everyone around the courtyard, they actually go to Neons. They go to top Pink Street. From an awkward angle, they keep each other alive with the Shroud, and then they retake A on their own. Really non-traditional and probably frustrating approaches to that setup coming in from the SSG side. Optic Gaming is feeling it. They're down 23-14.
Optic have got to find a foothold in this game, and you feel like the next opportunity to get a power-up is going to be the one that presents itself. Lucid and Trippy, though, maybe they'll find a way forward themselves, and all of a sudden SSG are trying to scarper away. The last player is going to be Stella. He'll have his shields broken.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely did get rid of a good portion of the sandbox. Jiang ARs, heat waves, and the bulldog. Like, they just got rid of like a third of the sandbox. Not a third, like a quarter of the sandbox.
As you say, 6 kills and 6 minutes left on the clock.
No, it's actually about a third.
For Optic to find a way through, but they need to make that happen now. We're at the midway point here, 25 on the board for Space Station.
He's going to slide out bottom middle. That's going to be Legend. And it felt like Optic just a little bit disjointed in what they wanted to do there. Did they want to go up the map quickly? Deadzone was staying back in Tram, maybe trying to block the spawns. But it ended up with everybody getting isolated by the respawners of SSG. And look at this damage coming in from Legend.
What do you even do? Look at Legend just holding it down for Bound. We talked about this duo all evening long. Just absolutely holding down the sidelines for Bound to come flying in. The Bash brothers, they now lead 30-19.
No way!
Hits them with the ninja as well.
Oh my god.
And that one hurt. Stella finds the final kill onto Deadzone, and now we are
I can't believe he got away with that.
With a kind of lead that might become insurmountable pretty soon. This red gun in the hands of Legend, by the way, is absolutely ridiculous.
Actually,
missed.
Might be illegal in the state of Utah. Luckily, we don't have too much law enforcement present in the building. Otherwise, that could be
the score for that was 4-2.
In terms of legality, 37-21, and the damage continues for the side of SSG. Bound
Dude,
is
so
15-6
Bound
and
got a
7.
kill on the formal, like literally on the bench by B stairs,
SSG have gone away.
and then
They've watched
Trippy
the
comes
votes.
around.
They put in the
Bound
work, and now
literally goes around Trippy
they're saying to
and just
Optic,
backsmacks
you've
him.
got to try and come up with something new.
It was like a sideways
Challenging
ninja. It was
everyone.
fucking
His
disgusting.
ability to challenge multiple targets in between the battles he's already in is unbelievable. 3 dead though for SSG, and the trade comes in there.
It was literally like a horizontal
Stellar and
ninja.
Formal, bringing us now to 40-27. Now, is this possible for the side of Optic Gaming? Yes, but it will need to be consecutive, perfect plays coming out of them.
Found peeking through the smokes. Formal going to find one, but Trippy's going to be there to follow up as well. Deadzone will be taken down. It's a double kill for Legend. Just playing off the damage. He's looking for 3 here, and he's going to hit the 5. You knew he was going to hit the 5.
Oh, fuck am I watching?
Somebody stop this man. Finally, he's taken down on the commando, but not before dealing an outrageous amount of damage, not only in the game, but also
It's a
on
pretty
the scoreboard.
sizable
Less
lead
than
right
4
now,
minutes of
bro.
Play, but more importantly, less than 6 kills to go for SSG.
Bound just trying to bait out this player on the B stairs as well. Get some damage down. Should be able to follow up and add another kill.
Oh.
Trippy will escape for now, but Bound knows that he can chase. Unfortunately, doesn't check both ways when he crosses the road, and Trippy will escape.
In the end, Bound will escape as well. So you're just seeing absolute games of cat and mouse. Uses the Geo to avoid the grenade on the B stairs as well, very nicely. And it's still an 11-kill game. Formal, though, with the camo in hand.
It's been spied out. Formal's been spied out. SSG with the camo eyes. I'm not sure who it is. It was Bound who saw him, and now it's going to be Eco who follows up. So the one thing for Optic that goes their way in the last few moments just gets evaporated.
The comms would have been amazing there from SSG because they
Gotta
knew
close
they
on the
flushed
dead zone
Formal
there.
out of the L, and the players on trash. Go ahead and look at him. 4 kills to go for SSG.
(17 and 9) is Bound. Eco, he adds another one.
Oh, that's it.
Positive one for him at the moment.
Wow.
That is positive 2 in the series for SSG. They are up 2-0.
That's fucking crazy, bro.
And my word, does it look like SLC might belong to them if they carry on like this.
50-38 is your final score. It is a complete inverse of what happened when these two teams met on that game type yesterday. Optic winning 50-36. A very, very close score in the end in this rendition of that game type. However, it goes the entire opposite way. Space Station will close out game number 2. And as you say, there's no doubt that they went into the VODs, they looked at that gameplay, and came in with a completely different strategy to close it out.
Absolutely incredible from SSG to turn that kind of game type around. And yeah, we know Slayers, they can sometimes flip one way or the other, but it did feel like they just knew exactly how they wanted to play. Those moments there, for me, it tells me 2 things. 1, great play from Bound. 2, Optic Gaming look a little bit desperate in those situations. They're trying to find any way back into the game. They're trying to find any kill, overextending a little bit to try and take the camo player out, and it cost them. And in the final moments there, Eco will combine with a teammate to get that final kill. SSG up by 2 now for Optic. Now they are staring down the barrel. This is not looking good for them.
Bound in the end in that game goes 18.
In this
and
video,
10
we're gonna
with
talk.
9 assists. Just
Sorry,
one
I'm
assist
trying to look
shy
at
from
the map
leading
right now.
the entire game in that category as well. And as you said, Optic Gaming, Lucid on your screen, the entire team with a lot to think about here. Taking a look at the series layout. Space Station Gaming only 2 away from closing out your grand finals reset.
Well, I hate to be the continual bearer of bad news for Optic fans, but Strongholds is the next game type. And SSG's record is pretty damn good on it. Certainly does favor them, and at 3-0, that would be more than an alarm bell starting to ring for Optic Gaming. It would be a real worry for them, and you can see exactly what I'm talking about on your screen. 6-0 here in Salt Lake City. They are yet to lose this game type. And the margin's over 100.
It is, I mean, look, we do need to focus on this. Not only is the 6-0, as you said, a concerning thing for Optic Gaming, the margin is absurd. That is not a statistical error or a graphic error. An over 100-point margin to a -17 margin for Optic Gaming. This game type has historically, as you see, and here as well, belonged to Space Station. And you get the feeling that Optic needs this game on the board to stay alive. Otherwise, they have to reverse sweep a best-of-7 4 games straight. They will need to throw the stats out the window and dig deep here.
Well, here is the stats of the dynamic duo, the unlikely couple. It feels like
LeBound.
LeBound.
Very
LeBound.
similar. The kills per minute for Bound, outstanding when it comes to Strongholds, and the damage per minute for both, outstanding. You can see who the front man is here for Space Station Gaming. That damage output per minute is something that they are so reliant on to have success. Everybody else can play off of it, and if Bound is doing his job, that's why the stats for a player like Legend will match and look just as good.
You know what I love too is not only are these two teammates, of course, also roommates, but when we're in the listen-ins, you'll hear Bound just, Legend, come here. Legend, do this. Legend, do that.
Do you reckon he calls him Legend at home?
Yes. I'm 100% sure he calls him Legend at home. Without a doubt.
Legend, come to the
We've
shop.
seen the behind-the-scenes documentaries.
Legend, we're going to the bar.
Legend, we're going to McDonald's.
Legend.
Go to bed. I have no doubt you hear it in the listen-ins. I have microphones actually scattered throughout the apartment, so I have a lot of listen-in opportunities. But not kidding, in the listen-ins, it's amazing to hear, and you'll hear from Eco as well. Just they're directing Legend and exactly where they need him on the map. Legend will provide comms of what he's seeing, what he's getting. But Bound, as you see, Bound is playing this game so fast, and he's always one step ahead of most of the lobby, that he knows exactly where he wants Legend. Legend loves to be able to be IGL'd like that, and man, has it ever paid off for them in this grand final. They're looking so strong.
Looking strong, but I just got a strange feeling there's a twist in this series. I don't know what it is. It's just there has to be something more to this series, and there has to be something that comes from the Optic side to give a sign of life. It's very easy to look at a series as like 2-0, this one could be over. But if it's 2-1,
right,
and you look at that series, it feels so doable to turn a series on its head.
It just happened, right? Optic was leading 2-1, and we already know where we are now. Absolutely possible if Optic Gaming can get this game on the board.
Well, let's see if Optic can answer back. Let's see if there's still some juice in the tank from the green wall. But they're going to have to overcome one of the best teams at Strongholds, the undefeated team here in Salt Lake City on Strongholds in SSG.
So much riding here for the side of Optic Gaming, and you have to wonder, do they have not only the endurance and the stamina, but the heart and the fight to think about their entire season so far and how much that has weighed on them? Repeated back-to-back second places. Never taking home the title this year. Can they dig deep as Trippy wins the opening battle?
Something as simple as an opening break being won for you can just help. Legend last alive and even helps Optic Gaming out himself by nading himself. B is going to be flipped. Optic will score early here. It's just something to give them a little bit of confidence, and a win like that from Lucid also will.
Nice win indeed, Lucid, making sure to just challenge that bat angle in the end. If you take a look at the POV here, Bound will be the one on your screen. Just trying to reset, but really good bat ledge hold coming in. Look at that from Trippy as well. Just nice pipes control continually from the side of Optic Gaming, already up 22-0.
Let's think of the few moments that happened already in this game. You see the individual battle bottom middle for the camo being won by Trippy. Yes, it gets traded out. Then you see Lucid with the 1v1 win. All of these things added on top of the opening break going the way of Optic Gaming, and the scoring will be something that just lifts the spirits. It just gets them going. It just gets the belief back. And with 40 points already on the board, and we've seen the triple cap being flirted with as well, Optic will all of a sudden be locked back in for this series.
It is just as you say, they needed something to grab hold of, something to give them the hope in this series. They found it across the opening. They already crossed the 50-point mark uncontested.
Wow. And then Bound comes and does that to you. Dead Zone will fall. As Space Station will flip A here and will start to begin scoring for the first time in this game. 53 points without response. It was a strong start from Optic.
Amazing prioritization specifically of the Batletch here. Finally, Bound's gonna maybe get away with the shock, but I may have spoken too soon. Look at the pressure that's coming in from Optic Gaming. Trippy's gonna close it out. Optic Gaming has been staring at the Batledge and batteries this entire game, and it's been great prioritization as they continue it. 4 dead here for SSG.
Big moment for Optic Gaming, and one thing I really want to
Triple
talk about
gap?
here, I feel like
Oh,
Strongholds
shit.
is forcing Optic just to up the pace a little bit here. As soon as they're getting damaged, they're moving across the map. They're trying to collapse, and off of the back of it, they have this triple cap, they have this lead, and Trippy has that next camo. Won't be able to do too much with it, but as now we flip over to the point of view of Lucid, you can see that the power is starting to stack for them.
It's a really good job from Eco to bait that out from Sneaky. He forces the camo to be traded out and doesn't even get taken down himself. It's a very, very good strategic and tactical play coming in from Eco and a play call from all of SSG. However, through all of that, Legend picks up another one. In the end, they might start to trip. B will be flipped, so it will be an AC hold likely in just a moment. That is going to be coming in, but it's already 91-23 in favor of Optic.
Oh, Formal, that is big. It's a
Damn.
triple kill for him. Eco last alive. A little respawner going to come in to help him out, but that kind of play, not only does it help secure B, but it just keeps the scoring from getting out of hand and the momentum starting to stack up on the side of SSG again. Every time it feels like SSG maybe are going to have the chance to get something going, Optic is shut it down at the moment.
Optic scoring once again with BC Legend. Look, once again, he can't move. It's been amazing how they've been focusing these team shots around B. As A will start to flip, B will be traded out for A. And still, Optic Gaming will be scoring here now with an AC hold. It's a great response from Optic.
And here comes the push. Here comes the aggression from Optic. They know that they're going to be spawning them in and around the pipes. They know what the kills that they've gotten, where Last Alive is, that they can start to collapse. So Formal steps forward, takes that fight, wins it, and keeps SSG on the back foot. Optic are posing them some questions here, and it's exactly what they needed to do.
Let's not forget, though, the last time that we saw Strongholds played between these two teams, it was Optic Gaming leading 150-0. We've been here before. Optic Gaming has been here before. They know the game is far from over.
Formal trying to slide across the mid-bridge here and cut the map, but not going to be able to. And SSG, now with 2 in the death screen and a triple cap of their own, are probably thinking about deja vu, because this is almost the exact same situation as we saw earlier.
Bound does not pop. It looks like maybe even intentionally does not pop. Wanted to get to safety, maybe keep the camo in play. However, 2v2 on the map. Very good response from Optic.
Formal's going to capture B as well. Dead Zone is inside a C, so that should be the triple cap stifled, unless the reset comes in. And yes, indeed, Stella with the timing just to flood through the tower and keep it in their control. Trippy will finally take him down, but those seconds that have now been taken away will mean that SSG continue to score. Eco last alive, though, for an Optic will.
Formal 10 and 6.
Where did that camo go? Might have staged C stairs. Not sure if anybody was able to grab it just yet. Might have despawned, actually. Eco taken down as well.
Formal 11 and 6 in this game at the moment with a sharp rifle.
Bro.
He's starting to hit some heads as well, and this is good news for Optic. If Formal starts to find the form we found a little bit earlier.
I think
What?
Okay. Eco had been starting to pick up camo. He got brained. I had a feeling Eco was picking up camo at the C stairs. He gets brained before he's picked up, so Bound actually now grapples it and can make a play here.
Bound to go in, and Bound will find one as well. Still has the camo to play with. Optic Gaming now find themselves 2 dead, and the shock rifle will be out of their hands as well. SSG will flip to A. They will have an AC hold as Bound continues his little run.
Just when you thought Optic Gaming was pulling away and Formal was heating up with the shock, somehow they keep that camo alive in one of the most delayed camo grabs we've seen all year.
Bound almost managed to turn 2 there. You felt like things were starting to go his way. Trippy waiting for the flank to come in. I don't know if he knows there's someone behind him. He's going to find out right now. Legend is going to be that player. It looked like he was aware that something wasn't quite right in that situation.
You could absolutely tell by his movement, by the way he was moving around the map, that he knew something was present in the end. 2 will fall for Optic here.
SSG with the BC hold. Legend now going back to defend and create some angles to help out these players and his teammates who may be having to play around B to defend that themselves. Catches Trippy. And we'll deal with him very, very comfortably.
Look at the score.
Great awareness coming in from the Frenchman. Lucid going to be next for him. He'll challenge, he'll beat him down. He gets the trade. And all of a sudden, that 100-point lead that we were talking about has disappeared. Optic inside a B. Former going to be challenged by Bound. Won't get the reset. But the camo goes over to Optic.
2v2, dead zone with camo. What does he do here? Likely going to finish. And then after, contested by Legend.
Legend with the nades. little bit of help comes in. Deadzone will get the conversion of B. Now he has to avoid the grenades that are going to be coming his way from elsewhere. Space Station find themselves 2 dead. And finally, Optic will just calm things down a little bit here. A and B will be their hold. Fight going down inside of A, and surprise, surprise, Legend's going to win it. Deadzone, he's got some work to do, but it's pretty light work for the player.
So well done from Deadzone. Can you believe the trigger discipline with the camo? The way he moves around the batteries, he doesn't challenge Stellar on stacks, and only because of that can he then swing to A to clean up the damage. It was looking dicey for Optic at the 145 mark, but they once again here now lead by a sizable margin.
Stellar will find one onto Formal to create a little bit of space. And now you're seeing the big push coming in from SSG, and it's not just a big push here over at A. You can see B is being flipped as well. They don't
Oh, it was so close to B. Holy.
B as well, but inside of A now, Stellar should be able to turn this in the favor of SSG, but look at C. It's Optic out-rotating SSG.
Stellar doing everything he can. He was the last player alive. He wins that 1v1 in the back, otherwise this would have been even more dangerous for SSG. He holds down. They will flip B now, and they start scoring it again.
Stellar with a shock. Trippy's in front of him. Trippy's below him. Trippy singed and dealt with, but manages to get that trade. Optic still 2 dead though.
Big trade coming in for Trip. It leads to 2 dead.
That piv is crazy.
And immediately starts screen watching this guy, making it look way too easy.
Easy to screen watch when you know there's only 1 player alive on the other side. You're not going to be taking too many battles yourself. And SSG now just a few points away from going into a lead. We've seen this before from SSG. Even if they're down in a game, they will find a way to rally back, and they will go into a lead.
This would be devastating here. You couldn't write a better story, though. In the end, Trippy trades with the camo.
What does piv mean? Like pivotal gunfight?
2 dead for Optic, and you thought for a second that that was Optic's ticket back in. But the camo is neutralized, and SSG will keep scoring. They cross the 200-point mark.
Stellar now on the hunt as well. Numbers favor Optic, but only for a few moments. Stellar's going to chase. Deadzone will survive though. And Deadzone inside. A B here with a beautiful, beautiful, and such a vital nade. Should be in a position to help Optic get B. Trippy now in a 1v1 himself. He'll lose that in and around B, but elsewhere you can see on your screen, Eco, he's going to flip C.
Triple?
He's going to go to Space Station as well, and there is a triple cap.
Oh!
Almost.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
And is now in effect for SSG.
I don't even know how much time we're going to have to talk about this unless Optic Gaming gets some serious aggression on the board and some very important kills in this 2v2.
Eco going to be flanking behind the player at A.
Oh.
The 1v1 at the bottom of the elevator, Trippy. Will be
Oh.
Optic will flip B, but Eco with that kill should be able to control elevator.
They needed that trade. They at least needed that trade here.
He knows
as
Lucid
A
here.
starts to flip.
Lucy's going to challenge. This is a massive moment. If Lucid hits this, he'll get the reset. SSG, though, they will slide in. And they
Legend follows up that, dude.
Continue to score.
Legend getting the timing there on A. Just in case the trade came in, he was ready, and he's even dealing a ton
What
of damage
the?
over here.
Deadzone came out of fucking nowhere, bro.
C will flip now, but its Space Station is already on B.
And it's Eco who's just dodging and diving around these pillars.
Oh.
Challenge comes in. He's dealt with.
Dude, Optic's getting no room to breathe.
Eco just peeking. As Stellar looks over his shoulder with his shock rifle, they're now 10 points away.
Oh boy, Formal
Oh.
gets taken care of as well now, just 5 points away.
SSG closing in.
Oh.
3-0.
Gotta kill Lucid.
Lucid, the last hope for Optic. He'll be dealt with. And SSG are 1 game away from being your champions.
Oh my god. Optic has to play perfect and get the next 3 games, dude, or that's it.
A statement from SSG. I think I was nervous even saying it, but with Optic with 100
Oh my gosh.
strongholds, it felt like familiar territory. And I think
No
everyone in the
way,
building and at
dude.
home
That's
now knows
crazy.
exactly what we mean. Space Station icing up with unbelievable control from their side of the stage to steal the win out from underneath Optic Gaming.
I think the chant is 1 more map. Maybe 1 more game. My headset is very loud. But either way, both are true at this point. And for Optic, it's a very similar story to what we've seen in a few games now. They get out to a good start. They look like they have an advantage, but it's SSG who just seem to, when they get control, know how to roll with it a little bit better. They make it hurt even more. They punish Optic Gaming for what feels like 20, 30 seconds more that gives them these leads. And I've got to say, Legend, playing in and around the back of blue, his awareness of the timing of when to expect a player, the communication obviously coming in from teammates as well will help. But big moments in the end of this game certainly favored SSG. But there's one moment I need to focus on, and it's Trippy with that camo. Trippy with the camo. When the game is essentially tied up, he only manages to trade in the turbine.
Yeah.
That kind of play, that kind of moment you look back on and it's like, you need to make more. If you can get out of that with 2 kills, Optic, they have a huge opportunity for a triple cap, a huge opportunity to maybe turn the game in their favor, but you got to give credit on the other side as well. SSG spot him out, they make the trade.
Absolutely. In the end there, geez, look at the scoreboard now. And you're starting to remember what SSG looked like in Atlanta. I think that had been slightly forgotten after their winners bracket match against this same team. And we're not hearing murmurs of that conversation anymore throughout Saturday evening into today. No one was expecting the same SSG to come out, or maybe an even hotter SSG to come out. But now with them leading 3-0 and 1 game away from a historic Grand Finals reset, I think we're all starting to remember, oh yeah, this team did look that good in Atlanta. And they're looking that good yet again. Optic Gaming, in order to win this championship, will need to full reverse sweep 4 games straight.
So for SSG, it's a chance at 3 major championships for the season. If they win this next game, it's a chance to go back-to-back in the season as well. And with Halo's World Championships just around the corner as well, there is no doubt that if they can close out here on the main stage at their own event, that they would be the favorites going into Seattle.
And with that now happening a second time for the side of Optic Gaming, they got to be thinking, what else do we need to do? Huge opening starts that look so good, but it feels like when you're playing to 250 points, at the end, Space Station finds a way. They use that time. They take all the time that they have to mount the comeback, and more importantly, the control to close out Stronghold games time and time again. They stay undefeated in the game type this weekend, and we now head to a King of the Hill Solitude, which could be your final game of the tournament.
It's been an epic so far, this Grand Finals. And in this reset, in front of their hometown crowd, Space Station now find themselves just 1 game away. Is there another twist here? Will Optic keep us going? Or will we be crowning our champion? Let's watch a little bit of Eco and see how he starts this game.
Underway here in map number 4. And Optic Gaming knows what's ahead of them because they've also played Space Station in this exact game type this weekend. And SSG took it 2-0 in the end. Can they do it again to close out the tournament?
Well, not a good start here for Optic, a great start for SSG, and a great start for Eco as well. Formal last alive, as he will just sit in this hill and soak it up.
Great pre-nades as well as shots onto driveway as well. You've also got Bound with camo. It's a picture-perfect start here from SSG.
Come in. Bound finds 1. Manages to survive for just 1. Oh my god!
This is what I'm talking about. The guy can be in 3 separate battles at the time that it takes 1 person to engage. He is immediately checking every call out on the map, and Legend cleans up the damage.
Everybody on SSG right now is winning their fights. Everyone in SSG is playing at their highest level.
This might be it, dude.
Optic that somebody has to find another gear at this point. 2/3 of this hill already going their way. As Legend just adds another kill to his collection.
Legend 3-1 here. Several players on the side of SSG have only been taken down once as they look to close out this hill. Essentially no progress for Optic Gaming. And SSG still with a man advantage and still scoring.
In the Optic are going to give this one up, and it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. It's going to be SSG who get this first hill on the board.
Just slam it, Legend.
They're just going to try and apply a little bit of pressure here, make them wait for it. The answer is no. They will go up by 1-0 as we move our way to our second hill.
3 dead here, 4 dead for SSG, so maybe an opportunity here for Optic Gaming to breathe, to find a foothold at least in this game type to get them back in. They will start to score. All 4 players are up for SSG, and they will now formulate their push.
Optic trying to find a foothold. 2 kills go their way, but on the other side of things, 2 kills go the other way. Legend with another individual win, this time on the back of BR. Second camo in the game will go to SSG as well. Everything seems to be lining up for them at the moment.
2 dead yet again here And they will get the third kill. Bound with the camo again. Feels like we're watching the same
Or Optic,
loop
man.
of gameplay over and over in terms of power-up control as well as slaying. SSG leading by 3 in the kills category.
Bound still behind enemy lines as well. You can see everyone is trapped on the snipe side for Optic, and that is not a good sign with the hill. He's over the other side of the map here. Halfway. SSG to going up by 2. Bound is just killing spawners. They have to deal with him, and he's even doing damage onto a second with half shields.
That's the thing about Bound. It's hard enough to kill him, but it's also impossible to stop him from dealing the extra damage. Stellar just walks forward into Cafe and picks up a beautiful kill as well. 3 dead for SSG. It's a momentary 2v1 for Optic Gaming.
I mean, Optic will win the race.
Over a year, dude? That's crazy.
Blue as Bound collects the shock rifle. But they still have to take him down. They still have to be wary that he can just rip some heads. Oh, sweet Christmas.
Speaking of
Sweet Christmas.
That's what he came to do here today. 2v2 on the map. Only a tick needed for SSG. Here it is.
It's another example of when Optic feel like they're doing everything right. They win the fight, they win the battle, they win the race. And then Bound just absolutely destroys you. There's nothing you can do when SSG are playing like this. It's 2-0.
If you wanted an indicator once again of just how well SSG is playing, they only won this game 2-0 in total the first time they played this against Optic. And now with still 3:20 left on the clock, they are already leading 2-0, and they are showing no signs of slowing.
Eco sits in this hill. Bound's going to be pushing forward. Bound's confidence at the moment is something to behold. Willing to take any fight, willing to take any challenge. As the attention now turns to the camo. Former's going to find a pick. 2 dead here for SSG and Optic with a few numbers on their side.
Eco, by the way, often the strategic mastermind of the team. This time he's also the slaying leader at 10 and 6. Lucid just gets absolutely eagle-eyed by the entire roster of SSG, and it's not the first time we've seen a camo or a power-up.
Lucid just looks so done, man.
Just incredible.
Poor guy.
Incredible. The communication must have been there. They absolutely rip him out of the skies with that camo. And it's not just one player who spots it out. Everyone on SSG turns their attention to him. Almost halfway to capping this third hill. SSG gets a little bit dicey for a few moments. As for what I was about to say, feels like the first time in a while SSG have to fight with even numbers on the map.
Legend here wrapping around as they look for the S2 angle. Still hotel and cafe presence as you see on your screen. We should mention here, still 2:35 left in the game, and even though SSG is dominating
that sounds about right.
Category, there is time on the clock for
God.
Optic to find a way.
You guys
back
came in
here.
from like a
Look at the
Spiteful raid or something, didn't you?
The perfect 2v1.
I forgot who
in the end, Dead Zone manages to
came
trade,
from.
which is pretty impressive in that scenario, but SSG scoring yet again.
Yeah, we'll take that if you're Dead Zone. Those shots coming in from Formal. Challenging Legend, winning it.
That's crazy, dude.
Trades are not good for Optic, though. You can see the numbers are starting to stack up. Formal finally steps inside of that hill, and it will be 2 dead on the side of Space Station Gaming. Gets a little bit of info on where Bound is as well.
Now you guys are fucking regulars, dude. VIPs. Like, you guys are crazy.
And is this the moment for Optic? Can they find something? Formal now last alive, and it just feels like everything's going against them.
The pressure there from Legend all the way from S2 the entire time to just keep dinging Formal long enough until Eco makes the bottom mid push. Just so impressive, as you say. Trades come in there. Dead Zone's going to be happy to get out with that, but
you were lurking one day and realized you hadn't even followed me. Oh, don't worry, Kyber. You still disappoint me. You don't follow me on Twitter, man. You like so many of my tweets.
Focuses elsewhere. Knows that he's invisible.
Actually crazy, dude.
Chooses the new target.
Still being invisible really well.
Look at this.
Oh, he gets a second opportunity.
It's okay, Drax. You're not the only one.
Turns 2. He knows he's done damage as well. And even though he whiffed a back smack a few moments ago, he makes up for it.
I love how he whiffs the back smack. He says, I'll get back to you later. I've got other things to worry about on the map. I'll be back with you in just a moment. Thank you for your patience. They will continue scoring.
It's another one for Bound. 2 players from SSG trying to flush these players out from Optic.
I don't know, man, but I never saw it.
Legend looking to clean up.
Never saw the follow.
Only 1 minute and 20 seconds left in this game for Space Station to close things out.
And over the last 2 minutes, keep in mind, no hail has been put on the board. Actually, 2 minutes plus of game time and much more elapsed total play time. They're going to start to play.
Where's the unfollow button?
1:06 left on the clock, still 2-0.
Looks like SSG want this third hill. They want to really put a dagger into Optic Gaming. They really want to make a statement here. Formal trying to challenge. Lucian will find 2. But Lucid with no shields will fall as well. Dead Zone is the last alive.
Oh, man.
SSG.
That might be it, man.
3-0, and even Eco is getting loud on that main stage.
SSG don't want to just win this tournament. They want blood, and the entire SSG fan base here wants blood as well. 50 seconds left, and it's going to be
I think that's it, dude.
3-0 lead
SSG wins again. I do follow Guyver
We've been talking about Bound, Stellar, Legend, but it's the IGL, the
on
captain,
Twitch.
Eco, 17 and 11 in a bracket reset game to potentially win this tournament. Optic Gaming will know. It will be, most likely, another second place for them, another podium finish, with more work to do. But here in Salt Lake City, there's only one team that's going to be talked about, and that is the hometown team.
You know what's about to happen? This place is about to get loud. These people came
Oh,
here to
man.
see one thing, and we're now just 10 or so seconds away from that moment.
Stellar.
For Stellar, thrust away from Lucid, but with Dead Zone the last alive, and with Bound stepping out this hill, it's 4 seconds until we can finally say that Space Station Gaming will be your SLC.
Oh my gosh, dude.
HCS Major Champions. They reset the bracket.
Wow.
They do it in front of their home crowd.
Over 20 years of professional Halo Grand Finals we've watched, and this Grand Final is a historic one. SSG
The awkward fist bumps, bro.
from Atlanta to Salt Lake City, and they do it in the most difficult fashion possible.
Make some noise, SLC, for your champions, for your home
What are they holding
team.
there? What is Elamai holding?
Space Station Gaming. The trophy belongs to you.
Salt Lake City, the back-to-back champions, Space Station Gaming! Wow! What a tournament that was! Make some noise for Eco! I got Coach Elamite up here with me. You're going to this grand finals knowing that you could take these boys down, knowing that you shouldn't have been down there on the lower side. Talk to me about how this feels to go 8-2 in the maps and dominate in the fashion in which y'all did.
I mean, we've had a few heartbreaking grand finals before where we weren't able to get the job done on the finals reset, so having that in mind coming into this, you know, we're pretty happy we closed it out the way
Fuck,
we did.
man.
Definitely is, okay?
I'm really happy for SSG, dude, but I can't help but feel bad for Optic, man. They're such talented players, man. That's their fourth second finish in a row, dude. That's crazy. Huge congrats to SSG, though, man.
Amazing tournament indeed. Let me move on over here. I want to stand between Eco and Stellar. Eco, I talked to you last night, and you said we shouldn't be here, and you was going to get the job done today, and you got the job done in front of this crowd. How does this one feel? Because you won a lot of them, but how does this one rank up to the others?
I mean, I don't really know what I did. I'm just, you know, being a good teammate, just letting these guys excel. But this one means everything. You know, we knew yesterday that we would come back and do the same thing, and I told you guys I wouldn't let you down.
He didn't let you down, Salt Lake City. Let me move on over to somebody who radiates like no other. The Snipe God himself. Make some noise for Stellar. Stellar, you was playing out of your mind, and there's something special about Salt Lake City. What is it, and how does this win feel, man?
The vibes out here are just unlike anything else. But yeah, this one feels amazing.
I love SSG social media guy. I think it's Mathor, right? Mathor is like on it, dude.
How proud are you of your teammates up here, especially this young dude?
Bounce Cam secured them the win.
They're the best players in the game.
The best players in the game. Are they good, Salt Lake?
Yeah, Mathor is so good, man.
Let me move on down to this young buck duo right here, Bound and Legend. Man, Bound, you won your first event last year in Salt Lake City. You knew you had to come back and do it again for the city. Talk to me about how this one feels for you.
I mean, doing this from losers after we've lost and winners, you know, we had this mentality that if we made grand finals, we'd win. And I don't know, it was actually doing it and seeing the fans, and, you know, to put on for the city. So it was amazing.
Definitely was an amazing win. And, you know, we saw the documentary, you teaming with Legend, you know, bringing them out to the States. Talk to me about how is it to win this one with him.
Oh man, I have something to show you guys after this, and it's fucked. I see what Agavi was talking about now.
Myself, since it happened with these guys too, so the fact that we've won 3 out of 4 now, it's just insane. I don't know what else to say.
Absolutely insane. Now, step inside, Legend, okay? Can we make some noise for Legend, everybody? Definitely bring out the fire and the sparks for him. Man, Legend, you come to the States to cement your legacy. You win 2 events in the same season. You do it in Salt Lake City. How does it feel to be a champion yet again?
I'm so proud of my teammates because, like, we were like 2 kills away from getting top 12. We managed to win the tournament. It's actually insane. So really proud of my
2
teammates.
kills, dude.
Anyway,
It's crazy how different this tourney could have went, dude, for those 2 kills.
So, like, thank you so much, guys.
Give it up for Legend and Space Station Gaming doing it yet again.
Legend is making some moves for EU though, man. Fuck yeah, dude. I think Legend is one of the best EU players out there, dude. Yeah, maybe even of all time, dude. It's crazy. 3rd trophy, man. Holy fuck.
Well, the taste of winning is too sweet for Space Station Gaming. They go back to back. And not only that, Salt Lake City, they go back to back for you in 2 different seasons in their hometown. They are undefeated. Incredible, incredible Halo Infinite being played by these 4 young men. Before we get into all of what we just saw and witnessed, right, which there's an awful lot of it, and I have a few notes, I just want to quickly give just a little bit of flowers, some attention to that man right there on the right, Elamite. We don't talk about coaches a lot, and to coach a roster to back-to-back victories is no easy feat in itself. Clutch, talk to me about this man.
I love Bound and Legends dynamic, man. I really do.
But then to be a coach of champions multiple times in a row in 1 season, it's incredible.
Yeah, for those
Where's
of you that
Legend's
don't
shoes
have
though,
the
man?
pleasure of
Where are the
watching Elamite
shoes?
in his prime, he was one of the best, if not the best, to do it the way he did it. He was scrappy, he was efficient, and he was a leader for every one of his teams. He was somebody that I looked up to specifically, and what he brings to this team is just so much maturity, so much experience, but his mentality as a competitor was bar none, and I guarantee he's able to resonate amongst these players throughout these long series, throughout these long tournaments where they do get knocked into the elimination bracket, to tell them they are still the best in the world, and you will lift that trophy if you believe it.
This Grand Finals reset was a completely different story. We wouldn't have written it like this. We were coming into it thinking Optic Gaming.
That's more like it, man. That's more like it.
Potential. There wasn't weapons for Stella to use. There wasn't potential for Bound and Legend to be getting back into things, but they denied it. It doesn't matter what is in their hand. It doesn't matter what they are dealt with.
The sock shoes, probably.
To deal with their opponents with absolute ease, and things really did start kicking off there.
Yeah, follow Kyber on Twitter.
The fact that they have the ice to bounce back like that in such a short period of time, the punishment coming across Clutch. These 4 men, they cannot be stopped right now.
They could not be stopped, and I don't know if they can and will be stopped going into Worlds, because this team, when they find their rhythm, they are untouchable. Even without the S7s and the map pool maybe favoring Optic, Legend and Bound and the impact that they have every single time they spawn up are an absolute problem to deal with. And then you got players like Stellar and Eco making perfect plays behind them. I mean, this team is the best team we have seen in Infinite so far. and they are primed and ready to dominate all of this year with the one blip they have.
No actual Twitter user calls
There's
it X.
something that really stood out to me. Some characteristics of Space Station Gaming's dominance. And Onset, for me, it's the finesse. The level of finesse
You had
they
one
are
job,
getting
Kyber.
away with is insane. Some of the things I was watching Bound do, not only was he getting kills, turning his head full 360 to just completely annihilate somebody else. You guys were making jokes earlier on Solitude. You're like, I'll pick you up later. Don't worry, I'll come back to you. Thank you so much for your patience. I
Oh,
loved
look
it
at the
because it
kids,
was
dude.
perfect. That's exactly
Oh.
what Bound was doing. He was literally dealing damage across the map, dealing with somebody else, and coming back to eat later on. And Onset,
Look at the
finesse
kids, dude.
across our screens.
Hadley's struggling to hold that, bro.
I think it's just
that shit must be heavy.
I think that might be the best tournament I've seen from Bound. I was impressed in Atlanta. I thought it was great in Atlanta, but
All
that
the
one,
kids.
it just felt like he was on a different level, and I think there's just this level of confidence building within SSG, within the unit, that everybody
I
knows
love
their
that, dude.
roles, knows what they can do, knows how they play off of each other, and you can see I mentioned it during the cast, like the confidence that Bound has to play off of damage. As soon as he hears damage, he will go. He will try and finish it off, and even if he doesn't get the kill, he knows there's an escape route. But
That's
he's
so
gonna be covered by
wholesome,
his
man.
teammates, and I think that every
Oh.
single cog that is working in the SSG machine right now is working at 100%, and I wonder if they can get even better. That's the thing for me, because this level of Halo Infinite, I don't feel like we've seen before. It is just absolutely outstanding, and when they're playing at that level, like you said, I don't think anyone can stop them.
Even with the superstar performances Stellar put on throughout all of today in Legend, the consistency he had throughout all of the tournament, Bound has got to be my MVP. He is by far my
Yeah, I'm
favorite
getting
point of view
teary-eyed,
to
dude.
watch
That's so fucking
out of
wholesome.
Any pro player on this planet, his ability to transition from one situation to the next and quickly influence what is going on the other side of the map is unbelievable.
Dude.
It's almost mouse and keyboard like that he's doing on a controller, and he's so
This
perfect
was
with
so
his
fucked.
Micro and his macro are literally top tier, bar none. It is so impressive to watch.
I think for me as well, it's the magical moments of brilliance that sometimes can go
Aw,
unnoticed as
man.
well. There's a lot of
That's
noise
so
happening
fucked.
on your screen, and a lot of that coming from Legend and Bound because it's flashy, right? And you're seeing that from Stellar at times, but in that particular Grand Finals reset, for me, Eco as well. Eco just making game-changing plays. The pibs from that man, just... You don't understand how much that weighed into the wins that were coming
That's the
across our
fourth
screen in
time.
that series, and it snowballed out of control, and really, that did stem from him.
I want to say that's the first time I've seen Eco in a player cam pop off as well. Like, he let someone know that he outshot him because he knew that they were moments away
This
from lifting
is-
that trophy. And when the quietest
Okay,
member of
no,
your team,
so
the most calm
this
member of your
is
team is showing that
Optic's
kind of
third
emotion, that kind of
loss
fire.
against
I mean, that's
SSG.
another
This
thing
is
that we
their
haven't seen
fourth
from SSG,
second
we
in a
haven't seen
row.
from Eco, so there is that additional thing that they're starting to find, that fire, the belief, the trust, and it's coming through now in the player cams and in the comms.
He's not just doing that when he outshoots
Fuck,
somebody.
man.
Eco is so aware of the impact of that one fight that he's
Look at
winning.
Luce's
Like,
reply.
This series
Oh,
is
no.
over if I outplay
Oh,
this person.
no.
And when he lets it roar, it's that emotion, that everything they've been throughout this weekend, losing, going through the Elim bracket, the Cloud9 series, Cloud9 sitting there thinking they should have knocked them into top 12. Every team in the elimination
The
bracket I said
fucking
Saturday was going
shade,
to be
man.
upset with Cloud9 not closing the door on SSG's tournament, and look at what happens when you leave the door open. I do want to say one last thing. I always like my player comparisons of those in the past. Watching Legend this weekend, it hit me during that grand finals. That is the European Shotzi, if I've ever seen a European Shotzi. Things that Shotzi was doing in Halo 5, no one else could do. Legend is doing the same. It's
No
the same play style. It
way.
is fast, it is chaotic, it doesn't miss, and he hits some of the most insane shots and has unbelievable confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's in-your-face gameplay that's coming from him. And just
I don't blame him
throughout the
for
entire
posting
weekend,
that,
blown
though.
away by
Think
everything
about
we
how
saw.
many
I think
fucking
time and time
resets
again,
we had.
Even when Optic Gaming started to get any pressure, any advantage, all
The
it took was
fuck?
one respawn. Also, by the way, if you need any clear reminder of how tight the margins are in this game right now, one grenade bottom middle,
Yeah.
and Space Station Gaming is out top 12.
They're done.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. And then they go on the grand final reset. Anything can happen.
Like a good night.
Anything can happen. The competition it's lighting our screens up, quite frankly, every single time we are here at a major. That was the last major of the season. The next one is going to be the World Championships. I cannot believe what is going to be going down there because the growth of all of our teams throughout this weekend have been phenomenal.
Yeah,
only
I saw
roster
jumps.
changes, one roster change, which clearly did something for Cloud9 because they were great.
Dude, there was
as
like
well.
3
So
or 4
there's something
resets
to
during
work
grand
on there, but
finals.
for the rest,
It's
qualifying
crazy.
for Worlds, knowing that your progress is actually,
But
you know,
damn,
giving some
that's
reward
wild.
is so imperative heading into this final one of the season. I also do want to just quickly say, lastly, to wrap a bow on that final grand finals reset, I just want to say the fifth man, the sixth man, that was the Space Station Gaming fans. I know that our champions talked about it on the stage, but it was rivaling Optic Gaming for me. I had chills listening to the screams occurring after every kill, after every lead change. Absolutely incredible. And a massive shout out to Space Station Gaming, who, by the way, have put in so much work to create this fan base throughout the entirety of Halo Infinite. The show that they put on, the event that they put on, absolutely amazing. They do it for the fans, they do it for you guys. So I really hope you were entertained by them, because it was absolutely phenomenal. So shout out to you, SSG fans. Incredible stuff, and we can't wait to see you guys show up for Worlds as well. Let's take a look at our brackets, though, for the final time this weekend.
Why are
because
you
we
like
have
this?
Some stories, and I can't wait to retell them as we head into Worlds in the next one. But as you can see, elimination final, Space Station Gaming, like you said, a grenade stopping them literally.
It's crazy.
Going
It's
out
so
top
crazy.
12.
It's crazy, bro. It shouldn't have even gone to live fire.
Insane. Look at the journey from Space Station Gaming to not only just go through the elimination bracket the way that they did, then to rebound back up, meet Optic Gaming, which, quite frankly, we thought were gonna do it. Let's be perfectly honest here, okay?
Dubs
No
made that.
bias at all, but Optic Gaming getting through that semi-final hump. Not only that, then heading into the grand final, thinking, okay, this is your moment to shine. The taste of silver, it's become too much. There is the trophy right in front of you. You've got 2 series to do it. They couldn't get it done. And Space Station Gaming putting on one of the best shows, I think, all season long, without a doubt. Optic Gaming, again, second place. We've got to talk about it really quickly before we end the show. It's not ideal, but they're on the podium once again. They're consistent with it. Let's be real. They're consistent.
Could be more consistent.
But they do have one more chance to get it right. And the growth was there. You know, they didn't go through the elimination bracket this time around. They went through winner's side. They didn't get it done. How much faith have we got in Optic Gaming and this green wall to do it once again at Worlds and become champions?
I still have confidence that they're going to be able to compete and that they can win Worlds. I think when you look at this weekend as a whole, you understand what they had to go through. I mean, Penguin is not feeling well. I know we mentioned the kid's on his deathbed, and he's playing lights out.
Yeah.
The second that series in the grand finals goes to the second best of 7, I didn't say it on the broadcast, but I really was concerned about how much energy does this kid have. He's leaving it all out there, and he played some phenomenal games throughout that first best of 7.
Played so amazing.
Yeah, eventually, especially when you don't have the energy to give, you're going to run out, and it's going to affect you.
Was it Kyber?
Time is always going to stay undefeated there. And you got to feel for the guys on Optic, because you know every single time they're swallowing their pride. They're going back to the drawing board. They're putting in twice the work, and then 4 times the work, and then 8 times the work. What's it going to take? I think they had that magic yesterday, and I think they even had it earlier today, but it feels like they kind of ran out of gas, and I hate to use that as an expression because the competition is set before you, and these guys game for hours a day, but I think we don't talk about it enough as far as the mentality of players. And once players start getting that confidence and start moving like Bound and Legend move, all of a sudden the games become a lot harder. And when you lose those close games in that first best of 7, it's exhausting on your end. You're thinking about coulda, woulda, shouldas, and they're thinking, we're the better team. We just reset the first one. We just already did it. Why not do it again?
I think confidence plays a lot into it as well. Just like you said, I think for good reason, I saw the Optic guys backstage kind of taking deep breaths, right? And normally when you see a team that's looking this good from winners, they're kind of just
what the
match.
fuck?
They're warming up, they're staying hot. But I could tell from the emotion of Optic Gaming that they knew that Space Station would be formidable. And man, was that ever the case in the end?
Yeah, I just think they hit flow state. I actually haven't said that word yet, which is unbelievable, because usually you could take a shot for how many times I say that.
I'll be taking shots tonight for it.
Yeah, there you go. I know Space Station Gaming certainly will, but the flow state there was, it was unmatched. I haven't seen a flow state quite like that. There it is again. That special word was insane. And honestly, I think the readability as well for the team to get to that point of their gameplay.
All right.
At
Bets.
certain points,
Who's taking
they were
Worlds?
able to read each other without a word said on the comms.
I can't wait to
and
see who
that,
takes it
again,
live, dude.
is something that you just cannot combat.
In person.
It is so hard when a team is able to do that. So, Space Station Gaming, lights out. Honestly, shooting for the stars, heading to Worlds. And
I feel like we're
going
gonna have a similar setup at Worlds. I feel like it's either gonna be SSG, Optic, or maybe even FaZe, dude. Or like
Clutch.
It'd be crazy
one
to
set
see
for
like
first of all,
Rebellion
well done, you two. I mean,
somewhere
seriously,
in there.
incredible.
Unlikely,
so
but
much fun.
like it's crazy.
Incredible. Clutch, thank you so much, as always, for your expert analysis. Let's take a look quickly before we go at our World Championship pools.
Yeah, enjoy
and see where
Insurge.
everyone is sitting.
Enjoy your
Now
bundle,
we have
man.
our qualifications done, dusted. We have our seeds getting set for everyone, and here we go. Pool A, B, C, and D. Space Station Gaming right at the top of
See you
that
guys at
one.
Worlds.
Optic find themselves at the top of Pool B with Rebellion and FaZe. And here is how things are shaking out. I'm seeing this in real time with you guys, so give me a second to have a quick look. But we're seeing an Optic Gaming Quadrant rematch as well. Yeah, Sentinels also find themselves with Optic Gaming and Quadrant as well. We've got
If you
Native
see me
Gaming,
at
which
Worlds,
I think
come say hi.
incredible journey for them as well to get to
Love to
Worlds.
meet some of
Find
you.
themselves in Shopify's pool and Cloud9, which I'm actually really happy for them. I think this is a really doable pool for them. If they can continue to grow, who knows? They could be taking second seed in that pool.
They could be taking first seed in that pool if they play like they did against SSG yesterday. So I'm very excited for that. Is a stacked pool as well, depending on what Native Gaming and Cloud9 show up to Worlds. They put in some hard work, buckle down for these next 4 weeks.
Native has definitely
We
been
have
improving
a
over
very
time.
Similar tournament, which was pure chaos on Friday.
Yeah, I think also in terms of FaZe here as well, complexity, I think coming into this tournament, you might not have thought too much of that. But certainly coming out of it, it's a different story indeed, bruv. And complexity have a lot to work with here.
Yeah, they really do. I think if you think about all the performances, Cloud9 and Complexity really are the two that jump out in terms of just kind of jumping up seeds and placement that people might not have suspected. On the other side, also thinking about Pure, right? They've got a lot to think about because coming off a top 4 to then exit as early as they did. So two very different sides of the same coin there.
Indeed. I think Pure are going to be pretty disappointed with obviously how they performed here, but then to find themselves in a pool with what we just witnessed on the main stage, Space Station Gaming, because slowing them down is very difficult. So, wow. Yeah, that's going to do it from us, folks. I think it's time to go to bed, sleep on what we just saw. Clearly, dreams are going to be coming through and forward for a lot of our teams as well heading into Worlds, because clearly dreams can become a reality. Space Station Gaming, if you can dream it, you can do it. On that main stage, our first reset and successful one of the season gets done by your hometown team. Folks, I hope you've enjoyed yourself. We certainly have up here. Cannot wait to see you for the final one of the season, the Halo World Championships. Good night, get some rest, and we'll see you in the next one.
Bro, what is that sign? Oh man. On the contrary, I don't really think there's a decline of teams. Like, I think there's only been an increase. Like, Shopify broke top 3. Pure was playing really well in Atlanta. I'd like to see them play better than they did this time around in Worlds. But yeah, I agree. I definitely think Quadrant can play better in the future. ITB got like what? Top something? Top 5? Top 8. Oh yeah, no, they're definitely beatable. It's just a matter of, are they going to beat them, you know? Luminosity even still play Halo? I didn't see them in the pools at all.
The HCS Space Station Gaming Salt Lake City Major is presented by AMD and Player X.
They weren't. If Luminosity wasn't even in the pools, they weren't in the event. This is hilarious. I love this every time I see it. So fucking stupid. Halo raids junk ship. Imagine. I have homework, man. I can't afford to get raided.
I've got you under my skin.
Yeah, the rating RLS. Alright, dude. I think with that, I'm probably gonna dip for the night as well. I'll probably raid somebody who still has drops. So, any of the Crow streamers. But, dude, that was a treat to watch, man. Congrats to SSG, dude. Eventually, Optic will take first, man. Eventually. They'll do it. I believe. But no, like, I'm still happy, dude. Like I said, I would have been happy if either team won. So, like, I'm satisfied for this event. Next event is gonna be Worlds next month. I will be there, so no watch party, unfortunately. But if you are also going to Worlds, dude, come and say hi, man. Take a picture, something like that. You want me to sign anything, like your forehead, I'll do it. But yeah, dude. Shout out to HCS for the drops. Appreciate you guys. Socials are in the chat. If you want to drop those, follow, because you know there's people out there like Kyber who doesn't you know, you interact with. Just love you, Kyber. Check out the new video if you haven't already. Last time I'm gonna promote it. August 2024 compilation. Feel free to check that out. I'll probably raid somebody. Yeah, he's playing Arena, so yeah, I'll raid Stewart. He's been raiding us a lot lately, so go show him some love back. If you guys need drops, Stewart will still be live. He's playing Ranked Arena right now, so go show him some love. I will see you guys Tuesday, 6 p.m. Eastern for some more Halo Infinite. And we'll probably be back with Reach Lasso on Thursday with the boys, where we will continue to suffer. Yeah, dude. I love you guys. You have a great rest of your night. You have a safe Monday. I will see you Tuesday. Love you. Take it easy. Peace.